In the year 188 of the Absolute Era, at Hangzhou Second High School, thousands of students held their breath as they stared at the podium in the gymnasium. At the front stood a beautiful principal in a fitted uniform and black stockings with a pencil skirt, her demeanor noble and cold as she spoke solemnly. 30 days remain until the college entrance examination. Today is the day of your class change. Yinan stood among the crowd, his expression focused. He knew well that in this world, class change determined one's fate. Only through successful class change could one rise above others in the future. Failure meant a life of mediocrity. 188 years ago, a virtual holographic game called Absolute Ark descended upon Blue Star, merging data with reality and turning Blue Star into a game world. Monsters roamed freely, dungeons appeared, and professions, equipment, skills, and materials all game mechanics became reality. Students no longer studied mathematics, physics, chemistry, politics, history, or geography. Everyone devoted themselves to studying combat knowledge and skill languages. From Absolute Arkansas High School seniors had to enter the Ark in their final month to awaken their talents, complete their graduation exam, and step into society. Half an hour later, the beautiful principal finally finished her lengthy list of precautions. Holding a roster, she called names in order of overall grade ranking. Yinan. Yinan, ranked first in his grade, was called first. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and walked steadily to the podium. At the center of the stage sat the class change Ark, a massive sphere the size of a van, black and white, in color, waiting quietly. Students who entered it would be instantly transported to the sacred grounds of class change to face their turning point. Standing on stage, Yinan couldn't hide his nervousness as his heart raced, wondering what profession he would become. The beautiful principal encouraged him gently. Student Yinan, don't be nervous. You've been at the top of your class for 3 years. Believe in yourself and good luck. Yinan bowed in gratitude, then stepped into the Arkansas. His form blurred and vanished without a trace. When consciousness returned, he found himself atop a high platform with golden clouds overhead and floating temples all around. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed in his mind. O being who has entered the absolute realm, awaken the talent that belongs to you. As the voice faded, a tremendous force surged into his body, followed immediately by a system notification. Ding! Chosen one. Congratulations on awakening a super divine talent, Hand of Blasphemy. In that instant, Yinan was utterly shaken. A super divine talent. This was the legendary hidden talent. Talents were divided into 8 grades, starting from the lowest C, then B, A, S, SS, SSS, divine, and at the very top was the hidden super divine level. S-level talent could make one a regional powerhouse. SS-level talent destined one to become a peerless master. Divine-level talent brought overwhelming authority. But a hidden super divine talent had never been awakened by anyone in history. Yinan couldn't believe he had obtained a super divine talent. Hand of Blasphemy. The name alone suggested its extraordinary nature. He quickly examined the talent description. Hand of Blasphemy. Unique hidden super divine level. Passive. After attacking a target with basic attacks, there's a chance to absorb a percentage of the target's base attributes and transfer them to oneself. Passive. Comes with the skill moment of Blasphemy. Passive. Since this talent is hidden, the host will additionally receive an exclusive SS-level talent as surface camouflage and can enjoy its effects. Yinan's heart pounded like a drum. This meant he could continuously absorb opponents' attributes, ignore level restrictions, achieve unmatched growth speed, weaken targets while growing stronger, and Battlelight was practically invincible. He couldn't help but grin foolishly on the spot, wanting to sing aloud, how lonely it is to be invincible. Next, Yinan examined the talent's additional skill. Moment of Blasphemy, host exclusive LV1. Actively release Divine Slaying Light, lock onto and attack enemies, dealing 888 attack power as physical damage and 888 magic power as magical damage. No cost, instant cast, gains 1 charge every 12 hours, maximum storage of 5 charges. The next level ignores all defense, evasion, and invincibility. The skill was incredibly powerful, and he could also choose an additional SS-level talent. Yinan was overjoyed and about to continue studying when ethereal music drifted from the platform. You there, stop grinning foolishly and come to me to choose your profession. He looked toward the sound and saw an angelic beauty standing on the northern platform, her milk-white gown floating without touching the ground, radiating elegance and otherworldly grace. Yinan recalled the principal's instructions and understood she was the class change angel, responsible for the class change ceremony. The pristine angel waved gently, and 3 scrolls appeared in midair. Each scroll displayed a different profession. Professions were divided into 5 tiers: common, advanced, epic, legendary, and divine. The scrolls on either side showed common lifestyle professions. Choosing either would essentially ruin one's life. Fortunately, the middle scroll revealed an epic combat profession: Flame Mage. Without hesitation, Yinan declared, I choose Flame Mage. The goddess pointed with her jade hand, and a golden wooden dummy appeared at the center of the platform. The goddess spoke gently again. You've chosen a combat profession and must participate in the novice dungeon trial. Before officially entering, you may use this dummy to familiarize yourself with your skills. Yinan had long memorized the difficulty levels and reward systems of novice dungeons. Everyone wanted to challenge higher difficulties for richer rewards, and he was no exception. The dummy before him glowed with golden light, its health bar showing an astounding 100 million points. Yinan pondered silently since the dummy was technically an enemy. Perhaps Hand of Blasphemy could be triggered? With this thought, he gripped his novice staff and approached the golden dummy step by step. The wooden stake had a health bar, a basic attribute, and as long as something had attributes, he could absorb them. Yinan considered this, then picked up his apprentice staff and strolled over to the stake. Hovering nearby was a graceful angel with snow-white wings. A glowing halo above her head now topped with a giant question mark. She had no idea what this strange creature was up to. By all logic, a mage should attack from a distance, yet Yinan had walked right up to his target. Before her confusion faded, things got even more absurd. Yinan gripped the end of his staff with both hands, raised it high, and slammed it down on the stake using his weapon like a rolling pin. The angel's forehead instantly darkened with frustration. Was this guy an idiot? Crack! The sharp sound of wood echoed across the empty platform. Yinan struck more than 10 times in a row. Ding! Hand of Blasphemy activated. Absorbed 1 kW points of vitality from the target. His stats jumped. In an instant, his mere 100 health points soared past 10 million. The first success fired him up even more. He sat cross-legged on the ground, gripped the staff with both hands, and began hammering away at a rapid, rhythmic pace. Crack, crack, crack. The stake was starting to look like a metronome, each strike perfectly timed. The angel raised a hand to her forehead, the scene so ridiculous she almost forgot how quickly the stake's health was dropping. She finally closed her eyes, choosing not to watch any longer. Do as you like, mortal. This goddess won't keep you company. In half an hour, you'll be teleported into the novice trial dungeon. With that, she unfurled her wings and soared into the sky, her form fading until she vanished completely. Yinan didn't even look up. Women would only slow down his stake smashing. Ding! Hand of Blasphemy activated. Absorbed 9 million points of vitality. Heh. Ding! Hand of Blasphemy activated. Absorbed 8 million points of vitality. Huh. Ding! 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 Half an hour later, the stake's health was down to a single point. Yinan stood up, satisfied with a total of 100 million health points to his name. The legendary training stake was now on its last legs. He patted the stake and chuckled. Thanks, buddy. Ding! Hand of Blasphemy failed to activate. No more attributes can be absorbed. He shrugged helplessly and put away his staff. Ding! Please select a difficulty for the mage's novice trial. Easy, normal, intermediate, hard, expert, master, adventure, warrior, king, hero. With 100 million health points, he chose hero without hesitation. The moment he made his choice, his figure began to blur until he disappeared from the platform entirely. When he opened his eyes again, Yinan was already in the hero-level trial dungeon. His first move was to pull up the skill descriptions for his epic class Flame Mage. Flame Mage Epic Class. Class Overview. A mage who can freely control the power of fire, specializing in large-scale AoE attacks and explosive single-target bursts. Its main weaknesses are a lack of defensive options and only average sustain. Back in school, Yinan had studied the mage class. The textbook spelled out its weaknesses in no uncertain terms. Whether frost or fire, holy or shadow, mages generally lack survival skills and ways to sustain themselves. Looking back now, he found that laughable. With 100 million health points, dying was nearly impossible. As for mana, Hand of Blasphemy could siphon billions of points from opponents at any time, so sustain simply wasn't an issue. He switched his panel to the Flame Mage tab and read through each skill description. Ignite class exclusive mastery passive. After hitting with fire damage, inflicts an additional burning effect for 10 seconds, dealing fire damage equal to 10 of spell power per second. Fireball active. Costs 30 mana, no cooldown, 2-second cast time. Deals 120 spell power as fire damage to a single target. Flame Storm active. Costs 150 mana, no cooldown, 6-second cast time. Deals 200 spell power as fire damage to enemies in an area. At level 1, those were the only 3 class skills, plus generic passives like Cloth Armor Mastery. Yinan scrolled through them without much reaction. One for sustained burn, one for single target burst, and one for AoE. Pretty standard stuff with no surprises. In contrast, Hand of Blasphemy and its blasphemous moment effect were on a different level. It was also a single target attack, but with locking and tracking features, and stacked high multiplier physical and magic damage. It was instant cast, cost no mana, and its only downside was a longer cooldown. Compared to that, Fireball was like tossing beanbags. After reviewing the fire skills, he finally turned to the real highlight: his hidden, godlike talent and its surface disguise, the SS-level talent Miracle. Yinan was both curious and expectant. After all, The system had handed it to him in a neat package. Who wouldn't be pleased? Ding, respected blasphemer. Your surface SS level talent has been generated. Please confirm. A panel of colored light appeared, displaying the talent name. Miracle SSS level. Effect. At certain moments, you will create miracles. That was it. Yinan stared at the words for 2 seconds, the phrase charlatan popping into his head. What did create miracles even mean? The description was so vague it could mean anything. But the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Unlimited stat stealing, 100 million health at level 1, wasn't that already a kind of miracle? From a disguise perspective, the talent was perfectly designed. If anyone ever questioned his outrageous stats, he could simply shrug and say, "It's a miracle," and shut down any further questions. Even better, the system reminded him that he himself would enjoy the true effects of miracle, though how to trigger them remained a mystery. A surprise miracle now, and then would certainly keep life interesting. Activation complete. Congratulations on awakening the SS level talent. Miracle. Ding, disguise successful. Your god level talent Hand of Blasphemy is now fully hidden. Any detection will only reveal the SS level talent Miracle. The panel's effects faded. Yinan clenched his fist, feeling that everything was perfectly in place. Survivability from his health pool, sustain from his stealing ability, damage from Blasphemy, and concealment from Miracle. Everything was covered. Alright, all set. Time to clear the hero difficulty novice dungeon. Before entering the dungeon, Yinan checked his character stats. Character, Yinan. Level, 1 unawakened. Class, Flame Mage Epic Class First Advancement. Health points, 100,099,000. Mana points, 200. Attack power, 10. Spell power, 20. Armor, 5. Magic resistance, 5. Speed, 5. Effect hit rate, 10. Effect resistance, 10. Seeing that 100 million health points sitting prominently at the top of his status panel, Yinan felt a reassuring sense of security wash over him. What did 100 million health points mean? No need to beat around the bush, just compare it to Hangzhou's strongest warrior, a 5th tier, A-time awakened, level 400 powerhouse, and it became crystal clear. That person's health was merely 5 million at most. Even if they were a tank class with maxed out tank talents, they'd only reach 10 million in extreme cases. But what was 10 million compared to 100 million? Absolutely nothing. It was precisely because of this outrageous health pool that Yinan didn't hesitate to choose the highest difficulty for the beginner trial dungeon hero mode. Legend had it that monsters in this difficulty dealt extremely high damage, but he wasn't worried at all. With 100 million health points as his foundation, he could grind through the dungeon even if it took forever. Unfortunately, that wooden training dummy at the class advancement sanctuary only carried the health points attribute. After working on it for half an hour, he'd only managed to steal the health attribute. If the dummy had also provided hundreds of millions in attack power, spell power, and mana points, Yinan would probably be able to dominate the world the moment he stepped outside. Sadly, such ridiculously overpowered training dummies were rare encounters. He'd heard that at level 100 during the Second Awakening, there would be another class advancement opportunity. If he could find another one in the legendary grounds, then that would be perfect. Regrets aside, Yinan wasn't bothered. Training dummies weren't the only targets he could steal attributes from. There were also the monsters in dungeons. With this thought, he rubbed his hands together eagerly and looked around, taking his first serious look at the environment of Hero Mode Mage Beginner Trial. Before him stretched an endless black sea, and he found himself spawned on a damp sandy shore. Night had fallen, stars scattered across the sky, and the sea wind howled toward him, carrying salt and chill that made him shiver instinctively. Let me check the dungeon information first. He closed his eyes and skillfully brought up the system panel. Dungeon, Freedom Town. Difficulty, Hero level. All enemy damage increased by 500. All boss enemy damage increased by 800. Players receive no starting supplies. Minimum entry level, LV1. Type, solo, maximum 1 player. Overview. Freedom Town is the beginner trial dungeon for all mage class branches. This isolated island is home to notorious pirates and fugitive criminals. Intruders must advance toward the island's center and defeat the great pirate who founded and rules Freedom Town, Shalon. Note, this trial dungeon primarily tests a mage's survival abilities. Dungeon monsters typically have high damage, low health. Challengers must master basic skills such as flash, flashback, sprint, backstep, and crouch to avoid enemy attacks. Reading the trial's warning notes, Yinan smiled dismissively. A test of survival skills? That's perfect. With over 100 million health points, I've got maximum error tolerance. Yinan felt secretly pleased as his gaze swept the surroundings. Waves gently lapped the shore. Blazing sunlight reflected blinding white light off the sea surface, and the air carried a damp, briny scent. For ordinary mages, this place might be perilous, but for Yinan with his 100 million health points, it was practically child's play. He casually pulled out his apprentice staff, flexed his wrist joints a few times, planning to steal attributes with basic attacks once monsters appeared, in no rush to use skills. Ding I and the trial dungeon guide. Please follow my instructions to complete task 1. Choose any direction and walk along the beach. The system prompt chimed crisply. Yinan shrugged, randomly chose the direction facing the sea breeze, and strolled along the beach while kicking scattered shells. In less than 5 minutes, through the sand dust stirred up by the sea wind ahead, a 5-person patrol emerged pirates. The moment their eyes met, he raised his hand and cast the basic universal skill Elementary Scout. A faint blue light swept over the 5 enemies' heads. An information panel immediately popped up. Target, Apprentice Pirate. Rank, Bronze. Level, LV1. Health, 40 points. Description, the lowest-ranking apprentice pirates in Freedom Town, responsible for patrolling the island's perimeter, typically using handheld weapons for melee attacks. Warning, this unit has been enhanced, damage increased by 500. Hero difficulty was indeed unforgiving right from the start, throwing 5 damage-boosted melee monsters at him on an open beach with no cover. If this were an ordinary mage with 100 health points, they'd probably already be chanting fireball spells for self-preservation. But Yinan simply crossed his arms and stood there, watching like a spectator. He didn't plan to cast fireballs directly, he wanted to steal attributes with basic attacks. Kill him. The 5 apprentice pirates roared as they charged with raised blades. A flash of cold steel, 1 person, 1 blade each. 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. 5 bright red 50s floated above his head simultaneously as Yinan lost a total of 250 health points. He glanced at his status bar, still showing a long string of 9s remaining. TSK, that stings a little. He drew a light breath. If this were a mage with 100 health points, they'd already be down or even kicked out of the instance. Yet he hadn't even broken skin. After gauging the enemy's single strike damage, he completely relaxed. 50 points per strike, 100 strikes for 5,000 points. His small goal worth of health could let them hack away until nightfall. The 5 apprentice pirates saw Yinan still alive and kicking, froze for half a second, all thinking the same thing. How is this kid still not dead? Yinan couldn't be bothered to explain and swung his apprentice staff high before bringing it down. Thunk. The wooden staff bonked the nearest pirate on the head, producing a pale red 3. Though he only hit 1, it seemed to wake up the other 4 as well. After a brief silence, the 5 pirates stopped puzzling over why he wasn't dead and instead burst into hearty laughter. This kid's gotta be an idiot, right? What mage uses a staff like a club? Ha ha. Hearing them laugh so heartily, Yinan couldn't help but smile as well. Ha ha ha, a burp. The first apprentice pirate who had been bonked on the head by Yinan was laughing maniacally with his head thrown back. Before he could finish, the staff struck his forehead again, and a bright red 3 flashed above his head. After reality merged with the game, the world became fully digitized, but pain sensation was retained, though reduced by 50. Whether players or monsters, whether in the wild or in dungeons, any injury would hurt, and the greater the damage value, the more intense the pain. Though this 3-point damage was almost negligible, it was enough to cause embarrassment. The pirate, provoked by his companion's snickering, cursed and suddenly raised his blade to activate a skill. Slash strike. Skill description. Active, no cooldown, consumes 25 mana points, deals 120 attack power damage to target. The gleaming blade fell, and 60 floated above Yinan's head. Compared to a regular attack, this strike was much more solid. Bang! Yinan raised his staff and struck back. Ding! Blasphemous hand, passive triggered. Successfully drained 5 maximum mana points from target. Yinan immediately checked his status panel. His maximum mana had increased from 200 to 205. Looking at the apprentice pirate, after being bonked on the head 3 times consecutively, he had lost a total of 9 health points. Not fatal, but enough to humiliate him publicly. Seeing his companions desperately trying to suppress their laughter, he felt both ashamed and angry. One more slash and you'll definitely be dead this time. Slash strike. The pirate roared, but froze mid-swing, looking completely bewildered. His maximum mana was only 50 points, and 1 slash strike cost 25 points, so logically he should be able to use it once more. But the interface clearly showed maximum mana 45, current 20. Huh? How did my maximum mana become 45? With 5 maximum points vanishing along with 5 current mana points, he could no longer cast the skill. What the hell? Brothers, there's something fishy here. Kill him quick, he shouted in alarm. Seeing the squishy mage Yinan still standing after taking so much damage, the other 4 apprentice pirates also felt uneasy, but they still rushed forward together, all brandishing slash strike, attempting to hack him to pieces. This time, Yinan abandoned his previous casual, take hits and strike back, attitude and became serious. After all, he was the top student in his senior year and had the most stylish movement in daily training, with extremely calm reflexes and mentality. Facing the 5-man assault, he showed no fear. The apprentice staff in his hands seemed to transform into the legendary golden staff, whistling through the air with tremendous force. Smack! Bang! Clang! Crash! The sound of blades striking against staffs echoed alongside the screams of apprentice pirates getting beaten. In less than 3 minutes, the apprentice pirate who had been bonked on the head by Yinan earlier saw his health bar depleted, letting out a final scream as he collapsed to the ground and turned into a wisp of experience points. Ding. You have gained 10 experience points. Yinan moved with agile footwork, but being only level 1, his speed attributes were limited. Fighting 5 enemies simultaneously, he inevitably took a few hits. This minor damage was barely a scratch to him, but to the remaining 4 apprentice pirates, it was like seeing a ghost. They stared wide-eyed. Why? Why couldn't they kill him? In the weakest beginner dungeon, monsters had no enhancement buffs and dealt only 10 damage per strike. But these pirates belonged to hero difficulty, enjoying a 500 damage bonus 50 points per hit, enough to take down a newbie in 2 strikes. By all logic, they had already scraped over 1,000 health points off Yinan, and he should have been down for the count. Yet this guy kept smirking, pressing forward step by step. The chill that shot from their feet to the back of their necks made all 4 simultaneously clench in terror. 20 minutes later, 3 more apprentice pirates bit the dust. Ding. You have gained 10 experience points. Ding. You have gained 10 experience points. Ding. You have gained 10 experience points. Only one remained on the field. Facing the approaching Yinan, this guy completely broke down, collapsing onto the deck while crying and shouting, "Damn it! Aren't you a mage? Cast a spell and put me out of my misery." Yinan raised an eyebrow. "How could I do that? If I finish you off so easily, who am I going to steal from?" The last apprentice pirate's face turned deathly pale as he checked his status panel. 3 magic resistance, down to just 1 point. 5 armor, also reduced to 1 point. With his attributes stolen to pieces, he stared blankly at the apprentice staff raised high beside him, mumbling, "Are you a demon?" Yinan patted his shoulder with a cheerful smile. "Remember, in your next life, be a good person." Thwack, thwack. The staff rained down like hail, and the apprentice pirate predictably met his end. Ding. You have gained 10 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 2. Base attributes increased, and you have gained 5 additional free attribute points. For most people, leveling up was cause for great celebration. Higher attributes, stronger characters, with awakenings every 50 levels and class changes every 100 levels. But for Yinan, the thrill of leveling up was just so-so, since he could steal attributes without needing to level up. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he muttered with regret, "That last one wasn't tough enough. I only managed to steal a few points of armor and magic resistance before he didn't have time to work on the rest." Yinan opened his attribute panel to see how many attributes he had managed to steal from these 5 apprentice pirates during this battle. He opened the character panel once again. Character, Yinan. Level, 2 unawakened. Class, Flame Mage Epic Class First Advancement. Health points, 100,162. Mana points, 419. Attack power, 34. Spell power, 22. Armor, 23. Magic resistance, 17. Speed, 14. Effect hit rate, 10. Effect resistance, 10. Apart from his terrifying health pool and the rather unique effect hit rate and resistance stats, all other attributes had skyrocketed across the board, clearly not the kind of stats a normal level 2 character could possess. Under normal circumstances, leveling from 1 to 2 would only bring extremely limited natural growth. Without relying on Blasphemous Hand to steal attributes, Yinan would never have achieved such high base stats. After all, this battle was merely a small-scale skirmish against low-level LV1 monsters with poor attributes. When he eventually faced higher-level enemies with stronger stats, the attributes he could steal would only increase. From this round's rewards, he gained 5 free attribute points, which he decided to dump entirely into spell power. After confirming the allocation, his spell power instantly jumped to 32 points. Looking at these unconventional numbers, Yinan nodded with satisfaction. Keep pushing forward and gradually grow stronger. With the battle concluded, the looting phase naturally couldn't be skipped. He thoroughly searched all the drops on the ground, but only managed to find 5 copper coins, nothing else. Since the global digitization, gold coins had become the sole currency, rendering all nations' previous monetary systems obsolete. 1 gold coin, 10 silver coins. 1 silver coin, 10 copper coins. Converting to the old yen kingdom currency, 1 gold coin, 100 yuan, making 1 copper coin, 1 yuan. In other words, Yinan had risked considerable danger to earn a measly 5 yuan. But this was, after all, a level 1 beginner trial dungeon, so pathetic drops were perfectly normal. If he could defeat the boss later and obtain premium equipment or top-tier materials, his earnings could potentially skyrocket to enough to live on for a year. This was precisely the advantage combat classes held over lifestyle classes. However, high rewards came with high risks, and while the world had been digitized, people could still die. Within official dungeons, death penalties merely involved losing levels and gaining a weakness debuff. But in the wilderness or wild secret realms, whether killed by monsters or evil players, characters faced true death. Not to mention that Peerless Ark, contained numerous evil factions loyal to dark gods. However, Yinan felt no fear with over 100 million health points. Ordinary people simply couldn't kill him. Pocketing the 5 copper coins, Yinan followed the guidance and continued along the coastline. Along the way, he encountered several waves of LV-1 apprentice pirates. Clearing these minions took some time, as Yinan needed to methodically strike each one individually to steal their attributes, which naturally slowed his monster-killing pace. Although time was wasted, the gains were still enormous as he managed to steal quite a few permanent attributes. Yinan glanced at his status panel, and the most obvious change was his mana surge over 600 points. This meant he could now cast 4 flame storms in succession. An average mage at level 2 would have at most 300 mana points, and even if they dumped all 5 free attribute points into it, they still wouldn't reach this number. Since the novice trial dungeon had no time limit, he might as well slowly grind attributes, nothing to lose. Lost in thought, Yinan continued along the coastline. The monotonous sound of waves accompanied him for quite a while until a massive shadow suddenly appeared on the distant sea. Was a huge 3-masted sailing ship, standing proudly against the wind. Ding, first stage mission completed. Successfully reached the vicinity of the pirate ship, Freedom. Mission 2. Board the Freedom and eliminate the boss monster First Mate Anderson. Note: First Mate Anderson is a water mage. Please be mindful of spell directions when fighting him. Good luck. As soon as the system notification ended, the screen flashed, and Yinan found himself standing on the deck of the Freedom. Strangely, the deck was completely empty, not even a single minion in sight. In the center of the deck sat a lounge chair facing the sea, with a man in a white sailor uniform sitting with his back turned, absorbed in reading a book. Yinan quietly approached, and the system displayed the target's information. Target: First Mate Anderson. Rank: Bronze Boss. Level: LV3. Health: 300 Boss Enhancement. Description: the second-in-command of Freedom Town, first mate of the Freedom Pirates, and Captain Shalon's trusted lieutenant. Solitary by nature with seemingly unconventional thinking. Despises the noise of Freedom Town and permanently stationed on the Freedom, responsible for ship maintenance and defense. Warning: Water Mage. Perhaps hearing Yinan's footsteps, the sailor-uniformed man snorted coldly with an extremely hostile tone. Didn't I tell you already? You bunch of swine, don't disturb me when I'm reading. Yinan raised an eyebrow. This guy certainly has attitude. No wonder there weren't even minions on the Shife, probably drove them all away. Annoyed by this unprovoked insult, he taunted back. What are you reading? Dirty magazines? Let me have a look. Hiding alone on a ship secretly reading, smut, how perverted. Huh. Anderson spun around abruptly, and seeing the unfamiliar Yinan, immediately dropped his book and shouted indignantly. How can a scholar's activities be called sneaking? Besides, you're the one reading smut. I'm researching methods for growing vegetables on ships. Your ship has soil? Yinan asked with interest. No, it doesn't, Anderson replied matter-of-factly. But how can you grow vegetables without soil? Of course I need to research void gardening. Yinan's mouth twitched as he sarcastically remarked. I think you should research your mental state first. My mental state is perfectly fine. Oh wait. Anderson finally realized something was wrong, his gaze instantly turning ice cold. There's no one like you in Freedom Town. Are you one of those from the Chaos Sea hunting our captain? Die. I'll never let you get near the captain. With those words, the bronze boss suddenly assumed a combat stance. He held his palms together in front of his chest, rapidly drawing circles in some rhythmic pattern, looking as if he was casting a curse on Yinan. 3 seconds later, he shouted, Water Bullet. Splash! A large water orb formed in his hands and rushed toward Yinan. Facing the fierce water-based magical attack, Yinan completely ignored the system's earlier warning to dodge. He stood like a reef nailed to the deck, letting the water orbs conjured from the magic circle whistle toward him without flinching. Why choose to tank the skill Hedon? Simple thick health, pure confidence, and he loved seeing that how is this even possible expression on monsters' faces. Splash! The medium-sized blue and white water orb slammed into his chest, exploding in a shower of droplets that soaked him from head to toe. The system immediately flashed red text 182 damage. Yinan raised an eyebrow. The damage was ridiculously high. His magic resistance had already reached 17 points, which without any equipment or free attribute support was equivalent to a level 12 player's defense. Even so, a single water bullet still stripped away 182 health points. Heroic dungeons were truly brutal. An ordinary mage, even one who had just leveled up to 150 health, would have died on the spot. Immediately after, the cold moisture seeped through his clothes. System notification. Soaked, negative effect wet clothing affects concentration, spell power reduced by 5 for 5 minutes. Hitting me is fine, but getting my clothes wet crosses the line. Yinan wiped his face and raised his apprentice staff, charging toward First Mate Anderson like a melee warrior. On the other side, Anderson frowned deeply. As the second-in-command of the entire pirate ship, this was the first time he'd seen a player take a direct hit from his water bullet spell and still be full of vigor. Watching Yinan charge at him with murderous intent, he had no time for shock and began chanting again. After 3 seconds of casting, a new water orb shot forth. This time Yinan didn't tank it. His 14 speed points combined with the devil's footwork, honed from 3 years on his high school basketball team, exploded into action. While charging, he twisted his waist. The water bullet grazed his shoulder, trailing a stream of mist. What? Anderson's heart jumped. By all logic, a mere level 2 mage should have at most 5 speed points. To dodge a water bullet required meeting 3 conditions: maintaining distance, watching the casting motions closely, and dodging the moment the orb left the caster's hand. Yinan had accomplished all 3. Before Anderson could prepare his next spell, Yinan had closed the distance. Raising his staff high, it whistled through the air as he brought it down. "That's for getting my clothes wet." Thwack! Ah! Accompanied by a piercing scream, a 24 popped up above Anderson's head. Ding! Blasphemous hand triggered. Drain successful. Target's spell power 4. As a pure mage, Anderson's spell power wasn't low, but this strike directly siphoned away 4 points while Yinan's stats climbed from 32 to 36 points, essentially gaining 2 free attribute points. More importantly, that single staff blow had genuinely dealt 24 damage to his opponent. And he was just a mage. A mage who specializes in ranged magical attacks. He's absolutely terrible at close combat. Yet that apprentice staff in his hands just knocked off most of the monster's health in one blow. Even a level 2 swordsman using basic attacks couldn't possibly deal such ridiculous damage, right? Yinan knew exactly what was happening. It was all thanks to the massive amount of attack power he'd previously stolen from the apprentice pirates. Attack power affects all physical damage, including basic attacks, which is why his normal strikes had been boosted so dramatically. But this created a problem. The boss monster, First Mate Anderson, only had 300 health points. Just 300. If there were other level 2 players watching nearby, they'd definitely be calling BS. With Yinan dealing 24 damage per hit, just a dozen more strikes would send Anderson to meet his maker, leaving no time to slowly steal his attributes. Blasphemous Hand was a passive effect with a 3,540 trigger rate, but a dozen basic attacks simply weren't enough chances to drain all of Anderson's precious attributes. Thinking about this gave Yinan a headache. Boss monsters were like treasure troves of stats, but he was about to smash through the warehouse door before he could steal much of anything. Then inspiration struck. He simply removed the apprentice staff from his main weapon slot, tossed it into his inventory, and charged in with bare fists. Smack! A crisp sound rang out as a solid slap landed right across Anderson's face. Anderson, still reeling from the staff blow with his head buzzing, hadn't even figured out what was happening when he got hit with another slap, looking so pitiful he nearly burst into tears on the spot. Do you realize how much psychological damage that slap just caused me?" This line suddenly popped into Yinan's head, making him want to laugh. The system panel simultaneously displayed the damage, 21 points. Damn, only 3 points less without the weapon. Yinan was stunned for a moment, then understood the staff wasn't a melee weapon to begin with, so its bonus was pathetically low. Those 21 damage points were purely from his ridiculous attack power. But still, with so many attributes available and only a dozen or so chances to steal them, it was frustrating. Yinan continued slapping while lamenting his situation. Smack! 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 Anderson wailed and stood there dumbfounded under the relentless barrage of slaps, eventually dissolving into a stream of experience points. Throughout the entire process, those dozen basic attacks only triggered Blasphemous Hand 4 times, but fortunately each steal was worthwhile: 7 points of spell power and over 100 mana points in total. Yinan looked down at his stats. His spell power had already broken through 40 points, and his mana had shot up to 700 points. And don't forget it was only level 2. Ding! You have gained 300 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 3. Your base attributes have increased slightly, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Another level up. Yinan glanced at his experience bar just a little more, and he'd hit level 4. This boss monster, First Mate Anderson, provided incredibly rich experience. In just an instant, the system panel flashed 300 EXP, equivalent to grinding through about 30 apprentice pirates. With the experience in hand, Yinan didn't hesitate to dump all 5 newly acquired attribute points into spell power, watching the numbers climb steadily and feeling much more confident. After allocating his points, Yinan crouched down and casually flipped Anderson's burly corpse over, beginning his practiced looting routine. The moment his fingertips touched the man's coat pocket, the system's signature pale blue glow flickered, equipment drop, and 2 pieces at once. Yinan's eyes lit up as he collected the 2 white light holographic icons into his inventory, then opened their details one by one. The first piece looked like a simple bracelet with clean lines. Upon closer inspection, its name read, Knowledge Bracelet White Basic. Slot. Accessory Bracelet. Level Requirement. LV3. Base Stats. Spell Power 2. Mana 30. Magic Resistance 1. Special Skill. None. Durability. 100. Soulbound. No. Yinan muttered. Trash white gear. worthless, but still equipped it to test how it felt. In the system world Absolute Ark, equipment was divided into 9 tiers, ranked from lowest to highest. 1. White Basic, the cheapest starter gear that nobody wanted to wear into dungeons unless they had no other choice. 2. Green Common, slightly better stats than white gear, but nothing to write home about. 3. Blue Superior, met most players' daily needs and was the mainstream choice. 4. Purple Rare, starting from this tier, equipment would automatically soul bind to the first person who equipped it. Once bound, it couldn't be traded and would be destroyed if discarded, only resetting upon the owner's death. 5. Pink Masterwork had a chance to come with special skills, and even mediocre skills made these pieces worth a fortune. 6. Red Excellent, extremely powerful stats, the target of top-tier wealthy players. Ordinary people who managed to loot one could achieve instant financial freedom. 7. Orange Epic, astronomically priced, even regular wealthy players had to think twice. 8. Gold Legendary, priceless when available, guaranteed to have at least one special skill, serving as a symbol of personal or organizational power. 9. Rainbow Mythic, information was scarce. Some claimed they were gifts from gods to their chosen ones, while others theorized you had to slay a god to obtain them. What Yinan held was just white gear, but at least the stats matched his magic-based class. He figured it might sell for 1 gold coin, roughly equivalent to 100 plus yuan. He could use it himself for a while before selling, since anything below purple tier didn't soulbind anyway. Next, he opened the second piece of equipment. The interface displayed. Equipment name: Pink Boxing Gloves, Green Common, Lifestyle Entertainment, slot. Main weapon, hands. Level requirement: LV1. Base stats: none. Special skill: cushioning effect. Skill description: physical damage dealt reduced by 80. Durability: 100. Soulbound: no. Yinan raised an eyebrow. This was lifestyle entertainment equipment. In the world of Absolute Ark, equipment falls into 2 categories. The first type consists of legitimate armaments that directly boost attributes and assist in combat. The second type comprises decorative gear designed purely for lifestyle and entertainment, flashy in appearance with garish colors, yet providing virtually no combat benefits. Some even reduce stats or come with bizarre negative effects. At this moment, for Yinan, the pair of gauntlets he had just looted was incredibly valuable, simply because they came with a padding effect, reducing physical damage dealt by 80. For most professionals, this would undoubtedly be a major drawback, but for Yinan, it was practically a divine skill. Regular basic attacks counted as physical attacks, so once he wore the gauntlets, his basic attacks would immediately be reduced to just 20 of their original damage. This would significantly extend the time monsters could withstand his attacks, effectively doubling his opportunities to steal attributes. He glanced at First Mate Anderson lying on the deck and muttered irritably, "If you'd given me these gauntlets earlier, you could have lasted dozens more hits." After casually searching the corpse, he found 6 silver coins, worth 60 credits. Yinan snorted disdainfully. "Only 60 credits on you? You're even poorer than me." With the corpse looting complete, the system notification chimed right on schedule. Ding, Stage 2 mission completed, successfully eliminated boss monster, First Mate Anderson. Mission 3 initiated, pilot the Freedom to the northern pirate port. Tip 1. Enter the pilot house and inject mana into the control panel to start the pirate ship. This mission will test the player's precise mana control. Tip 2. Please discover the optimal mana consumption and injection intervals on your own, using as little mana as possible to drive the pirate ship through the voyage. Tip 3. Mana will play a crucial role in the next stage. Good luck. As soon as the system finished speaking, Yinan understood the gist. Stage 3 was about careful management of his mana bar. But this was precisely what worried him least: had mana in abundance. Through stealing attributes and stacking knowledge bracelets, his mana had climbed to over 750 points, while ordinary level 3 mages only had just over 300 points, less than half of his. Entering the pilot house, he first experimentally injected 1 point of mana. The ship showed no response. He tried 2 points next, but it remained completely motionless. After 2 attempts, he grew impatient. Playing precision games with me? Can't be bothered to calculate. Since his mana bar was double that of ordinary people, saving those small amounts was meaningless. So he raised his hand and poured in a full 50 points of mana. Clank, accompanied by the muffled sound of gears engaging. The entire Freedom shuddered, and a deep rumbling emanated from the ship's hull. Then, the pirate ship slowly turned around and headed toward Freedom Town's port on the northern side of the island, cutting through the waves. There lay the domain of the final boss, the great pirate Captain Shalon. The pirate ship quickly reached the northern port and came to a stop. Yinan stepped back onto the deck as night had fallen deep, with the salty sea breeze sweeping across his face. Looking south, he saw a sprawling cluster of ramshackle wooden houses stretching along the shore, with bonfires and oil lamps flickering intermittently, casting dancing orange flames. Pirates and scoundrels gathered in groups, drinking and gambling, their raucous voices and crude laughter rising and falling in Waviso. This was Freeport? It certainly lived up to its name. Ding. Stage 3 mission completed. Successfully arrived at Freeport's northern harbor. Mission 4. Take control of the Freedom's cannons, attack Freeport, and eliminate all the small fry monsters. Notes. 1. Operating the cannons consumes a large amount of mana. Players are advised to act only when confident of success, as failing to clear all enemies in one go will result in being overwhelmed by their combined assault. 2. Using cannons to eliminate monsters will not yield experience points or loot. Good luck. After hearing the prompt, Yinan frowned slightly. The system's mechanism of no rewards for kills was clearly unprofitable. He began chanting softly, casting a basic detection spell on the town below, and information immediately appeared in his field of vision. Target: Free Pirate Crew Sailor. Rank: Bronze. Level: LV2. Health: 60 points. Summary: core member of Shalon's Free Pirate Crew, skilled in close combat. Getting into melee range with them spells trouble. Target: Fugitive Scoundrel. Rank: Bronze. Level: LV2. Health: 55 points. Summary: a worthless troublemaker, trash, scoundrel, criminal. Skilled at beating others up and bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Besides these, he also detected 3 bronze tier bosses: the Free Pirate Crew's second mate, third mate, and bosun. All 3 were close combat physical classes, lacking the magical threat posed by first mate Anderson. The streets full of pirates and scoundrels left Yinan briefly hesitant. LV2 monsters offered limited experience, but came in massive numbers. Using cannons for instant kills would yield neither experience nor loot. Yet even if each monster only dropped a single copper coin, hundreds or thousands of them could accumulate thousands of copper coins equivalent to thousands of dollars. Moreover, these monsters weren't beyond his ability to handle. 1. Yinan's attack power exceeded 50 points. 2 basic attacks could take down any LV2 monster. 2. With over 100 million health points, he needn't fear being surrounded in a monster horde. While an ordinary level 3 mage would be limited by mana constraints and would surely flee, Yinan felt no such fear. Having made up his mind, he decisively leaped from the pirate ship, stepped across the creaking floating bridge, and entered Freeport. In the darkness, he switched back to his apprentice staff, picked a alley entrance where monsters were gathered, and began swinging his staff at their heads. Bang! Bang! The once lively Freeport was instantly torn apart by screams and wails. Though these monsters were quite fragile, basically going down with just 2 basic attacks each. However, due to their sheer numbers, Yinan still managed to steal quite a few attributes. Ding! Blasphemous Hand triggered drained 2 attack points from target. Ding! Blasphemous Hand triggered drained 6 mana points from target. Ding! Blasphemous Hand triggered drained 1 armor point from target. Who dares cause trouble in Freedom Town? With a thunderous roar, the bosun, the leader monster of the Freedom Pirates, pushed through the crowd and stomped angrily across the deck, charging straight at Yinan. He lifted his knee for momentum and launched a vicious front kick attack. With his extremely high agility, Yinan barely dodged by slightly shifting his body to the side, then smoothly twisted his wrist and struck the opponent's head with his apprentice staff. Bang! The bosun's vision went black, stars exploded before his eyes, and he staggered back half a step completely dazed by the blow. When even the most imposing bosun couldn't withstand the attack, the surrounding pirates and thugs finally came to their senses. Countless monsters surrounded Yinan, and murderous intent ignited instantly. Yinan surveyed the scene, his eyes filled only with contempt. Come at me all at once. Everyone attacked together. Kill him. The second and third mates roared, and hundreds of monsters surged forward. Front kick, right whip kick. Various chaotic skills intertwined as blade flashes and fist shadows pressed toward Yinan from all directions. The armor he had stolen along the way now proved its greatest value. Originally, a level 1 apprentice pirate could deal 50 damage with 1 strike, but now facing level 2 official pirates, he only lost about 30 health points each time. Theoretically, if 1 monster could deal 30 damage, 100 monsters would deal 3,000 damage. Any ordinary player would have been chopped into mincemeat and bottled up long ago. But Yinan moved like the wind, his actions swift and precise, wielding his staff like a mechanical arm as he continuously knocked down enemies charging toward him. Ding! You gained 8 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 4. Basic attributes increased, and you gained an additional 5 free attribute points. Just killing a dozen or so got me to level 4, definitely worth coming here personally, he thought to himself while continuing to strike. Ding! You gained 6 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 5. Basic attributes increased, and you gained an additional 5 free attribute points. The leveling speed was astonishingly fast. More than 10 minutes later, with the final system notification. Ding! You gained 2 experience points. Yinan successfully reached level 6. The experience from killing level 2 monsters had been reduced to just 2 points, and only now did his leveling speed truly slow down. Yinan estimated that even if he killed all the monsters here, the experience wouldn't be enough to reach level 7. At this moment, nearly 400 corpses lay scattered around his feet, with blood and dismembered limbs forming a dark crimson carpet. The refresh mechanism couldn't keep up with the cleanup, and the bodies kept piling up, making him look like the king of hell himself, standing in the center. Run! Run! Some monster screamed in terror first, and fear spread like wildfire. The pirates and thugs who had been frantically attacking him instantly scattered, fleeing in all directions. As the monsters dispersed in chaos, Yinan stomped his feet in frustration. Hey, don't run. You're leaving before the fight's even finished? Where's your fighting spirit? Fighting spirit? Could you eat it? Could you spend it? Could it save your life? Absolutely not. The monsters ran even faster, leaving only Yinan to sigh in disappointment. He could certainly catch one or two of them, but facing hundreds of monsters running in all directions would just be a waste of time. Sigh, you forced my hand, he muttered under his breath, then turned and headed for the Freedom Pirate ship. Since he couldn't get the experience, he might as well save his energy and use the ship's cannons instead. Climbing aboard the deck and entering the control room, he channeled his mana into the cannon system. The dungeon assistant's tip was right: each shot consumed 25 mana points. Ordinary mages had limited mana and would run dry after a dozen shots, but Yinan's mana pool was vast, so he wasn't worried at all. Boom, boom. Thunderous explosions erupted continuously as Freedom Town and its surroundings instantly became an artificial bombardment zone. Yinan skillfully operated the cannons, and in just 3 minutes, all 500 escaped monsters were reduced to ash in the flames and steel storm. Peace at last. Ding. 4th stage mission completed. Successfully eliminated the small fry monsters in Freedom Town. Final mission 5. Face the master of Freedom Town, the great pirate and captain of the Freedom Pirates, magic swordsman Shalon. Defeat her to clear the dungeon. Note: Shalon is a hybrid physical magical class with excellent close combat and magical support abilities. Good luck. Who dares? A sharp female voice tore through the silence, echoing across all of Freedom Town and the entire island. Yinan walked back to the deck and looked up. At the top of the town's tallest building, a woman in fitted clothing pushed open a door and stepped out. She stood about 5 feet 7 inches tall, her boots clicking crisply on the wooden platform, with disheveled black hair cascading down. The long sword at her waist gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and her entire bearing was heroic and spirited. Yinan muttered under his breath. Captain Shalon is actually a woman? And quite attractive too. How does she usually handle her needs? His stomach growled, and he added self-mockingly, I'm really getting hungry too. Target: Captain Shalon. Rank: Bronze Boss. Level: LV5. Health: 1,500 points. Description: Captain of the Freedom Pirates, magic swordsman Shalon. Rumor has it she once served under one of the great emperors of the sea, but for unknown reasons, she came to this island and disappeared from public view. As a demon swordsman who practices dual cultivation with magical creatures, Shalon can infuse elemental magic into her sword, dealing both physical and magical damage with each attack. After reading her introduction, Yinan only focused on her health bar. With 1,500 health points, he wondered how many of his attacks she could withstand. You despicable scoundrel. Captain Shalon stood in the center of the deck, fury nearly blazing from her amber eyes. You actually stole my pirate ship and used cannons to ambush my crew. Her anger made her already pretty face look somewhat menacing. Yinan lazily shrugged. Your crew members are the despicable ones. They all ran away in the middle of the fight, so I had no choice but to fire the cannons and send them all to meet their maker. Hearing this, Shalon was stunned for a moment, then laughed in anger. Bullshit. I have hundreds of subordinates, how could they lose to a weakling mage like you? Yinan shrugged innocently, yet infuriatingly. Believe it or not, that's up to you. Enough talk. Shalon drew her sword and pointed the blade directly at Yinan. Prepare to die. In fact, almost all the talk from just now to now had come from her mouth, but Yinan couldn't be bothered to argue. At this moment, Shalon had already launched into a full-speed charge. The speed attribute of a level 5 bronze boss was frighteningly high, her footsteps swift as wind, her swordwork precise and flawless. If it were any other mage facing this strike, they would likely suffer severe injury. However, Yinan had no intention of dodging. He raised his apprentice staff and met the sword Hedon. Courting death. Shalon closed in instantly, her angry shout falling along with the sword light. Whoosh. A virtual damage number of 88 appeared above Yinan's head, while simultaneously, his staff mercilessly struck Shalon's little bottom. Immediately after, 50 appeared above Shalon's head. Yinan raised an eyebrow inwardly. That's it? He recalled his earlier battle with the boss first mate Anderson, where that guy's water bullet spell had instantly killed him for over 180 health points. Now facing an enemy who was also a boss, and a full 2 levels higher than Anderson, Shalon's sword had only taken 88 health points, while his ordinary staff strike had knocked off 50 of hers. It seemed like Shalon was weak, but actually Yinan had misunderstood. During the group battle, he had secretly stolen a large amount of attributes, and his armor had now broken through 100, making him tougher than a level 15 full armor shield guard. Even with the 800 damage increase on heroic difficulty, it was still somewhat ineffective against Yi Nan's high armor. Similarly, his 50-point basic attack damage was also thanks to the attack power he'd gained from pickpocketing. Originally, bosses had much higher armor than ordinary monsters, but what Yi Nan had stolen most from the pirates and thugs was precisely armor and attack power melee. Physical monsters naturally had high stats in these areas, which benefited him. He quickly calculated. Shallan only had 1,500 health points. Maintaining this damage output, 30 strikes at most would knock her out. But she was a level 5 boss with abundant basic attributes, making her extremely cost-effective to steal from. Killing her in just 30 hits would be a huge loss, wouldn't it? Yi Nan's eyes rolled, and he immediately thought of a ready solution. He unequipped the apprentice staff, returned it to his inventory, and instead equipped the pink boxing gloves. Under the night sky, illuminated by the campfire's glow, Yi Nan Mage wore two soft, girly pink gloves on his hands. The dancing flames reflected his confident smile, as well as Shallan's increasingly livid expression. Just moments ago, those soft gloves had given her bottom a gentle tap, and shame mixed with fury instantly rushed to her head, her face flushing bright red. "You pervert. I'm going to chop you into 81 pieces." Shallan snarled through gritted teeth, her long sword cutting through the air with a whooshing sound. Frost. The blade was instantly covered in ice and snow as it came crashing down. Swoosh. 88 red physical damage. Swoosh. 206 blue magical damage. Two virtual numbers flickered above Yi Nan's head. Physical and magical dual damage, the signature move of a magic swordsman. Immediately after, a dark blue icon appeared. Cold, negative effect, speed attribute reduced by 10, duration 60 seconds. That single strike nearly cost Yi Nan 300 health points and left him with a slowing debuff. He clicked his tongue inwardly. Truly worthy of a boss-level monster. Oomph. Still want to smack my butt? Not a chance. Seeing her opponent still standing, Shallan roared again. Flame. The frost dissipated as blazing fire crawled up the sword's edge. Swoosh. 88 physical damage. Swoosh. 266 magical damage. Followed by 25 burn damage. Ignite. Negative effect. Takes fire damage equal to 10 of attacker's spell power every second for 10 seconds. Yi Nan silently thanked his high armor rating. Any ordinary mage would have fallen by now. But Shallan's shock was no less than his. Her two strikes had dealt over 600 damage total, yet a level 6 mage typically only had around 400 health. How was this guy still bouncing around? Her intense confusion made her forget to dodge. Smack. The pink fist landed on her peach once more. This time it only dealt 10 damage, but the humiliation was maxed out. Not bad. Yi Nan's lips curved upward. The pink glove's special ability was indeed useful. Ding. Blasphemous hand effect trigger drains 10 spell power from target. Yi Nan's eyes lit up as he clenched his little pink fists tighter. Let's get this party started. The 10 damage was indeed low, but the insult was extreme. Shallan instantly went berserk, grinding her teeth. I've changed my mind. I won't just chop you into 81 pieces, I'll grind your bones to dust. With an angry roar, the two resumed their battle. Shallan's speed still held the advantage, her swift sword strikes weaving a deadly net around Yi Nan. Though he occasionally stole some speed attributes, he still couldn't match her pace, especially with the cold debuff slowing him down. As a magic swordsman, her mastery of movement techniques was several levels above Yi Nan's. Therefore, Yi Nan couldn't completely dodge Shallan's blade. 88 points. 246 points. 22 points. 88 points. 191 points. Shallan alternately enchanted her long sword with frost and flame while slashing rapidly. Fire and ice flashed alternately in the cramped cabin, her sword light weaving an almost impenetrable net. In just a few dozen breaths, Yi Nan's health had been reduced by over 5,000 points. But Yi Nan wasn't idle either. Seizing the gaps, he threw punches. Sometimes hitting her perky bottom, sometimes striking her slender waist, sometimes landing on her beautiful back, sometimes going straight for her ample chest. 10 points. 10 points. Ding. Blasphemous hand effect triggered. Absorbed 6 points of magic resistance from target. Ding. Blasphemous hand effect triggered. Absorbed 150 points of health from target. Damn. Stop stealing health points. Yi Nan frowned and cursed under his breath. He looked closely and saw that Shallan's maximum health had been reduced from 1,500 to 1,350 points. Combined with the continuous basic attacks, she now had just over 1,000 left. Come on, I have over 100 million health points now. I don't need more HP. How about dropping some spell power instead? Yi Nan muttered. Shallan across from him was completely stunned. Those once proud emerald eyes now filled with confusion, disbelief, fear, and deep terror. Why aren't you dead yet? What kind of monster are you? Only now did she realize that this young man wasn't bluffing, truly had the strength to take on an entire pirate crew single-handedly. Yi Nan gently bumped his fists together, the pink gloves touching softly, looking rather cute despite their fluffy appearance. His burning gaze fixed on Shallan as he suddenly asked, as a bronze tier boss, do you have any health recovery skills? Shallan was startled. What? What do you mean? Yinan stepped closer, chuckling darkly. You'll find out soon enough. 15 minutes later, Shallan lay sprawled on the floor in a disheveled state, panting like a broken bellows. Yinan sat casually on her back, his small pink fists rhythmically pounding down. 10 points. Ding. Blasphemous hand effect triggered. Absorbed 6 points of spell power from target. Ding. Blasphemous hand effect triggered. Absorbed 80 points of mana from target. Finally, when Shallan's health bar dropped to the 20s, Yinan looked up and asked the same question again. Shallan, as a boss monster, do you actually have any means of recovering health? 2 more hits, and you're going to die. Shallan lay there, her eyes and face red from crying. How could the former flower of the seas, captain, endure such humiliation? She sobbed. You demon, just kill me. Yinan sighed. How could I bear to kill you? After all, there are still so many attributes left to steal from her. But his words took on a different meaning in Shallan's ears. She thought Yinan intended to do inappropriate things to her, and she panicked, kneeling and begging for mercy. You can't. Yinan was completely oblivious to her misunderstanding. He pulled a brownish red potion from his inventory, a beginner's health potion from his class change rewards that restored 50 health points upon consumption. He happened to have 10 such potions in his bag. He reached out to help Shallan up, somewhat roughly but not without gentleness, pulling her into his arms and bringing the bottle to her lips. Come on, Alan. Time to take your medicine. Novice health potions can be crafted by alchemists and are also sold in shops run by major merchant guilds. However, they only restore 50 health points at a time, so hardly anyone bothers using them, making their price ridiculously low, 5 bottles for just 1 copper coin. The 10 novice health potions in Yinan's backpack were worth merely 2 copper coins. Yet at this moment, he was more than willing to use them on Shallan. For just 2 copper coins, he could restore a total of 500 health points to Shallan, allowing him to hit her 50 more times, which meant 50 additional chances to steal attributes. This was an incredibly profitable deal. He's actually healing me? As the first potion flowed into her mouth, Shallan's health returned to around 70 points, and complex feelings of gratitude and confusion flashed through her mind. But the next second, Yinan turned around again, and his soft, seemingly harmless fists came down mercilessly. The brief spark of goodwill instantly crumbled, replaced by the burning rage of humiliation. Ah, I'm going to kill you. A flurry of punches smack. 5-hit combo. Shallan's health dropped back down to the 20s. During this exchange, Blasphemous Hand successfully triggered twice. Yinan nodded with satisfaction, pulled out another novice health potion, pressed it to her lips, then turned around to continue his assault. This cycle repeated over and over, with potions being drained one after another, until Shallan's psychological defenses finally crumbled and she burst into tears. When the 10th novice health potion was consumed, Yinan delivered one final punch, reducing Shallan's health to 0 and granting her release. Ding. You have gained 3,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 7. Base attributes increased, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. This single battle allowed Yinan to jump 4 levels. If he had truly followed the system's guidance and used the ship's cannons to directly blast the small monsters, he wouldn't have gained the experience from hundreds of small creatures and 3 bosses, and could never have skyrocketed from level 3 to level 7. Most professionals, after their first class change and completing low-difficulty beginner trial dungeons, typically remain between levels 3 and 5. Even with exceptional performance, reaching level 6 is difficult. Yet Yinan emerged at level 7, essentially starting from a much higher baseline. As the old saying goes, all roads lead to Rome, but some people are born in Rome. Today, he truly experienced what it felt like to be born in Rome. Moreover, he wasn't just Fazda was strong. His health points alone were enough to leave same-level players in the dust. All free attribute points must go into spell power. Each level granted 5 free attribute points, so for levels meant 20 points total. Each point provided 2 spell power, easily netting him 40 spell power. Yinan opened his attribute panel for final confirmation. Character, Yinan. Level, 7. Unawakened class, Flame Mage Epic class, first advancement. Health, 100,002,350 points. Mana, 1,533 points. Attack power, 207 points. Spell power, 139 points. Armor, 114 points. Magic resistance, 43 points. Speed, 20 points. Effect accuracy, 13. Effect resistance, 11. Looking at his attributes, Yinan felt incredibly excited. Not to mention the health points aside from the 100 million base. The remaining 2,350 health points far exceeded what mages of the same level typically had. This absurd amount was entirely thanks to those waves of small monsters, each contributing 5 or 6 points, accumulating bit by bit into this massive total. In comparison, his mana was even more outrageous, easily 3 times that of other magic class professionals at the same tier. While others could only cast 5 skills before running out of mana, he could fire off 15 consecutive spells. The advantage was obvious. The only thing giving Yin a headache was his 200 plus attack power. After fighting physical-type monsters all the way, attack power appeared most frequently among the stolen attributes. The final boss, Shalon, was a magic swordsman who practiced both physical and magical combat, naturally dropping a pile of attack power as well. Before fighting Shalon, his attack had just broken 100. After the battle, the number doubled, directly surpassing 200. This made his little pink gloves increasingly unable to contain the runaway stats. However, as he looked at that combination of over 100 million health and high attack power, inspiration struck. Why stick to level 7 monsters? If same-level creatures couldn't withstand many hits, he could go find level 17 or 27 monsters to practice on. These guys had thicker foundations, making the stolen attributes more worthwhile. With this thought, he glanced disdainfully at the little pink gloves, but still added, when it really mattered, the little pink gloves were actually useful, especially when tormenting female bosses. Looking at the remaining attributes, spell power and armor amplification were quite impressive. Magic resistance and speed improvements were limited. Monsters generally had low magic resistance, usually yielding only 1 point when stolen, and while Shalon's was higher, it didn't proc many times. Speed attributes were even rarer. Effect hit and effect resistance continued following the pattern of 1 every 5 levels. After crossing the level 5 threshold, both values increased by 1. His effect hit had now reached 13, with 2 stolen from Shalon. Effect hit determined whether his own control and debuff abilities would work, while effect resistance was his trump card for resisting enemy negative effects naturally. The higher both values, the better. After finishing his review, Yinan began looting Shalon's corpse. Dinghe first pulled out 2 gold and 6 silver coins, worth 260 yuan total, enough for a luxurious dinner tonight. Reaching again, a bright purple light flashed. Equipment name, Shalon's Sword Purple Rare. Slot, main weapon 2-handed. Required level, LV 5. Base attributes, attack power 40, spell power 30, mana 500. Special skills, none. Durability, 100. Ownership, unbound automatically binds upon equipping. Yinan's mouth opened slightly. Excellent. A purple rare equipment drop. This equipment has exceptional stats and is perfectly suited for hybrid magic physical classes. Even pure specialists would look impressive wearing it. Definitely a minor masterpiece. Yinan calculated mentally that this item could easily sell for at least 50 gold coins. 50 might not sound like much, but remember, this was just a level 5 transitional piece. For a beginner stage item to fetch this price was already quite remarkable. The looting continued. Sure enough, he found another treasure. Item name, Demon Elephant Tusk Left. Grade, Heirloom. Uses, Forging, Alchemy, Ritual. This tusk comes from a type of demon elephant that can swim and dive in the chaotic sea. Mysterious patterns faintly appear on its surface, emanating a subtle sense of pressure. Heirloom grade. This is a fortune. In Peerless Ark, materials are categorized into 8 tiers: low grade, mid grade, high grade, minor masterpiece, heirloom, earth grade, sky grade, and holy grade. Low to high grade materials can be easily farmed and are not worth much. However, they do sustain a group of resellers. But once you cross the threshold into the minor masterpiece tier, the difficulty of obtaining them skyrockets. Ordinary wealthy players can still manage to buy minor masterpiece or heirloom items. Earth grade has become a luxury label that even the middle class can only admire from a distance. As for the rare sky grade, few have ever seen it. The highest, holy grade, is just a legend, completely unavailable in the market. Yinan swallowed hard. The market price for heirloom materials typically ranges from 1,000 to 10,000 gold coins, depending on their use. He wasn't sure about the exact price for this tusk, but it would certainly be expensive, at least in the thousands. Humming a little tune, he stowed the tusk in a separate slot in his backpack. Ding. Final quest completed. Successfully defeated the master of Freedom Town, the captain of the free pirate crew, who fled by sea magic swordsman Shalon. Ding. As player Yinan has killed a boss in the hero difficulty magic class novice trial dungeon for the first time globally. A hidden epic quest line has been triggered, Shadows of the Chaotic Sea. Ding. Do you accept the start of the epic quest line, Shadows of the Chaotic Sea, Shalon's treasure? A hidden quest? And it's epic. In his vocational class at school, Yinan had learned about related topics. Hidden quests offer rewards that far exceed those of regular quests, and have a unique nature. Whoever picks it up first will leave others forever unable to access it. Hidden quests are divided into 2 types, ordinary and epic. Ordinary quests have simple processes and generous rewards, purely based on luck. Epic quests have dramatically increased difficulty, but the rewards are even more astonishing, with legendary orange epic gear, golden legendary gear, and possibly even drops of earth grade and sky grade materials. Generally, epic hidden quests are structured as a series of tasks. Each completed stage rewards the player, culminating in a grand prize at the end. Rumor has it that someone once persevered through the challenges and was granted the qualification to change to a divine class by the system. With this thought, Yinan felt a surge of excitement and quickly opened the quest panel. Quest, Shalon's treasure. Type, Epic Hidden Shadow of the Chaotic C19. Overview. You have unexpectedly obtained Shalon's treasure, but it seems a bit strange. Objective, collect the quest item, Shalon's treasure, find an appraiser, and complete the appraisal. Reward. Level pet egg, at least stellar level. After confirming the information, Yinan followed the prompt and hurried to the 3-story building in Freedom Town. The NPC named Shalon had appeared from there. The door was ajar, and the yard was overgrown with weeds. He pushed the door open and searched through the living room, study, and bedroom, but he couldn't find the so-called treasure. Since it's called a treasure, it must be hidden, he thought to himself, then set his sights on the storage room on the first floor. The narrow storage space was covered in dust. He knocked and stepped around, eventually feeling a protrusion under a wooden cabinet against the wall. Click trap activated. With a rumble, the floor cracked open, revealing a secret passage leading underground. The walls of the passage were embedded with fist-sized magical gems, emitting a soft white light that illuminated the less than 10-meter-long corridor. Yinan descended the stone steps, moving quickly yet steadily. At the end was a spacious secret chamber, gleaming with gold piles of gold coins, silver ingots, and golden jewelry, even including discontinued currency from ancient kingdoms. Yinan rubbed his hands together in excitement, his eyes sparkling as he collected all the treasures into his inventory. However, the next moment, the screen flashed. These treasures were consolidated into a single item, Shalon's treasure. Just as I thought. He chuckled wryly, resigned to the reality. With the quest item in hand, the next step was to find an appraiser. Just as he pondered his options, the system notification suddenly chimed. Ding! Dear player, congratulations on successfully completing the Novice Trial Mage dungeon on heroic difficulty. Would you like to settle your rewards and exit the dungeon? Yes. Yinan confirmed decisively. Ding dungeon rating. Full score of 100. All reward tiers have been unlocked. 1. Random equipment, chest LV 5 blue classic 1. Heroic difficulty bonus. Random equipment, chest LV 5 purple rare 2. 2. Basic gold 5. Heroic difficulty bonus, gold 100. 3. Free attribute points 10. Heroic difficulty bonus, free attribute points 100. 4. Earn the title equipment, trialist. Heroic difficulty trigger. Title automatically upgrades to heroic trialist. Congratulations, you are the first player in the world to earn the title Heroic Trialist, World First. The golden system announcement swept through the server's chat channels, capturing the attention of countless players. For Yinan, this honor was indeed dazzling, but he merely smiled slightly and raised his hand to check his skyrocketing attribute points. Yinan shook his head with a smile, realizing that he still had a long way to go. Completing the Novice Trial Dungeon offers 4 types of rewards. Reaching a score of 40 points instantly unlocks equipment chests from the system. 50 points brings a cascade of gold coins. 60 points illuminates the free attribute points panel. And when the score breaks through 80 points, the rarest title equipment descends. This means the title equipment isn't available to everyone. Only those who clear the trial with 80 points or above are worthy of possessing it. Title equipment itself is ranked by tiers. The Novice Trial Dungeon features 10 difficulty levels: simple, normal, medium, hard, expert, master, adventure, warrior, king, and hero. If a player achieves 80 points on simple difficulty, they earn the Simple Trialist title. Each difficulty level increase upgrades the title accordingly. Looking at global records throughout the years, the highest achievement has only been clearing King difficulty with a score above 80 points, earning the King Trialist title. Until today, Yinan broke the record, achieved a score above 80 points on the highest difficulty hero level, obtaining a brand new title equipment for the previously blank leaderboard. Equipment name: Hero Trialist Red Excellent. Type: Title. Required level: LV1 and above. Base attributes: Health 2000, Mana 1000, Armor 100, Magic Resistance 50, Adaptive Attack Power 200, or Spell Power 150. Special Skill Heroic Presence. 10 experience gained before completing the first Awakening quest. Bound. Already bound. Can only be worn by player Yinan. Cannot be traded or destroyed. The moment he saw the red glowing name, Yinan's heart skipped a beat. The red glow symbolized excellent tier, confirming he had indeed touched legend. Throughout his 3 years of high school, he had countless times heard his beautiful homeroom teacher mention stories of these titles in class. In the 188 years of Absolute Ark's history, high school seniors challenging dungeons in their final month, those who could clear King difficulty could be counted on one hand. Those rare prodigies later became titans in their fields, with some even written into textbooks. Their pink refined tier, King Trialist, titles were already legendary, and his teacher had once boldly speculated the hero difficulty title might advance to Red Excellent tier. Today, Yinan had personally proven this theory correct. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his excitement and dragged this Wonio Faken title to his equipment slot. Home golden light waves erupted, and triumphant BGM soared skyward. The light effects condensed above his head into a starry staff, the exclusive emblem of mage trials. The staff's outline was stretched, enlarged, and gradually faded by the music, finally transforming into a semi-transparent rectangular frame hovering above his head. Immediately after, the 5 golden characters, Hero Trialist, settled firmly in place, their surface shimmering with subtle light. Each sparkle bathed Yinan's entire body in a layer of pale golden radiance. Though this spectacle only unfolded above his head, through the real-time information in his mind, Yinan could still see every detail of the special effects that accompanied equipping the title. This special effect was incredibly impressive, far superior to the King Trialist title effects they'd shown in class presentations. Yinan nodded with satisfaction and activated the hidden function with a thought. In an instant, the 5 golden characters, Hero Trialist, floating above his head gradually became transparent before disappearing completely, along with the faint golden aura surrounding his body. Though his appearance returned to normal, the title equipment remained firmly equipped, with all its attribute bonuses and skill enhancements intact. Only the visual effects were hidden. This was the unique, hide appearance function exclusive to title equipment slots. Moreover, players could freely choose to display any other titles they owned without conflicting with their currently equipped title. After all, in Peerless Ark, equipment slots were strictly limited. 14 total positions: main weapon 1 or 2-handed, offhand weapon 1-handed, head, chest, legs, hands, feet, waist, shoulders, ring, necklace, bracelet, title, and treasure. Each position could only equip 1 item. Like titles, all equipment could individually hide their appearance. Of course, hiding chest or leg armor required having casual lifestyle clothing in the cosmetic slots as backup. This was a civilized society, and running around naked was absolutely forbidden. As for the treasure slot, it was the most unique position, not bound by the 1 equipment restriction. Theoretically, as long as you had the money and items, treasures could stack infinitely. Due to this characteristic, treasure-type equipment was frighteningly expensive regardless of quality grade, making it a luxury only the wealthy could afford. Collecting his thoughts, Yinan took a deep breath and began processing his dungeon completion rewards: 1 blue equipment chest and 2 purple equipment chests. He opened the blue chest first. Open. Following his mental command, the random equipment chest LV5 blue advanced, and his inventory vibrated with a hum, releasing a brilliant blue light as a piece of equipment materialized in the slot. Equipment name: Classical Hood Blue Advanced. Slot: Head. Type: Cloth Armor. Level requirement: LV5. Base attributes: HP 80, MP 40, Spell Power 5, Armor 5, Magic Resistance 8. Special skills: none. Durability: 100 points. Bound: no. Yinan glanced at the attributes, his lips curving upward. All 5 attributes were present with impressive values, definitely quality, transitional gear for the LV5 stage. His mind worked quickly, and having always paid attention to market trends, he knew equipment prices like the back of his hand. The white basic equipment knowledge bracelet he looted earlier could sell for 1 gold coin due to its decent attributes, already hitting the ceiling for white gear. Green equipment fluctuated between 8 silver and 4 gold coins. Blue equipment began experiencing attribute inflation, with much wider price ranges, typically falling between 3 to 12 gold coins, with exceptional pieces potentially breaking 20 gold coins. This classical hood had beautiful attributes. While it might not qualify as top tier on the market, it was definitely quality merchandise. Even if it couldn't reach 20 gold coins, 15 gold was certainly achievable. The last 2 random chests were purple equipment boxes, guaranteed to drop purple rare gear. Yinan took a deep breath, first confirming the labels of both chests in his inventory, then clicked the open button without hesitation. The first random equipment chest LV5 purple rare trembled in his item slot, and as the lid popped open, an intense beam of purple light shot skyward. Equipment name: Breeze Cloth Shoes Purple Rare. Slot: Feet. Type: Cloth Armor. Level requirement: LV5. Base stat: Speed 30, Mana 350, Health 350. Special skills: none. Durability: 100 points. Binding status: Unbound. As Cloth Armor, the lack of spell power was a fatal weakness, though the mana and health bonuses provided some compensation. The real highlight was the Speed 30. Footwear always rolled speed stats, but purple shoes typically only provided around 10 speed points on average, with plate armor even lower. These shoes offered triple the normal speed bonus. For any magic-based player relying on positioning or high-speed casting, they would undoubtedly hold considerable appeal. Price-wise, the Breeze Cloth shoes weren't worth as much as the previously dropped Shalon's sword. The latter could sell for around 50 gold coins, while these shoes were probably worth about 30 gold coins, though they might fetch 40 gold coins if sold to a wealthy player who didn't care about money. Yinan looked up at the last chest in his inventory, a smile of anticipation crossing his lips. Open it. The second random equipment chest LV5 purple rare was selected, and purple light exploded once again. As the lid flew open, his pupils dilated instantly, his fists clenching tighter and tighter. Equipment name Tiger's Strength Talisman Purple Rare. Slot Artifact. Level requirement LV5. Base stats attack power 20. Special skills none. Durability 100 points. Binding status unbound binds on equip. Ha! The emotions he'd suppressed for so long erupted instantly, and Yinan couldn't help but laugh quietly. An artifact. Just as he'd emphasized before, artifact equipment had no wearing limit, making them the rarest and most expensive category in Ultimate Arkansas. Even a white-grade artifact could match the value of pink equipment from other slots, and this was purple-grade. Yinan closed his eyes, cleared his thoughts, and quickly recalled recent auction house prices. The conclusion was clear: at least 2,000 gold coins. Converted to yuan, that was about 200,000. Some might question, only 20 attack power, why so expensive? The reason was simple: each person could only equip one main weapon, but artifacts could be stacked infinitely. Shallan's sword provided 40 attack power and sold for only 50 gold coins, while the Tiger's Strength Talisman, with just 20 attack power, could sell for 2,000 gold coins, 40 times the price of the sword. At the same level with equivalent equipment stats, the attribute advantage provided by artifacts would be enormous. This advantage snowballs even further the more treasure and equipment a wealthy person carries, the higher their attributes become. Take the Tiger's Strength amulet as an example. Each one provides 20 attack points. If a rich person equips 10 of them at once, they gain a whopping 200 extra attack points compared to other professionals of the same level. An ordinary person might never bridge this attribute gap in their entire lifetime. This is precisely why treasure equipment prices have been inflated to ridiculous levels. Even the cheapest white-grade treasure costs 500 gold coins, equivalent to 50,000 yuan. Those 500 gold coins could buy a civilian professional several top-tier purple equipment pieces, or even significantly improve their family's quality of life. But for Yinan, these treasures meant nothing. With his infinite attribute stealing ability, he didn't need to rely on equipment to boost his stats. Take his current 100 million health points to achieve the same attribute level using treasures. Even if the world's richest person threw all their money at it, they might not reach this height. Moreover, high-grade treasures are often priceless and unavailable, meaning money alone can't buy them. Therefore, Yinan naturally wouldn't use this Tiger's Strength amulet himself, listed it for sale directly, pricing it at 2,000 gold coins. Next came the gold coin settlement. Since entering the dungeon, he had been clearing monsters all the way, from the outskirts to Freedom Town, and finally defeating the boss Shallan. The accumulated drops totaled 2 gold and 6 silver coins, plus drops from regular enemies, bringing his total to roughly 5 gold coins. The completion reward gave another 5 gold coins, with the heroic difficulty providing an additional 100 gold coins. Roughly calculated, Yinan had 110 gold coins in total, equivalent to over 11,000 yuan in cash, and this didn't even include the dropped purple equipment, legendary materials, and future auction proceeds. Just from dungeon rewards alone, Yinan's earnings far exceeded those of ordinary professionals. Typical newcomers after job advancement could only handle normal or medium difficulty trials. The better performers might at most attempt hard difficulty. Expert level and above difficulties were only attempted by players who had awakened strength talents and advanced to at least epic professions. A medium difficulty beginner dungeon typically yielded about 1 gold coin in regular drops, 5 gold coins as the final boss reward, and 4 gold coins as difficulty bonus, totaling merely 10 gold coins, equivalent to just over 1,000 yuan. Yet Yinan was carrying over 10,000 yuan worth. The gap was enormous, like high school graduates entering the workforce, where he easily earned 10,000 per month, while other classmates desperately scraped together a measly 1,000. And this still didn't account for the purple equipment dropped from the heroic difficulty boss, legendary grade materials, and treasures obtained from the completion reward purple equipment box. The disparity wasn't just reflected in monetary value, but also in attributes. Completing the novice trial dungeon normally rewards 10 free attribute points. Based on the dungeon's difficulty, the system provides additional rewards. Medium difficulty only grants an extra 8 points, while Yinan had just conquered the highest difficulty level, earning an additional 100 points on top of the standard 10. For others, these 100 points would be like manna from heaven, but for Yinan, it was merely icing on the cake. Ever since awakening his god-tier talent hand of Blasphemy, understood that his future no longer depended on equipment or leveling to accumulate attributes, but on stealing. At this moment, his health had already exceeded 100 million, so as long as he didn't invest points in health, he could allocate them anywhere else. After brief consideration, he dumped all 100 free attribute points into spell power. As a mage, damage output was his primary role. He couldn't keep whacking monsters with a wooden stick forever. Thus, his spell power on the character panel shot up from 139 to 339 points, rivaling a level 30 spellcaster without equipment. Ding! You have completed the hero difficulty Mage Novice Trial Dungeon Freedom Town. You may leave at any time, with automatic exit in 1 hour at the latest. The crisp system notification chimed. Yinan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began reviewing his spoils of war. 1. Equipment drops. 1 pair of purple boots, market value 30 gold coins. 1 purple weapon, market value 50 gold coins. 2. Cash. 5 gold coins accumulated from monster hunting. 105 gold coins from hero difficulty completion reward. Total, 110 gold coins. 3. Total value. Equipment 80 gold coins, cash 110 gold coins, 190 gold coins. From a single novice trial dungeon run, he had earned enough to cover his family's living expenses for over 10 months. But what truly made his heart race were 2 high-tier drops. Tiger's Strength Talisman, market price approximately 2,000 gold coins. Demon Elephant Tusk Left, a legendary grade material suitable for both forging and alchemy, conservatively valued at over 2,000 gold coins. Combined, these 2 items were worth a full 4,000 gold coins, equivalent to 400,000 Federation dollars. 400,000. Yinan whispered to himself. This sum would be enough to help his family pay off part of their debts. His mind drifted back to childhood. Back then, the Yi family wasn't nobility, but they were pillars of the middle class. When he was 10, his father suffered severe injuries during a major secret realm exploration. A mighty warrior of 5th awakening, 3rd transformation, over level 260, returned home stripped of his combat abilities. From that point, the family's income dried up while massive debts piled on. His mother struggled to support them through her lifestyle profession, managing both his education and slowly paying down debts. Former relatives gradually distanced themselves, with occasional contact limited to debt collection calls. Throughout high school, Yinan studied desperately and trained his combat skills relentlessly, hoping that after job advancement and college entrance exams, he could help shoulder the family burden and never again endure the daily humiliation of debt collectors. Today, Yinan, had awakened as an epic-class Flame Mage. This was actually something worth celebrating, as epic-tier professions were considered quite impressive in the world of absolute Arkansas. However, in Yinan's mind, the truly unfortunate ones were those transfer students who could only remain at common or rare profession levels. Everyone agreed that once you stepped into an epic profession, your future would be limitless. But Yinan knew clearly that an epic profession alone couldn't support him in clearing the heroic difficulty newbie trial dungeon. What truly enabled him to clear it in one go and breeze through heroic difficulty was that god-tier talent Blasphemous Hand. Because of this, he claimed the world-first achievement for the heroic difficulty newbie trial dungeon, earning a complete set of red equipment and the heroic trialist title, while accidentally triggering the first kill reward in epic hidden quest line. The first reward from the hidden quest line was a pet egg. On the quest reward preview interface, 6 bold characters clearly stated, at least stellar grade. In Absolute Ark, monsters and pets shared the same tier system: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, stellar, king, peerless king, glorious king, legendary king, emperor, and divine. Monsters were also divided into 4 categories: common mobs, elite bosses, leader bosses, and rare types. These weren't particularly strong, but were excellent at escaping, and killing them would yield massive rewards and rare materials. Stellar grade pets were typically only available to players above level 200, and a single stellar grade pet egg could easily cost over 100,000 gold coins, equivalent to tens of millions in yen country currency. Many wealthy nobles were willing to spend fortunes just to reserve one for their family's younger generation. For Yinan, who came from a common background, this was a luxury beyond reach in a lifetime. Now, thanks to the hidden epic quest, it was easily within his grasp, and it was at least stellar grade. If his luck held, he might even hatch a king tier, or even peerless king or glorious king tier pet egg. His thoughts surged like a bursting dam, and Yinan quickly suppressed his inner ecstasy, afraid of losing control. When he opened his eyes again, they burned with hope and determination, awakening his talent and defying fate. He was no longer that down-and-out youth. The light and shadow of leaving the dungeon suddenly converged, and Yinan's figure gradually faded. Within the heroic level dungeon, his calm yet authoritative voice echoed. After a moment of darkness, he opened his eyes again and found himself back in second high school's massive gymnasium. As the light screen dissipated, he stepped out of the arc chamber, his body solidifying once more. Around him, intense discussions filled the air, all from classmates who had just completed their profession transfers and talent awakenings. Those who remained in the gymnasium had mostly achieved decent professions and talents. Students who had only awakened C or grade talents or received common lifestyle professions had already left in shame. Did you hear? One of the 4 campus beauties, our class's goddess Lung Ming, not only transferred to an epic profession, but also awakened an S-grade talent. Yinan noticed several male classmates from well-off families huddled together in discussion. The goddess Lung Ming studies really hard and is always ranked in the top 10 of our grade, well, perpetually second place in our class. Haha. A chubby-faced boy spoke mockingly. That used to be true, but haven't you noticed? Yinan, who's ranked first in our grade and was the first to enter the Ark, still hasn't come out. Another boy chimed in with a gloating tone. He's probably struggling with the novice trial. Most likely didn't draw good talents or a good class, had a mental breakdown, and stubbornly tried to tackle high difficulty levels. He might have already respawned with weakness debuff and been forced out of the instance. The group burst into laughter, their voices echoing throughout the gymnasium. Not far away, Su Lungming frowned slightly upon hearing this. Yinan was her acknowledged rival for 3 years. His grades had consistently surpassed hers, though only in academics. Hearing these spoiled brats dismiss him as trash made her feel embarrassed too. If Yinan really was worthless, then what did it say about her being suppressed by him for 3 years? She raised her left wrist, where the hands of her snow-white watch pointed to the 120-minute mark since class change. Yinan still hadn't appeared. Could he really have failed so badly? Su Longming wondered, followed by a twinge of regret. No matter how good his grades were, it would be such a waste if he couldn't awaken good talents or a good class. After completing the adventure-level novice trial and taking a brief rest, she could have left long ago, but curiosity about Yinan's class and talents kept her in the gymnasium. Now she looked toward the Ark's exit again, her eyes lighting up as she walked over on her long legs wrapped in white stockings. Su Lungming was one of the 4 campus beauties of second high school. Her shoulder-length black hair carried a subtle fragrance, and her fair, rosy face was quietly beautiful. She wore the school uniform on top with a matching short skirt below, her long legs elegant beneath thin white stockings, drawing many gazes. How did it go? She stopped in front of Yinan, her voice carrying equal parts anticipation and nervousness. Yinan had always had a good impression of this proud young lady and campus beauty from his class, so he asked in return, "I heard you awakened an S-rank talent and changed to an epic class." Su Lungming was like a peacock spreading its feathers, unable to suppress the upward curve of her lips, her eyes full of pride. Yes. Epic class Frost Mage, with S-rank talent Icy Bloodline. Yinan raised an eyebrow and let out a surprised, "Oh," saying, "What a coincidence, I also got promoted to an epic class, Flame Mage. As for my talent, it's super. SS rank miracle." Su Lingming's heart skipped a beat. Yinan had only just emerged from the Ark pod, clearly having spent a considerable amount of time in the novice trial. If he truly possessed SS rank talent and an epic class, yet still took this long, there was only one explanation: must have chosen a higher difficulty trial. Su Lungming speculated silently. She had cleared the adventure difficulty, and the next level up was warrior. Could Yinan have challenged the warrior difficulty, which was 1 level harder than adventure? With this thought, she looked up, her gaze burning as she stared at Yinan, her voice carrying both pride and curiosity. "I cleared the adventure difficulty novice trial with a score above 90 and earned the adventure trialist title." As her words fell, she actively displayed the title effect whoosh. A pure white light flower bloomed above her head, and the 5 purple characters Adventure Trialist appeared, glowing softly. It was a purple grade title, dazzling and impressive. Su Lungming eagerly asked in return, "What about you? What difficulty did you clear?" Not far away, several rich second-generation kids who had been watching her also gathered around. Hearing this, they perked up their ears, waiting to see the show. Yinan answered casually, "Hero difficulty." All students' trial records would be filed at school, and the principal and teachers would see them sooner or later anyway, so there was no point hiding it. Yinan decided to admit it openly. "What? Ha ha ha, you're killing me." The round-faced, chubby, rich kid burst into laughter. "Yinan, when it comes to showing off, you're really something. Bragging doesn't cost money, does it?" The other rich kids joined in the mockery, their faces full of disdain. Su Lungming couldn't help but frown, looking at Yinan with newfound doubt and even disappointment. They had good reason not to believe him. Their homeroom teacher had explained that the novice trial had 10 difficulty levels: simple, normal, medium, hard, expert, master, adventure, warrior, king, and hero. Among these, hero difficulty had never been cleared by anyone. The textbook even cited examples. Beijing and Shanghai produced several god-tier class and divine talent prodigies each year, but even those wealthy heirs couldn't break through hero difficulty and could only retreat from the dungeon in defeat, remaining weakened for days afterward. Let alone Yinan, who came from a commoner background with just an epic class. Even legendary class paired with SSS talent wouldn't dare dream of hero difficulty. Seeing that no one believed him, Yinan just smiled and shook his head without further explanation. He didn't want to waste time here and turned to leave. But the round-faced, chubby, rich kid from before blocked his path. "Yinan, we all understand that as the top student in our grade, you're upset about not being able to transfer to a god-tier profession or awaken divine-level talents." Zhu Yongjin, a round-faced, slightly chubby rich kid, lowered his voice but still spoke with cutting sarcasm that carried throughout the area. "But you can't just lie about it, can you? Teacher Luan always says we should be honest and trustworthy. Standing here making such outrageous claims is embarrassing our entire class 5. He deliberately raised his voice, drawing stares from students throughout the hallway. The crowd immediately recognized the grade's top student Yinan, the first to enter the Ark for profession transfer and awakening. They also spotted Su Lungming standing beside him, wearing white stockings, her cold beauty so striking it seemed to chill the air around her. The crowd grew thicker, with phone cameras pointing at the pair. Seeing this, Zhu Yongjin felt a surge of satisfaction. For 3 years, he'd never understood how some nobody could consistently hold the top spot in class and rank in the top 5 of their grade, constantly attracting the attention of Su Lungming, his secret crush. These thoughts gnawed at him like a dull blade scraping bone, strengthening his resolve to humiliate Yinan. Everyone. He cleared his throat, his voice more piercing than the class bell. Our classmate Yinan claims he's cleared a heroic difficulty dungeon. What? Really? Is that true? The onlookers' exclamations rose and fell like waves, with even more phones being raised. Su Lungming frowned, glanced down at Yinan, then looked back at Zhu Yongjin with an icy tone. Zhu Yongjin, Yinan might have just been joking with me. What business is our private conversation to you? We're all classmates. Did you really need to make such a scene? The more Su Lungming defended Yinan, the more Zhu Yongjin felt like his heart was being torn apart. His face contorted with rage, fists clenching unconsciously. The sight of this perfectly matched pair was blindingly irritating, driving him completely over the edge. He took a sharp breath and practically roared, hurling all his malice at Yinan. Joking? He's always been a braggart, just like his father. Back in the day, his dad dared to lead a team into a 10th-floor secret realm at only level 260-something. The whole team wiped, over a dozen people died, and 5 or 6 were permanently disabled. Their family is still paying compensation. He stepped forward, his voice climbing even higher. Like father, like son, garbage breeds garbage. Lying about clearing heroic difficulty dungeons at such a young age, what's he going to become? As his words landed, the hallway fell so silent you could hear breathing. Then whispered discussions spread like a pin puncturing a balloon. Students in the front row pointed at Yinan, phone cameras sweeping from his face to his feet and back to Su Lungming. This was the first time Su Lungming had heard this story. She turned to look at Yinan. The young man remained calm, though his eyes held emotions too complex to decipher. She remembered that throughout their 3 years of high school, his breakfast had always been the cheapest steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Sometimes, he couldn't even afford a vegetarian lunchbox, so he would buy extra steamed buns in the morning to save for lunch. Hearing Zhu Yongjin publicly expose his embarrassing situation, Su Lungming finally realized that Yinan's predicament went far beyond just being poor at home. Her heart felt sour and complicated, unable to utter a single word. Yinan's face remained calm, but turbulent waves were already surging in his chest. His gaze toward Zhu Yongjin was so clean it turned ice cold, without a trace of emotional fluctuation. Indeed, his father had failed that dungeon run, but it was by no means boasting back then. Their team with an average level of 240 had challenged only a level 100 Grand Secret Realm, thinking they would secure the first clear, but they capsized in the gutter. Zhu Yongjin's words were half true and half false, completely turning into slander. Yinan wished he could immediately strangle this arrogant rich second generation in front of him. The noisy discussion was interrupted by a light laugh. A girl wearing a black tight-fitting athletic outfit with sleek and fiery curves stepped forward 2 paces, her voice crisp. Let me ask you, if he wasn't lying and really cleared the heroic difficulty newbie trial dungeon, what would you say? Everyone looked closely and realized it was Ruan Haoyue, one of the 4 campus beauties. With Ruan Haoyue speaking up for Yinan, blood rushed to Zhu Yongjin's face as he shouted fiercely. If he really cleared the heroic difficulty dungeon, I'll jump from the first teaching building and die outside. Ruan Haoyue smiled with pursed lips, looking around. Everyone heard that, right? Did you all record it? At this moment, a deep and magnetic male voice dominated the entire scene. It was Yinan. No need for you to jump. He walked up to Zhu Yongjin, his eyes still calm as still water, but thunder surged within. If I'm lying, talking big, or bragging, then I should be the one jumping. If I'm not lying and really cleared the heroic difficulty newbie trial dungeon, you'll kneel down in front of all the students and kowtow to apologize to me. Do you dare? Yinan's tone was as cold and hard as a rock wall. Zhu Yongjin suddenly sensed the sharp aura emanating from him, and with his limited vocabulary, could only describe it as kingly dominance. For an instant, he actually had the absurd thought. Could Yinan have really cleared the heroic difficulty? The thought was immediately dismissed impossible. Even divine-tier professionals and awakened god-level talents from wealthy families couldn't pass that difficulty. What could Yinan possibly rely on? He straightened his neck, regaining his confidence. Fine. It's settled then. If you're lying, jump yourself and don't drag me into it. If you're not lying, I'll kneel and kowtow. Anyway, you couldn't possibly clear heroic difficulty, so what do I have to fear? Clap. Ruan Haoyue clapped her hands together, eyes sparkling with excitement. Great. Everyone here is witnessing this. Whoever loses better not try to back out later. Then she looked at Yinan. Student Yinan, Let's go to the principal's office. They have all students' newbie trial dungeon clearance data there can find out with one check. Yinan said in a deep voice. No need for such trouble. No need for all that trouble. When Yinan said this, everyone present, including the campus beauties Wan Haoyue and Su Longming, froze in shock. What did this statement mean? Everyone's minds raced to weigh the implications. To prove one had cleared a certain difficulty level of the novice trial dungeon, the school recognized only two methods. The first was the most direct. Go to the principal's office to check the data. Student completion records were uploaded through the school's Ark system to high-level computers, where the principal and school board would select promising students and allocate resources accordingly. By pulling up the data, one could see the completion difficulty, time taken, and score. The second method was to display one's title. The Adventure Trialist title that Su Lingming had just revealed was irrefutable proof that she had completed the adventure difficulty. Title equipment left no room for deception. It was solid evidence. With his single phrase, no need for trouble, Yinan had refused to go to the principal's office to check records. The classmates gathered around him quickly realized could it be that he had not only cleared the hero difficulty, but also scored above 80 points, earning the hero trialist title? Even Ruan Haoyue, who trusted him most, found this speculation almost absurd. Yinan closed his eyes and with a thought, disabled the hidden option for his title's special effects. In an instant, a golden radiance burst forth from his body, enveloping him like a descending deity. Following immediately was an upbeat, passionate ensemble of violin and piano. The harmonies of male and female voices seemed to sing of his achievements, the melody resonating throughout the massive gymnasium. Students on the periphery who hadn't been drawn to the commotion began to listen. Holy shit, that's the exclusive BGM for Hero Trialist. That's right, I loop it on NetEase Cloud every day. Who's playing it out loud? During past graduation ceremonies, teachers would occasionally play this piece to inspire the senior students. The melody was both beautiful and motivational, symbolizing the highest honor achievable during high school. Many who later became powerful still regretted missing this title for the rest of their lives. However, at this moment, the witnesses in the inner circle watched with their own eyes as golden light exploded around Yinan, initially unable to process what they were seeing. But when the familiar BGM that was etched into their very bones began to play, they all turned to stone, their expressions frozen. The special effects were far from over. Accompanied by the climactic harmonies, golden light gathered above Yinan's head, burning brilliantly like a small sun, so bright that people couldn't keep their eyes open. At the same time, a deep blue starry sky background materialized above Yinan's head. Under the golden radiance and against the deep blue backdrop, a symbol representing the mage profession slowly took shape. Within 3 seconds, the symbol flickered with harmonious soprano and tenor voices before dissolving into countless points of light that merged with the deep blue starry background, adorning the previously empty dome with a vast constellation. The sea of stars then seemed to zoom in through a camera lens, gradually expanding and forming a rectangular frame that hovered steadily above Yinan's head. As the background music reached its crescendo, whoosh, 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 5 golden characters Hero Challenger suddenly materialized with elegant font and shimmering light, bathing Yinan entirely in golden radiance. The music stopped abruptly, and the arena fell into dead silence. After a brief vacuum, explosive cheers tore through the quiet. Oh my god, he's a legend, he's a legend. Holy crap, that's incredible. He actually cleared the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon. Yinan is the eternal god. The eternal god. The eternal god. The visual and audio effects of the Hero Challenger title were so impressive that everyone had only seen official demonstrations in coursework or online videos before this was their first time witnessing it live. The golden light reflected on the audience's faces, their awe beyond words. Su Lingming stared blankly at Yinan's silhouette, her white-stockinged legs trembling slightly. They were less than a meter apart. Yet at this moment, she felt that meter stretched like an insurmountable chasm. In class, Yinan was always first while she remained perpetually second, and she had firmly believed that hard work could help her overtake him. But now, with the golden radiance blazing and those 5 golden characters searing into her eyes, only bitterness remained in her heart. On the other side, the school beauty Ruan Haoyue's eyes sparkled with surprise and curiosity. When a girl becomes curious about a man, it's often the prelude to falling for him. Her family background far surpassed Su Lingming's, giving her access to insider information. Having just completed her class transition and preparing to celebrate with her best friends, she received an urgent call from her mother. A student at school had cleared the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon. His name was Yinan, and she needed to get acquainted with him immediately. Ruan Haoyue understood the brutality of hero difficulty. Even her prodigious cousin, who had transitioned to a god-tier profession and awakened in SS-level talent, had failed at this difficulty last year and wasn't freed from the weakness debuff until the day before the college entrance exam. Nowadays, few newcomers dared to attempt hero difficulty, Because while failure wouldn't cost them their lives, the month-long weakness would cause them to miss the crucial final sprint for the college entrance exam. Wan Haoyue blinked her bright, large eyes as she studied Yinan. This guy had good grades and was quite handsome, but he lacked money and influence, so he originally wouldn't have caught this young lady's attention. But now, well, he was so capable. What should I do? I'm actually feeling a bit tempted. Wan Haoyue's starry eyes sparkled as she rolled them around, immediately coming up with a way to please Yinan. She smiled sweetly at the dazed Zhu Yongzhen. Hey you. That's right. I'm talking to you. Zhu Yongzhen, who had been barking at Yinan like a rabid dog just moments ago, now seemed completely drained of his soul, deflated like a puddle of mud. Wan Haoyue stared at him, her mockery unconcealed. Didn't you just say that if Yinan actually cleared the heroic difficulty dungeon, you'd jump off the rooftop and die outside? She deliberately paused, covering her mouth with a light laugh. Oh, sorry, I got it wrong. What Yinan actually proposed was for you to kneel down and kowtow an apology in front of all the students. By throwing both punishments out at once, she was determined to crush Zhu Yongzhen completely. Several minutes after the Hero Challenger title effect dissipated, the gymnasium erupted with buzzing discussions. Everyone was heatedly talking about Yinan's feat of clearing the heroic difficulty dungeon. Now that the truth was revealed, all the accusations and ridicule turned toward Zhu Yongzhen. His fair-weather friends, sensing trouble, quickly slunk away, pretending they had nothing to do with him. Kneel down. Kneel down. The students who had witnessed the birth of a hero challenger were emotionally charged, venting their fury on Zhu Yongzhen. Yinan remained composed, standing quietly, though thunder was brewing in the depths of his dark eyes. Under that gaze, Zhu Yongzhen's heart trembled. Amid the thunderous roars around him, his knees buckled, and he collapsed with a thud. Looking around at the contempt filling the venue, his guts twisted with regret. Holy crap, this guy actually cleared the heroic difficulty. Who could have seen that coming? I'm screwed, totally screwed. How am I going to get out of this? His fat face scrunched up, and he didn't dare make a sound, but Wan Haoyue's assistance followed like a shadow. Hey, you fathead pig Zhu, what's his name? She blinked, deliberately enunciating fathead and pig, with crystal clarity to maximize Zhu Yongzhen's humiliation. Of course Wan Haoyue knew his full name. She was just deliberately hitting his sore spots. The Zhu family was well off and quite respectable at second high school, but they were nothing compared to the Wan family's young miss. Being publicly humiliated by her, Zhu Yongzhen didn't even dare breathe loudly. Pig, you're already kneeling, so don't just sit there. Hurry up and kowtow to Yinan in apology. Zhu Yongzhen felt miserable beyond words. Kneeling was already utterly humiliating, but to kowtow as well. In all his years, even his grandfather had never received such treatment from him. His family treasured him like a precious gem, never willing to let him suffer the slightest grievance. But now, seeing his hesitation, Wan Haoyue's cold laughter was full of contempt. What's wrong? Can dish it out, but can't take it? Are you even a man? The other students around them immediately joined in, shouting, yeah, do you have the guts or not? Where's that arrogant look you had just now? Come on, show it to everyone again. Oh, young Master Zhu, oh my. Forget, young master. You're acting like such a wimp. We should call you young Mistress Zhu from now on. In the noisy gymnasium, waves of mocking laughter erupted. Zhu Yongzhen's face turned pale green, with fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He looked around, but didn't dare make eye contact with Wan Haoyue or any of his classmates. His voice trembling, he squeezed out a sentence to Yinan. Yinan, we're classmates after all. I was just joking around. Don't take it seriously, just pretend I farted, okay? Su Lungming stood to the side with her arms crossed, her gaze as cold as ice shards. Huh? When you were being aggressive and speaking without thinking just now, you didn't seem to remember you were classmates, did you? She had always been bothered by Zhu Yongzhen's persistent advances, and now her dislike had turned into complete disgust. Yinan's voice was particularly calm amid the chaos. Apologize to my father. Zhu Yongzhen was stunned, his mind unable to process what he'd heard. Apologize to my father. Yinan spoke again, his voice not loud, but hitting Zhu Yongzhen's mind like a heavy hammer, shaking his spirit violently. I'm sorry, Yinan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have slandered your father. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have slandered. He shouted repeatedly, almost incoherently, repeating himself several times. Yinan closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then without another glance at Zhu Yongzhen, walked toward the gymnasium exit. The crowd automatically parted to create a path, watching as he left with a calm expression. Yinan's figure disappeared at the doorway, but Zhu Yongzhen's ordeal was far from over. Wan Haoyue's gaze shifted between Yinan and Zhu Yongzhen, her bright eyes sparkling. Wow, Yinan is so cool. He's handsome and has such a cool personality. I need to find a chance to get closer to him. Calculating quickly in her mind, she suddenly revealed a sweet smile with malicious intent, speaking softly but clearly to Zhu Yongzhen. This classmate Zhu. Zhu Yongzhen shuddered violently. Wan Haoyue's voice was sweet, but carried an undeniable authority. Everyone heard the bet just now. You agreed to kowtow. So how can you go back on your word? Some sharp-eyed students who wanted to curry favor with Yi Nin immediately joined in the commotion. Exactly. Someone who can clear the hero difficulty newbie trial dungeon is a legend we need to stick close to. Which class are you in? What's your name? If you don't kowtow today, we won't acknowledge you. Yi Nan was generous enough to leave, but that doesn't mean you can welch on the bet. Just kowtow already. Second high school can't have such classless people. Kowtow, kowtow. The chanting grew louder and louder, crashing down on Zhu Yongjin like a tidal wave. Hearing the crowd's continuous condemnation, Zhu Yongjin began to truly panic. At this moment, he began to realize that losing face and dignity were trivial matters. If his reputation was ruined, his future would be over. He had just completed his high school class transition, with only 1 month left before the college entrance exam. After the exam, there would be a full 2-month summer vacation. These 3 months combined were critically important. Had to spend this time grinding experience and honing skills in dungeons to secure a better starting position when entering university, and to qualify for the exclusive university trial dungeons where he could continue developing and learning. Almost all dungeons required team play. If someone's reputation became so toxic that no one wanted to associate with them, they'd be forced into society, having to form random teams with strangers. But random teams were a mixed bag. Distribution and coordination were constant risks, and you might even encounter black teams where small groups would conspire to scam solo players. At this thought, cold sweat broke out on Zhu Yongjin's forehead. If he didn't immediately kowtow and apologize, he would truly block his own path to success. He gritted his teeth, his neck stiff as a rusted hinge, slowly lowering his head. Hurry up, don't make us help you personally. Someone in the crowd shouted, and immediately the surrounding students erupted in unified agreement. Weren't you full of energy when slandering others? How come you're wilting now? Yeah. How did Wimp Bro become a real wimp? Wimp Bro, hurry up. Wimp Bro, hurry up. Waves of mockery crashed over him like invisible whips, lashing Zhu Yongjin's back, and his guts twisted with regret. Initially, when he heard that Yi Nan was going to challenge the heroic difficulty beginner dungeon, almost everyone doubted he could clear it, himself included. He had just spoken more harshly and ruthlessly than others. He had thought at the time, what harm could there be in stepping on someone like Yi Nan, who had neither background nor resources, who knew he would end up lifting a rock only to drop it on his own foot. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Yi Nan bathed in golden radiance, with those brilliant 5 characters above his head, heroic challenger. That scene pierced his nerves like steel needles, making him instantly realize how badly things had escalated. Those who could solo clear heroic difficulty dungeons were extremely rare among the entire new generation, a guaranteed future powerhouse. Not only had he failed to curry favor with this rising star, but he had thoroughly offended him while becoming a stepping stone for others to climb higher. Damn it, I should have apologized sooner, he cursed internally. But Yi Nan had already turned and left the venue, and the earlier commotion had left his mind in complete chaos. By the time he came to his senses, the opportunity had slipped away. No. Zhu Yongjin shot up like a madman, desperately pushing through the crowd toward the venue exit. He shoved, apologized, and squeezed through with tremendous effort, finally bursting outside. The harsh sunlight made him squint, but there wasn't a familiar silhouette in sight. Too late. It was over. The farce came to an end. The students who had witnessed it cursed Zhu Yongjin's shamelessness while praising Yi Nan's magnanimity. Students from other grades who had witnessed the birth of a heroic challenger felt a complex mix of emotions. Some still couldn't believe it, patting their chests and muttering in a daze. Holy shit, is this real? Am I dreaming? Did I just witness history? Others had reddened eyes, filled with envy, jealousy, and even despair. Damn it. Why wasn't it me? Some students were excitedly planning to build good relationships with Yi Nan, thinking that brother Nan was about to become famous throughout the great Yin dynasty, and following brother Nan would bring benefits. Some female classmates had already listed Yi Nan as their most desired boyfriend candidate, thinking, wow, I really want to be with him. At that moment, a tall, thin male student emerged from the ark. The boy had a slender build, fair skin, and delicate features like a pretty boy idol. Dressed in limited edition designer brands with silver earrings, he looked exactly like a pop star on stage. As soon as he stepped out of the ark, he raised his phone and excitedly announced to the crowd, "Ha, classmates, I've successfully changed to a legendary profession. I also awakened an SS-level talent. I successfully cleared the warrior difficulty beginner trial dungeon with a score above 80. As he spoke, he projected a faintly golden badge into the air, with the title Warrior Trialist, rotating and sparkling in large characters. Tada! I'm a warrior trialist now, huh? Are there any classmates who want to team up with me for dungeons? Add my WeChat and get in line. Girls get priority." But despite his rapid speech and self-promotion, the surroundings remained so quiet that only the rustling of wind through leaves could be heard. WeChat notification sounds kept coming, and when he looked down at the class group chat, thinking his popularity had exploded, he froze completely after just one glance. In the group chat interface, a red gold special effect more dazzling than his badge was flooding the screen. Hero, Trialist Yinan. What? Yinan actually cleared the hero difficulty beginner trial dungeon. He stared blankly at that line of text, his smile instantly freezing. Then his mouth corners drooped, as if he had swallowed a fly. No wonder no one paid attention to me. He smiled bitterly, self-mockingly lamenting in his heart. If Zhouyu exists, why must Zhuge Liang also exist? Meanwhile, at Hangzhou Second High School, in the principal's office, Principal Hao Yuemei was in her early 30s, with a voluptuous, yet well-proportioned figure. Her fitted professional dress outlined her mature charm. She had her jet-black long hair tied in a neat ponytail and was half reclining in a soft light gray office chair with her eyes closed, resting. One hand, carved like white jade, gently massaged her forehead. Last year, our second high had no graduates who changed to legendary professions, and not many epic professions either. Her voice was gentle, but carried undeniable pressure. As for god-tier professions, don't even mention Themtheory 1 in a billion. If this year is the same, Hangzhou Second High School's reputation won't survive. Several vice principals standing in front of the desk looked at each other, all frowning deeply. Every graduation season, high schools competed with each other using senior class job change statistics. The more legendary and epic professions, the more resources the province would allocate. Last year, Second High not only had 0 legendary professions, but barely passed in epic profession numbers, widening the gap with Hangzhou's key high schools and even threatening their stable second-place position. Once they dropped in ranking, their salaries and benefits would shrink accordingly. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, the principal's main computer suddenly chimed. Hao Yuemei's eyes snapped open, and her previously tired expression immediately brightened. We have won. We have won. A student has changed to a legendary profession. She quickly clicked on the system interface, and a line of text appeared. Class 8, Grade 12, Wang Han legendary profession, Singer of the Seas. We have a legendary this year, one vice principal exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. The others also felt relieved, as if a boulder hanging over their heads had been removed, their eyes full of anticipation. That massive provincial resource allocation was secured for Second High. Just then, Hao Yuemei's phone vibrated. The caller ID showed her close friend from the provincial department. After answering, she heard barely contained excitement coming through the receiver. Yuemei, your school has produced an extraordinary student. Hearing her best friend's unusually excited voice, Hao Yuemei felt puzzled. While legendary professions were certainly impressive, it shouldn't make her friend, who was the deputy director of the education department, this thrilled, right? She quickly calculated in her mind. The education department oversaw the entire province's education system, and every year among the province's high school graduates, there were always around 10 or so who could transition to legendary professions. Especially the key high schools in Hangzhou, which almost consistently produced 3 or more annually. While it was certainly congratulatory that Second High School had produced a legendary profession holder this time, calling it extraordinary seemed a bit exaggerated. With this thought, she casually opened Wang Han's profession transition file and humbly replied. Although student Wang Han obtained a legendary profession, he's still some distance away from being extraordinary. The phone went silent for half a second. Then her friend's voice suddenly filled with surprise and confusion. Wang Han? Who's Wang Han? Huh. Hao Yuemei was stunned on the spot. Wang Han is the student from our school who transitioned to a legendary profession this year. Aren't you calling me about him? An exasperated, oh my, came through the receiver. Yuemei, you don't know yet, do you? Our director has already urgently reported the situation to the Provincial General Department, and the Provincial General Department immediately reported it to the Central Department. This statement left Hao Yuemei completely bewildered. What could possibly warrant a 3-tier emergency report from Education Department, Provincial General Department, Central Department? A single legendary profession graduate certainly wouldn't merit this level of attention. Yuemei, a student from your school, cleared the heroic difficulty novice trial dungeon. Her friend deliberately drew out her words. The heroic difficulty novice trial dungeon, you understand, right? This isn't just the first clear in our Yin nation, it's a world first. It'll definitely be written into textbooks, and might even appear in foreign educational materials. Hangzhou Second High School is about to become famous. With this achievement, surpassing the key high schools isn't just a dream. Hao Yuemei understood each word individually, but together they seemed like hieroglyphics. She was first bewildered, then her brain raced as she re-examined the significance of these words. My student cleared the heroic difficulty novice trial dungeon, and it's a world first. After confirmation, she let out a shriek and sprang up from her comfortable office chair, as if launched by a spring. The next second, she dropped heavily back down, her hands frantically typing on the keyboard with rapid clicking sounds. She pulled up that day's data for the senior student's novice trial dungeon completions and quickly clicked to sort by the difficulty column. The list instantly refreshed, and the first row appeared prominently before her eyes. Yinan, completion difficulty, heroic, time, 2 hours 07 minutes 33 seconds. Score, 100 points. Heroic difficulty, perfect score of 100. Looking at this textual information displayed on her computer, Hao Yueme began trembling all over. She confirmed into her phone. This student, is he? As if afraid this was all a dream, a fragile bubble, Hao Yueme cautiously asked. His name, is it? Yinan. Yes, that's him. The woman's voice on the other end was crisp and decisive, seeming even more excited than she was. In the vice principal's office, several vice principals who had been discussing routine teaching arrangements were drawn to this conversation. They first exchanged bewildered glances, then their faces showed shock. Abandoning their usual formal office etiquette, they rushed around the large solid wood desk to gather around the beautiful principal, Hao Yueme, in her black stockings. Several faces, both fair and dark, pressed close to the monitor simultaneously, everyone's eyes wide as they confirmed the string of data on the screen, then let out barely contained excited screams. Quiet. Quiet. Hao Yueme raised her voice with a sharp command. The vice principals, who usually maintained student order and often shouted quiet themselves, immediately fell silent. Except for 35-year-old Zhao Lan, the others were all around 50 years old, veteran educators with 20 to 30 years of teaching experience. Now being managed by a young woman, barely in her early 30s, they showed no resentment. Everyone knew this daughter of the Hao family had extraordinary background. Otherwise, how could she hold the position of principal at second high school at such a young age? Hao Yueme didn't let herself get distracted. Her fists unconsciously clenched tight, knuckles turning white. The intense emotional impact made her eyes slightly red, but her voice remained efficient. I'll write a report immediately to apply for resource allocation for student Yinan. A light laugh came from the other end of the phone. By the time you finish writing your report, it'll be too late. You'd better prepare to answer calls instead. I bet the Zhejiang Provincial Government Office will contact you soon. Governor Yin has already urgently summoned Mayor Li to the provincial government for a meeting, and the provincial resource allocation plan is under discussion. I'm certain that once Mayor Li returns, the city will immediately make arrangements. Not to mention the subsequent central government support for student Yinan. Compared to the central government, the provincial and municipal efforts are just small gestures. I suspect he'll be summoned to the capital, possibly even to participate in the selection for those secret realms. Hearing the words secret realms, Hao Yueme's heart trembled. As a descendant of the capital's Hao family, she understood better than anyone what that meant. It was an extremely special field related to national destiny. If someone could achieve merit in the initial exploration of secret realms, their name would be forever recorded in history. If her student could receive such an opportunity, she as principal would also be written into educational history. At this thought, her breathing involuntarily became heavy, her chest rising and falling dramatically. Yinan. This name was all too familiar to her. Since enrollment, Yinan's grades had consistently ranked at the top, logically placing him on the principal's priority watch list. But before this, he was ultimately just a student from a powerless, humble family. Even with outstanding ability, it was difficult to rise above his station unless he could transition to a legendary profession and bring glory to the school. However, now he had actually cleared the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon. This achievement represented a tremendous reversal of fortune. At this moment, in Hao Yueme's heart, the name Yinan carried immense weight. She could foresee that this young man would inevitably become a prominent figure in the future. After hanging up with her close friend, Hao Yueme picked up the landline in the principal's office and dialed a number. In the third teaching building, there's a large room on the far west side of the second floor that serves as the office for senior year teachers. Following the school's comprehensive office policy, all 20 homeroom teachers and subject teachers for the senior classes work together in this space, making it convenient for students to drop by with questions anytime. The afternoon office was peaceful, filled only with the soft clicking of keyboards and the occasional rustle of papers being turned. Suddenly, a sharp scream shattered the silence. The sound came from a young female teacher who had just transferred to second high this year, only 26 years old, and immediately assigned as the homeroom teacher for class 20. She shot up from her seat, her face filled with disbelief. What? A student from our school has cleared the hero difficulty beginner trial dungeon. Several older teachers, initially annoyed by her sudden outburst, frowned and prepared to advise her to be more composed. But the next second, upon hearing hero difficulty, their expressions froze in unison, displaying shock and doubt. Even Luan He, the homeroom teacher of class 5 who was always elegant and poised, looked up with curious eyes. The young female teacher couldn't contain her excitement, waving her phone. I saw a video with a student from our school, with the hero trialist title effect glowing above their head. What? Every teacher in the office perked up their ears simultaneously. An older male teacher with graying hair pushed up his reading glasses, speaking in a flat tone. Sigh, stop browsing those short videos. Those content creators will make up any story without batting an eye just for views. The homeroom teacher of class 20 pouted defensively and immediately retorted. I didn't find this on TikTok, or any other platform. This was posted by a student in our Class 20 group chat. Are you saying my student is a content creator? With that, she forwarded the video along with the student's message to the senior year teachers group. Notification sounds rang out one after another. The teachers opened the video, and the first things they saw were the familiar sports facility, the familiar second high school uniforms, and that golden glowing hero trialist title. This really is our second high sports field. Holy crap. A male teacher, forgetting his composure, exclaimed loudly. Our class group has similar videos too. The homeroom teachers of all 20 senior classes almost simultaneously opened their respective class group chat records. Sure enough, each group contained dozens of videos from different angles, all recording the same type of scene. A chubby student mocking and insulting a classmate, only to have the insulted student immediately display the hero trialist title effect and name, instantly delivering a resounding slap in the face. Luan he watched video after video from beginning to end, her emotions churning like turbulent waves. Aren't these my students Yinan, Su Lingming, and Zhu Yongxin? Her fingertips trembled uncontrollably. Yinan, he cleared the hero difficulty dungeon. Her mind kept spinning with doubts like, is this a real video or a prank? And could the effects be edited? Indeed, Yinan had always been academically excellent and extremely hardworking. But to say he had conquered the hero difficulty beginner trial was still difficult for Luan he to fully accept. After all, her first love from years ago, that top student from the prestigious Hengshui High School who had obtained a god-tier profession and awakened an SS-level talent, had once failed to clear the hero difficulty dungeon and remained dejected for quite some time. Yinan was clearly not as outstanding as his first love, so how could a poor student like him possibly clear a heroic difficulty dungeon? In the afternoon, more than 20 teachers gathered around a display screen showing the dungeon clear video in the large office on the third floor of the teaching building, with discussions rising and falling. Besides homeroom teacher Luan He, grade leaders and subject teachers from other grades had also come to join the excitement, quickly dividing into two camps: believers and skeptics. My goodness, this must be the first clear, right? A math teacher excitedly pushed up his glasses. If no one else from other high schools nationwide cleared it today, then our Hangzhou No. 2 high school would have the national first clear. If no one abroad cleared it either, that would be a world first. The Chinese teacher simply slammed the table. Hangzhou No. 2 high is about to rise. Yinan, what a good kid. Someone was already fantasizing about the school making the news. Teacher Luan, congratulations. On the other side, Luan He, standing by the desk, raised her hand and urgently interrupted everyone. Fellow teachers, please calm down. I know Yinan best while he's excellent. I don't think he's reached that level yet. There must be some misunderstanding here. She looked up and added, also, Zhu Yongxin from our class has excellent character and wouldn't do something so excessive and humiliating to a classmate. Hearing this, the skeptical teachers chimed in agreement. Exactly, that's a heroic difficulty dungeon. The PE teacher waved his hand. If it were really that easy to clear, the domestic and international first clears would have been taken long ago. That's right. According to interviews with prodigies who've challenged heroic difficulty, all the monsters in the dungeon deal ridiculously high damage with almost zero margin for error. The chemistry teacher adjusted the protective glasses on his nose. One mistake, one touch from a monster, and you're facing life or death. Old Wu also joined in. Besides, the fake traces in the video are too obvious. Our students have always been united and friendly. How could they act like characters in those face-slapping novels, showing off and humiliating others in public? Exactly. The history teacher burst out laughing. These students' acting is too exaggerated, especially that female student who came in later, constantly stirring things up as if she knew in advance that the chubby student would be humiliated. Definitely a plant, definitely scripted. That girl is Wan Haoyue from our class. Wan He remained polite. She's mischievous and clever, with good acting skills. If the world were still like before, she might have actually become a good actress. And the protagonist Yinan, the geography teacher, squinted at the screen. The emotion in his eyes was too realistic. In the past, winning an acting award wouldn't have been difficult for him. Ha! Laughter filled the office. Since the skeptics outnumbered the believers, the originally excited believing teachers began to waver, and the discussions gradually turned into murmurs. Just then, the landline phone on Class 5, Grade 12 homeroom teacher Luan He's desk rang with a ring. She reached out to answer. Ah, hello, principal. Yes, that's right. What? Before she finished speaking, a scream even louder than the Class 20 homeroom teacher's earlier outburst instantly drowned out all discussions. Luan He shot up from her seat, her black professional suit outlining her figure beautifully. Screams echoed throughout the office. Amid the chaos, the nearly 65-year-old teacher was startled, his heart pounding violently. He patted his chest and grumbled irritably. Oh my, why are these youngsters always making such a fuss? This old man's heart can't take it anymore. The next second, Luan He's shrill, cracking scream pierced the air, instantly silencing all discussions and plunging the entire office into pin-drop silence. Clutching her phone with a vacant stare, she stammered, "Principal Hao, is everything you said really true?" On the other end of the line, Principal Hao Yueme, commanding in her black stockings and high heels, spoke with clear and calm authority. "Teacher Luan, my terminal is already displaying the complete data of student Yinan's successful completion of the hero difficulty dungeon. This is an indisputable fact. Now, you must do exactly as I say. This is both an order and an assignment, understood? Handle this well, and you'll be immediately promoted to grade team leader, then to grade director after a 1-month probation period, and next semester you'll participate directly in administrative planning without teaching classes. Xiao He, being able to nurture such a student is a blessing you've earned over several lifetimes. Make sure you seize this opportunity." Luan He's breathing grew increasingly rapid as she nodded frantically. "Thank you, Principal. I understand completely. I'll handle it right away." With that, she hung up forcefully. Her trembling excitement was visible to everyone, and the office fell so quiet that only breathing could be heard. Dozens of gazes locked onto her like spotlights. After taking a deep breath, she suppressed her overwhelming joy and addressed her colleagues solemnly. "Fellow teachers, I retract everything I said earlier and apologize for it. Please, whatever you do, don't let those words reach student Yinan's ears." The teachers who had been skeptical exchanged glances, beginning to sense the answer, while those who had believed all along immediately pressed. "Teacher Luan, are the results in?" Luan He straightened her fitted black blazer and pencil skirt, her voice trembling yet exceptionally excited. "Yes, Principal Hao has confirmed." She raised her voice as if announcing the highest honor. "Let us all congratulate student Yinan for successfully completing the hero difficulty beginner trial dungeon. Congratulations to student Yinan for achieving the national first clear. Congratulations to student Yinan for achieving the global first clear." Boom. This news struck like thunder, leaving all the teachers' minds blank. After a brief moment of stillness, "Oh yeah." The elderly teacher who was most sensitive to excitement was the first to abandon all composure, throwing his arms high and shouting louder than anyone. The same man who had just complained about others making a fuss was now more excited than anyone else. Facing such a historic collective honor just before retirement, his euphoria was completely understandable. With his lead, the remaining teachers, whether they had been believers or non-believers, could no longer contain their emotions, and cheers erupted one after another. Thunderous sounds poured out from the large office on the second floor. If it weren't for the fact that all the senior students from the third teaching building were gathered in the gymnasium, the students would definitely think the teachers had all gone crazy. "Haha, I told you so. With so many videos, they couldn't all be fake," laughed one teacher who had believed from the start, doubled over with laughter. "Exactly. Yinan is absolutely amazing." Another teacher raised his hand excitedly. In stark contrast to them were the teachers from the former, non-believer camp. Several of them were sweating nervously, so embarrassed they didn't know what to do with their hands. Fellow teachers, I spoke a bit too loudly earlier, and my words were inappropriate. Please don't let this reach Yinan's ears." "Me too. Sorry to trouble everyone. Please." They pleaded in low voices, bowing repeatedly. The office valued harmony above all, and everyone tacitly understood, waving their hands reassuringly. "Oh, don't mention it. We won't say anything." Someone else added with a smile. "Even if word did get out, Yinan has such high moral character and a generous heart's magnanimous enough to let bygones be bygones." The non-believers seized the opportunity to save face. Exactly. I could tell all along that Yinan was destined for greatness." The atmosphere instantly became lively. The teachers took turns praising Yinan to the skies, while several others pulled out their phones to record this heartwarming scene of collective praise among colleagues. Not only Yinan, but even Luan He, a young female teacher who usually had little presence in the office, was showered with praise. As a newcomer, she could usually only assert her authority in front of students, but now she was beaming under her colleagues' applause, practically floating on air. Bang! The office door was suddenly thrown open, slamming against the wall with a dull thud. A middle-aged man in an expensive suit, scholarly in appearance, rushed in, gasping for breath without regard for his image. While catching his breath, he raised his voice. "Luan He, I've already spoken with the finance department. This special bonus must be personally delivered to Yinan's parents within 12 hours. It cannot be late. This is of utmost importance." He continued. "Principal Hao is waiting for you in the parking lot. She wants to personally visit Yinan's home to offer condolences to his parents. I'll handle everything else. Hurry, go quickly." The newcomer was none other than Vice Principal Liu, one of the 5 vice principals in charge of the senior year, essentially the boss's boss of everyone present. "Yes, Vice Principal Liu." Luan He quickly responded and hurried toward the finance office. After Luan He left, Vice Principal Liu pulled out his phone and glanced at 4 names on the screen. Su Lingming, Wan Haoyue, Li Lisha, Qin Yinin. These 4 students, known as the 4 campus beauties of the senior year. Which classes are they in? Who are their homeroom teachers? Step forward immediately, he added. I know Su Longming is teacher Luan's student, but what about the other three? As soon as he finished speaking, three teachers quickly stood up and approached him, the homeroom teachers of Ruan Haiyue, Li Lisha, and Qin Yining. Hearing Vice Principal Lu's inquiry, they exchanged glances, vaguely sensing what was about to unfold. Since ancient times, even heroes have fallen to beauty, and here there were four beauties. Vice Principal Lu caught his breath from running and resumed his elegant, yet authoritative demeanor. Facing the three female teachers standing in a row in his office, his gaze was steady and sharp, his voice as concise and unquestionable as a superior issuing orders. Each of you will contact students Ruan Haiyue, Li Lisha, and Qin Yining respectively, and inform them to attend a party tonight, a celebration party, with Yi Nan as the guest of honor. These four girls, known as the four campus beauties of Second High School, were universally recognized as the most beautiful students in the entire school. The three teachers exchanged glances and immediately understood the school's intention. Clearly, the administration planned to use a honey trap strategy to win over Yinan. A female teacher in her 40s coughed softly and tentatively asked, besides these four students, the party can invite other students as well, right? Of course. Vice Principal Lu turned slightly, scanning all the teachers present. Once all students complete their class transitions, immediately compile the statistics for each class. Besides the four campus beauties, only students who transition to epic classes or awaken S level or higher talents will be qualified to attend and build deeper friendships with Yinan. The teachers nodded knowingly. Today, Yinan's achievement of both the Flame Nation first kill and world first kill records by clearing the heroic difficulty beginner trial dungeon gave the leadership of Hangzhou Second High School a chance to surpass the key high schools. This was an excellent promotional opportunity to boost the school's reputation. In today's Absolute Ark world, besides solo dungeons, there were also 5-person squads, 10-person teams, 25-person raids, 100-person large-scale dungeons, and even 1,000 or 10,000-person battlefield instances. To successfully clear these dungeons, one must rely on teamwork. Without companions, players could only join unstable pickup groups with high risks and low rewards. Therefore, social connections were more important than ever, and school was the perfect place to cultivate friendships and teams. Tonight's celebration party was designed to create social opportunities for students, allowing other excellent students to get acquainted with Yinan, potentially forming teams to run dungeons together in the future and bask in his glory to improve themselves. The more active and outstanding the graduates performed, the more it served as promotion for the school, elevating Second High School's reputation. This was why all the administrators, including the beautiful Principal Hao Yuemei in black stockings, paid special attention to Yinan and this party. Under the eager gazes of the teachers, Vice Principal Lu added, every homeroom teacher, as well as all subject teachers from Yinan's Class 5 of Grade 12, will have one additional invitation slot. You may decide whom to invite, but bringing unrelated outsiders from off-campus is not allowed. Immediate family members don't count as unrelated. Upon hearing this, the smiles on the faces of the Grade 12 homeroom teachers and Class 5 subject teachers became harder to suppress than an AK rifle. They understood all too well. This celebration party was the key to establishing relationships with the limitlessly potential Yinan, and whenever something was rare and crucial, its value naturally skyrocketed. Previously, Vice Principal Lu had announced that only students with epic professions and S-level talents or above could attend the celebration party, claiming it was for the school's publicity. Now, he generously expanded the quota by dozens of spots to be distributed among the teachers, essentially giving them perks. Countless people wanted to curry favor with Yinan, and the party tickets in the teachers' hands instantly became incredibly valuable. Teachers with children of appropriate age immediately thought of having their kids befriend Yinan. Those without children or with children too young quietly calculated which student would pay the most for their tickets. Subject teachers who weren't homeroom teachers and had never taught Yinan had no right to distribute tickets and could only gnash their teeth in envy in the faculty office. Teacher Luan is accompanying Principal Hao to visit Yinan's home, so I'll personally notify Su Lingming. Vice Principal Lu turned his attention to the 3 homeroom teachers before him. Move out. Contact the 3 school beauties immediately. Ruan Haiyue, Li Lisha, and Qin Yining. Yes, Principal Lu. The 3 homeroom teachers, barely containing their excitement, practically sprinted out of the office. Vice Principal Lu then raised his voice. All other homeroom teachers and subject teachers from Class 5 of Grade 12 finalized the list of students attending the party and submit it as soon as possible. The teachers who were called out responded in unison. Yes. Furthermore, he assigned another task. All Chinese teachers, find a conference room and collaboratively write a 300-word piece praising Yinan. Submit it to Vice Principal Zhao Lin when finished. The Chinese department immediately stood up and rushed toward the hallway. He didn't forget to add, subject teachers of Class 5, Grade 12, write several documents about Yinan's 3 years of school memories. The more specific, the better. Also submit these to Vice Principal Zhaolin. The teachers who usually assigned essays to students now found themselves hunched over their desks, experiencing what it felt like to be dominated by homework. The young female homeroom teacher of Class 20 asked quietly, "Principal Liu, what time will the celebration party start?" The exact time depends on when Principal Hao returns from Yinan's home. Vice Principal Liu thought for a moment. Yinan's family lives in Dimu Mountain Town in the Linu district, which isn't too far. Principal Hao has already left, so the party should start around 7 or 8 in the evening. While the school administration and teachers were frantically busy, Yinan himself leisurely walked out of the school gates. He was feeling a bit hungry. Thinking about the pile of loot worth thousands, or even tens of thousands of gold coins in his inventory, then feeling the 110 gold coins in his pocket, he felt particularly secure. There was a trendy Western restaurant near the school gate, expensive, but popular among the teachers and students of number 2 high school. In the past, Yinan never dared to enter, but today, he pushed open that glass door. Because now he had money. The restaurant's bright, upscale interior design and celebrity influencer endorsements made it incredibly popular, especially among students from Hangzhou number 2 high school. Even the most basic student meal cost nearly 100 yuan, equivalent to about 1 gold coin. For Yinan, who was always tight on living expenses, this Western restaurant had always been a look but don't touch kind of place. But today was different, had just awakened his unique hidden super gaudier talent and achieved both the national and world first clear of the beginner trial dungeon on hero difficulty. Feeling exhilarated, he decided to treat himself to a proper meal. Yinan chose a window seat and was browsing through the leather-bound menu, calculating value for money, when a stunning figure pulled out the chair across from him and sat down. He looked up at Ruan Haoyue. Not long ago in the sports facility, she had been wearing a black form-fitting athletic outfit that certainly accentuated her graceful figure in an eye-catching way, though it wasn't particularly breathtaking. Now she had changed into what appeared to be an expensive white lace dress. Delicate trim adorned the neckline, sleeves, and hem, making her look like a fairy who had descended to earth. She wasn't wearing stockings, and her 2 snow-white, smooth legs were naturally crossed in front of the chair, almost impossible to look away from. Ruan Haoyue stood about 5 feet 3 inches, a few inches shorter than the 5 feet 7 inches Su Lungming, lacking some of the leg length advantage, but gaining a certain appeal. Years of athletic training had given those beautiful legs smooth lines and strength, carrying an undeniable wild charm. Meeting Yinan's puzzled gaze, the girl curved her lips into a smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "I just passionately defended you and roasted that fathead guy for you. How do you plan to thank me?" As she spoke, she leaned forward slightly, her rosy lips pursing with deliberate flirtation. Her exquisite makeup enhanced her already perfect features, making her look like a real-life Barbie. Among the 4 campus beauties, Lilisha had the largest assets, but Ruan Haoyue's weren't small either. This forward lean made her curves even more alluring, the perfect image of every guy's dream girl. Back at the sports facility, when everyone was skeptical about Yinan, it was this girl who had unhesitatingly stood by his side. Thinking of this, he felt genuinely touched, though his tone remained calm. "Since you're already sitting down, let me treat you to dinner." Hearing this, Ruan Haoyue smiled even sweeter, saying cheerfully, "Great. I want the braised lamb with peas." Braised lamb with peas was the restaurant's signature dish, beloved by teachers and students at number 2 high school, but the price was far from budget-friendly. 238 yuan, equivalent to 2 gold coins, 3 silver coins, and 8 copper coins. Yinan had long heard of this dish's reputation, but had never had the chance to try it. Now, with 110 gold coins in his possession, 2 servings of braised lamb with peas were just pocket change to him. He raised his hand to signal the waiter. 2 servings of braised lamb with peas to start. The waiter smiled professionally and immediately added a recommendation. "Student, to celebrate the career transitions of Hangzhou number 2 high school senior students, our restaurant is running a special promotion today. Our premium deluxe lamb set meal, originally 888 yuan, is available today for the promotional price of 648 yuan. If you'd like to try the pea braised lamb, I'd recommend ordering this set meal directly." The waiter held the menu with both hands, turning to the 888 premium lamb set page. The paper rustled softly as the gold-embossed dish names caught the gentle light. Yinan glanced down and saw that besides the signature pea braised lamb, the set included 3 hot dishes, 2 cold appetizers, and soup, quite generous portions. He nodded approvingly. "Sounds good. We'll take 2 of these sets, please." The register screen immediately displayed the total. 648 yuan per set, 1,296 for 2, nearly 1,300 yuan, equivalent to about 13 gold coins. In the past, this would have been Yinan's living expenses for half a month, but now he didn't feel the slightest pang. Starting today, he was no longer that cash-strapped teenager. Ruan Haoyue came from a prestigious family, so a meal costing over 1,000 yuan meant nothing to her. But since Yinan was treating, she felt especially delighted. Even if he had only invited her for a 10 yuan bowl of vegetable noodles, She would have gladly accepted what mattered was who she dined with, not what they ate. The girl made no effort to hide her admiration for the strong. She propped her chin on one hand, her fair fingers making her delicate face appear even more refined, while her bright, sparkling eyes remained fixed on Yinan. One of the former four campus beauties sat just steps away, and Yinan felt a surge of emotion. Throughout his 3 years of high school, he had shouldered his family's expectations, dedicating every moment to studying and training, never imagining he could share a table with this unreachable campus beauty. Now that she sat before him, he found himself at a loss for words. Naturally outgoing, Wan Haiyue broke the silence when she noticed his quietness. Congratulations on clearing the hero difficulty tutorial dungeon. It must have been really tough. Yinan recalled the dungeon experience as a mage. He had wielded his staff like a club, forcing himself to learn warrior-style close combat. The process had indeed been grueling. It was all right. Before he could say more, Wan Haiyue's phone rang. She stuck out her pink tongue playfully at Yinan and winked. Sorry, it's our homeroom teacher calling. Yinan nodded, gesturing for her to go ahead. During the call, she occasionally glanced at Yinan with smiling eyes. Yes, I understand, Teacher Wang. All right, I'll participate wholeheartedly tonight, don't worry. Of course I'll dress up nicely. Goodbye, teacher. After hanging up, she asked Yinan mysteriously. Guess what the teacher told me? It's about you. Yinan raised an eyebrow. Your teacher probably mentioned my clearing the hero difficulty dungeon, right? What's there to guess about that? Wan Haiyue's smile grew brighter. And then what? Then what? Yinan looked puzzled. Is the school giving me a reward? The girl snapped her fingers, her voice light and cheerful. Not only is the school rewarding you, they're throwing a celebration party for you tonight. I heard several officials from the education department will be attending. Oh, Yinan responded with mild indifference, showing no excitement about these important figures coming. Having experienced his family's dramatic downfall from a young age, he had witnessed enough of life's ups and downs to understand that only personal strength truly mattered. Wan Haiyue leaned closer, her tone tinged with anticipation. I'll be there too. Anan, may I call you that? What kind of gift would you like? A gift? Yinan frowned slightly. That's not necessary. Throughout his life, he had rarely received gifts. He wasn't particularly thrilled about the school organizing a party or people offering presents. Years of hardship had taught him to remain unfazed by both praise and criticism. How heartbreaking. Wan Haiyue dramatically placed her small hand over her left chest coincidentally, covering her ample bosom, her eyelashes fluttering. Don't refuse people's gifts. It's a token of their feelings. Her adorable gesture stirred something unusual in Yinan's heart. Just then, his phone rang as well. When Yinan answered the phone and heard the voice, he realized it was Principal Haiyue, the beautiful principal known for her fondness of wearing black stockings. He had always held great respect for this principal, so he politely said, Hello, Principal. On the other end of the line, Haiyue's bell-like voice carried barely concealed excitement, with none of the usual distance that should exist between a principal and student. Student Yinan, first let me congratulate you on clearing the hero difficulty beginner trial dungeon. This isn't just the first clear in our Yen kingdom, but a world first. You are the pride of Hangqing's second high school. After saying this in one breath, she added, the provincial and municipal reward programs are still under discussion, but the school's reward has been finalized. Tonight at 8 o'clock, at the Zhenshui Seafood Hotel, the school is hosting a celebration banquet for you with an award ceremony. Please be sure to attend. At this point, Haiyue paused, her voice taking on a note of caution and anticipation. Student Yinan, you're the guest of honor. You will attend, won't you? Yinan had already heard about the banquet from Wan Haiyue earlier, so he was prepared and humbly replied, Principal Hao, you're too kind. The celebration banquet is a wonderful gesture, and I will certainly attend. Hearing his response, Haiyue breathed a sigh of relief. She was currently sitting in the back of a bus, watching the street scenery flash by outside the window. Looking out, she smiled and cheerfully added, then it's settled. The principal has a surprise for you as well. For any other student, a surprise, personally promised by the principal, would certainly carry significant weight and be cause for great excitement. But for Yinan, who had just awakened a unique hidden super-gaudier talent, this wasn't particularly noteworthy, and his tone remained steady without much fluctuation. Yinan's composure fell under the gaze of Wan Haiyue across from him, leaving her with mixed feelings she couldn't quite describe. She understood Haiyue's influence in Hangqing and knew that surprise would be anything but ordinary. If she had received such a call, she would probably be too excited to sit still. Yet Yinan remained unperturbed by praise or criticism. Wan Haiyue's previous impression of Yinan had been limited to labels like top 5 in all subjects, quiet and reserved, and modest family background. In her view, his aloofness was merely a way to mask the embarrassment of his poor family circumstances. It was almost common knowledge at school that Yinan came from a humble background, and his detachment seemed like a way to protect his dignity. However, now, faced with the glory of the hero difficulty dungeon first clear, a celebration banquet in his honor, and a major surprise personally promised by the principal. Yinan remained calm and composed. Such strength of character completely changed Wan Haoyue's opinion of him. To be honest, she had only approached Yinan because he had completed the hero difficulty trial and caught her mother's attention. But now, she began to realize that Yinan's charm lay not only in his academic achievements and combat records, but also in that sense of calm composure. Truthfully, while Yinan was handsome, he wasn't really Wan Haoyue's type. Moreover, Wan Haoyue was a wealthy heiress who deep down looked down on poor boys like Yinan who had to scrape by on steamed buns. As soon as the call ended, Yinan placed his phone face down on the table and waited quietly for the food to arrive, his expression so serene that the bustling dining sounds around him seemed irrelevant. Watching Yinan like this, Wan Haoyue felt the old prejudice in her heart crack like a loosening brick. She suddenly found herself wanting to understand this boy more deeply. The appetizer arrived first, a fresh salad topped with golden cheese, its sweet and tangy aroma instantly awakening the taste buds. Soon after, one exquisite dish after another graced the candlelit table. The lamb was braised so tender that chopsticks could separate it with the lightest touch, the meat juices infused with subtle herbs that nearly eliminated any gamey flavor. No wonder it was this restaurant's signature dish. The pan-seared foie gras had a crispy exterior, with fat flowing along the grain when cut. The grilled steak showed a hint of pink, rich with meaty aroma. Red wine from the foggy region swirled in tall glasses, creating delicate patterns. Soft bread spread with jam was sweet, but not cloying. Across from him, Wan Haoyue's bright smile made even Yinan silently marvel at her beauty. With both taste and visual pleasure satisfied, this lunch experience was nearly flawless except that it cost Yinan a full 13 gold coins. After the meal, Wan Haoyue enthusiastically suggested going to an amusement park, but Yinan politely declined and headed straight to the nearest light rail station. He swiped his card to enter, carrying only basic supplies in his shoulder bag as the train headed toward Wuzhen in the northeastern outskirts of Hangzhou. In his mind, he quickly reviewed that outdoor dungeon Wuzhen Demon Cave, populated mostly by magic-type monsters, perfect for his steel spell power talent. With only 30 days left until the college entrance exam, each day was as precious as mounting debt, and he couldn't afford to waste a moment. Zhu Yongzhen's earlier mockery still echoed in his ears as Yinan gripped the handrail, reminding himself that he needed to grow stronger faster to help his family pay off their debts. 8 years ago, Yinan was only 10 years old. His father, Yi Qingtian, was an epic-class professional with an S-rank talent who had reached level 264, completed 5 awakening quests, and achieved his 3rd class advancement, making him quite renowned in Hangzhou. His father regularly teamed up with former classmates and like-minded teammates, eventually forming a guild with him as the leader. That day, his father accidentally discovered a wild raid dungeon in the wilderness. Such dungeons were untouched by official modifications and had no resurrection angels stationed there. Death meant permanent death. This particular raid dungeon was only level 100, which seemed like a low difficulty challenge for a team averaging level 240. However, the first clear rewards were enormous, so they decided to attempt it before reporting the discovery. Major dungeons had a tier system before first completion. 1. Each tier increased monster damage and health by 10. 2. Every 5th tier added a special modifier, further increasing difficulty and forcing teams to adapt their strategies. Typical modifiers included storm and thunder. Enemies periodically generated lightning storms around them, with bosses having more frequent and dense storms that dealt nature damage when struck. Hatred. When normal monsters and bosses died, vengeful spirits would emerge from their corpses to continue fighting. The raid dungeon his father discovered was exactly 10 tiers deep, meaning 2 modifiers. In his view, the team was strong enough to clear it, and the first clear rewards justified the risk. So he led the team into the dungeon. However, the outcome was the entire team consisted of members over level 200, tackling a level 100 dungeon. Everyone thought victory was guaranteed, they barely even brought backup potions. But the final outcome was chilling. Yinan's father was severely wounded. A single strike slashed him from level 264 down to just over level 50, stripping away more than 200 levels and implanting a terrifying high-tier curse within his body. Unless he could afford the astronomically expensive high-grade dispelling potions, he couldn't even perform the simplest combat moves. What made it worse was that his father was considered lucky. More than half of the 25-member elite team perished in the depths of the Great Secret Realms labyrinth. Of the remaining 12, 6 others suffered severe injuries like his father, left permanently disabled. In the end, only 4 people managed to escape the secret realm alive. The aftermath of the disaster quickly engulfed Yinan's family. As team leader, his father bore primary responsibility for all casualties, and compensation claims poured in. Years of family savings vanished overnight, leaving them buried under massive debt that remains unpaid to this day. With their money gone, 10-year-old Yinan nearly had to drop out of school. At the crucial moment, his aunt gritted her teeth and emptied her entire savings to cover his tuition. His mother was forced to sell their previously profitable convenience store at a loss to pay debts, then took a minimum wage job at that same store, leaving before dawn and returning after midnight, barely earning enough to cover Yi Nan's living expenses. This way, he managed to survive until age 18 and finally complete his class transition. Having come this far, Yi Nan had only one thought. He didn't dream of striking it rich, just wanted to steadily clear dungeons, earn income, and pay off all the family debts. At this thought, he clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Today, he had awakened his unique hidden super divine talent and gained nearly invincible abilities. From now on, everything would improve. Yi Nan repeated this mantra in his mind, finally feeling the knot in his chest loosen slightly. But as his emotions relaxed, a mystery buried in his heart for 8 years resurfaced. Why had his father's team suffered such a catastrophic defeat? The team members were all level 200 veterans who had seen countless battles, with his father and several vice-captains being powerhouses above level 250. Against a mere level 100 team dungeon, there should have been no risk of total party wipe. Even with the Secret Realm's maximum 10-layer enhancement doubling monster damage and health, it shouldn't have prevented an elite team averaging level 230 from even escaping. How did only 4 out of 25 people survive that day? After the accident, his father's mental state collapsed, often leaving him in a daze. Despite his mother's countless attempts to ask, he never spoke about what really happened in that level 100 Great Secret Realm. Yi Nan took a deep breath. He silently vowed. Once he earned enough money to clear their debts and buy his father the curse-dispelling potion, he would sit down and make his father tell him the whole truth. Only then could he understand why their family had to endure 8 years of suffering for that dungeon nightmare. Only then did he remember he hadn't shared the good news with his family, his successful class transition. Yi Nan pulled out his communicator and dialed his mother's number. After a brief wait, the call connected. His mother's voice came through the phone. Son, how did it go? Mom was worried about disturbing your job transition, so she hadn't called you all this time. In the light rail car, Yi Nan leaned against the window, and hearing his mother's voice, his heart immediately warmed. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his excitement, and replied in a cheerful tone. Mom, I've transitioned to an epic-level combat profession, and I've awakened an SS-level talent. A brief silence came from the other end of the phone, followed by a joyful, slightly trembling voice. Really? That's wonderful. Mom knew you could do it. Yi Nan didn't mention that what he had truly awakened was the unique, hidden, divine-level talent. That talent was too extraordinary. Once exposed, it would inevitably attract countless prying eyes. Although he now possessed 100 million health points, he still lacked armor and magic resistance, and had to deal with percentage damage, curses, seals, and other negative control effects. Before his effect resistance attributes grew stronger, he was far from invincible. Moreover, the world of Absolute Ark was not peaceful, with sinister organizations secretly active that could strip away professionals' talents. Once targeted, the consequences would be unthinkable. For safety's sake, Yi Nan decided to keep his true trump card deeply hidden. His mother continued excitedly. Your father also transitioned to an epic profession back then, but his talent was only level. You're 2 tiers higher than him. Your future achievements will definitely far surpass his. Every talent awakening adds attributes, and the higher the tier, the more it adds. With your SS level talent, the attribute growth alone will leave others in the dust. At this point, she suddenly remembered something, her voice becoming somewhat urgent. Mom will transfer you 5 more gold coins to have a good meal for lunch to celebrate. Also, your classmates have all completed their job transitions too. You should treat your close friends to dinner. You'll need to look out for each other when running dungeons. She paused, then spoke with difficulty. This year, we won't repay the money we owe your aunt yet. Mom will transfer the money to you shortly. So you should maintain good relationships with your classmates. You should have socialized more during school. It's all because your parents are incompetent that you've suffered. As her words fell, Yi Nan felt his chest tighten. His mother had to repay debts, support his living expenses, and worry about his social life. How could he ask for more money? He steadied his emotions and adopted a relaxed tone. Mom, don't transfer it. Don't touch the money. We should repay aunt this year either. I got some valuable materials and equipment from the novice trial dungeon that I can sell for about 2,000 gold coins. I plan to first repay the money aunt spent on my education over the years, then use the rest to pay off part of our debts. In fact, his gains were worth at least 4,000 gold coins, but he only mentioned half to avoid worrying his mother. Really? Son, you're not lying to Mom? His mother asked in disbelief. Then she excitedly began calculating with him how to allocate the 2,000 gold coins, how much for debt repayment, how much for him to upgrade equipment, and how much for daily expenses. Yi Nan listened patiently, occasionally agreeing, until his mother's emotions gradually calmed down, and only then did he reluctantly hang up the phone. Ding 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 ding. The train slowed down, and the onboard announcement said, Wuzhen has arrived. The doors opened, and a breeze carrying the moisture of Jiangnan hit his face. Yi Nan shouldered his combat backpack, stepped off the platform, and headed straight for the Wuzhen dungeon area. In the southwest corner of Hongqing's ancient town was an entire dedicated dungeon zone. Towering group halls stood on the perimeter, where countless professionals freely recruited teammates, with shouts rising and falling, creating a scene as lively as a marketplace. The team lobby buzzed with all kinds of voices. Level 98 Hunter here, awakened rank damage talent, fresh graduate from Hangzhou Vocational and Technical College, looking for a permanent 25-person raid team. Fixed 5-person squad also works. My personality is Stellar 560 Guild is recruiting. Established guild. Tons of girls in our guild, including popular streamer girls like Lu Xiaoqi, Queen Shen, and other team leaders. Welcome to join. Excellent fresh college graduates preferred. Blue gear clearance sale. Blue gear clearance sale. No middleman markup from trading companies. All equipment personally farmed through hard work. You won't get ripped off or scammed, starting from just 2 gold coins. Looking for group for Wuzhen Bounty Quest? 1111, 111, 1111. In the lobby of this city's largest dungeon hub, such lively scenes repeated every day. Newcomers without connections found it hard to form groups, and could only rely on guilds or temporary teams for dungeon runs. Occasionally, you'd see some young master or princess surrounded by a group of well-dressed, high-level mercenaries walking into a dungeon, typical scene of wealthy families paying for bodyguards to escort their children through leveling. Yinan had no interest in this commotion and didn't linger in the lobby. He needed neither teammates nor bodyguards. Pushing through the noisy crowd, he headed straight to what was called the Junction Hub. This was the most prominent crossroads in the city's dungeon district, where all dungeon entrances and information terminals converged, allowing adventurers to browse dungeon data at any time and decide on their challenge targets. Standing beneath the blue glowing screen, Yinan quickly scrolled through the dungeon list for the Wuzhen area. Wuzhen had once been one of Hangzhou's most famous scenic spots, but after the game descended into reality, this ancient town area crisscrossed with waterways spawned numerous secret realms. Pioneers cleared these realms, and officials later renovated them, installing resurrection angels to transform them into repeatable dungeons. Wuzhen dungeons had an enormous level range. The lowest was the level 20 Touring Wuzhen, while the highest was the level 220 Wuzhen Folk Legends and Strange Tales. Yinan's target for this trip was the level 35 dungeon, Peach and Willow Gardens. Dungeon, Peach and Willow Gardens. Difficulty, Normal Adventure Warrior King Hero. Level, LV 35. Type, 5-person squad maximum 5 people. Fatigue cost, 7 points. Overview. The flora of Wuzhen has mutated, transforming into flower spirits and willow enchantresses. In this scenic town, play with these alluring yet dangerous monsters, but don't get too carried away, or you might stay there forever, becoming their nourishment. Monsters. Boss is silver tier upgraded to gold tier on hero difficulty. Regular monsters and elite monsters are bronze tier upgraded to silver tier on hero difficulty. Yinan chose this place for one reason only: the dungeon was filled exclusively with magic-type monsters, perfect for him to steal spell power and mana. His main class was Mage, and these 2 attributes were crucial for mages. After confirming his target, he followed the signs toward the teleportation corridor for Peach and Willow Gardens. His quiet and decisive movements caught the attention of several adventurers who were waiting for teammates. Among them, a plain-looking but well-figured woman in her 20s lowered her voice and said to her companion, "Look at that guy. He's going to a level 35 dungeon alone. I just secretly inspected him's only level 7. This girl had been quietly watching the handsome Yinan. The young man beside her crossed his arms, muttering with a hint of jealousy in his voice. Maybe he's some rich family's young master, with a bunch of high-level mercenaries working for him in the dungeons. Hearing this, the girl frowned slightly. Yinan was dressed in simple black short sleeves and worn work pants, showing no trace of being from a wealthy family. She found it hard to believe. With a sudden thought, she left her male companion behind, grabbed her bag, and hurried a few steps to intercept Yinan at the end of the corridor. "Hey there, where are you heading?" Yinan stopped and looked up at her. The girl had ordinary features but an excellent figure, her fitted light blue casual combat suit accentuating her graceful curves. He replied politely, "I'm going to run a dungeon. You're only level 7, just change classes, right?" The girl looked puzzledly at the level badge on his chest. "How are you going to tackle a level 35 dungeon? Solo?" At this point, she couldn't help but laugh. "Are you sure you're not lost?" Yinan remained silent, showing no trace of anger. If he were in someone else's shoes, he wouldn't believe a level 7 newbie could solo a level 35 dungeon either. As for his super divine talent secret, he naturally wouldn't reveal it to strangers. The girl took his silence as confirmation, gently patting his arm with a charming smile. "You're so cute. Let me help you level up. We can start with the Wuzhen dungeon. That's a level 20 map. I'm level 78, so I'll keep you safe. You don't even need to pay for the entrance fee, it's my treat." Though her looks could only be described as pleasant, her long legs wrapped in silver gray motorcycle boots, her waist cinched slim by a tactical belt, plus the mature allure she exuded with every gesture, meant she never lacked admirers. For an 18-year-old innocent high school boy, this kind of older sister charm would be almost irresistible. Any other boy might have nodded immediately, but Yinan's heart remained calm as still water at school. He could face top-tier beauties like Su Lungming and Ruan Haiyue with composure, let alone this girl who only had her figure going for her. Besides, with his 100 million health points, he could slowly grind through the level 35 dungeon. Thank you, but no need to trouble yourself. I'm not lost. Yinan nodded politely, his tone calm. With that, he turned and walked toward the Peach Willow Garden dungeon entrance without looking back. The girl stood frozen in place, watching his figure disappear around the corner. After a long moment, she sighed softly. What a shame, she had forgotten to ask for his WeChat. Just then, the girl's male companion approached, his expression somewhat unnatural and unpleasant. The guy stared at his plain-looking girlfriend. He caught her gaze still lingering on the retreating figure of that young man, and his heart felt like someone had forcibly slapped a green hat on his head. He and his girlfriend had already made plans to tackle the level 80 dungeon defensive Wuzhen with several classmates tonight. His girlfriend was a healer priest, one of the core members of their team. If she changed her mind at the last minute because of that pretty boy and went to help him with some low-level dungeon instead, it wouldn't just humiliate him, it could also damage his friendships with those classmates. Fortunately, that pretty boy had enough sense to decline the invitation in the end. But the fact that his girlfriend had openly approached another man right in front of him still made his chest tight with anger. The young man plotted viciously in his mind. Humph, just wait until I get home tonight, I'll show you. I won't go easy on you anymore, you shameless woman. I'm going to give it to you hard. Really hard. Until you're completely worn out. Meanwhile, Yinan turned the street corner. One turn, a few steps. Another turn, and a garden lined with willows and peach trees came into view. The entrance to the Peach and Willow Garden dungeon was hidden behind that elegant wooden gate. Green light curtains flowed neatly through the air in front of the door, cascading like a waterfall, marking the dungeon portal. Less than 10 meters from the entrance stood a small booth made of glass and metal, resembling a security guard station from the real world. This was the official dungeon toll station. In the world of Ultimate Ark, entering Wild's secret realms was free, but any official dungeon required purchasing a ticket first, just like buying a subway pass. Yinan approached the toll window. A uniformed male employee leaned back in his chair, scrolling through short videos on his phone with lazy, mechanical finger movements. Hello, I'd like to buy a ticket. The man across from him was a burly fellow around 35 years old. Hearing the voice, he didn't even lift his eyelids, his tone casual. Wait for your teammates to arrive, then buy together. I don't have any teammates. Only then did the man look up, sizing up Yinan, a kid who looked barely level 20, solo running a level 35 dungeon. And not just any level 35 dungeon, but Peach and Willow Garden, which was notoriously difficult among dungeons of its level. The burly man was, after all, an official employee who had seen his share of things. His heart skipped a beat. Could this young man be the heir of some legendary family? If so, he couldn't afford to be disrespectful. His expression grew serious as he cast Advanced Appraisal on Yinan. This was a skill that could only be learned at level 200 after completing the third class advancement, theoretically offering much higher success rates and more detailed information than ordinary appraisal spells. Target: Yinan. Class: Flame Mage Epic. Class Talent: Miracle SS Rank. Level: LV7 Unawakened, First Advancement. Guild: None. Health points. Mana points. Attack power. Spell power. A question mark appeared above the burly employee's head. He had used an advanced appraisal technique that required level 200 in completion of the third class advancement, yet he couldn't see the target's attributes. This was due to the powerful concealment effect of the blasphemous hand, which not only disguised his talent as a miracle, but also made it impossible for any detection skills to reveal Yinan's true attributes. The burly staff member glanced at the detection panel and saw the word unknown displayed in large characters. He didn't think much of it though. After all, Yinan's level was clearly visible at a mere level 7, so his attributes couldn't be that impressive regardless. He looked Yinan up and down. The young man appeared perfectly normal with clear eyes, showing no signs of mental trauma whatsoever. Hey there, kid, did something happen to upset you? The staff member leaned forward slightly from his chair, his tone hesitant and concerned. The man who had been casual just moments before now wore a serious expression. I'm telling you, stay calm. A level 35 dungeon isn't something a level 7 professional can solo. Remembering that today was the job transition day for major universities, he made a guess. This young man had probably just completed his job transition and hadn't taken the college entrance exam yet. Reaching level 7 in such a short time showed decent leveling speed. Was quite talented. With this in mind, his tone became even gentler. Look, kid, your profession and talent seem pretty good. No matter how tough life gets, don't act rashly. While dying in a dungeon won't actually kill you, it'll leave you weakened. The worse the injury, the longer the weakness lasts. The college entrance exam is just a month away, so don't let some petty dispute ruin your future. In his view, Yinan had probably suffered some setback and was acting impulsively by wanting to challenge a level 35 five-person dungeon. Inside the window, the staff member spoke earnestly. Outside the window, Yinan felt somewhat amused. This guy was actually pretty decent. He understood the man's good intentions, but with over 100 million health points, a mere level 35 five-person dungeon couldn't even scratch him. The problem was, there was no way to explain this. What level 7 player could claim to have 100 million HP and be believed? It was like saying, I'm the first emperor of Qin, my WeChat ID is 50. Yinan could only bite the bullet and speak again. Thank you, but please give me a ticket. After speaking, he pulled out his phone and scanned the WeChat QR code, hearing a ding, as he paid 3 gold coins and 8 silver coins. His inventory was already linked to WeChat, so his 100+ gold coins could be used for online payments or withdrawn as cash at any time, one of the conveniences brought by the world's digitization. According to regulations, dungeon tickets below level 50 cost no more than 5 gold coins, with higher level dungeons being more expensive. Peach Willow Garden was a level 35 dungeon, priced at exactly 3 gold coins and 8 silver coins. Seeing that Yinan said nothing more and completed the payment directly, the burly staff member's expression immediately darkened. The burly staff member was feeling quite irritated now. He had just spent ages at the window trying to talk sense into the kid, but his good intentions had fallen on deaf ears. Not only did the young man show no gratitude, he had gone ahead and paid right in front of him. After the payment confirmation chimed and the printer word out the ticket, regulations required him to hand it over. If citizens paid money but didn't receive their tickets and the incident went viral online, his government job would be in jeopardy. With a stern expression, he silently pulled a teal talisman from his drawer and casually tossed it onto the gray windowsill outside the counter. The talisman trembled slightly. Then, without even bothering to glance at Yinan, he looked down and switched back to his short videos, where a young woman was riding a pendulum ride, swinging wildly. Yinan didn't take the man's sour attitude to heart. He picked up the teal talisman paper inscribed with the 4 characters, Peach Willow Garden. This was his dungeon ticket. The paper felt ice cold in his hand as he stuffed it into his backpack, then stepped through the rhythmically flowing green light barrier before him. Whoosh's figure faded and finally disappeared completely at the wooden door. Seeing Yinan enter the dungeon, the burly staff member's lips curled into a schadenfreude-filled, somewhat disdainful smile. Sigh. You can't save someone determined to die. Young people can be headstrong, but don't actually court death. He pulled out an emergency service card marked with a red cross from his drawer. Just by dialing the number on the card, he could call for rescue for a fee per service, of course. He muttered his plan. When that kid crawls out all beaten up later, he'll have to beg me properly before I help him make that call. With that, he continued scrolling through short videos, putting Yinan out of his mind. Ding! A system notification exploded in Yinan's mind. Welcome, player, to the level 35 five-person team dungeon, Peach Willow Garden. Please select challenge difficulty, normal, adventure, warrior, king, hero. To steal more attributes, he unhesitatingly selected hero. A new line of red text appeared. Warning! Hero level 5-person team dungeon difficulty is quite high. Based on normal difficulty, all monsters have 500 health and 300 damage. Each boss will gain additional skills or significant enhancement of existing skills. Please confirm whether you wish to proceed with hero difficulty. The confirm button was on the left, let me think again, on the right, both options floating in the center of his vision. Unlike the newbie trial dungeons that tested potential and had 10 difficulty levels, these 5-person team dungeons only offered 5 tiers. 1. Normal, monster health and damage at standard levels. 2. Adventure, 50 health, 20 damage. 3. Warrior, 100 health, 50 damage. 4. King, 200 health, 100 damage. 5. Hero, monster health increases by 500, damage increases by 300. Normal difficulty is typically used for players to familiarize themselves with dungeons, and even the most mediocre players wouldn't repeatedly grind normal mode. Adventure difficulty serves as the preferred upgrade from there, offering slightly higher experience than normal mode while maintaining an approachable difficulty level. Many skilled players with quick reflexes and good gear even skip normal difficulty entirely, starting from this level. Above that lies warrior difficulty, chosen only by small groups with solid technique, awareness, and equipment. It's widely recognized as the most efficient leveling path. King difficulty doesn't offer dramatically increased experience, but it brings a massive leap in drop quality. The first 3 difficulties mainly drop white, green, and blue gear with only low to mid-tier materials, while King difficulty has chances to drop purple, pink, or even red equipment. High-grade, premium, and even legendary materials are also within the drop pool, with gold income rising accordingly. This difficulty is typically the playground for professional teams or high-end bounty hunters looking to farm gear, materials, and money during their downtime. Regular players rarely venture here. The monsters are too vicious, and the consumption of potions, durability, and charms burns through money like wildfire. Finally, hero difficulty raises both experience and drops by an entire tier, but the difficulty spikes exponentially. Boss stats skyrocket, and they gain special effects that only activate in hero mode, sometimes even acquiring entirely new abilities. This forces players to completely relearn the mechanics. Even elite veterans rarely touch same-level hero difficulty to 5-man dungeons unless required by bounty missions or awakening class changes. There's a popular joke in the community. Same-level hero difficulty? Not even dogs would run it. But Yinan wasn't a conventional player. With his 100 million health points, he feared no broken abilities. The higher the monster stats, the more attributes his blasphemous hand could steal in one go. The stronger the monsters, the less he worried about being unable to damage his targets. Facing the system's confirmation prompt, he clicked the left option without hesitation. Confirm. His vision plunged into darkness, then light flooded in the next moment. He found himself standing in a garden with gentle breezes. In the distance, waves of elegantly designed monsters wandered leisurely. Yinan's gaze locked onto them like a starving wolf spotting lambs, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This would be a massacre. He was going to drain them dry. Within the dungeon, clear skies stretched endlessly overhead, with gentle sunlight and occasional cool breezes providing refreshing relief. Willow and peach trees swayed gracefully in the summer wind, their branches dancing like flowing silk garments, resembling a troupe of elegantly dressed maidens performing in formation. The air was filled with a harmonious blend of floral fragrances, birdsong, and the gentle murmur of flowing water, creating a picturesque scene that lifted the spirits. The Peach and Willow Garden dungeon had captivated an entire generation's aesthetic sensibilities since the Peerless Ark world first descended into reality. The stunning beauty and allure of the flower spirits and willow enchantresses had countless professionals completely mesmerized, even sparking a flower spirit and willow enchantress cosplay trend in entertainment venues where staff would dress up meticulously to satisfy certain male clientele's particular preferences. To this day, these creatures remained incredibly popular, with some max-level veteran professionals still making trips to Wuzhen, willing to burn through massive amounts of fatigue points just to enter the dungeon for another thrilling experience. After the global digitization, every professional's attribute panel included a new stat called fatigue points. The base limit was 50 points, increasing with each awakening. Every dungeon entry consumed fatigue points, which only refreshed daily at 4 a.m. Insufficient points meant no entry. The current level 35 Peach and Willow Garden dungeon had a base cost of 7 fatigue points, with an additional 1 point for every level difference between the professional and the dungeon. Yinan, being only level 7, needed to pay the base 7 points plus an additional 28 points, totaling 35 points. With only 15 fatigue points remaining, he couldn't manage another dungeon run. Since I can't do a second run, I'll squeeze every drop out of this one, he resolved silently. Gripping his apprentice staff tightly, the tip dragging against the ground with a soft scraping sound, he walked directly toward the nearest group of monsters, not for the eye-catching flower spirits and willow enchantresses in the dungeon, but to test his basic attack damage against level 35 monsters first, then decide whether to switch to his pink boxing gloves. The moment he stepped into the monster's detection range, girlish laughter echoed around him. Hee hee, giggle giggle, sweet yet eerie. Come play with us. This was a squad of 6 creatures, 3 flower spirits and 3 willow enchantresses. Target, flower spirit. Rank, silver common. Level, LV 35. HP, for 1000. Description, so beautiful, so delicate, they are very hospitable. Target, willow enchantress. Rank, silver common. Level, LV 35. HP, for 1200. Description, any professional who doesn't want to be whipped by them isn't a proper masochist. Both flower spirits and willow enchantresses were magic-type monsters that didn't charge at the start of combat, instead remaining in place to cast spells. This was precisely why Yinan had chosen the Peach and Willow Garden. Definitely not because the monsters or bosses were attractive. The flower spirit, with her pink upper body, snow-white midsection, and emerald green lower half, bent forward to cast her spell. As her impossibly slender waist twisted from left to right, her upper body traced a graceful arc. Behind her back grew several enormous pale pink petals that gracefully cascaded downward as she bent forward, perfectly concealing the fullness of her chest. Even when facing her directly, one could only glimpse the soft edges of the petals, never catching sight of that tantalizing expanse of snow-white skin. This elegant yet seductive movement was the signature casting pose of the flower demoness. Many perverted players loved to repeatedly challenge this dungeon for one reason. Alanite offered a close-up view of the flower demoness' bending posture, especially that momentary curve of her arched back. Plucking petals and flying flowers. Active skill, 40 mana cost, 3-second cast time, deals 150 spell power and nature damage to a single target. Meanwhile, the tall and slender Lu Mei was also channeling her spell. Their clothing consisted of nothing more than a deep green leaf bandeau and leaf shorts, with no other coverings. Their snow-white skin appeared particularly striking against the emerald backdrop. Lu Mei stood nearly 5 feet 7 inches tall, already graceful and statuesque. When barefoot with high heels, she would undoubtedly be even more stunning. She rose onto her tiptoes, chin tilted upward, slowly raising both arms from her sides, her smooth, flawless underarms exposed to the air. Simultaneously, she thrust out her chest and lifted her hips, displaying the curves wrapped in deep green both forward and upward. This tension-filled pose equally captivated the perverted players. Thus, two major appreciation factions emerged on the internet: the Peach Blossom Bending School, which favored the Flower Demoness curves, and the Lu Mei Chest-Thrusting School, which worshipped Lu Mei's proud posture. The two factions bore no animosity toward each other, and most people enjoyed both sides equally, creating universal satisfaction. Flying Willow Fairy Arrow. Active skill, 40 mana cost, 3-second cast time, deals 120 spell power and nature damage to a single target, with a 50 base chance to apply Entanglement. Entanglement. Movement speed reduced by 20, lasts 8 seconds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 plucking petals and flying flowers and 3 flying willow fairy arrows shot out almost simultaneously, streaking toward Yi Nan at incredible speed. 616. 489. Virtual numbers flashed above Yi Nan's head in succession, the former from the Flower Demoness, the latter from Lu Mei. At the same time, the entanglement status appeared in his status bar, reducing his movement speed by 8 points. Fortunately, this slowing effect couldn't stack, or the trouble would be far worse. In just one round, Yinan's health evaporated by over 3,000 points. A typical level 35 non-tank player had only around 1,850 base health, and even with equipment bonuses, rarely exceeded 3,000 points. If an ordinary player had taken this full barrage alone, they would already be lying weakly on the ground. Of course, dungeon runs typically involved 5-person teams, with monster attacks randomly targeting different players rather than focusing entirely on one target. However, single target damage of 500 to 600 points remained terrifying, truly demonstrating the harshness of heroic difficulty. Even more troublesome was that monster health in the dungeon had been enhanced to 500 of the original. The Flower Demoness and Lu Mei, who once had only 800 health points each, now boasted 4,000 points apiece. Combat duration was thus extended, and risks escalated accordingly. If the tank's damage reduction skills couldn't keep up, or if the healer ran out of mana, the team would fall into a passive situation. And this was merely a wave of minor monsters. However, for Yinan, this was nothing more than a trivial scene. He ignored the Flower Demoness and Lu Mei's playful continued casting poses, dragging his staff as he steadily advanced. Darlings, are you ready for your spanking? Yinan took another round of attacks before reaching melee range. The loss of over 3,000 health points was nothing to him, not even a fraction worth mentioning. He barely felt it, just a slight itch. The pain system in Absolute Ark was clearly explained in textbooks. Pain intensity was determined by current damage maximum health. If a single attack dealt less than 10 of maximum health, players would only feel mild discomfort. The higher the damage within that 10, the more noticeable the pain. Research had established higher thresholds as well. 20 noticeable pain, 33 intense pain, 50 severe pain that could interfere with physical and mental functions, 80 unbearable agony that could cause loss of mobility and cognitive ability. This time, his enemies were hero difficulty flower spirits with a 300 damage bonus. Their skill, plucking petals and flying flowers, had a base damage of 810 points. Yinan had previously stolen massive amounts of magic resistance, and combined with the 50 points provided by the hero challenger buff, he possessed top-tier magic defense for a level 7 character. Even so, he still took 616 points of damage. For an ordinary level 35 player with roughly 1,850 maximum health, even with magic resistance equal to Yinan's, taking 616 damage would exceed the 33 threshold, forcing them to endure intense pain. But Yinan's maximum health was 100 million. To him, 616 points didn't even qualify as damage. Had your fun? My turn now, right? He stepped forward to face the 6 flower spirits, raised his staff, and thrust it straight at the nearest willow spirit. 102 damage. Yinan's current physical attack was only around 200 points, and he was wielding a staff with virtually no physical damage bonuses. Logically, a level 35 silver tier willow spirit specializing in magic should have enough defense to avoid taking 100 damage from what appeared to be level 15 physical attacks. Yet the numbers didn't lie. Its armor was ridiculously low. 100 damage per strike. For 1,000 health, 40 strikes to finish it? That's way too fast, and men hate being fast. He had originally planned to slowly poke away with his staff, enjoying the thrill of cross-level combat. But these delicate flower spirits and willow spirits were as fragile as paper. A level 7 character could break through defenses nearly 30 levels higher than his own. This was completely beyond expectations. He had wanted to take his time stabbing with the staff, but given the circumstances, Yinan had no choice but to switch equipment. He removed his staff and switched to a pair of adorable pink gloves. As the equipment changed, the padding effect activated, reducing physical damage by a brutal 80, leaving each punch with a mere 20 points of damage, just enough for him to slowly torment his targets for 200 strikes. The 2 flower spirits and 3 willow enchantresses before him caught sight of those girly pink gloves and collectively shuddered, instinctively stepping back as they bent forward and raised their hips to begin casting spells. Yinan couldn't be bothered with their flashy incantation effects and stepped forward, grabbing the most appealing flower spirit and yanking her into his arms. Kaya! The flower spirit shrieked, her slender waist twisting violently, but Yinan's left arm held her firmly against his chest, leaving her unable to move. Yinan raised his right hand, his palm cutting through the air before landing with a sharp smack on her snow-white back. 20 damage. The virtual number flashed across the flower spirit's tender back. With 4,000 health points and only 20 damage per hit, he could slap her over 200 times, and Blasphemous Hand would trigger frequently enough to completely drain her dry. If a random punch dealt over 100 damage and finished her off in 40 hits, where would be the fun in that? The flower spirit in his arms continued struggling, but Yinan remained steady as an iron clamp as he swung his hand again. 20 damage. Ding. Blasphemous Hand effect triggered. Absorbed 100 mana points from target. Ding. Blasphemous Hand effect triggered. Absorbed 18 spell power from target. Ding. Blasphemous Hand effect triggered. Absorbed 6 magic resistance from target. Ding. Blasphemous Hand effect triggered. Absorbed 90 mana points from target. Hee, now we're talking. Yinan grinned inwardly. Based on his previous testing, he had figured out the algorithm for Blasphemous Hand. It stole 10 of the target's attributes each time. This flower spirit had a maximum mana pool of 1,000 points. After the first drain of 100 points, only 900 remained. The next drain could only absorb 90 points, decreasing progressively until she was completely emptied. Once he started stealing attributes, Yinan simply increased his slapping frequency. The flower spirit's moans grew increasingly urgent in response. The 2 nearby flower spirits and 3 willow enchantresses watched in stunned silence, their hearts racing so fast they forgot to cast spells. Woo woo woo. The helpless, pitiful whimpering from the flower spirit in his arms snapped her companions back to reality. There's a pervert. Sisters, attack. Save Xiao Tao. We must teach him a lesson. The flower spirits bent forward to form hand seals while the willow enchantresses raised their hips to draw their bows. 5 nature-based spells simultaneously struck Yinan, only managing to stir up a few wisps of dust. How is he still not dead? One flower spirit's voice trembled. Since the battle began, Yinan had taken nearly 9,000 points of damage without even frowning, causing all 5 flower spirits and willow enchantresses to panic. Keep attacking. I refuse to believe we can't kill him. One of the willow enchantresses snarled viciously. 3 seconds later, another round of scattered petals and flying willow arrows came crashing down. Yinan remained completely unmoved. Again they attacked. Yinan was still fine. Half a minute later, the flower spirit in Yinan's arms became transparent, crumbling into points of light that transformed into his experience points. Yinan released his grip and turned to stare at the remaining 5 alluring monsters, his brow slightly furrowed. Now, who called me a pervert just now? As he spoke, Yinan took a step toward them. The 5 graceful demons almost simultaneously retreated half a step, their faces filled with uncertainty and alarm. The willow spirit who had first suggested, "Let's continue the attack," steeled herself and stepped forward, lowering her voice to encourage her companions. Sisters, people die when they are killed. One more round. As soon as she finished speaking, she thrust out her chest and raised her hips, waving her arms as emerald magical patterns emerged from her palms. The remaining 4 flower demons also raised their delicate hands, with incantations dancing on their lips. Seeing the ringleader jump out on her own, Yinan decided to stop being polite. He stomped his foot and instantly appeared before her, grabbing the willow spirit by the collar. Her magical patterns immediately collapsed, and he smoothly delivered a smack to her rounded back. 20 points of damage. Ding! A system notification exploded in his mind. Blasphemous Hand triggered, absorbing 60 mana points from the target. The willow spirit let out a miserable cry, her expression both pained and ashamed, her cheeks instantly turning blood red. Save me. The other 4 flower demons had completed their spells, and dense beams of light bombarded Yinan, but they were like raindrops hitting steel plates, unable to even disturb the corner of his clothes. Yinan repeated his tactics, his left hand firmly locking around the willow spirit's waist while his right fist, glowing faintly, struck out in rapid succession. The willow spirit struggled desperately, but being a fragile magic type, her delicate limbs couldn't create even the slightest disturbance, leaving her at his mercy. In just a dozen breaths, her entire body stiffened. She let out a low moan. Her delicate frame trembled several times, then went limp and fell silent, completely motionless. Yinan raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the remaining 4 flower demons, the corner of his mouth curving upward. Next one. Whose turn is it? 4 enchantingly beautiful faces turned pale in unison, their delicate shoulders rising and falling, but none dared to respond. Outside the Peach and Willow Garden dungeon, at the toll station, the burly staff member had just watched a funny video and couldn't help but laugh a few times before casually glancing toward the dungeon entrance, where the regularly flowing green light curtain still hung quietly. Huh? That kid went in half an hour ago and still hasn't died his way out. He rubbed his eyes. From his experience, a level 7 rookie who had just changed classes attempting a level 35 heroic difficulty dungeon soloid was like using a flashlight in a toilet, pure suicide. Logically, he should have been carried out by the first wave of monsters, but now after a full 30 minutes, there wasn't even a shadow of him in a weakened state. Abnormal. Highly abnormal. The burly staff member frowned in thought, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration and a bold guess popped into his mind. Holy crap, this kid probably didn't go in to clear the dungeon and went in for thrills, purely for some Hansen action, right? Peach and Willow Garden was famous for being filled with beauties, attracting lustful male players from around the world who specifically traveled to the Yen Kingdom for this experience. Even the most ordinary flower demons and willow spirits were alluring enough, and the several boss monsters at the end of each stage each had their own unique charms. Especially the final boss, the Lily Queen, she was truly top tier. Many players farmed this dungeon day and night, not for equipment or experience, but just to hear the queen's bone-melting moan before death and to experience the intoxicating sensation of looting her body. Thinking of this, the burly middle-aged man's resentment toward Yinan diminished considerably, replaced by a measure of respect. Heroic difficulty. That small frame could be killed instantly by a single skill from a flower demon, yet he dared to take such a huge risk to have intimate contact with these spirits. Such courage from a young hero was truly exemplary. Inside the dungeon, Yinan spent another 15 minutes successively defeating the remaining 4 flower demon willow spirits. 1 wave of monsters, 6 total, all eliminated. Ding. You gained 3,266 experience points, 3,055 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 9. Your basic attributes have improved, and you've gained 5 free attribute points. You've advanced 2 levels. The exhilarating rush of fighting monsters above his level surged through his entire body. Yinan gripped his weapon tightly, his arms trembling slightly with excitement. As expected, killing higher-level monsters for experience is incredibly fast. He thought about those wealthy heirs in real life. Their families would hire several high-level mercenaries, and without much effort on their part, their characters would skyrocket in levels. But to actually do this would cost an astronomical amount. The first expense was the commission. These mercenaries' time was precious, and if they were going to accompany you through dungeons, you had to pay them handsomely. The second expense was the real money drain, buying fatigue points. In the virtual world of Peerless Ark, entering any dungeon consumed fatigue points. The consumption was divided into 2 parts. 1. Fixed dungeon cost, generally low for dungeons below level 100. 2. Level difference penalty. High-level players wanting to enter low-level dungeons had to pay an additional level difference 1 in fatigue points. For example, a level 200 professional mercenary helping a client clear a level 50 dungeon would have to pay an extra 150 fatigue points. Fatigue points were a lifeline for all professional players, especially high-level ones, as the higher the fatigue, the harder it was to recover. Because of this, fatigue was expensive in the mercenary market. If you wanted mercenaries to power level your child, this was where the real money went. Only by throwing enough gold coins at them would they be willing to sacrifice their precious fatigue points to run dungeons that offered them no benefit whatsoever. Some might wonder, if money were unlimited, couldn't you have a level 1 newbie account directly clear level 200 dungeons and reach max level in just a few hours? The game had naturally blocked this path completely. The first barrier, fatigue point cap. Characters who hadn't completed their first awakening before level 50 had a fatigue limit of only 50 points. A level 1 account wanting to enter a level 200 dungeon would need to pay an extra 199 fatigue points, but they only had a maximum of 50 points, nowhere near enough. The second barrier, experience lock. Once a character reached level 49, they were locked by the system. Without completing the first awakening quest, experience would no longer accumulate, let alone breaking through to level 50. Therefore, for every player who reached level 49, the most important thing was to complete the awakening quest and unlock the next stage. Yinan carried his weapon, stepping over rubble as he continued exploring deeper into the dungeon. Dark red light flowed between the gaps in his armor as he glanced down at the red equipment title on his body, Hero Trialist. This piece of equipment came with the special skill Heroic Presence, which provided an additional 10 experience gain before the first awakening. Experience boost buffs had always been rare. This item didn't add any combat stats, but it was a coveted collectible that countless wealthy young masters would fight tooth and nail to obtain. With this 10 bonus, my leveling speed can get even faster, Yinan calculated in his mind. He wondered how many levels he could reach this time from killing monsters above his level, with no one else to split the experience with. Dungeons generally fall into two categories. The first type is linear dungeons, where players must follow a predetermined route to clear mobs and encounter bosses in sequence. You can only unlock the next area after defeating the previous boss, continuing until you finally take down the final boss. There's virtually no freedom in the process. The other type is open-world dungeons. Once inside, adventurers can explore freely and choose the order in which to face bosses based on their team composition and tactical needs, making them more popular. Talu Garden was exactly this type of open-world dungeon. Yinan was currently wandering aimlessly through the garden, admiring the lake views and swaying willows while scouting for new prey. To him, every blade of grass and tree represented attributes and experience points. He was like a tireless pounding machine, taking on any flower spirits or willow demons he encountered, whether alone or in groups, showing no mercy whatsoever. In just a short time, he had already reached level 15. Catching the faint floral fragrance in the air, he suddenly detected waves of delicate laughter coming from nearby. The sounds were crisp and frequent, clearly indicating a large group of monsters. Yinan gripped his pink gauntlets tighter, anticipation flashing in his eyes. Time to pound. Oh wait, I mean steal some attributes. Following the laughter, he arrived at a large pond surrounded by weeping willows. The water surface sparkled with ripples as flower spirits frolicked within over 20 of them. 1. Some sat on the stone banks with their little feet dangling in the water. 2. Others had dove right into the center of the pond to swim. 3. Still others were splashing and playing with each other. The scene was gentle and pleasing to the eye. Others might have been enchanted by the flower spirit's charm, but in Yinan's eyes, they were all walking attribute points and experience bars. Ah, the sweet scent of attributes and experience, he thought to himself. The next second, he charged forward and leaped into the pond, grabbing the nearest flower spirit and immediately delivering 2 swift punches. Kaya! Ah! Screams erupted one after another, echoing through the forest. The flower spirit trapped in Yinan's arms struggled desperately, while the remaining 19 immediately formed hand seals, launching spells toward the center of the pond. Yinan couldn't care less she was already lost in the rhythm of attribute stealing. As his level increased, his attack power was slowly rising too. A single flower spirit now took less than 200 punches to finish off. Though that was still quite a few hits, it felt incredibly smooth, much more comfortable than dealing with pirates and thugs back in Liberty Town, so naturally he didn't want to stop. 3 seconds later, 19 plucked petals flying flowers, attacks hit simultaneously. 598. 598. Dense red damage numbers popped up above his head as this round instantly dealt over 11,000 damage. However, when the damage landed on him, he didn't even flinch, continuing to focus intently on smacking the flower spirit's bottom with his pink gauntlets. 19 big question marks appeared above the flower spirits' heads. Such concentrated fire hadn't even killed him, they were completely baffled. What's going on? Why isn't he dead? Does he have some kind of special treasure? Is he cheating? Let's try again. The flower spirits chattered among themselves before finally deciding to attack once more. In an instant, 19 alluring flower spirits bent forward in unison, magical light gathering at their fingertips. The scene resembled 19 stunning beauties bowing to Yinan in perfect formation, both magnificent and perilous. A memory from an old strategy guide flashed through Yinan's mind. This pond had long since become a famous photo spot in the Peach Willow Garden online. 20 flower spirits spawned here regularly, only level 35, but their flawless beauty and figures made them a popular scenic attraction for veteran players above level 200 who would stop by to admire them while farming dungeons. Newcomers in their 30s, however, rarely dared approach even if they entered the dungeon. They would never provoke these 20 flowers on purpose. The reason was simple. The mechanics were crystal clear: strike one, and the remaining 19 would join the battle. For a typical 5-person team, this meant facing 20 monsters at once. Standard dungeon pulls involved 5 or 6 enemies. Stronger teams might handle 12 in one go, 15 at most. 5 or 6 casting simultaneously was manageable for healers, but 20 flower spirits unleashing skills together wasn't just high pressure, it meant instant death and total party wipe. No one would risk their lives for measly experience, and drops the saying, "You need to be alive to earn money, and alive to spend it," was particularly fitting here. The 3-second cast completed, and 19 plucked petals struck Yinan simultaneously, instantly vaporizing over 11,000 health points. He looked up, casually scanning the flower spirits, lips curling into a smirk as he uttered just 3 words: "Try harder." That lazy attitude, combined with the subdued flower spirit beneath him, instantly made the others' cheeks flush red, hearts pounding like drums, momentarily unsure how to react. During their stunned hesitation, the first unfortunate flower spirit to receive Yinan's attention let out a soft moan before dissolving into scattered light particles, her experience points completely absorbed by him. Yinan immediately rolled into the pond, swam a few strokes, surfaced beside another flower spirit, dragged her to shore, pinned her down, and began delivering a series of light punches. Ma. The flower spirit's cry carried a sobbing tone. Seeing another companion fall into the wolf's clutches, the remaining 18 finally erupted in fury. Even rabbits bite when cornered, and little flower spirits were no different. A blood-red whirlwind of buff aura simultaneously lit up around them. System notification. Flowers rage passive. Nature damage increased by 100 until combat ends. Yinan was familiar with this mechanic. The flower spirits and willow sprites in Peach Willow Garden, due to their stunning appearance, were often harassed by lonely male players who treated them like goddesses, especially since their level 35 status made them seem easy to bully. Many desperate players paid the price to sneak into the dungeon for this outlet. When harassment went too far, the flower spirits and willow sprites would trigger Flower's Rage, doubling their damage as self-protection. At this moment, 18 flower spirits leaned forward again, magical light stirring restlessly. 18 flower spirits bent forward once more. Despite knowing that these alluring and beautiful flower spirits had gained the Floral Fury buff, Yinan remained completely unfazed. He glanced down at his health bar. A neat row of 9s still gleamed brightly on the screen. Not a single digit had dropped. After all this fighting, his opponents hadn't even managed to chip away one of his health. This damage was hardly threatening. Petal Storm. Colorful petals transformed into streaks of pink light blades, striking Yinan repeatedly. Damage, 1,180 points. 18 lines of damage notifications flashed across the screen, totaling over 20,000 points. While the numbers looked intimidating, they felt like nothing more than a gentle tickle to Yinan, who couldn't even be bothered to furrow his brow, treating the dozen flower spirits' assault as a complimentary full-body massage. He raised his hand, his small pink fist landing precisely on the waist of the nearest flower spirit. Ding. Blasphemous Hand Effect triggered. Absorbed 18 points of spell power from target. Ding. Blasphemous Hand Effect triggered. Absorbed 400 health points from target. Ding. Blasphemous Hand Effect triggered. Absorbed 6 points of magic resistance from target. The remaining 18 flower spirits refused to back down, bending and swaying as they unleashed another petal storm, filling the air with dazzling effects. Yinan remained leisurely. Pull one over, pin it down, pummel it with his pink fists to his heart's content. When one was finished, simply move on to the next. Outside the Peach Willow Garden dungeon, at the toll booth, the burly staff member checked his watch. A full hour and a half had passed. Why hasn't that kid come out yet? He muttered, puzzled. Could this job really last this long? Was he planning to work through an entire year's worth? After an hour and a half, his hands should be raw by now, right? Lost in thought, sudden realization struck him. Wait, he awakened an SS rank talent. Anyone with an SS rank talent was destined for greatness. He remembered the talent's name, Miracle. Could this kid actually be in there grinding monsters? Using Miracle to tackle a dungeon 30 levels above him. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Recalling Yinan's calm and composed expression before entering the dungeon, the burly staff member settled on his conclusion. Yeah, these SSS Awakeners love acting mysterious, always wearing that world-weary expression. He gazed toward the dungeon entrance, silently cheering Yinan on while reminding himself. I just hope that kid doesn't wander over to the pond area. Those 20 heroic difficulty flower spirits there can overwhelm even veterans in their 50s and 60s. By the pond's edge, the last enchanting flower spirit collapsed into particles of light under Yinan's pink fists. System notification. Character level increased to 16. Yinan casually dismissed the notification pop-up, calculating in his mind. Reaching level 10 on the first day after job change was already considered efficient, yet he had easily reached level 16, absolutely satisfying. He estimated that the Peach Willow Garden dungeon contained 3 bosses in total. Combined with completion rewards and the countless small monsters scattered throughout, he could easily reach level 30 today. Time to continue. Dungeon opportunities cost gold and stamina, so he couldn't let a single monster escape. Yinan opened the system map, marked the areas he had explored, and headed toward uncharted territory. An hour later, he had cleared nearly all the minor monsters in the dungeon area. With constant system notifications flashing, he gradually stole spell power, mana, and other attributes. Not an overwhelming amount, but enough for an excellent start. His experience bar filled up as well, leveling him up to 20. The loot was even more rewarding. Several white, green, and blue items filled his inventory. Low and mid-tier materials stuffed his material slots, and he even got a purple drop. This was where the boss resided. Yinan sheathed his weapon and walked along the forest path, his footsteps making soft crunching sounds on the gravel. After a few steps, the trees suddenly thinned out, and he arrived at an open garden. In the center stood a gray-white stone pavilion, with ornamental rocks beside it, and a clear pond at their base where several koi created ripples. The surrounding plants were neatly trimmed. The minor monsters that had been wandering here earlier had all been cleared out by Yinan, leaving only the boss sitting quietly in the pavilion. She appeared to be a woman around 20 years old. Her features were delicate, her skin luminous, draped in a white classical robe without any jewelry. Yet she stood out remarkably due to her long hair that was half light green and half snow white. Unlike the flower spirits and willow demons he had encountered before, her appearance showed no plant characteristics, no pink, white, or tricolored petals, no modest green leaf decorations. But the blue glow from his basic identification skill told Yi Nen that she was indeed a genuine spirit creature. Target: Princess Bylon. Rank: Golden Boss. Level: LV 35. HP: 90,000. Description: originally just a white orchid in this location, she gained intelligence and took human form during the Wu Town anomaly when she came into contact with a trace of the core mutation source's essence. Specializes in nature-based single-target spells and can heal herself during combat, be sure to interrupt her healing abilities. Reading this information, Yinan swallowed hard. 90,000 health points. She was definitely the tanky and durable type. What's more, he remembered this boss's skill set because she was good-looking and not too high level, making her a target that many high-level players considered cute and easy to bully. Video platforms were full of content about Princess Bylon, with detailed breakdowns of her skills and mechanics. Calling her easy to bully only applied to level 7,080 professionals. For lower-level challengers, especially players in her tier, this boss remained dangerous. Even level 5,060 teams had to be careful and coordinate well on king difficulty, let alone solo players in their 30s. Princess Bylon's skill panel was ridiculously simple. 2 active skills plus 1 passive. Yet these 3 abilities were enough to wipe out level 35 players countless times. The most troublesome was her active self-healing skill. Healing. Yinan's eyes lit up. This skill was a nightmare for others, but for him, it was a godsend as long as Princess Bylon was willing to heal herself. He could use his ability to repeatedly steal her attributes in an endless loop until he had completely drained her. Ha. Yinan felt a little thrill of excitement finally. A boss that could heal itself. Last time in the novice trial dungeon, he had to waste his own healing potions to save Shalon. Thinking about it now, he couldn't help but regret not stocking up on a few bottles from the Merchant Guild before entering the instance. Of course, those potions weren't for himself. With his ridiculous 100 million plus health points, he hardly needed them. The pink gauntlets clinked softly in his palms as Yinan walked slowly along the flower path toward the pavilion in the center of the garden. The moment he stepped into the princess's alert range, a clear, ethereal voice echoed through the flowers and trees. Leave this place. Do not come any closer. Princess Bylon's warning couldn't have been clearer. One more step would be a declaration of war. Yinan turned a deaf ear and continued forward. The princess's brow furrowed slightly as she rose gracefully. Her long hair, streaked with pale green and snow white, shimmered with a lustrous glow, and her former tranquility instantly crystallized into deadly intent. Ding system notification, boss battle initiated. She raised her arm, and the wide sleeves of her classical robe slid down her wrist, revealing an arm as delicate as lotus root segments. Deep green light gathered in her palm, and the air hummed under the pressure of energy. Whoosh! A dark green projectile shot forth. Qing Luo active skill, no cost, lock-on type. 5-second cast time, deals 200 spell power and nature damage to a random target. 4,133. The virtual number exploded above Yinan's head, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Heroic difficulty with golden tier and a 300 damage bonus, truly vicious. He had spent 2.5 hours clearing trash mobs and stealing their attributes, stacking his magic resistance sky high, yet still lost over 4,000 health. This showed that the princess's spell power far exceeded that of ordinary enemies. Perfect. The higher yours is, the more I can steal, Yinan thought with secret delight. The moment the skill landed, a layer of dark green mist enveloped him. Sun Feng passive mechanism. Cannot be dispelled or resisted. Targets hit by Qing Luo gain 1 stack of Sun Feng. Each stack increases nature damage taken by 10, with unlimited stacking. Qing Luo was a lock-on skill. Lock-on skills targeted a single enemy with 100 accuracy, making evasion through movement impossible. This contrasted with directional skills, which were cast in a specific direction and could be avoided by leaving the skill's path. Once a lock-on skill was cast, the target couldn't escape even if they fled to the heavens or burrowed underground, unless they possessed dodge or immunity attributes. Whoever was marked would take the damage. Qing Luo already dealt massive damage, and when it hit a target, it would apply a stack of the Xuanfeng debuff. Each stack of Xuanfeng increased Qing Luo's damage against that target by 10 for the next hit. This meant that as the battle progressed, Queen Bylon's Qing Luo attacks every 5 seconds would escalate exponentially, creating healing pressure that grew almost geometrically until no one could withstand it, ultimately leading to a team wipe. Faced with this mechanism, players could only race against time to burst down Princess Bylon before the Xuanfeng stacks on each person reached maximum. However, While the plan sounded good in theory, reality was brutally harsh. Princess Bylon had another active skill. Qingxiang, active ability, no cost, instant cast, and uninterruptible, 30-second cooldown, restores 4,500 health points to herself. The stable healing every 30 seconds completely blocked this slow grind strategy, making it impossible for any team with insufficient damage output to clear the encounter. Thinking about this, Yinan wasn't worried at all. In fact, he felt energized. An unkillable boss was perfect. He loved this type of immortal boss. If he had remembered Princess Bylon's mechanics earlier, he wouldn't have wasted so much time on the smaller monsters, and could have come straight here to pluck Princess Bylon's petals. After all, no matter how much he plucked, he could never strip her bare. After Princess Bylon cast her first Qing Luo, she immediately began chanting the second one since the skill had no cooldown. Within just 5 seconds, Yinan had already flashed in front of her. Standing nearly 6 feet tall while Princess Bylon was only about 5 foot 3, he looked down at her, clearly seeing the snowy white expanse beneath the slightly open collar of her white classical robe. Yinan raised his small fist wearing the pink gloves and unceremoniously punched down at that alluring sight. 6 damage. Princess Bylon's armor was obviously much higher than the Flower Demon Willow sprites, and combined with the pink gloves built-in 80 physical damage reduction, one punch only scraped off 6 health points, reducing her health bar from 90,000 to 89,994. Though the damage was low, the humiliation was maximized, especially given where Yinan had aimed his punch. Yu. Princess Bylon's pretty face instantly flushed red with shame and anger, becoming enraged on the spot as the Flower's Fury buff appeared on her, increasing nature damage by 100. The second Qing Luo immediately slammed into Yinan. 9,092 damage. Logically, Yinan only had one stack of Xuanfeng and should have taken 4,546 damage, but due to the Flower's Fury bonus, the number doubled directly. The overwhelming damage of over 9,000 hit Yinan, but he merely shrugged his shoulders for him. This amount of health loss was completely trivial. The feel was quite nice though. Yinan grinned and raised his hand again. The pink glove landed on the same soft spot. Soft glove hitting something soft. 6 damage. Little fists pounding her chest. 6 points. Qing Luo. 9,919 points. Yinan engaged in direct combat with Princess Bylon. Though it was supposed to be a fierce battle, the scene was utterly ridiculous. Yinan swung his fists like a diligent little wooden hammer, pounding away at Princess Bylon's chest one strike at a time, while Princess Bylon maintained her noble elegance, gracefully raising her hand to chant skills as gorgeous light effects bloomed from her fingertips. Ding. Blasphemous hand effect triggered. Absorbed 6 speed attribute points from target. Ding. Blasphemous hand effect triggered. Absorbed 1 effect hit attribute from target. The stealing had begun. Each punch only dealt 6 damage to his opponent, but attributes were continuously transferring to Yinan. Looking at Princess Bylon's remaining 89,916 health points, he seemed to see countless attributes beckoning to him, and couldn't help but grin. Suddenly, a pale green light flashed across Princess Bylon's body, and her health instantly jumped back to 90,000, completely restored. How did she heal so quickly? Yinan was startled. It hasn't even been 30 seconds yet. The system notification chimed in perfectly. Warning. Under hero difficulty, Boss Princess Bylon's fragrance skill cooldown has been reduced from 30 seconds to 15 seconds. Yinan understood immediately. In hero difficulty, the fragrance skill was enhanced, with its cooldown cut in half. For other teams, this would be a disaster, but for him, it was a godsend. The more resilient the target, the longer he could steal from it. It would be perfect if she healed every second, becoming an unkillable cockroach, Yinan thought gleefully. Then I could drain you completely dry. 6 points. Ding. Blasphemous hand effect triggered. Absorbed 180 spell power attribute points from target. Ding. Blasphemous hand effect triggered. Absorbed 1,000 mana attribute points from target. 180 spell power stolen in one go. By this calculation, Princess Bylon's total spell power was 1,800 points, and it would all eventually end up in his pocket. At this thought, his mood brightened considerably. After 15 seconds, the pale green light appeared again, and Princess Bylon's health rose back to 90,000 points, her entire aura refreshed. Yinan's lips curved upward. Go ahead and heal. The more you heal, the more excited I get. You're so annoying. You're really annoying. Princess Bylon finally lost her composure. Being continuously pounded in the chest by little fists, she was both embarrassed and furious, yet had no countermeasures, and could only continue casting Qing Luo. The scene became a bizarre stalemate. Yinan threw punches. Princess Bylon chanted spells. One punch, one palm strike, neither yielding to the other. Fist shadows and magic circles intertwined as both sides stood their ground in deadlock. As they fought, Yinan suddenly looked at the beauty before him. How about we sit down to fight? Standing is pretty tiring. This comment suddenly reminded him of a certain perverted joke. Having heart-to-heart talks with young girls, getting cozy with them. Princess Bylon was so angry she gritted her back teeth, her pretty face filled with rage, her small mouth pouting high. She raised her hand and forcefully unleashed Qing Luo. The movement carried a bit of her frustration. As she completed the chant, Qing Luo hit its target, 8,634 points. However, right after that, Princess Bylon sensed something was off. She stared at the number floating above Yinan's head, blinked indeed. It was 8,634 points of damage. After rubbing her eyes, it was still 8,634 points. What's going on? Princess Bylon was frozen in place, her spellcasting halted, completely puzzled. That adorably dazed look was utterly charming. This caused Yinan's punches to weaken considerably, his movements filled with tenderness and care. Princess Bylon frowned, her mind racing with calculations. She had clearly stacked over 20 layers of the gentle breeze, debuff on Yinan, and logically the damage should have been escalating steadily. Yet the numbers kept dropping, becoming even gentler than at the start. She glanced up at Yinan, catching a mischievous smile playing at the corner of his mouth, as if he were admiring a prized possession. In reality, Yinan had just used Blasphemous Hand to steal some of her spell power. Qing Luo's skill damage was calculated at 200 of Princess Bylon's own spell power, so with the base spell power reduced while the coefficient remained unchanged, the damage naturally declined. He grumbled internally while continuing to throw punches, the pink gloves tracing gentle arcs of light through the air. Ding! Blasphemous Hand, triggered, absorbed 9,000 health points. Damn! Yinan's heart skipped a beat as his gaze immediately locked onto the princess's status panel. Her maximum health plummeted from 90,000 to 81,000, while his own increased by 9,000 points out of thin air. Oh no! He cursed himself for losing focus. He had known that Blasphemous Hand could steal not just spell power and mana, but also health points, yet he'd been so caught up in his thoughts that he'd forgotten this detail. His ridiculously high 100 million health points had been accumulated this way, and now the same scenario was playing out with Princess Bylon. Ding! Absorbed 96 spell power safe. Ding! Absorbed 34 magic resistance acceptable. Ding! Absorbed 8,100 health points again. Half an hour passed, the battlefield filled only with the rhythm of punching winds and intertwined breathing. Yinan, sweat beading on his forehead, finally stopped his assault and crouched beside Princess Bylon. He had carelessly tossed the pink gloves aside and reached out to gently pat her shoulder. Hey, move a little. Just move, come on. Princess Bylon remained motionless, eyes closed, her expression peaceful. As her status panel showed, health 0-1, her maximum had been reduced to just 1, but she was currently at 0, completely finished. Dong. System notification. Congratulations on successfully defeating the hero difficulty golden boss, Princess Bylon. Yinan looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. He still had over 600 spell power left to steal. Why did it have to drain all her health instead? The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, cursing himself as a backstabber until he ran out of words. During the latter half of the battle, Blasphemous Hand had almost exclusively targeted health points, reducing the princess's 90,000 health to a pitiful single point before he casually finished her off with one final punch. Hangzhou City, Linnu District, Dimu Mountain Town. After spending an hour selecting high-end luxury gifts, followed by 2.5 hours of bumpy car rides, Principal Hao Yueme, leading the school's senior staff, finally arrived at Yinan's home. According to the school records, Principal Hao Yueme and her group quickly located Yinan's home. Deep in Dimu Mountain Town, a small tile-roofed house squeezed between towering neighboring walls came into view. Low gray-blue eaves, peeling whitewashed walls, and a courtyard no bigger than a palm that could be seen in its entirety at a glance. Standing at the doorway, Hao Yueme felt a complex mix of emotions. The talented young man who had cleared the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon actually lived in such a rundown place. When she first saw Dimu Mountain Town in the files, she had assumed Yinan came from a well-off family. After all, the town was close to Hangzhou, the residents were generally wealthy, and 2- or 3-story villa compounds could be seen everywhere along the streets. However, the contrast before her eyes was too stark. Surrounded by grand estates with red brick walls and ornate iron gates, Yinan's home looked like a rural farmhouse from a remote mountain area, with courtyard walls that didn't even reach a person's height. After a brief moment of shock, Hao Yueme's opinion of Yinan rose even higher. To stand out under such conditions, he truly was an admirable child. She composed herself and turned to face Luan He, the homeroom teacher of Class 5, Grade 12, who had accompanied her. Her voice carried its usual stern tone. Teacher Luan, I noticed this seems to be your first visit here as well. That means during all the school's home visit activities, you've never once visited student Yinan's home, correct? The sudden questioning made sweat trickle down Luan He's temples. Home visits had been mere formalities before global digitization, but became top priority after the arrival of Peerless Ark, outstanding graduates could form mutually beneficial relationships with the school in the future. So every quarter the school allocated special funds for homeroom teachers to select promising students and establish early connections. By all logic, Yinan, who had ranked among the top students since his first year, should have received attention, yet Luan he had never visited once. Being called out by the principal on the spot, she felt like someone caught cheating, her face flushing red as she could only stammer, "Principal, well, this." She couldn't admit her true thoughts. In her eyes, students like Yinan lacking both family background and money could never achieve greatness, no matter how excellent they were. She always prioritized using each quarter's home visit budget to curry favor with wealthy families like Zhu Yongzhen's. To her, students' grades meant nothing, power and money were what truly mattered. In her philosophy, children from wealthy and influential families would never be lacking, and were certainly better than those from poor, incapable households. Although Principal Hao Yuemei was only in her 30s, her rich experience allowed her to see right through Luan He's intentions. Hao Yuemei raised an eyebrow, her disappointment clearly written across her face. She had originally planned to promote Luan He to grade leader, with the teaching director position potentially following. But now it seemed this young female teacher was so opportunistic that she didn't deserve promotion, let alone the title of teacher. If it weren't for the fact that Luan He was Yinan's homeroom teacher, Hao Yuemei would have fired her on the spot and kicked her out of number 2 high school. "Teacher Luan," Hao Yuemei said sternly, "if I ever discover again that you're not arranging home visits based on academic performance and potential, you'll pay for the class's home visit expenses out of your own pocket." Luan He's heart pounded frantically, her face turning deathly pale as she nodded repeatedly, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sorry, Principal. I was wrong. It won't happen again. It won't happen again." Hao Yuemei snorted coldly, ruthlessly exposing her pretense. "Luan He, don't forget you also came from a poor family. If I hadn't recognized your abilities and talent, how could you have become a homeroom teacher before 30? If I had looked down on people the way you do you think you'd be where you are today?" One must never forget their roots, and a homeroom teacher must never let down any student. As her words fell, Luan He felt her heart plummet into an icy abyss. She knew her image in the principal's mind had hit rock bottom. This wake-up call shook her so deeply that her eyes reddened, and she nearly burst into tears. "I'm sorry, Principal. I've failed the school, failed student Yinan, and failed your trust. I will definitely change. I'll go back and write a 20,000-word self-reflection. Please give me another chance." Hao Yuemei said no more. After all, they were standing at Yinan's doorstep at that moment, so only a brief reprimand was appropriate. Vice Principal's son, who managed finances and held the second highest position in the school after Hao Yuemei, had come along precisely because this visit concerned Yinan. Throughout the journey, he had been polite to Luan He, since she had direct contact with Yinan, and befriending her meant indirect access to Yinan. However, the recent conversation revealed to Vice Principal's son that Luan He had been withholding Yinan's home visit opportunities for 3 years. Putting himself in Yinan's shoes, he would probably only feel disgust towards such a homeroom teacher. Given this, being polite to Luan He was pointless and had become a burden. With this realization, Vice Principal's son's attitude did a complete 180, his expression shifting from warm to cold. "Teacher Luan, this is Yinan's doorstep. Control your emotions. Stop playing the victim and dry those tears. If you can't manage that, take a taxi back to school yourself. You're not worthy of being Yinan's homeroom teacher anyway." With both the principal and vice principal reprimanding her, Luan He felt her future looked bleak. Smart as she was, she quickly realized that everything stemmed from Yinan. Reflecting on the 3 years of neglecting Yinan, a chill ran through her heart. Hao Yuemei wasted no more time and stepped forward to the iron gate of Yinan's outer courtyard. The gate wasn't locked, so she called out softly while pushing open the rusty iron gate and stepping into the somewhat shabby small yard where gravel and weeds intermingled, her footsteps echoing in the narrow space. The others followed closely behind. Hao Yuemei stopped under the low eaves and raised her hand to knock on the door. "Are Yinan's parents home?" "We're teachers from Hangqing number 2 high school." Hao Yuemei smiled warmly, her voice gentle as she knocked on the old iron gate, calling out patiently. Several minutes passed, but the courtyard remained silent. She turned to exchange glances with Vice Principal's son, both their eyes flashing with anxiety and helplessness. It seemed no one was home. Just then, a passing townsperson stopped at the gate and asked with a local accent, "Who are you folks?" Hao Yuemei immediately turned around, maintaining her smile. "Hello, we're teachers from Hangqing number 2 high school. Is this Yinan's home? We're here for a home visit." "Oh, I see." The townsperson nodded, then waved dismissively. "Don't bother knocking anymore. The boy's father is unwell and can't get out of bed to answer the door. His mother is working at the convenience store by the village entrance." "Does his family own a convenience store?" Hao Yuemei asked casually. If they really had a store, their situation shouldn't be this tight, right? The townsperson sighed. "It used to be theirs, but they sold it long ago. Now his mother just works there for wages, working from dawn to dusk, but barely making ends meet. It's a hard life." I was just heading there to buy something anyway, so I'll call her back for you." 10 minutes later, hurried footsteps accompanied the creaking of the iron gate opening. Yinan's mother arrived breathlessly at the entrance, immediately noticing two gleaming cars parked by the roadside. She didn't know much about car models, but she could tell these were what people called luxury cars. Entering the courtyard, she saw several well-dressed visitors carrying bags full of supplies: rice, flour, oil, milk, fruits, everything imaginable. When her neighbor had said, "People from the school came to your house," she hadn't dared believe it. After all, since her son started high school, no teacher had ever visited their home, let alone brought gifts. Even seeing it with her own eyes, she still felt uneasy, worried they might have come to the wrong house. "Hello, you must be Yinan's mother?" Hao Yueme stepped forward with a smile as bright as a young woman in her 20s, extending her hand to clasp Yinan's mother's hand. "I'm Hao Yueme, the principal of Hangqing No. 2 High School. Just call me Yueme." "Principal, principal." Upon hearing that this beautiful young woman was actually the principal, Yinan's mother immediately became nervous. "Oh my principal, hello, hello. Please come inside and sit." Her heart ached. The house was shabby, and she couldn't even brew decent tea. She worried about her son losing face in front of his teachers, but she had no choice but to steel herself and offer hospitality. Everyone entered the house, and a medicinal smell hit their nostrils. Hao Yueme, vice principal's son, Wan He, and the security department head exchanged glances but acted as if nothing was amiss, their smiles unchanged, as though they couldn't smell anything unpleasant at all. Yinan's mother hurriedly poured 4 cups of hot water, placing them beside a small table no bigger than a palm, apologizing quietly. "Leaders, our home conditions are poor. I was thinking of selling that valuable material of Nan's worth 2,000 gold coins to help with expenses, but I haven't had the chance yet. Please don't be so formal. Don't treat us as outsiders." Hao Yueme gently interrupted, her tone sincere. "We're all Yinan's teachers, not officials or anything like that." Yinan's mother looked at Hao Yueme's sincere smile, feeling much better. "Teacher, what happened? I heard from my son Yi and that he did well on his class change exam today." "More than just well." Hao Yueme smiled, so brightly her eyes crinkled. "Student Yi Nan's trial dungeon performance was absolutely outstanding. Not only did he take first place at Hangqing's second high school, but he also ranked first in our entire Zhe province, and first in the whole country." "That good?" Yi Nan's mother's face lit up with joy. All mothers love hearing praise for their children, yet she still found it hard to believe. "I changed to a lifestyle profession back then, so I don't understand dungeons and such. Is my son really first in the country? Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" Hao Yueme shook her head slightly, without saying more. In her heart, she was actually hiding even more shocking data that she hadn't told Yinan's mother. Yinan wasn't just first in the country, but first in the world. Vice Principal's son, who had been standing nearby, seized the opportunity to make his presence known, smiling as he chimed in. "Absolutely deserved. Student Yinan is exceptionally outstanding and has brought great honor to our Hangqing second high school. All students should look up to him." Hao Yueme smoothly continued, her tone gentle. "We came today, first to express the school's apologies to you. Over these 3 years, the school hasn't given enough attention to student Yinan, and we deeply regret and feel ashamed about this. So we've brought some gifts as a small token of our appreciation. Please do accept them." Yinan's mother quickly waved her hands, looking somewhat flustered. "Oh my. Teacher, you're too kind. That my child could study safely at school and change to a good profession, that's all thanks to the school. How could I accept gifts? Our family should be the one thanking the school instead." Thinking of what she'd heard about Yinan's background on the way here, Hao Yueme felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Wan He felt even more ashamed, keeping his head down. Such understanding parents, such an excellent student, and he had never given them any attention before. Hao Yueme took a deep breath to steady her emotions. Teaching and nurturing students is our sacred duty. Student Yinan was already extremely outstanding. The school simply did what it should. This time he brought honor to our school, so we must reward him. As soon as she finished speaking, before Hao Yueme could even give him a look, Vice Principal's son stood up on his own. Yes, these gifts and rewards are exactly what student Yinan deserves." With that, he and the security director quickly walked outside, bustling back and forth between the 2 luxury cars in the house, carrying gift after gift into the old, worn dwelling. The commotion of people coming and going soon attracted quite a crowd of townspeople. Everyone knew the Yi family's circumstances. 8 years ago, when the father had his accident, they sold those 2 3-story villas to pay off debts, leaving the mother and son with only this dilapidated old house. In the past, visitors were usually debt collectors. When had anyone ever come bearing gifts? A bold townsperson pulled Vice Principal's son aside and asked quietly, "What are you people doing?" Vice Principal's son, who held considerable status in Hangqing, didn't dare put on any airs at this moment. He explained with a cheerful smile, deliberately speaking loudly. "We're the principal and teachers from Hangqing's second high school. Student Yinan did exceptionally well on his class change exam today, and the school values this highly, so we specially came for a home visit to deliver gifts. This is the school's heartfelt gesture. Hiss. The nearby townspeople who heard this all gasped in amazement. All the townspeople had children and knew about the school's home visit tradition. In their experience, the routine was simple. The school would send a teacher with some small gifts, the parents would reciprocate with a meal, and after some pleasantries at the dinner table, the teacher-student relationship would be solidified. But they remembered clearly that Yinan's family had never participated in this exchange of courtesies. The reason wasn't hard to guess: the family was poor, so the school couldn't be bothered to invest, and many townspeople who had once envied the Yi family's wealth now even used this as a source of amusement, secretly gloating behind their backs. But today, everything was turned upside down. Not only did Yinan's family receive a home visit, but it was the principal of Second High School who came in person. At the courtyard entrance, two accompanying teachers bustled back and forth, their arms nearly buckling under the weight of packages, the gift ribbons glinting dazzlingly in the sunlight. When the townspeople got closer to look, they saw a wrapping paper as thick as brocade with gold-embossed emblems at the corners, definitely not cheap items. 2 trips weren't enough, so they made a third, filling 2 entire car trunks. Is this really a home visit? Someone thought of the town chief's son. That boy had been visited at home by a team from a key high school in Hangzhou just last month, but the gifts were nowhere near this extravagant. By comparison, everyone was both amazed and puzzled. Today is Career Awakening Day. Did the Yi boy awaken a good profession? Look at that car. A Cullinan, the latest 188th year model, worth over 7 million, that's 70,000 gold coins. Anyone who arrives in that car must be a big shot. The Yi boy has made something of himself. I always said he was steady. He'll have a bright future ahead. Amid the praise, a harsh sneer cut through the air. It's just Second High School. Kids with real talent go to key high schools. The speaker was a middle-aged man nicknamed Wu Laosan, whose daughter attended a key high school. His tone was both proud and mocking. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted. Wu Laosan, shut your mouth. Nobody's treating you like a mute. What's wrong with Second High School? If your daughter's so amazing, why didn't the key high school teachers visit your home? Exactly. Tang Er's daughter Tang Jinjin received home visits, and she's prettier and more excellent than your daughter, but Tang Er never bragged like this. What are you babbling about? The barrage of counterattacks left Wu Laosan red-faced and embarrassed, so he quickly redirected. Fellow townspeople, I'm not targeting you all. I'm just saying that Yi boy really doesn't have the ability. Your children are all quite excellent. This attempt at damage control finally calmed everyone down. After some grumbling, they turned their attention back to the Yi family's courtyard gate. Regardless, having the principal of Second High School personally conduct a home visit and receiving 2 full car trunks of gifts showed that Yinan had indeed brought honor to his family. Everyone had to admit this was the truth. However, 8 years ago, the Yi family had been truly dazzling. Most professionals can complete their 4th awakening quest, break through the level 200 limit, and reaching over 200 levels is considered quite impressive. However, Yinan's father, Yi Lingfeng, not only forcibly completed his 5th awakening quest back then, surging straight to level 250, but was even said to possess the potential to impact level 300 or even 350, becoming a 7th awakening powerhouse. At that time, he was recognized as the #1 professional in Dimu Mountain Town, with even the town mayor coming to curry favor with the Yi family, while the townspeople were filled with a mixture of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Until that day, the Yi family suddenly suffered a catastrophic change. Yi Lingfeng was severely injured and became a cripple. The family's accumulated wealth was completely lost, and they were left with massive debts. From that point on, the Yi family fell from their lofty position as heaven's chosen ones into the dust. Those townspeople who had once harbored envy, jealousy, and resentment secretly gloated behind their backs, constantly making snide remarks. Even today, there are still many dark-hearted people who continue to use attacking the Yi family as gossip material. At a street corner in the afternoon, a sharp-featured, ugly-looking middle-aged man deliberately raised his voice with a grin. Yinan has made something of himself, which is a good thing, but I hope he doesn't follow in his father's footsteps, haha. After speaking, he let out a vulgar laugh, and several idle townspeople nearby joined in the jeering, their laughter piercing and harsh. The noise gradually faded as the crowd quickly dispersed. Tang Er walked home listening to these comments, feeling suffocated inside. Yi Lingfeng was his childhood friend who had grown up with him, and their 2 families had an excellent relationship back then. Tang Er's daughter Tang Jinjin and Yi Nim were childhood sweethearts. At that time, he and Yi Lingfeng would often joke half-seriously. When Jinjin grows up, she'll be perfect for your boy. Who could have predicted that an accident would turn everything upside down? After the incident, to help the Yi family, Tang Er immediately lent them 1,000 gold coins, equivalent to 100,000 yuan, for emergency relief. But that amount of money was like a drop in the bucket for the mess they faced because of an accident caused by professionals privately exploring wild secret realms. Over a dozen people died and 6 or 7 were disabled. Official insurance wouldn't pay a cent, and medical expenses plus compensation accumulated to astronomical figures. Never mind 1,000 gold coins, even 10,000 or 100,000 gold coins thrown in would only make a splash sound. Tang Er originally wanted to continue providing support, but faced unanimous opposition from his wife, both sets of parents and in-laws. Later, he could only help secretly, slipping the Yi family 10 gold coins today, buying little Yi Nan some treats tomorrow. After his wife discovered this, his household financial authority was completely stripped away, with all money managed by his wife, leaving him powerless to help further. At dusk, Tang Er had just reached his front door when he bumped into his wife rushing out. Her eyes were bright as she stuffed 50 gold coins into his hands, her voice full of joy. Perfect timing. Go buy 2 bottles of good wine. I've prepared all the dishes we're celebrating tonight. Did Jinjin get a good profession? Tang Er was infected by his wife's enthusiasm and quickly asked. Our Jinjin not only got an epic profession, but she also brought a boy home. She was grinning from ear to ear. Guess who that boy is? The third young master of the Guo family from Hangzhou. He's one of the 5 prodigies from Jinjin's elite high school class who got legendary professions. I can see he's interested in our Jinjin. If they get together, our family will have climbed up to high branches. Thank goodness I insisted back then and didn't let Jinjin continue associating with that Yi family boy. If we had really let them develop feelings over time, where would today's good fortune be? Now you know your wife has foresight, right? That Yi family boy goes to some mediocre second-tier high school, while our Jinjin attends an elite school theory from completely different worlds. Tang Er felt happy for his daughter hearing the first half, but couldn't help frowning at the second half. Jinjin just turned 18 this year. Oh, stop nagging and hurry up. His wife pushed him and turned to enter the courtyard. Tang Er had no choice but to turn around to buy wine, but couldn't help glancing at the unfamiliar Audi A8L in the yard before leaving, feeling somewhat bitter inside. He knew very well that Yinan had actually been accepted to an elite high school back then, ranking quite high in the junior division, and wasn't inferior to those children from prominent families. But the tuition fees at Hangzhou's top high schools are extremely expensive. Moreover, it's said that students with scores good enough for top schools can receive significant tuition reductions if they choose to attend second high school instead. To ease his family's financial burden, Yinan decided to enroll at second high school. In the evening, the Tang family's 3-story house was brightly lit. A mahogany round table that could seat over 10 people was placed in the center of the living room, laden with 8 delicious home-cooked dishes each, one showcasing Tang's mother's culinary expertise, all prepared to properly welcome this future son-in-law. For people were seated around the table: Tang's father, Tang's mother, the elegant Tang Jinjin, and her classmate Guokuan, a young man from a prominent family. Guokuan was impeccably dressed in a suit, his every gesture reflecting good upbringing. During their conversation, he frequently made charming remarks that delighted Tang's mother. What touched Tang Jinjin most was that despite his noble background, Guokuan showed no arrogance toward her parents and could chat enthusiastically with her mother. Tang Jinjin's gaze toward Guokuan unconsciously grew softer. Come, Tang's mother raised her wine glass with a beaming smile. You're all adults now, and today is a day worth celebrating. Let's toast. Guokuan raised his glass with an elegant smile. Since Auntie is happy today, I'd be willing to drink not just 1 glass, but as many as you'd like. With that, he gently moved his glass toward Tang's father's cup in a respectful gesture, his movements flawless. The harmonious family dinner was in full swing when Guokuan's phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID showed his father's name. He nodded apologetically to the 3 of them and stepped onto the balcony to answer. Yes, I understand. I'll be right there. Returning to the table, he refilled his wine glass. Uncle, Auntie, Jinjin, I'm sorry, but I need to leave early to attend a very important celebration. Tang Jinjin frowned slightly. Our school celebration? Didn't you already decline that? Guokuan shook his head with a wry smile. It's not our school, it's second high schools. Second high school. Tang Jinjin was puzzled. That school was vastly different from their prestigious high school, and last graduation season, they didn't even produce a single legendary professional. She asked hesitantly. What could they possibly have to celebrate? And why do you need to go personally? Guokuan looked even more helpless. I have no idea either. Honestly, I'd much rather stay here and have dinner with Uncle, Auntie, and you. But my father insists I go. He says it's a celebration with Yi Nan as the guest of honor. Yi Nan, Tang's father, mother, and Tang Jinjin were all stunned. Who? Tang's father blurted out. Guokuan looked down at a WeChat message that had just popped up and added. Oh, this Yi Nan is also from your Dimu mountain town. The address is. Putting down his phone, he looked up with a smile. My father knows I'm here and specifically instructed me to visit Yi Nan's parents before returning to the city. Uncle, Auntie, Jinjin, you must know his family, right? Could you accompany me there? As his words fell, the atmosphere in the room suddenly froze so quiet you could hear a pin drop. At Dimu mountain town, the Yi family's old house glowed with warm light. In the living room, gift boxes had been stacked into a small mountain. So many gifts. How can our family accept all these? Vice Principal Son, Security Director, please don't bring in any more. Ye's mother felt somewhat overwhelmed as she watched Vice Principal Sun and the security director continuously going in and out, bringing beautifully wrapped gifts into the house. Hao Yueme took the opportunity to grasp Ye's mother's hand, her face showing a warm and kind smile. These gifts are what student Yinan deserves. Please don't refuse them. When student Yinan returns home, have him take these supplements regularly. They'll be good for his health and beneficial for his future development. Hearing this persuasion, Ye's mother's initial refusal immediately died down. What mother wouldn't want her son to be stronger? These words were both dignified and thoughtful, and the gifts naturally remained on the table. Principal, then I'll thank you on behalf of Yinan, and thank the school for nurturing him. Ye's mother bowed gratefully. She suddenly noticed the young female teacher who had remained silent, so she tentatively asked, "This teacher is?" Wan He quickly straightened up and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Wan He, the homeroom teacher of Class 5, Grade 12. "Oh, so you're teacher Wan." Ye's mother immediately became excited. "I didn't expect you to be so young. My Yinan has been under your care. Have you really been troubled?" Hao Yueme glanced at Wan He. Wan He's cheeks flushed red as she twisted her sleeves with her fingers, saying softly, "Please don't be so formal. Just call me Xiao He. Student Yinan is already excellent himself. I really haven't helped much. I'm sorry." Ye's mother waved her hand repeatedly in comfort. "Oh my, teacher Luan is too modest. With such a responsible and humble teacher like you, I can rest assured. In this world, unless a family had money and influence, which parent would dare offend a homeroom teacher?" She added somewhat embarrassedly. "By the way, teacher Luan, Principal Hao, my husband isn't well enough to come out and thank you in person. It's fine, we're the ones who disturbed you today." Hao Yueme smiled and reached into her pocket, pulling out a white sunflower bank card. "This is student Yinan's prize money. The password is his student ID number, or you can call him to ask. There's prize money too." Ye's mother didn't take the card but stood there stunned. These benefits were coming too quickly. She even suspected she was dreaming. "Principal, what exactly did our Yinan contribute to the school?" Thinking of that contribution, Hao Yueme's heart raced, her voice unconsciously trembling. "Your son cleared the hero difficulty of the novice trial dungeon today." Novice trial dungeon? Hero difficulty. Although Ye's mother was a lifestyle professional who had never participated, she knew the importance of these trials for combat professions, but didn't understand the weight of hero difficulty. She hesitantly asked, "Is hero difficulty very difficult?" "This isn't about difficult or not. It's a first clear." Hao Yueme was so excited, she almost raised her voice. Student Yi Nan achieved the national first clear, the world first clear. He got the world's first. Tell me, isn't his contribution to the school enormous? World's first. Ye's mother stared at Hao Yueme in a daze, as if hearing a fairy tale. She had always thought her son was excellent, but when the world acknowledged him as world's first, that glory seemed unreal. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Hao Yueme and the others took their leave, driving back to the city to prepare for that evening's celebration banquet. In the evening, Ye's mother's eyes were slightly red as she pushed open the bedroom door and sat by the bed. "Our son has made something of himself. So wonderful, so wonderful." Yi Lingfeng lay on his side, his eyes vacant, as if he hadn't heard his wife's voice, only his lips slightly moving, uttering unclear murmurs. God is watching me." In Hangzhou, within the Wuzhen Scenic Area dungeon of Peach Willow Gardens, Princess Bailan's corpse still retained its warmth. Yinan crouched beside her, sighing heavily for quite some time before suppressing the emotions welling up in his heart. Then he reached out and began the routine corpse looting. As his fingers touched the still soft skin, a thought flashed through his mind. Even in death, this princess still felt quite nice to the touch. Loot. Ding. You have obtained 8 gold coins and 6 silver coins. The ticket price was recovered. Yinan's lips curved slightly upward. This was precisely the advantage of soloing dungeons. If it were a 5-person team, these 8 gold and 6 silver would have to be split equally, leaving each person with less than 2 gold coins. Moreover, according to international convention, tanks and healers also received subsidies, and team leaders got additional shares. Calculated this way, pure DPS classes who weren't team leaders would probably end up with only about 1 gold and 3 silver. He pocketed the money, his resolve to go solo growing stronger. Since he could handle it himself, why bring others along? Teaming up not only meant splitting profits, but also sharing experience points. Furthermore, his father's failed group expedition into a secret realm during his childhood had left deep scars in his heart, making him instinctively resistant to terms like team leader and raid leader. Fortunately, I awakened the unique hidden god tier talent Blasphemous Hand, Yinan murmured to himself. With this talent, he no longer needed to read anyone's expressions or engage in scheming within teams. Going alone was enough, everything else was just baggage. At this thought, Yinan suddenly remembered Tang Jinjin. Before his family's misfortune, they had been as close as true siblings. Back then, they might not have become husband and wife, but they were destined for deep affection. However, after the tragedy, Tang Jinjin stopped speaking to him and always deliberately avoided him. Those days were the most difficult period of Yinan's life. Though outwardly calm, a deep crack had formed in his heart, and he could only bury the pain deep inside, transforming it into motivation to move forward. Finally, he had reached today. Teammates? All unnecessary. He continued searching the corpse. Loot. Ding. You have obtained a white headband. Ding. You have obtained a greenwood staff. Ding. You have obtained solidwood armor. Ding. You have obtained a fragrant necklace. Yinan opened his inventory, and what met his eyes was a pile of trash equipment. The greenwood staff and solidwood armor were green-tier equipment. While their attributes were passable, their value was limited. As he had once concluded, no matter how poor a professional might be, they should at least wear blue-tier equipment, otherwise no random groups would accept them, and they couldn't enter dungeons. White-tier equipment had virtually no market and could only be sold to shops at cabbage prices. Green-tier was slightly better and could be sold to crafting profession dismantlers, but the purchase price generally didn't exceed 1 gold and 5 silver per piece. Blue-tier equipment prices weren't particularly high either, so who would willingly wear green-tier? Of course, green-tier equipment had no binding mechanism, so he could completely wear it as transitional gear, especially this greenwood staff with its decent attributes. But Yinan didn't switch. He continued using that white-tier apprentice staff. After all, the plain apprentice staff was more like a club handy and familiar when beating people up. Though the greenwood staff was rare, it was wrapped in branches and leaves with wooden fruit hanging from the top, looking flashy and awkward to swing. Yinan casually tossed the greenwood staff into his backpack and pulled out a white headband quality lifestyle entertainment equipment. In the preview window, the headband looked soft and light, making the face appear more delicate. Female players would probably love it, and it could sell for at least 4 gold coins. No attributes? No problem, girls who love beauty never mind spending a little money. Hero difficulty should give something decent, right? He muttered, continuing to loot Princess Bylon's corpse. Ding. You obtained Princess Bylon's slip dress. Even this can drop? Yinan raised an eyebrow. This purple quality undergarment shimmered with a faint glow, and just one look could make you imagine the princess's elegance when she was alive. He had just stored the equipment when he noticed the corpse was still glowing clearly. There were more items to loot. Keep looting. Ding. You obtained Bylon flower pet egg. The moment the pet egg rolled into his palm, Yinan's heart raced. This was a golden tier Bylon flower pet egg. The interface displayed the overall image, running animation, attack animation, spellcasting animation, and resting pose in sequence, each frame lively and adorable. The hatching conditions were also detailed. 1. At least an intermediate incubator. 2. Inject 10 large green crystals and 3 large blue crystals. 3. Hatching time, 24 hours. 4. Master recognition status, unbound, automatically binds upon hatching. As a recently graduated high school student with excellent grades, Yinan knew exactly how valuable this was. Bylon flower pets, like flower spirits and willow charms, were incredibly popular online. They looked almost like miniature versions of Princess Bylon, serene and elegant, with delicate features, white robes and long dresses complementing their light green hair. What normal man wouldn't want one? After reality and gaming deeply merged, pets' tactile sensations and interactions became ridiculously realistic, satisfying almost every imagination, completely obedient, letting you do whatever you want, never getting angry or causing trouble. More importantly, Bylon flowers came with healing skills, essentially giving you a portable healer. Such a versatile existence caused pet egg prices to skyrocket. Minimum 3,500 gold coins, equivalent to 350,000 yen country currency. Many otaku directly compared it to real-world dowries rather than spending 380,000 to marry some unpredictable gold digger. Why not spend 350,000 to buy a Bylon flower wife? The number of pet eggs on the market was limited, and with supply unable to meet demand, prices continued to soar. According to the latest statistics, in the past month alone, prices had already broken through to around 3,700 gold coins. The Peach Willow Garden Dungeon's level is simply too low at only level 35, which means high-level players who want to return and farm this dungeon have to pay a hefty fatigue cost. A level 100 player wanting to come back for potential drops would need to pay an additional 65 fatigue points per entry. Keep in mind that a level 100 player's fatigue cap is only 200 points, meaning they can run Peach Willow Garden at most 3 times per day. After completing 3 runs, their fatigue is completely depleted, leaving no energy for other activities that day. If those 3 attempts don't yield anything valuable, the profit immediately turns negative. Even so, a few players still make a living by exclusively farming white orchid pet eggs, yet the market supply remains scarce, often requiring queues just to get stock. 3,700 gold coins is merely the standard price. Actual transactions usually involve premiums, easily pushing prices above 3,700. Yinan looked down at the pet egg on the ground, his eyes lighting up immediately. Don't forge that had tackled the heroic difficulty. where Princess White Orchid was upgraded from normal silver rank to gold rank. Therefore, the White Orchid pet egg before him wasn't the silver grade version circulating in the market, but a genuine gold grade specimen. Building on the base price of 3,700 gold coins, Yinan conservatively estimated this egg could sell for at least 5,000 gold coins. Adding in the strength attribute treasure and the magic ivory material he'd obtained earlier, this casual dungeon clear had already netted him roughly 10,000 gold coins worth of loot. With this thought, he carefully stored the egg in his backpack, then gently touched Princess White Orchid's serene face, whispering softly, "Thank you, and goodbye." From when Yinan entered Peach Willow Garden until now, approximately 3.5 hours had passed. After defeating Princess White Orchid, he didn't immediately exit the dungeon, but continued clearing minor monsters. This time he didn't wear the pink gloves. His battle with the princess had given him insight. Stealing attributes was more profitable when targeting bosses. Minor monsters had low attributes and random drops, making them troublesome. Time and energy were better spent exploiting bosses, while regular mobs could simply be steamrolled. He strolled leisurely through the dungeon, pulling every visible minor monster into combat along the way. Flower demons and willow spirits cast spells at him, but he remained unhurried and didn't retaliate, simply continuing his slow advance while gathering more enemies. Soon, a dense swarm had accumulated behind him. Yin encircled the entire dungeon, herding all the minor monsters to the same location, plucking leaves and flying flowers. Flying willow fairy arrows. Colorful magical light rained down on his back like droplets. 391 damage. 237 damage. When he first entered the dungeon, flower demons could deal over 600 damage per spell, and willow spirits could blast away over 400. Now, both damage numbers had clearly diminished. The reason was simple. From Princess White Orchid, he had stolen considerable magic resistance attributes. Therefore, Yinan now took significantly reduced spell damage. Yinan turned around to face a large group of flower demons and willow spirits. They chattered melodiously with graceful figures, creating what should have been a beautiful scene. However, to his ears, their giggling and chattering was nothing but noise. Cast Flame Storm, he thought. Flame Storm. Active skill, consumes 150 mana points, no cooldown, 6-second casting time, deals fire damage equal to 200 of spell power to enemies in an area. 6 seconds was the base casting time for Flame Storm. Casting speed wasn't a basic attribute that could be stolen through his ability. It could only be reduced through equipment. Typically, magic-based classes would wield two-handed staves or single-handed wands paired with crystal orbs as offhands. Such main weapons always came with fixed bonuses like casting speed X. However, Yinan currently held only a Trash-Deer Apprentice staff, which provided a mere 1 casting speed increase. This barely reduced the 6 seconds to 5.94 seconds, practically no reduction at all. For ordinary mages, a fraction of a second could mean the difference between life and death. For Yinan, it was irrelevant. No matter how slowly he cast, his enemies couldn't kill him anyway. He leisurely chanted for the full 5.94 seconds as Flame Storm gathered its power. Boom. A brilliant red flame suddenly erupted in his pre-selected circular area. Shockwaves rolled outward as tongues of fire lashed like whips, engulfing all the flower demons and willow spirits. As the flames dissipated, large red damage numbers floated above the monsters' heads. 4,536. 4,536. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 29. Your base attributes have increased, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Ding. You have gained 1589 experience points. Before entering the dungeon, his spell power was 339 points. The adaptive bonus from his Hero Challenger title added another 150 points, totaling 489 points. Inside the dungeon, he had used his fists to pummel flower demons and willow spirits, gradually stealing their spell power. He had also seized approximately 1,200 points from the boss, Princess Bylon, combined with the free attribute points from leveling up, all invested into spell power. Thus, when his character panel showed level 29, Yinan's spell power had reached over 2,400 points. Even a level 50 professional who had completed their first awakening and wore a full set of purple equipment would struggle to break 1,500 points. Noble heirs from prestigious families, clad in top-tier red equipment and equipped with spell power artifacts, might barely touch the 2,000-point threshold after their first awakening. Yet here was Yinan, only level 29, not yet awakened, with virtually basic equipment, standing in the center of the dungeon with 2,400 spell power. With over 2,400 spell power and Flame Storm's 200 multiplier, that translated to 4,800 points of base damage. Though the flower demons and willow spirits had magic resistance, they still took the full 4,536 damage. Keep in mind, this was hero difficulty, where dungeon monsters had 500 health. Flower demons were boosted to 4,000 HP, Willow Spirits to 4,200 HP each one, equivalent to a mini-boss with substantial health in the eyes of level 40 professionals. Yet Yinan had instantly killed them all. Even the signature mastery skill Ignite from the epic Flame Mage class, the main source of its damage, didn't even have a chance to trigger. With just the base damage from Flame Storm alone, the entire horde of monsters before him was reduced to charred corpses in the blazing inferno. As the flames subsided, scorching ash still drifted through the air. Yinan took a deep breath, gazing at the loot scattered across the ground with indescribable satisfaction. This felt amazing. Time to loot the bodies. He quickly searched along the blackened ground, swiftly clearing out the remaining half of the dungeon's monsters and uncovering piles of silver coins worth nearly 40 gold pieces. Next came over 60 white-grade items stacked like a small mountain, which could easily fetch several more gold coins if sold to shops in bulk. 37 green-grade items were neatly arranged at the dismantler's rate of 1 gold coin per piece. That meant another 37 gold coins in profit. As for the 24 blue-grade items, equipment only started becoming valuable at this level. Good quality pieces could sell for up to 3 gold coins, while even inferior ones found buyers. Unfortunately, guilds and auction houses only dealt with purple-grade equipment and above, making blue items troublesome to sell. Setting up a stall and hawking wares was time-consuming, while consigning to general stores meant paying commission fees. So Yinan didn't hesitate. He bundled everything for the dismantler, accepting lower profits in exchange for time and convenience. The looting climax wasn't over yet. 3 purple lights glimmered among the corpses. 3 purple-grade items had dropped. Heroic difficulty truly had incredible drop rates. On adventure or warrior difficulty, you need to kill bosses just for a chance at purple gear. Unfortunately, this batch of purple items still contained no treasure equipment. Not even white-grade treasures were anywhere to be seen, showing just how rare treasure drops were. Fortunately, all 3 purple items had excellent stats, and each could easily sell for 50 gold coins at auction, putting nearly 150 gold coins within easy reach. Additionally, a scroll emanating a pale green aura had dropped in a corner. Advanced life healing potion recipe. The label read, Alchemist only. Upon use, grants knowledge of advanced life healing potion crafting. Yinan's eyes lit up. In Peerless Ark, while combat classes were more popular, lifestyle professions like blacksmith, appraiser, jeweler, leatherworker, tailor, alchemist, and enchanter were equally sought after due to their strong ties to combat effectiveness. Alchemists could brew various potions and compounds, making them essential for dungeon teams. If combat classes could maintain good relationships with alchemists, they could save significantly on potion costs, instantly reducing their dungeon expenses. Of course, not all alchemists received such acclaim. The value of an alchemist is measured by how many formulas they've mastered. Here's the most straightforward example. One alchemist can only brew intermediate healing potions, while another not only knows intermediate formulas, but can also craft advanced healing potions. Put them side by side, and the difference is clear. The latter is naturally more sought after. This shows just how crucial formulas are to alchemists. They're undoubtedly their most essential and precious resource. At this moment, Yinan was examining the advanced healing potion formula that had just dropped from the monster, estimating its value in his mind, at least 600 gold coins. Healing potions are the most basic and commonly used combat supplies in Peerless Ark, directly determining a player's sustainability in battle. Potion quality corresponds directly to material grade, ranging from lowest to highest: inferior, basic, intermediate, advanced, superior, legendary, earth grade, heaven grade, and sacred grade. The advanced formula sits in the mid-tier range, and any ordinary alchemist can learn and master it with just a small investment. But move up one tier to superior formulas, and the market becomes completely different. Yinan understood that if today's drop had been a superior healing potion formula, it would fetch at least 8,000 gold coins. More importantly, once superior and higher grade formulas appear, they're almost instantly swept up by major factions, great families, or official organizations to train their own alchemists. Independent alchemists wanting to buy superior formulas not only need to spend more money, but also require reliable purchasing channels. For this reason, most alchemists eventually choose to affiliate with some faction, or at least join a guild. 600 gold coins was already quite satisfying after all. This was a level 35 dungeon, and the drop ceiling was fixed. Getting an advanced formula was already pretty good. Roughly calculating, Yinan's total earnings from this wave of clearing small monsters actually reached a full 1,000 gold coins. He silently marveled at why so many level 80 veteran players were still willing to return to Peach Willow Garden for farming runs. Not only were the profits amazing, but they could also draw lottery tickets from Princess Bylon for a chance at pet eggs. Of course, given their level, solo runs were still challenging, and they usually needed 2 or 3 close teammates to form a group to clear it. After collecting his spoils, Yinan adjusted his equipment and continued advancing toward the clearing where the second boss of Peach Willow Garden dungeon was located. This battle's opponent was no longer a cute maiden, but an ancient and dangerous giant tree. He raised his hand and cast Basic Appraisal. Target, Ancient Tree of Knowledge. Rank, Golden Boss. Level, LV 35. Health, 120,000. Description, this tree is the oldest existence in the garden. After the mutation arrived, it gained sentience and accumulated vast knowledge through its long years, becoming the teacher of the flower spirits and willow sprites. In combat, it can summon tree roots to attack. Be sure to dodge the roots promptly and destroy them first, or they will transform into additional monsters. In heroic difficulty, the roots will also possess higher health. None of the 3 bosses in Peach Willow Garden were easy to deal with, and the Ancient Tree of Knowledge was no exception. The Ancient Tree of Knowledge only had 2 skills, but these 2 skills work together with extremely high difficulty. The first skill of the Ancient Tree of Knowledge is Roots of the Old Tree. Roots of the Old Tree is an active skill that consumes 20 mana points, has a 2-second cast time, and a 20-second cooldown. When activated, the boss summons 10 thick tree roots from the ground beneath its feet all at once. The moment the roots emerge, they deal natural damage equivalent to 180 spell power to all targets within a 1-meter radius. Afterward, these roots remain stationary in place, possessing 6,000,4,000,200 health points, with an additional 2,000 points on heroic difficulty. Mechanically speaking, this skill isn't complex. When the boss begins casting, clear spell effects appear on the ground. Players simply need to leave the effect area before the 2-second cast completes to completely avoid the initial piercing damage from the roots. The real challenge lies in the immediately following second skill, Knowledge Infusion. Knowledge Infusion is an active skill that consumes 100 mana points, has an 18-second cast time, and no cooldown. When the casting ends, if any roots remain on the battlefield, the boss immediately transforms them all into Treants. Treants are minions with 5,000 health points that attack targets in melee combat. Each hit they land applies 3 debuffs to enemies. 1. Reduced movement speed. 2. Reduced attack speed. 3. Reduced casting speed. Each stack lasts 1 minute and can be stacked. Therefore, if the team fails to clear the roots within 18 seconds, an army of Treants will instantly spawn on the field. At this point, players no longer face a stationary spellcasting boss, but rather a swarm of minions carrying triple debuff auras with extremely high attack speed. Worse still, the Ancient Tree of Knowledge has no basic attacks. Its combat rotation consists only of Roots of the Old Tree and Knowledge Infusion. Roots continuously spawn, while minions endlessly emerge. If the Treant numbers spiral out of control, the team will quickly fall into a vicious cycle and ultimately wipe. However, these seemingly harsh mechanics mean nothing to Yi Nan, who possesses over 100 million health points and more than 2,000 spell power. Ding! Combat initiated. Yi Nan leisurely walked up to the Ancient Tree of Knowledge, having already equipped his signature pink gloves. Before entering the dungeon, his attack power was less than 200 points. Thanks to his attribute stealing ability, his character sheet had now climbed to over 500 points. Facing a magic-type boss with 120,000 health, he didn't hesitate to continue opening with the pink gloves. The higher the health, the more attributes he could steal. Since the Ancient Tree of Knowledge was itself a magic-type unit, Yi Nan secretly hoped to pilfer more spell power from his opponent. Boom. 2 seconds passed, and the Ancient Tree's root skill finished casting. 10 tree roots appeared around the battlefield, with one emerging directly beneath Yi Nan's feet. He couldn't be bothered to move with high HP. He could afford to be reckless and let the root burst through the ground. Damage numbers immediately exploded across his body. 6,913 points. Before the crimson digits faded, a glowing green root sprouting beneath his feet revealed 6,000 hit points. Meanwhile, the distant Ancient Tree of Knowledge raised its branches like a staff, beginning the long cast bar for Knowledge Infusion. In 18 seconds, all these roots would transform into tree spirits. Yi Nan paid no mind to the countdown. Charging electricity in both fists, he launched an electric cannon that struck the tree trunk, dealing 57 damage. 57 points. His mind raced through calculations. 120,000 HP, 57 2,105 attacks. The Ancient Tree of Knowledge had no healing abilities, so as long as he could land 2,105 punches, he could grind this old tree to death. Of course, that was assuming he didn't drain all of its attribute stats first. He alternated between his hands, delivering precise, powerful blows to the bark. 57 points. Ding. Blasphemous Hand effect triggered. Drained 160 spell power from target. Ding. Blasphemous Hand effect triggered. Drained 1,000 mana from target. Ding. Blasphemous Hand effect triggered. Drained 21 armor from target. From these 3 notifications, Yi Nan estimated the Ancient Tree of Knowledge had roughly 1,600 total spell power. He hoped to drain all 1,600 points this time, unlike with Princess Bylon where he'd killed her halfway through the process. 18 seconds flew by, and then Knowledge Infusion cast bar reached 0. The 10 root segments on the battlefield simultaneously swelled into form tree spirits, with 4,000 HP, sprang to life. Upon awakening, they immediately locked onto Yinan, with the nearest one swinging a branch in a basic attack. 778 points. This was damage after a 300 boost. Even though Yinan's armor was thicker than most level 40 tanks, he still lost over 700 health to a single strike. The remaining 9 tree spirits swarmed in. 778 points. 778 points. The concentrated assault made Yinan feel sluggish for the first time. He noticed his punching speed visibly slowing down. Just then, the ancient tree of knowledge completed another ancient roots cast, and the ground lit up with blue magical circles. New roots were about to emerge. One ring of light appeared directly under Yinan's feet. He immediately tried to dodge, but the slow effect made what should have been an easy sidestep feel laborious. Soon, the second 18-second timer ended, and another batch of 10 tree spirits closed in, their sharp branches sweeping in relentless attacks. Yinan's attack speed continued to decline, transforming from lightning-fast strikes to increasingly clumsy movements. Watching his fists move as if trapped in mud, frustration boiled within him. It seemed these minions couldn't be ignored, they needed to be cleared out, or they'd interfere with his attribute-stealing speed. With no other choice under the harassment of 20 tree spirit minions, Yinan had to abandon his plan of continuing basic attacks to steal attributes. Each vine lash stacked debuffs on him that reduced attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. He could visibly watch the numbers in his 3 attribute bars dropping. If left unchecked, the ancient tree of knowledge would summon even more tree spirits in an endless stream, and the slow stacks would snowball out of control eventually. Even if he could tank the damage, he might be slowed to complete immobility. Thinking about the guild's celebration feast prepared especially for him that evening, Yinan didn't want to waste time grinding against this ancient tree. He decided to end the fight decisively and show these annoying tree spirits what real firepower looked like. He sheathed his sword, raised his hand to gather energy, and began chanting Flame Storm, with himself as the center. His spell power on the status panel had already broken through 3,000 points, with a skill damage coefficient of 200, meaning once the cast succeeded, he could deal 6,000 points of fire damage in a single hit. The tree spirits only had 4,000 health points. This AoE round would be enough to instantly kill all the minions on the field. From the corner of his eye, he watched the casting bar, 5.2 seconds, 6.7 seconds, 8.3 seconds. Under the drag of the slow debuffs, what should have been just over 5 seconds of chanting was being stretched to over 10 seconds. Yinan silently congratulated himself for making the decision. Into me a few more hits, and he probably wouldn't even be able to cast Flamestorm. He knew very well that stealing attributes from the ancient tree of knowledge without interference was nearly impossible. The boss mechanics guaranteed tree spirits would respawn every 20 seconds, and clearing the minions each time risked having AoE damage hit the boss itself, disrupting the attribute stealing process. Rather than grinding away next to this withered old tree, it would be better to kill it quickly and go steal attributes from the final boss, the Lily Queen. At least that target was more pleasant to look at. As the casting bar neared completion, new ancient root skills spread across the ground, with thick roots bursting from the earth, trying to trap him. Boom. The crimson magic circle exploded instantly, flames shooting skyward and covering the entire battlefield. Rows of blood-red numbers floated across the screen. 5,688 damage. 5,844 damage. 11,688 damage. 5,844 damage. His 4-spell critical rate finally triggered once, the double damage crashing down like a sledgehammer. The tree spirit's resistances were already weak, and under 5,844 points of flame damage, they instantly turned to ash, leaving only a few virtual corpses behind. The ancient tree of knowledge had higher magic resistance, and only took 5,688 damage, but this strike still left large patches of its trunk's bark charred black. Phew! Yinan exhaled deeply, and the surroundings instantly fell silent. The residual flames of the flame storm continued to churn, and the 4 tree roots caught in the core explosion were charred black throughout. 2 lines of crimson numbers, 5844 and 302, flashed simultaneously above their health bars. Under hero difficulty, these roots' health had skyrocketed from the original 4,000 points to 6,000, and with magic resistance reducing damage, a single flame storm couldn't deliver an instant kill. It could only whittle them down to critical health. However, that last sliver of life was burned away to zero by the ignition effect. As the flames dissipated, 6 surviving roots remained scattered around the edge of the battlefield, lying dormant. In just over 10 seconds, they would transform into new treants. Yinan scanned the area and cursed under his breath. This boss is such a pain. He decided to end this quickly and raised his hand to begin chanting Fireball. Fireball. Active. Cost. 30 mana points. Cast time. 2 seconds. Affected by slow, currently 3.8 seconds. Cooldown none. Effect. Deals 150 spell power fire damage to a single target. Flame Storm required a full 6-second channel, but in the same amount of time, he could fire 3 consecutive fireballs with higher single-target damage and a more terrifying ignition trigger rate. As the final syllable fell, an orange-eared fireball, blazing bright as a meteor, roared forth. Boom! The fireball struck the ancient tree of knowledge's trunk, sending charred wood fragments flying in all directions. Immediately, 2 strings of damage numbers appeared in succession, 4,266 and 288. In less than a heartbeat, the second tick followed, 4,266 and 288. Each hit stacked another layer of ignition, dealing 10 ticks of damage over 10 seconds, with each tick dealing 288 points for a total of 2,888 points. The power of the Flame Mage as an epic tier damage class was fully displayed in this moment. The slow debuff had less than a minute remaining, yet the ancient tree of knowledge still had over 80,000 health points. At the current pace, Yinan would need several more rounds of fireballs combined with another flame storm roughly another full minute to finish the battle. For a mere level 30 professional, this speed was already borderline absurd. Suddenly, he remembered his trump card, the super god-tier hidden talent Blasphemous Hand. This talent not only passively stole attributes, but also granted an active skill. Moment of Blasphemy. Blasphemous Hand, host exclusive LV1. Active release, God-slaying light, to lock onto an enemy. Damage, 888 attack power physical damage, 888 spell power magical damage. Cost, none. Cast, instant. Cooldown, gains 1 charge every 12 hours, maximum 5 charges stored. Next level, God-slaying light ignores any resistance, evasion, or invincibility effects. When he first acquired it, the skill was already at full charges, all 5 shots available. To this day, he had never used it once. Looking at the still resilient ancient tree of knowledge before him, his lips curved upward. The knowledge ancient tree's battleground was among the most sinister environments in the Peach Willow Gardens. Branches and leaves blocked out the sky on all sides, reducing the light to nothing but a dim gray layer. When the wind blew, it no longer carried the refreshing coolness typical of gardens, but instead brought a bone-chilling dampness. That cold crept around ankles like a serpent, slithering up spines. The boss itself was hideously ugly with troublesome mechanics, and the tree spirits it summoned were each more repulsive than the last. In a dungeon filled with flower demons, willow sprites, and plant spirits that competed in beauty like graceful songbirds, the knowledge ancient tree stood out like a sore thumb. Thus, it proudly claimed a spot in the top 3 of the most hated bosses under level 50 ranking. Countless players complained. We come to the Peach Willow Gardens to see the flower demons and willow sprites, to admire Princess Magnolia and the Lily Queen, not to watch the knowledge ancient tree spawn its offspring. Even on the all-level most disliked boss ranking, it firmly held the number 1 position. At this moment, before that dark ancient tree, Yinan closed his eyes and whispered the skill name, Blasphemous Moment. In the next second, his entire body transformed into a brilliant light form, with colorful radiance separating from his body and instantly weaving together in midair to form a beam of multicolored energy. The beam shimmered with flowing light, and after condensing, it resembled a sharp blade that locked onto the knowledge ancient tree before striking out fiercely. Hum amid the crisp resonance, the light beam struck the tree trunk. Bang! As the bark exploded, 2 strings of virtual numbers appeared. 3,652. 26,499. The first value represented physical damage. With Yinan's current physical attack of 435 points multiplied by the 888 coefficient, it should have dealt 3,862 points of damage, but the knowledge ancient tree's armor reduced it to 3,652 points, looking no better than a fireball spell. However, as long as he could steal more attack power in the future, this portion would eventually be compensated. After all, Blasphemous Moment belonged to hybrid physical and magical damage, so increases in both attack strength and spell power would directly reflect in the total damage. The second value was magical damage. Yinan's spell power had just exceeded 3,000 points, also benefiting from the 888 coefficient, with a theoretical value of 26,747 points. The tree's magic resistance slightly reduced it, ultimately becoming 26,499 points. The combined damage exceeded 30,000. The knowledge ancient tree's health bar of just over 90,000 was instantly cut by a quarter, leaving only 60,000 plus. With 4 charges remaining, Yinan didn't hesitate. He closed his eyes again, 7-colored light writhing across his body's surface as the second light beam thundered down. The dual damage numbers jumped up again, and within seconds, the knowledge ancient tree's health dropped below 30,000. Before the disgusting tree spirits could lumber forward with their swaying roots, he consumed another charge, and the third light beam struck in succession. Thud! Congratulations on successfully defeating the heroic difficulty golden boss, knowledge ancient tree. The ancient tree crashed down with a thunderous collapse, and the roots and tree spirits it had summoned instantly vanished amid a wave of distorted ripples. Following the hammer blow finality of the sound effect, the system notification arrived. Ding! You gained 99,000 experience points. As Yinan pushed his level to around 30, the bonus advantage from fighting higher-level monsters completely disappeared, and his experience panel no longer skyrocketed like before. As soon as the battle ended, he skillfully crouched down and entered the looting process. Ding! You obtained 6 gold coins and 9 silver coins. Damn! Yinan's mouth twitched as he mentally cursed the fallen ancient tree of knowledge. Even Princess Bailon dropped 8 gold coins. But this old geezer only had 6 gold? Adding the 9 silver coins barely makes it 7 gold, but it still feels off. He continued searching. Ding! You obtained Entangled Roots Belt. Ding! You obtained Earth Day Pants. Ding! You obtained Withered Thorn. 3 blue-green items dropped. All worthless scraps that the market despised, barely worth anything. Yinan shook his head silently as the final piece of equipment triggered a notification. Holy crap, pink light. A pink glow emanated from the screen, making his pupils contract sharply. Pink refined equipment was a full tier above purple gear. Starting from this tier, prices became ridiculously expensive. Top-tier purple equipment could sell for 100 gold coins, typically ranging from 30 to 60, which ordinary people could still afford if they saved up. But even the worst pink equipment started at 500 gold coins, a luxury item in the pre-digitized era. Mid to high-quality pink equipment could reach over 2,500 gold, and if it came with special skills, its value approached that of trash-tier red equipment 5,000 gold coins per piece. If a professional wanted to equip all 13 body slots with such gear, equipment alone would cost over 60,000 gold coins, completely unaffordable for non-wealthy families. Moreover, prices increased with levels 200 and 400 representing even more terrifying price brackets. At this thought, Yinan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. His father had only owned a few pink items back in the day. If this drop had good attributes, he could make a fortune. He examined it carefully. Equipment name, Thorn of Night. Grade, Pink Refined Lifestyle Entertainment. Slot, Main Weapon Offhand Weapon. Level Requirement, LV1. Base Attributes, None. Special Skill, Adjustment and Teaching when equipped, Own Attack Power 90. Special Skill, Pleasure and Pain can switch between pain and pleasure effects. Each switch consumes 1 colorless small crystal. Pain, next attack increases target's pain sensation by 1 level. Pleasure, next attack decreases target's pain sensation by 1 level. Durability, 100. Binding, Unbound, binds on equip. This was a long whip. Yinan's mouth formed an O shape. He looked up at the fallen ancient tree of knowledge, his mind full of complaints. Old geezer, you dropped this thing? Did you usually use it to whip flower demons and willow spirits, playing games with Ace and Amy? No wonder you have so many tree children, and the description even says you're their teacher. So this is what you've been researching all along. However, now this whip had fallen into Yinan's hands. In comparison, he suddenly felt that his pink boxing gloves were no longer appealing. The first thing that came to his mind was to take Thorn of Night and go adjust and teach that Lily Queen. Walking along the path toward the Lily Queen, leader of the Tail King faction, Yinan's lips still curved upward in a smile. The Thorn of Night was now coiled around his right arm. The entire whip displayed a rose-like pink hue, gleaming softly in the sunlight. Its fine, soft barbs were arranged in neat segments, appearing both intimate and harboring a peculiar allure. The handle bore anti-slip grooves, allowing the wielder to maintain a steady grip during repeated swings, ensuring that screams which should have abruptly ceased could instead be prolonged. On the forest path of the Peach Willow Garden dungeon, fragrant breezes drifted through the air. The tall, handsome young man gripped the rose-colored whip as he stepped over stone slabs covered in flower petals, his figure interweaving with the swaying tree shadows to create a vivid tableau. The Thorn of Night could easily fetch 4,000 gold coins at the auction house. Wealthy players adored these entertainment tools and were always generous with their spending. However, Yinan was determined to keep it for personal use. 1. The Thorn of Night reduced his attack power by 90, which was more ideal than the pink glove's 80 reduction, allowing him to control physical damage to the maximum extent while stealing attributes through basic attacks. 2. The whip could also adjust the target's pain sensitivity, a function he had never experienced and was eager to try. Unfortunately, he and his teammates had already cleared all the dungeon's minor monsters, leaving no one to experiment on. So he quickened his pace, heading straight for the Lily Queen's courtyard, the most popular destination among perverted veteran players where he could only test his skills on the boss. In Earthwood Mountain Town, at the Tang family's 3-story building, Guo, the third young master of the Guo family from Hangzhou, had just left, yet the lavish dinner table fell into deathly silence. Tang Er, his wife, and their daughter Tang Jinjin quietly picked at their food, none speaking. Though the surface appeared calm, ripples stirred in their hearts. This was especially true for Tang Zhen's 10th class beauty of a prestigious high school in Hangzhou. She had above-average grades and excellent looks and figure, attracting numerous suitors. Unfortunately, the school had only two campus beauties, known as the twin jewels of Shanghai, both from ancient aristocratic families whose grace and backgrounds completely overshadowed other girls, leaving Tang Jinjin to settle for being merely a class beauty. Had she attended second high, she would have had the strength to compete with Su Lungming and Ruan Haoyue for the campus beauty title. At this moment, she mechanically added food to her bowl while keeping her head down, her willow-like eyebrows tightly furrowed. The name, Yinan, echoed in her ears once again, tearing open long-sealed memories as she recalled the days when she and Yinan were inseparable as children. If the Yi family hadn't met with disaster, they would have been the most perfectly matched childhood sweethearts. Seeing her daughter's troubled expression, Mother Tang set down her chopsticks and gently reminded her, Jinjin, don't let your mind wander. You're an outstanding graduate of Hangzhou's top high school, and in the future, you'll be meeting excellent young men from prestigious families. You have a bright future ahead of you. At the dinner table, Tang Jinjin's mother picked up some vegetables with her chopsticks and spoke firmly to her daughter. He's just an ordinary student at second high school, with no power or influence at home, and they're even in debt. Don't let momentary feelings cloud your judgment and throw yourself into a pit of fire. A refined gentleman like young Master Gua is what you deserve. Even if things don't work out with young Master Gua in the future, once you're in college, you should date someone from an established family that would benefit your future. She paused, then emphasized, when he invited you earlier, you should have gone with him, to show the Yi family what a beautiful daughter we have and how excellent her boyfriend is. Tang Jinjin kept her eyes down, stirring the rice in her bowl. She knew her mother's words made sense, yet she felt stifled and her heart was in turmoil. Especially hearing that Guokuan was going to attend a celebration party centered around Yi Nin made her emotions even harder to calm. If Yi Nin really was as worthless as her mother claimed, she could forget about him and give up on him with peace of mind. It was precisely because of this thought that she had declined Guokuan's invitation to accompany me to the Yi family. She didn't want to appear at the Yi family's door as Guokuan's companion. After all, she hadn't set foot in the Yi family home since they sold their three-story house and moved into the old apartment. If she were to see Uncle Yi and Aunt Chun again after all these years, but while holding another boy's handsome words could never be taken back. Tang Er rolled up his sleeves while drinking soup and couldn't stand listening anymore. He looked up and interjected, "Didn't you hear what Young was said? He's going to the Yi family because that boy Yinan has made something of himself. I just saw teachers from their school doing a home visit at the Yi family's door. The principal came in person." "The principal?" Tang Jinjin's mother scoffed, tapping the rim of her bowl with her finger. "One home visit and one celebration party counts as making something of himself? How big a splash can a poor student from second high school make? This is all just a flash in the pan." Tang Er put down his chopsticks, frowning and sighing. "You're just being snobbish." "I'm being snobbish." Tang Jinjin's mother's eyes widened as she rolled them. "If I had been snobbish when I was young, would I have married you?" This remark left Tang Er red-faced and thick-necked, and the couple looked ready to start another fight. "Stop arguing." Tang Jinjin spoke softly. She had always been the precious darling of the Tang family, and as soon as she spoke, the dinner table fell silent. Her mother reluctantly stopped talking, and her father also buried his head in his rice. Tang Jinjin was well aware of the significance of a principal's home visit. Regular home visits were led by homeroom teachers or subject teachers. Principals rarely made personal appearances. Not just at second high school, but even at key high schools, principals would only personally visit students from families with deep foundations. For example, the twin beauties of Shanghai had enjoyed a personal home visit from Principal Ma. But those two were daughters of ancient wealthy families, so it was only natural. Yinan, however, as her mother said, had no background and was in debt. What did he have to deserve this? Why did Yinan deserve a personal home visit from the principal of second high school? Tang Jinjin attended a prestigious high school in Hangzhou and was well informed about local affairs. She had long heard that the principal of second high school was named Hao Yimiya, formidable woman in her early 30s who controlled Hangzhou's second-ranked high school. Rumors suggested that Hao Yuemei had powerful connections and was only temporarily building her resume at second high school before climbing even higher. Yet this promising and beautiful principal had traveled all the way to the suburban town of Dimu in Linnu district to conduct a home visit for a student whose family background could only be described as terrible. Something about this situation seemed very wrong. Even more absurd was that the well-known Gua family in Hangzhou had also sprung into action. Although Guokuan couldn't compare to the heirs of top-tier wealthy families, he was still a notable figure in high society circles. Now the Gua family had specifically instructed Guokuan to attend a celebration party centered around Yinan, repeatedly emphasizing that he must personally visit Yinan's home. This series of actions made the whole situation seem extraordinarily exaggerated, almost eerily so. What exactly did Yinan do? Tang Jinjin had a bold theory. Could Yinan have suddenly awakened a god-tier talent? Or successfully changed to a divine-class profession? If that were true, it would explain why various factions were frantically courting him. She grabbed her phone, planning to gather information in the class group chat. As soon as she opened WeChat, messages cascaded down the screen like a waterfall. Holy shit. This guy is absolutely incredible. World first kill. We're the champions. Too bad, Yinan isn't from our prestigious high school. Yeah, getting the first kill is awesome, but I still don't understand how a second high student pulled it off. Second high's beautiful principal in black stockings must be going crazy with joy. That title effect is so cool. Yinan himself is so handsome. Does anyone know if he has a girlfriend? Who has his phone number? Please share, thanks. Oh my, our class beauty Sue is smitten. It's over. I can hear hearts breaking through the screen. The entire class was chattering away, creating a dizzying mix of messages. Tang Jinjin had to keep scrolling up until she finally found a video link in the earliest records. The WeChat video thumbnail was frozen on the first frame and the person in the image was indeed Yinan. It really is him? What did he do to cause such a huge commotion? Tang Jinjin bit her lip quietly. What shocked her even more was that Su Xiaoman, another class beauty who shared her status, was openly asking about Yinan's relationship status and contact information. The title of school beauty at their prestigious high school had long been firmly held by two wealthy heiresses, leaving other outstanding girls to settle for the class beauty designation, with 3 per class. Tang Jinjin and Su Xiaoman happened to be the 2 class beauties in their grade. In Tang Jinjin's impression, Su Xiaoman wasn't wild. Like her name suggested, she was typically calm and rational, and quite an intelligent and beautiful girl. She was taller than Tang Jinjin, with a more pronounced curve to her hips and a slimmer waist in terms of figure alone. Tang Jinjin was completely outclassed. Of course, this was relative. Some people still preferred Tang Jinjin's petite frame. Su Xiaoman had always maintained a reserved demeanor in class, keeping a polite distance from all the male students. Even though she had just turned 18 this year, there had never been any romantic rumors about her. Yet this seemingly serene girl had actually approached Yinan asking for his contact information. Tang Jinjin felt both curious and vaguely uneasy. What exactly had Yinan done? She pulled out her phone and opened the video that had been sent to her. The screen first displayed 5 golden characters reading Hero Challenger, followed by the epic background music that only played when someone earned the Hero Challenger title. In the next second, Yinan appeared frozen in the center of the frame, wearing his school uniform, yet radiating an undeniable presence, his expression calm and composed. Snap, her trembling fingertips lost their grip, and the phone dropped straight to the floor. Tang Jinjin stared blankly at the screen, her lips slightly parted, with only one thought in her mind. Yinan had actually cleared the hero difficulty beginner trial dungeon. No wonder Su Xiaoman. No wonder everyone. She sat there numbly, her phone still vibrating softly on the floor, while she muttered the same words over and over in a daze. In Dimu Mountain Town, inside the medium-sized supermarket at the town entrance, the cool air from the air conditioning swept across the shelves. Guokuan walked back through the door carrying a fruit basket and drinks he had just purchased, his steps steady and a proper smile on his face. Hello, Auntie. Behind the cash register, Yinan's mother Chen Xian looked up and recognized the young man who had just bought gifts with bags full of items a few minutes ago. She blinked in surprise. Why had he come back? Was there a problem with the merchandise? She had never seen Guokuan before and assumed he must be a city kid visiting relatives in town. She set down her barcode scanner and asked with concern, "What's wrong, child?" Just 10 minutes earlier, Guokuan had received a call from his father. Originally, he had planned to return to the city to select more presentable high-end gift boxes before formally visiting Yinan's family. But his father said time was urgent. A grand celebration ceremony would be held tonight, with provincial education department leaders confirmed to attend, and rumors even suggested that several big shots from the provincial headquarters might appear. For now, he should just go say hello and establish initial contact. During the call, his father also revealed bombshell news: Yinan had cleared the hero difficulty beginner trial dungeon. Guokuan was shocked and immediately felt several degrees more serious about the situation. He simply selected the most expensive gifts available at the town entrance supermarket as backup, then went to visit the Yi family according to the address. However, when he arrived, Yinan's father Yi Lingfeng was sitting at home in a daze due to his injuries, not quite lucid. After knocking for a long time with no response, Guokuan could only ask the neighbors and learned that the aunt working at the supermarket was indeed Yinan's mother. So he returned with the gifts in hand. After confirming that the woman before him was indeed Yinan's mother, Guokuan maintained his smile and gently placed the gift box on the counter with a soft thud, his tone warm. "Auntie, look, there's been a misunderstanding. These were meant for you and Uncle all along." Seeing Chun Xian's confusion, he calmly added, "Hello, Auntie. My name is Guokuan, and I'm Yinan's classmate. I just completed my class change today and thought I'd come find him to hang out." The word classmate put Chun Xian at ease and even brought her some joy. In recent years, her son had rarely brought any classmates home. The two then chatted about everyday matters, Yinan's usual grades, interesting stories from school, and which pastry shop in town had the best treats. Guokuan controlled the conversation perfectly, showing both admiration for Yi Nan and respect for his elders. After half an hour, he politely declined Chun Xian's offer to see him off, insisted on leaving the gifts, and walked to the black luxury car parked outside. The moment he closed the car door, Wakuin let out a long breath. He had originally planned to visit Tang Jinjin's family for pleasantries as well, but now he couldn't muster even the slightest interest. His clear objective told him that any additional socializing would be less valuable than hurrying back to the city to prepare for tonight's celebration ceremony. The car started, and the town entrance sign quickly receded outside the window. Guokuin pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and pressed his finger on Tang Jinjin's pinned avatar, hovering over the delete button. During his conversation with Yinan's mother, Chun Xian, Guokuin brought up the Tang family. He had been making casual small talk along the way, merely hoping to gather some harmless gossip, when he suddenly heard the bombshell. Jinjin and Xiao Nen used to be childhood sweethearts. The words hit him like a thunderbolt. Guokuin's expression shifted slightly as he pulled out his phone, his fingertips rapidly swiping across the screen. Delete friend, block. Damn, good thing I'm one step ahead. He cursed inwardly, though a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. True, he had feelings for Tang Jinjin, but it was merely hormone-driven attraction. A guy who had just come of age and held all the cards truly valued sensory thrills over pure emotion. With over 20 classes in senior year, there were about 60 class beauties, and Tang Jinjin was just one flower among many. Getting on Yinan's bad side for her sake would be a terrible deal. His father had already given him a heads up. The Yi family once had considerable standing, and though they had fallen, their foundation remained solid. When the Yi family hit hard times, the Tang family neither kicked them while they were down nor offered help. They simply cut ties. From this, it was clear that the childhood romance between Tang Jinjin and Yi Nan had likely long since crumbled. But once Yi Nan made his triumphant return, would he show any kindness to the childhood sweetheart who had stood by and watched? Even thinking with his toes, Guokuin knew the answer. If he continued entangling himself with Tang Jinjin, his fate would be sealed. As the luxury car smoothly approached the school gates, with the air conditioning in the back seat cranked to maximum, Guokuin still felt a chill down his spine. He wiped away sweat with his hand and exhaled with lingering fear. Damn, good thing I ran fast enough. Meanwhile, at the Tang family dinner table, child, you're old enough to be more careful, her mother Chenrong said while serving sweet and sour pork ribs, casually scolding. Tang Jinjin bent down to pick up her phone from the floor, but her fingers trembled as her gaze remained glued to the explosive message on the screen. Cleared the hero difficulty beginner trial dungeon. This is an achievement worthy of the history books and textbooks. How did he manage it? The words struck like a heavy hammer into the depths of her memory, bringing forth long-buried scenes. That summer years ago, in the community plaza, Brother Xiaonan stood at the front, his mind always bubbling with novel ideas as he led a group of children racing around the square. Smart, brave, and remarkably cautious, never let anyone take risks, yet always ensured everyone had fun. Back then, in little Jinjin's eyes, he seemed capable of anything. Later, when the Yi family fell into trouble, contact gradually faded. In high school, she entered Hangzhou's top school, while Yinan only made it to Hangzhou Second High, leading her to believe their futures would be worlds apart. She had dismissed that childhood filter as naive fantasy. But now, Yinan had accomplished something nearly impossible, instantly shattering her prejudices. That once brilliant boy seemed to shine anew from the depths of her memory. Tang Jinjin bent down to retrieve her phone, the screen still displaying the class group chat. Several new messages pierced her restless heart like fine needles. Su Xiaoman. Does anyone have his contact info? Online and urgent. Wen Yao Yao. Same here. Thanks. Su Xiaoman. Su Xiaoman said. Wen Yao Yao, what do you mean? Don't you have a boyfriend? Why are you butting in? Wen Yao Yao shot back without hesitation. Who said I have a boyfriend? That was my ex-boyfriend, okay? We broke up 5 minutes ago. Su Xiaoman only dropped a dry ha. Tang Jinjin stared at the class WeChat group, feeling like someone had punched her in the chest. The two cockless beauties in the group, Su Xiaoman, the aloof beauty who never gave boys the time of day, and Wen Yao Yao, the popular sweetheart with stunning looks, a great figure, and an extensive social circle, were sparring over Yi Nan with palpable tension. And this is just our class, Tang Jinjin calculated in her mind. The other classes at the elite high school each had their own 3 distinctive class beauties, not to mention the 2 girls at the very top of the pyramid, the Hangzhou High twin goddesses, who made even dozens of class beauties feel inferior. With such competition, there was bound to be someone who could capture Yinan's heart. The thought sent a dull ache through her chest. She abruptly left the class group and opened her chat window with Guokuin, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Guokuin, I've thought it over carefully. We're not right for each other. Thank you. She decisively hit send. Ding dong, but the WeChat notification showed the message failed to send. Immediately after, gray text appeared. Message sent but rejected by recipient. Tang Jinjin's breath caught as she stared wide-eyed at the screen. Guokuin, who had just been chatting and laughing at her house while eagerly pursuing her, had blocked her the moment he left. How utterly bizarre. Hangzhou, at the border between Linna district and the city center. A brand new Rolls-Royce Cullinan was parked by the roadside. In the back seat, 32-year-old Hao Yuemei sat with her legs crossed, her shapely legs wrapped in black stockings, their perfect curves impossible to ignore. Having just finished a phone call, her previously beaming expression instantly turned cold, frost settling over her beautiful face. Vice Principal Sun in the passenger seat read the room immediately, his nerves on edge, wishing he could even suppress the sound of his breathing. After several seconds of silence, Hao Yuemei asked in a low voice, "Vice Principal Sun, how are the preparations for tonight's celebration banquet coming along?" Vice Principal Sun quickly pulled out his phone and opened the Vice Principal's work group. The screen was filled with reports about the event schedule, staff assignments, and supply lists, not a single casual message. After quickly scanning through, he replied, "We're still finalizing the guest list for the banquet. Those 4 female students have been briefed and will sit at the main table to keep Yin in company. The gifts and prizes are all packed and currently being transported to the Pillow Water Hotel." Hao Yuemei pressed her temples, her voice carrying unmistakable irritation. Double the entire budget including Yinan's prize money, gifts, and all the dishes. Vice Principal Sun was stunned. Tonight's celebration banquet was already the most lavish event in Hangzhou Second High School's history, with a budget far exceeding anything before. Doubling it would create enormous financial pressure. He opened his mouth to voice a reminder. Hao Yuemei gritted her teeth, enunciating each word. "Yinan is clearly our second high school student, yet those people from the elite high school insist on interfering. How infuriating." Vice Principal Sun's eyebrows shot up. What? Teachers and students from the elite high school were also coming to the celebration banquet? Upon hearing this news from Principal Hao Yuemei, Vice Principal Sun immediately felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Yinan, the outstanding student who broke records and achieved both world and domestic firsts, belonged to their Hangzhou No. 2 high school. Once the news spread, all faculty and staff at No. 2 high school, even the cafeteria ladies serving meals, regarded Yinan as their supreme glory. Because of Yinan, No. 2 high school had reached a crucial turning point for its rise, and the resource allocation from national, provincial, and municipal levels would surely be astonishing. Yinan's success perfectly embodied the saying, "When one person attains enlightenment, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven." Yinan was the one who achieved immortality, while the faculty and staff of No. 2 high school were the chickens and dogs ascending with him. Crude as it sounds, this was the reality. To them, Yinan was a Buddha who must be worshipped until graduation. As long as Yinan graduated successfully, No. 2 high school would be forever recorded in history as Yinan's alma mater, truly securing their legacy. Initially, when Vice Principal Sun heard that Hao Yuemei wanted to double the celebration party budget, he felt heartache the finance office would hemorrhage money. But upon hearing that the elite high school wants to interfere, he was like receiving a shot of adrenaline, his eyes turning red with determination. "Principal Hao, is doubling enough? I say we throw everything we have at this. Don't hide those school treasures, either bring them all out to show Yinan, and absolutely don't let those bastards from the elite high school steal him away." This last statement ignited Hao Yuemei's fury. Her eyes widened with murderous intent. "You're absolutely right. They're coming specifically for Yinan." The provincial education director personally called, asking the elite high school's faculty and students to join the celebration party. "The director and my third uncle have a life-and-death friendship I couldn't refuse." Moreover, he hinted that it was that bastard Ma Wenkai who orchestrated this. Ma Wenkai, the principal of Hangzhou Elite High School, was quite a figure in Hangzhou's upper circles. Hao Yuemei said coldly, "He's not here to share the spoil. She wants to poach Yinan." Thinking that their cooked duck might fly away, Vice Principal Sun felt his heart being cut by knives. Hangzhou Elite High School had always been an insurmountable mountain, looming over all other high schools. Now Yinan had finally given No. 2 high school a chance to turn the tables. But this opportunity was so significant, could they actually seize it? That was Hangzhou Elite High School. Though it couldn't compare to Hengshui High School, it still ranked steadily in the national top 20. Even at the bottom of that ranking, its prestige was undeniable. Rumors said their school treasured numerous orange epic equipment pieces, even several golden legendary items, plus countless peerless king-grade pet eggs. As for legendary-grade materials, herbs, and earth-grade treasures, those were even more abundant. Compared to Hangzhou's premier high school, that absolute behemoth, Second High School fell short by more than just one tier in both financial reserves and accumulated prestige. If the premier school truly decided to poach Yinan, Second High School had virtually no decent bargaining chips to compete. In the office, Vice Principal Sun wore a bitter expression, stealing glances at Principal Hao Yuemei. Normally, her exquisite, alluring features and those long, elegant legs wrapped in black stockings would set his heart racing, but right now, she held no appeal whatsoever. "Do exactly as you suggested." Hao Yuemei gritted her teeth, her voice crisp and cold. "Mobilize every resource Second High School can muster. Spare no expense, we must keep student Yinan. Before her words had fully settled, she murmured to herself, second high school's foundation alone won't be enough. It seems I'll have to contact my family. Huh. She recalled the bold declaration she'd made when leaving home. I'll carve out my own path without relying on the family. Now she could only smile bitterly, her eyes filled with unwillingness and helplessness. Vice Principal Sun felt a wave of relief wash over him. The school alone would indeed be precarious, but their principal was no ordinary person. Hao Yueme came from a prominent Beijing family with connections throughout the capital. Once she made the call, the situation would change dramatically. Even so, he didn't dare relax, his mind racing to identify potential vulnerabilities. Suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm, his voice trembling with fear. Principal Hao. The twin beauties of Hangzhou High. The premier school has the twin beauties. Hao Yueme's scalp tingled instantly. Indeed, she was only in her early 30s while considered a mature woman. She still harbored some girlish sentiments and paid considerable attention to titles like school beauty and class beauty. What girl wouldn't care about such honors? Therefore, she understood perfectly well the devastating impact of those two individuals who had transcended the mere school beauty category to earn their own exclusive title, the twin beauties of Hangzhou High. This wasn't just honor, it was intimidation. Not only would second high school's most dazzling four school beauties pale in comparison, but even if all the school beauties from across Hangzhou joined forces, they would still be overshadowed by the twin beauties. Worse yet, tonight the premier school's faculty and students were attending the evening gala, and the roster almost certainly included Chu Liansan and Shen Yingling. Unless Ma Wenkai was a complete fool, he would definitely bring the twin beauties and introduce them to Yinan. Seeing Vice Principal Sun's panic nearly transform into despair, Hao Yueme took a deep breath and forced herself to remain steady. Don't panic. The twin beauties of Hangzhou High are indeed formidable, but Ma Wenkai is merely their principal, not their father. He can't arrange marriages on the spot. Ultimately, whom the student chooses depends on Yinan himself. Let's hope he can resist temptation. Even as she spoke these words, she lacked confidence. Both the Chu and Qin families were major clans of Jiangnan with deeply entrenched influence. Chu Liansan and Chun Yingling were goddesses in countless young men's hearts. For Yinan, coming from humble circumstances, marrying either one would mean skipping 60 years of struggle, a lifetime, perhaps even 3 generations. As a man, Vice Principal Sun understood the devastating power of aristocratic beauties better than Hao Yueme. His eyes gleamed with a calculating light. Principal Hao, I have an idea. Let our school's 4 beauties dress up nicely, preferably a bit more revealing. Hearing Vice Principal Sun's words, she nodded vigorously and even silently prayed in her heart. Among the 4 beauties of number 2 high school, at least one of them had to successfully captivate Yinan, so they could wrest control of student Yinan away from Chu Liansan and Qin Yingling. Facing the aggressive poaching from Hangzhou High's twin beauties, this was number 2 high school's final trump card. Immediately relay this message to Principal Liu, Hao Yueme declared with finality. Principal Liu was the vice principal in charge of senior year who had rushed to the office earlier to take command. Vice Principal Sun immediately pulled out his phone, the WeChat interface flickering as he typed rapidly with both hands, quickly jotting down every key point he had just discussed with Principal Hao. At the end, he added in bold, "Tonight, all styling expenses for the 4 campus beauties will be covered by the school. Professional makeup artists must be hired to ensure each appears at her absolute peak." After hitting send, Vice Principal Sun finally breathed a sigh of relief, though his expression carried a hint of resigned helplessness. They had done everything they could. If Yinan truly decided to transfer to a key high school before the college entrance exam, there was nothing they could do to stop him. In the passenger seat, Wan He, the homeroom teacher of Class 5 in senior year, had heard every word of the conversation between the 2 leaders, her heart filled with 70% fear and 30% regret. By all rights, since Yinan was her student, she should benefit most if he succeeded. But looking back over these 3 years, she had neither oppressed nor particularly cared for Yinan. Since Yinan was self-disciplined and performed well academically, she had spent more time currying favor with students from wealthy families, taking the easy way out whenever possible. Now, if Yinan really transferred schools, not only would she gain nothing, she would likely become the scapegoat, bearing the wrath of Principal Hao and the vice principals. If she could do those 3 years over again, she would definitely treat this self-reliant and emotionally sensitive child well. But now, she wasn't sure if she were in his position. She would certainly choose a better platform too. Thinking of this, combined with everything she had just heard, Luan He felt as if a massive stone was tied to her chest, sinking deeper and deeper. Luan He, what were you thinking all this time? She berated herself internally, yet didn't dare utter a single word aloud. In the car, the 2 leaders were plotting important matters, and no one paid attention to her, much less questioned her unauthorized use of Yinan's home visit quota. But if Yinan really left, she would definitely face consequences. Department head? Academic director? She shouldn't even dream of it. In the Peach Willow Garden dungeon, Yinan had been leisurely exploring the scenery and finally reached the battle arena of the final boss, the Lily Queen. The Lily Queen's location was in an independent small courtyard in the northeastern corner of the dungeon. After all, being a queen, having an exclusive courtyard was perfectly normal. At the entrance to the courtyard, Yinan encountered two elite monsters. Target: Queen's Guard Captain. Rank: Silver Elite, level 35. HP: 18,000 with elite and heroic difficulty bonuses. Overview: she is the Lily Queen's most loyal guard, responsible for the security of the Queen's domain. Target: Queen's personal attendant. Rank: Silver Elite, level 35. HP: 16,000 with elite and heroic difficulty bonuses. Overview: she serves as the Lily Queen's personal attendant, caring for all aspects of the Queen's daily life. She is the third most beautiful character in Peach Willow Garden, surpassed only by the Lily Queen and Princess Bylon. The untouched older maiden Yinan had heard this running joke countless times before. These two elite monsters guarding the entrance to the Lily Queen's palace were not only formidably powerful, but had long been the subject of lustful fantasies among perverted players. The guard captain was a willow spirit. Compared to common willow spirits, she stood much taller, her pale muscle definition subtly visible beneath bark-smooth skin. Only scattered leaves covered her vital areas, which only enhanced her wild allure. The phrase, untouched, in her description had sparked countless players' imaginations. The personal attendant was a flower demon. While flower demons typically bore massive petals on their backs and leaf coverings across their chests, she had transformed to near-perfect human form. No exaggerated petals adorned her back, wearing only a flowing gray-white robe that seemed to mimic Princess Bylon's style. The loose fabric concealed her slender waist and long legs completely, making one all the more curious about what scenery might be revealed when she bent forward to cast spells. Yinan approached the palace gates, gazing at the two beauties standing side by side, and brandished his Thorn of Night. The whip's tip cracked through the air with a sharp snap. Finally, he could test this weapon's true power. Halt! You cannot pass. This place belongs to the Lily Queen. The Willow Spirit Guard Captain raised her blades to intercept, and battle erupted instantly. The Guard Captain was the only melee monster in this dungeon, yet like the pirate Captain Shalon, she practiced both physical and magical combat. She wielded curved willow leaf sabers in both hands, striking with vicious precision as her signature technique, Willow Leaf Twin Blade Style, unfolded. Willow Leaf Twin Blade Style Passive Blade Technique, cycling through 3 attack modes. Mode 1. Lock onto enemy, dealing 60 attack power as physical damage plus 60 spell power as nature damage, consuming 10 mana per strike. Mode 2. Channel for 2 seconds, dealing 120 spell power as nature damage in a frontal cone. Mode 3. Charge in a straight line, dealing 200 attack power as physical damage to the first enemy hit, with 60 base chance to inflict bleeding. Bleeding. Target loses health equal to 10 of the guard captain's attack power per second for 15 seconds. Her speed was incredible. The moment Yinan raised his whip handle, the guard captain closed in, her twin blade style's first form striking immediately. 868. 523. 2 damage numbers floated up in sequence: the first physical damage, the second nature spell damage. Though Yinan had reached level 29 and stolen considerable stats from the dungeon's minor monsters, Princess Bylon, and the Ancient Tree of Knowledge, the guard captain's single combo still stripped away 1,300 of his health. When he'd first entered this dungeon, ordinary flower demons and willow spirits dealt around 600 damage per attack, with 2 skills totaling just over 1,300, and he'd been only level 7 then. This demonstrated the guard captain's terrifying damage output. If he were still level 7, he would have lost nearly 4,000 health from that exchange. Next, the guard captain crossed her arms, positioning both blades along her forearms as she began charging mode 2, her stance both graceful and fierce. Simultaneously, the personal attendant raised her hands to form seals. Rather than bending forward, she turned sideways and tilted her head back, rising onto her tiptoes as her snow-white right arm lifted like jade to her forehead, the movement both elegant and playful. She cast the area effect spell Falling Petals. Falling Petals, active skill, consumes 100 mana points, 3-second cast time, deals 200 spell power nature damage to enemies in an area. Golden brown light gathered in the air, forming sharp arcs before cascading down like a shower of flower petals, targeting the entire ground ahead. Simultaneously, the captain's Willow Blade Dual Strike's second attack came slashing through, the blade light interweaving with the petal rain in a deadly dance. Yinan chose not to block head, and he decided to leverage his speed advantage. With a swift movement, he instantly left his original position, dashing toward the personal maid. With his defense, taking the damage heat-in wouldn't be a major problem, but he had a more pressing thought: using Thorn Knight against a girl. After all this testing, he finally had his first real combat opportunity. As the top student at Second High School, When Yinan got serious, his movements were swift and decisive without any hesitation. His high-speed attributes allowed him to easily dodge all the impact points. In the next second, he appeared beside the maid, and under her shocked gaze, he reached out to grab her slender arm and gave it a gentle pull. The maid was petite with a body soft as silk. Being pulled caused her to slip, and she was pressed against the stone platform at the courtyard entrance. She bent forward in a half-prone position, her back forming a beautiful elliptical curve. Yinan raised Thorn Knight, aimed at his target, the long whip ready to strike. Just before the whip's shadow fell, a faint system prompt appeared at the edge of Yinan's mind. Ding! Please select which effect to add. Left side pain, right side pleasure. Pain consumes 1 colorless small crystal. Next attack increases target's pain level by 1. Pleasure also consumes 1 colorless small crystal. Next attack decreases target's pain level by 1. Crystals were extremely important universal resources for professionals in absolute Arkansas. Besides colorless ones, there were colored crystals like red and blue. Red corresponded to flame and fire elements, blue to frost and water elements. Some high-tier skills or equipment abilities not only consumed mana but also required these crystals. Clearing dungeons and killing monsters had a chance to drop crystals. Colorless crystals were most common, cheap, and abundant. Yinan had recently obtained over 500 colorless small crystals from clearing monsters in a dungeon. The monsters in Peach Willow Garden dungeon were mostly wood and plant types, so he also collected over 50 green small crystals. According to current market prices, 50 green small crystals were worth about 50 gold coins, averaging roughly 1 gold coin per colored crystal. High-tier job changes, high awakening exclusive skills, and high-level elemental forbidden spells all required colored crystals as activation catalysts. Looking at the options before him, Yinan unhesitatingly selected pain. Ding! You consumed 1 colorless small crystal and successfully obtained the pain effect. Whoosh! The whip cut through the air as Thorn Knight struck with a sharp crack. The personal maid screamed, her nerves assaulted by the suddenly heightened pain, her expression instantly going blank. That prone elliptical form became increasingly intriguing in Yinan's eyes. He chuckled and raised the whip to deliver a second strike. Behind him, the captain who had just finished releasing the second stage of Willowblade Dual Strike suddenly saw her close friend being dragged away by the villain, rage surging to her head. She immediately unleashed the third stage. Charging up for the assault, 2 gleaming daggers rushed straight toward Yinan's back. This time, Yinan decided not to dodge. He didn't have time, as he was busy wielding the Thorn of Night. Besides, he had plenty of health points. He had stolen a whopping 90,000 health points from Princess Bylon alone. He hadn't managed to steal much from the Ancient Tree of Knowledge, but Yinan didn't mind with a base of 100 million health points. He had nothing to fear. The third strike of the Willow Leaf Twin Blade technique hit Yinan's back. Simultaneously, Yinan's Thorn of Night struck the personal maid's back once again, hitting her lower region. 2,890 points. 17 points. Damn. The first number represented the physical damage Yinan received, while the second was the damage dealt to the personal maid, accompanied by her scream. 17 points of damage against the personal maid's 16,000 health points was basically like tickling. No, it was less than tickling. She should have felt nothing at all. Yet this attack made her shriek. This was the power of the Thorn of Night. Yinan had chosen the pain effect, affecting the personal maid's senses and amplifying her pain sensation by 1 level. So despite taking only 17 points of damage, the personal maid still cried out. The guard captain behind them didn't understand the situation. She assumed her friend was screaming because of the humiliation. Honestly, witnessing this scene made her heart tremble involuntarily. It was too shameful. Being struck like this, even if the damage was low, even if it didn't hurt if it were her, she absolutely couldn't accept it. After briefly imagining herself in that position, the guard captain felt overwhelming shame while also burning with rage. Flower's Fury activated. The guard captain gained a 100 natural spell damage bonus. I'll kill you, she roared, then continued her cyclical assault using the 3-stage Willow Twin Blade technique against Yinan. The guard captain attacked relentlessly from behind Yinan, unleashing a barrage of mixed physical and natural spell damage onto his back. Meanwhile, Yinan positioned himself behind the personal maid, launching continuous attacks, one hand firmly holding down the personal maid while the other rhythmically wielded the Thorn of Night. He looked like an equestrian trainer disciplining a disobedient horse. As for the most unfortunate personal maid, she could only remain bent over, half-leaning on the platform. Under the assault of the pain effect, she continuously screamed in rhythm with the attacks. 15 minutes later, Yinan had not only stolen numerous attributes from the personal maid, but had also satisfied his desire to play the master. By this point, the personal maid was already crying. Woo woo woo, you're bullying me. Seeing how pitiful she looked, crying from the beating, Yinan felt a pang of guilt. During a brief pause in wielding the Thorn of Night, he changed his strategy. Instead of choosing pain, he switched the special effect to pleasure. Swoosh! A crisp sound rang out. The personal maid's tear-filled yet alluring eyes widened in confusion. Huh, it doesn't hurt anymore. Before she could fully process this, she felt another gentle, tingling sensation. It really didn't hurt anymore. The personal maid tried to turn around, but still couldn't move. Another attack landed. With this strike, the personal maid's lips parted slightly, and what emerged was no longer a scream of pain. Instead, it was a sound that made even the guard captain feel ashamed. Yinan's heart couldn't help but skip several beats upon hearing such sounds. So crisp and sweet. He glanced at the Thorn of Night in his hand. The skill effect truly lived up to its name of ecstasy. It really had something special. Behind Yinan, the captain of the guard who was desperately attacking first heard her best friend being beaten to tears, then heard those sweet, crisp sounds from her companion. She immediately lost all composure. This was an absolute humiliation. This was pure torment. The captain screamed, "Let her go. I'll fight you to the death. Let her go." Ah! Subsequently, her attack speed miraculously increased, her movements becoming wildly exaggerated as she viciously assaulted Yinan. 815 damage. 962 damage. 1,796 damage. 2,713 damage. Having gained the Flower's Rage buff, the captain's nature spell damage increased by 100. So the first and second segments of her three-part attack had their nature spell damage doubled, dealing considerable harm. A complete set of her Willow Leaf Twin Blade technique dealt nearly 6,500 damage to Yinan. But for Yinan, he only wanted to say 3 words. Use more force. Didn't you eat? Without turning his head, Yinan continued enjoying the process of beating the personal maid while verbally provoking the captain. Let her go? Why are you so anxious? You'll get your turn soon enough. Just wait a little longer. Your friend can still be rescued a bit more. Hearing these words, the captain was so furious that smoke seemed to pour from her 7 orifices. Ah! I'll kill you. Hearing the captain's wailing, Yinan frowned slightly. Keep it down. I can't hear your friend's voice anymore. The personal maid felt all the strength being drained from her body. The sounds she made grew quieter and quieter, but also more and more. After another 10 minutes, the personal maid stopped moving completely and made no more sounds. The damage Yinan dealt wasn't high like Princess Bylon. She died from having her life force completely drained. The poor personal maid became Yinan's experience points. Ding. You gained 37,822 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you've reached level 30. Your basic attributes have improved, and you've gained 5 free attribute points. The personal maid was the petite type, delicate and weak-looking, very beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Looking at the motionless maid, Yinan couldn't help but feel unsatisfied. He turned around to face the completely unhinged captain. The captain, standing about 5 feet 9 inches, was half a head shorter than the 6-foot Yinan. Looking closely, she was actually quite beautiful, though she wasn't the gentle type, but rather the commanding, mature type. Her skin was snow white with hints of green, and her entire body had a powerful, athletic beauty. Yinan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Had enough of fighting? Why so impatient? Now it's your turn." The captain raised her twin blades. "I'll kill you." Just as her attack was about to land on Yinan, he grabbed her arm. "Come here." Ah. The captain found herself in the same position as the personal maid, bent over and lying on the platform right next to her companion. Yinan pressed down with his left hand and raised the Thorn of Night with his right, slowly asking, "Do you want pain? Or ecstasy?" The captain was furious. "I want you to." She was getting agitated, constantly making incoherent sounds. It was clear she was a fiery little spitfire. But that was exactly the type Yinan preferred. I glanced at my inventory. Out of the 500 colorless crystals I had, only about 200 remained. Without realizing it, I had just used nearly 300 strikes on the personal maid. Well then, for the captain of the guard, let's go with 150 strikes of pain and 50 of pleasure. That sounds like a delightful plan. 21 points. The captain let out a piercing scream. Pain. Why would taking only 21 points of damage cause such noticeable pain? 21 points. The captain braced herself this time and didn't cry out, but the pain was still there. Now she understood why her friend had been reduced to tears earlier. It really did hurt quite a bit. What kind of bizarre ability was this? 21 points. Ding. Blasphemous Hand effect triggered. Absorbed 40 attack power from target. Ding. Blasphemous Hand effect triggered. Absorbed 1,800 health points from target. Not only that, but the captain noticed her attribute values were gradually disappearing. Yes, disappearing. With each painful strike, her eyes widened as fear finally began to creep into her heart. What kind of monster are you? Woo-woo. After 150 strikes, I switched to the pleasure effect. By this point, the captain's psychological defenses had been completely shattered. During this phase, her voice was even more melodious than her friend's. With the final strike, while the captain's maximum health wasn't quite drained to 1 point, it was close. Ding. You gained 37,356 experience points. 2 high-quality flower demon willow sprites had been completely drained by me. Yinan still felt unsatisfied. After looting the two bosses' corpses and obtaining a purple equipment piece and several intermediate materials, he turned his gaze toward the courtyard entrance. Fortunately, there was still one great beauty inside. My Thorn Knight was already thirsting for more. In the vice principal's office at Hangqing Second High School, Vice Principal Zhao Lin was the only female among the school's 5 vice principals. At 35 years old, she was only 3 years older than the black-stockinged principal Hao Yueme, currently at the peak of her mature, intellectual beauty. Since arriving at Second High, she had consistently managed first-year affairs with excellence, earning a stellar reputation among faculty and students. But now, she paced around her office like an ant on a hot pan, constantly making phone calls with an anxious, troubled expression. Today, Principal Hao Yueme had entrusted her with an important task, providing her with a bank card containing 500,000 yuan. Vice Principal Zhao Lin's mission was to take student Yi Nan to the Lakeside Jintai and 78 International Shopping Center for a shopping spree. She needed to outfit Yi Nan with proper attire for tonight's celebration banquet, an event of great historical significance for Second High School. Just moments ago, Vice Principal Sun had relayed new instructions. Another 500,000 yuan had been added to her card, bringing the total to 1 million. She absolutely had to dress Yi Nan magnificently and ensure his complete satisfaction. But Vice Principal Zhao Lin's pretty face was falling. She didn't even know where student Yi Nan was right now. As evening gradually approached, Vice Principal Zhao Lin's anxiety grew. She was really worried. She dialed Yi Nan's number again. "Hello, the person you are calling is currently in a dungeon. Please try again later." "Oh, my little ancestor. You just changed classes and immediately went to run a dungeon. You're way too diligent." Vice Principal Zhao Lin complained, then thought to herself, "Well, I suppose only someone this hard-working and dedicated deserves the honor of clearing the hero difficulty beginner trial dungeon and being recorded in history." Vice Principal Zhao Lin was dressed in a casual suit ensemble white, cropped casual trousers that revealed a glimpse of her fair calves, paired with a matching fitted blazer that accentuated her graceful shoulder line and waist. The fabric was crisp and wrinkle-free, clearly expensive. She looked sharp and radiant, yet her face was clouded with worry from being unable to reach Yi Nan. Outside the window, darkness gradually fell as campus lights began flickering on one by one. Zhao Lin clutched her phone, still waiting for Yi Nan's call. Finally, she resorted to sending multiple text messages and WeChat notifications. "Contact me immediately when you see this." The moment she hit send, a wave of emptiness and anxiety surged through her. At that very moment, the other vice principals were busy preparing for tonight's celebration banquet, while Principal Hao Yueme and the executive vice principal had personally gone to Yi Nan's home. Yet her assigned task showed no progress whatsoever. As time ticked away, frustration burned in her chest. If she couldn't deliver a brilliant, handsome, presentable, and completely intact Yi Nan to Lakeside Jintai in 78 before the banquet began, Zhao Lin could perfectly imagine how Yueme would tear her apart alive. "Oh no, what should I do?" Zhao Lin suddenly stood up and shut off her computer. "I can't wait any longer. I have to go find him myself." But just as she took a step forward, a new message pulled her back. "Yi Nan has entered a dungeon." Her eyebrows shot up. She pulled Yi Nan's student file from the filing cabinet, where his student ID and identification numbers were clearly printed on the cover. Zhao Lin quickly flipped to the contact information section, then dialed an old classmate who worked at the dungeon bureau. "Help me track someone's location." "Yes, these 2 numbers." "Got it. I'll treat you to dinner later." Less than 5 minutes after hanging up, a WeChat notification chimed. She opened her screen to find a system screenshot. Dungeon entry, Wuzhen Series Level 35, Peach and Willow Gardens. Time, today, 13:30. Mode, Heroic Difficulty. Party size, 1 inch. Zhao Lin's lipstick-painted lips fell open. Good Nusht found Yi Nan. Bad Nusht entered the Level 35 Dungeon, Peach and Willow Gardens, on Heroic Difficulty. And most absurdly, solo. Her mind exploded. This is a disaster. She remembered clearly that Yi Nan was only Level 7 when he changed classes. Level 7 daring to solo a Level 35 heroic dungeon? How reckless could this kid be? The shock lasted only seconds before her blood pressure skyrocketed. Zhao Lin staggered backward, collapsed into her chair, breathing rapidly as if she'd just finished an 800-meter sprint. Clutching her phone with trembling fingers, she dialed Principal Hao Yueme's number. The moment the call connected, a shriek came from the other end. "What?" The voice of the black-stockinged Principal Hao Yueme nearly shattered the receiver. After the scream, she forced herself to breathe steadily, her voice dropping from high to low. "Don't panic. Don't get upset. It's fine, stay calm." Taking 2 deep breaths, she repeated what seemed like a family motto to both herself and Zhao Lin. Maintain composure in the face of great events. That's the Hao family creed. Hao Yueme took a dozen seconds to compose herself, her mind racing as she issued instructions to Vice Principal Zhao Lin. "Principal Zhao, don't panic. Head to Wuzhen immediately and wait outside the Peach Willow Garden dungeon." Her voice was crisp and decisive. "There are 2 possible scenarios. First, student Yi Nin might emerge from the dungeon in a weakened state. You need to get him to Hangzhou Ziyuan Hospital immediately. That private high-end hospital is owned by the Hao family. I'll handle his weakness and ensure he can attend tonight's banquet. Remember, weakness can be treated, it's just expensive. In the vice principal's office, Zhao Lin's previously worried expression relaxed slightly as she nodded solemnly. I understand, Principal Hao. I'll leave right away. What about the second scenario? She asked while grabbing her keys from the desk. At that moment, the Cullinan rounded a corner, leaving the suburbs and entering Hangzhou's main urban area less than half an hour from downtown. Inside the car, Hao Yueme held her phone in her left hand, gazing through the window at the retreating streetscape, while her right hand unconsciously tugged at the Balenciaga stockings on her legs, the delicate fibers snapping at her fingertips. She lowered her voice and asked, "Do you know what talent student Yi Nin awakened?" Without waiting for Zhao Lin's response, she provided the answer herself, her eyes gleaming with an eerie light. It's called Miracle. I suspect he achieved the first clear of the heroic difficulty beginner trial precisely because of this talent miracle. So, if he can create another miracle. The stockings tore completely with a sharp rip, but she didn't notice, a smile curving her lips. Perhaps he can conquer the level 35 heroic difficulty dungeon. If that's the case, Zhao Lin, treat him better than a celebrity, don't worry about the budget. I'm even wondering if Louis Vuitton menswear would be worthy of him. Hearing this second possibility, Zhao Lin's eyes lit up, and most of her remaining worries instantly dissipated. Of course, Yi Nan was the genius who achieved the world's first clear of the heroic difficulty beginner trial. Maybe he really could complete the level 35 heroic difficulty, Peach Willow Garden. Principal Hao, I understand. She pushed through the door and strode away quickly. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Next destination, Wuzhen Dungeon entrance. Meanwhile, at Su Lingming's home in Hangzhou. In the bedroom, Su's mother whispered to her daughter, Xiaoming, you've been in the same class for 3 years. Has he ever shown any romantic interest in you? Su Lingming knew he referred to Yi Nan, her role model, rival, and nemesis. The girl sighed softly, her expression calm. Mom, don't overthink it. I've always seen him as a rival, my motivation and goal for improvement. Nothing more. Su's mother glared at her. I'm not asking what you think. I'm asking what he thinks of you. Don't you have any idea? Daughter, you've grown up so beautiful under my care. You're the school beauty, and you're in his class. Are you telling me he has no feelings for you? I don't believe it. Su Lingming felt an inexplicable emotion stir within her upon hearing her mother's blunt words. As her family chattered around her, her thoughts involuntarily drifted to Yi Nan. In the classroom, he would tilt his head slightly while listening to lectures, his profile clean and sharp. On the playground, he would repeat his movements with sweat dripping down his straight back. In the library, he would bury himself in materials with focused eyes. These scenes flashed through her mind like film strips, making her face gradually flush over the past 3 years. That guy had left so many vivid images in her heart. The last image that surfaced was the moment when their eyes met. Yi Nan's gaze was clear and serene, without a trace of desire that would disgust any girl, nor any improper intentions. That clarity could even make her mind go completely blank. Su Lingming opened her mouth, her voice soft yet clear. Mom, I feel like Yi Nan doesn't like me, or rather, his mind isn't on such matters at all right now. How is that possible? Absolutely impossible. Su's mother nearly slammed the table as she stood up. My daughter is so beautiful, tall, with fair legs, and such a wonderful personality. How could any boy not be moved? She reached out and tapped her daughter's cheek. I think you're just too slow and too aloof. You got this reserved personality from your father. If only you'd taken after me. Be more proactive and enthusiastic, and you'll discover that boys are actually quite easy to win over. Back when your father and I speak of the devil, and he appears. The door opened as Su's father entered the room. With his neat dress shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, he adjusted his frames with scholarly elegance. Sweetheart, Principal Lu from your school is here. What's going on? There are quite a few people with him. In the living room, Vice Principal Lu sat on the sofa with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. After receiving instructions from Vice Principal Sun, he had sprung into action, bringing several sets of expensive clothing and 2 professional makeup artists to visit the homes of the 4 campus beauties for styling. Since he couldn't be in multiple places at once, the other 3 beauties were being attended to by their respective homeroom teachers and administrative staff. One, he accompanied the principal to Yi Nan's house, while he personally came to the Su family home. At this moment, besides Vice Principal Lu, the living room also housed 2 makeup artists, a senior fashion magazine editor, and 4 assistants. The 4 assistants worked efficiently, first setting up clothing racks, then hanging over a dozen exquisite outfits one by one. Next, they opened their bags and arranged colorful jewelry in neat rows. Finally, they positioned full-length mirrors and lighting equipment. Once everything was in place, they stood quietly to the side, professional and silent. When Su Longming entered the living room, she was stunned by the elaborate setup. The Su family wasn't from high society. Her parents were ordinary working people. However, Being natives of Hangzhou, they owned this 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment in the city center, plus another rental property, so their life was fairly comfortable. Faced with this group of unfamiliar professionals in their home, Sue's parents were momentarily speechless. Normally, given Vice Principal Lu's position, he wouldn't visit the homes of ordinary students' parents. But the situation was different now. The beautiful and composed Su Lungming before him was not only Yinan's classmate, but also one of the recognized for campus beauties. Even if Yinan harbored the slightest special feelings for Su Lingming, today Su Lingming's entire family deserved Vice Principal Lu's highest level of hospitality. When Vice Principal Lu personally arrived at their door and met Su Lingming's parents, his face beamed with genuine warmth and sincerity. He immediately explained his purpose. Su Lingming's attendance was required at tonight's celebration banquet. The moment Su's mother heard celebration banquet for genius student Yinan, she shot her daughter a look that said, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Her smile brightened considerably, her demeanor becoming much warmer as she readily agreed to the school's arrangements. She placed a hand on her daughter's slender shoulder, guiding the tall, graceful girl to the full-length mirror, nodding repeatedly to the accompanying staff members. "Please, make sure my daughter looks absolutely stunning." Su Lungming glanced at her mother with amused exasperation before turning her attention to the clothing rack, where several obviously expensive designer gowns hung neatly. She couldn't help wondering what Yinan would think if he saw her dressed like this. In Hangzhou, at the Ruan family villa, Ruan Haoyue lounged casually on the living room sofa in shorts and a tank top, keeping her mother company while chatting with her homeroom teacher, Ms. Wang. Ms. Wang had brought an identical setup to Vice Principal Lu's, 2 professional makeup artists, a senior fashion magazine editor, plus 4 assistants with boxes of clothing and accessories. The Ruan family held considerable prestige in Hangzhou, and Ms. Wang was a frequent visitor, making conversation between the adults warm and harmonious. Midway through their chat, Ruan's mother glanced at the expensive gowns and smiled at Ms. Wang. Ms. Wang, attending a genius student celebration banquet is naturally Haoyue's responsibility. There's no need for the school to spend so much. Please take these clothes back. The Ruan family isn't lacking a few outfits. Ms. Wang showed no offense, lowering her voice. Sister Ruan, to be honest, tonight's celebration banquet carries enormous weight. I hear students and teachers from the top high schools will also attend. The school takes this very seriously and especially values Haoyue, which is why they sent me personally. Since the clothes are here, consider them a gesture of goodwill. Absolutely won't take them back. Besides, Haoyue is one of tonight's most important figures, directly affecting our second high's future. Students and teachers from top high schools would attend? Ruan's mother wasn't surprised and nodded in agreement. But Ruan Haoyue's previously gentle smile instantly vanished as she sat up straight, her expression unusually serious. Teacher, does this mean the twin beauties of Hangzhou High will also be there? Ms. Wang nodded definitively. They're the face of the top high school. They couldn't possibly miss this. That's precisely why the school is going all out to prepare our 4 campus beauties. While ordinary students only knew the twin beauties of Hangzhou High as top-tier campus beauties from prestigious families who were extremely beautiful, Ruan Haoyue understood their devastating effect on boys far better. She wasn't worried about Chu Liangkan. That girl was the same type as Su Lungming. Quiet, reserved, with an scholarly air. Essentially, Chu Liansan was an upgraded version of Su Lungming. Fortunately, Su Lungming had spent 3 years as Yinan's classmate, and that natural closeness was enough to offset the gap. As long as Su Lungming dressed carefully tonight and leveraged her classmate advantage, handling Chu Liansan shouldn't be too difficult. The real trouble was Chen Yingling. After seeing Chen Yingling at a formal occasion, Ruan Haoyue had to admit that girl was truly breathtakingly beautiful. She possessed a naturally captivating face that made it impossible to look away, but even more dangerous was her mysterious, elusive aura that reminded everyone. This was a dangerous woman. Ruan Haoyue knew that as a woman, she must never become Chen Yingling's romantic rival, otherwise she would lose spectacularly. Ruan Haoyue stood up with a serious expression on her face. Mom, give me the key. I want to wear that outfit to the banquet. Ruan's mother felt her heart tighten, immediately understanding what her daughter was referring to. It was a red legendary grade, lifestyle entertainment set, gifted by her grandfather. Though it provided no combat attributes, it boasted an exceptionally striking appearance and several small enchantments that added charm to daily life in aristocratic circles. A red-grade lifestyle entertainment set was practically a coveted collectible among socialites. It was said that her grandfather had spent a fortune to acquire the complete set as a treasured gift for his granddaughter. Ruan Haoyue had once given strict orders. This outfit was to be worn only on her wedding day, so it remained locked away in a spatial ring within a dedicated safe at home, untouchable by anyone. Her sudden request now clearly showed she was dead serious. Remembering her own youth as a campus beauty who had also encountered more dazzling classmates, Ruan's mother deeply empathized with her daughter's current determination. Who didn't know about the reputation of Hangzhou High's twin beauties? Tonight, her daughter would share the stage with those sisters, and she absolutely couldn't let her presence be overshadowed. Go ahead, don't lose to anyone. She handed over the key without hesitation. Key in hand, Wan Haiyue immediately addressed her homeroom teacher calmly. Teacher Wang, please wait a moment. After I change into my outfit, I'll need you and the other teachers to customize my makeup according to my attire and help coordinate matching jewelry. Teacher Wang naturally understood the Ruan family's background. While the Ruan family was at most second tier in Hangzhou, Ruan's mother was truly a daughter of the prestigious Tian family from Jiangnan. If not for the lack of ambition in Ruan's father's lineage, given Ruan Haiyue's qualifications, she might not have ended up attending second high school. No problem, go ahead. Teacher Wang readily agreed. Ruan Haiyue nodded and headed upstairs. Her two smooth, powerful white legs looked particularly striking under the lights. Half an hour later, she descended the stairs step by step. The legendary red outfit hugged her figure perfectly, its luster flowing subtly with her movements, and combined with the system's built-in enchantments, she seemed to have her own spotlight. Teacher Wang and the staff all looked up in unison, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Catching everyone's expressions, Wan Haiyue slightly lifted her pristine chin, thinking coldly. Chen Yingling, today we settle this once and for all. In an upscale residential complex in downtown Hangzhou, inside a certain apartment. Mom, I don't want to attend some celebration banquet. Li Lisha sprawled on the sofa in a sideways slouch. I just want to stay home, eat fried chicken, drink cola, and watch variety shows. Li's mother gently patted her daughter's round bottom, laughing. Silly girl, your school has produced such an impressive figure. Shouldn't you hurry up and get close to them? The school has finally created this opportunity for you. You must seize it. I only want to gnaw on chicken drumsticks. Li Lisha mumbled. I only want to hold cola cups. Li's mother pulled a beautiful dress from the closet and casually placed it on the coffee table, then sat beside her daughter with earnest concern. Do you know what's most important for someone in the healing profession? Li Lisha shook her head slightly, but her fingers didn't stop moving as she opened a food delivery app and skillfully navigated to her favorite fried chicken restaurant. Li's mother snatched the phone and tossed it aside. The device traced an arc through the air before landing on the sofa across the living room. The most important thing is finding a good team. She pointed at Li Lisha, her words rapid fire. Sweetheart, you may have just switched to being a powerful epic healer, but your teammates are what really matter. Think about it. If you're stuck with deadweight players who deal low damage and constantly take hits, how exhausting will it be to keep healing them? You might not even clear the dungeon, all that effort for nothing. But if your team is full of skilled players who dodge attacks and deal massive damage, you can just coast as the healer and breeze through dungeons. She paused, then added another dose of encouragement. There's a prodigy at your school now. You need to get on their good side and team up for dungeons. With someone like that backing you, your future is set. Li Lisha glanced at her phone lying in the distance, feeling a weight in her chest like lead. Too lazy to move, she continued lounging like a lazy fish. Mom, I just finished my class change. Can't I just stay home and rest for a couple days? Or even just one day? Li's mother smiled helplessly. Silly girl. Lazy girl. Your homeroom teacher, Ms. Chui, personally called about this. How can you not go? The school values you enough to select you for this banquet. You think just anyone gets invited? Li Lisha sprawled on the sofa with a grunt. Just tell them I caught some disease that keeps me bedridden. Looking at her daughter's lazy demeanor, and then at those weapons comparable to cartoon bears, Li's mother muttered in frustration. All that growth wasted. The doorbell rang. Li's mother opened the door to find Ms. Chui standing there with a team of staff members. Ms. Chui stepped inside, her gaze immediately locking onto Li Lisha on the sofa. Oh my dear ancestor, the house is on fire and you're still lying there? Get up. I brought you several beautiful outfits. All in the right size, they definitely won't be too tight. Li's mother and Ms. Chui flanked Li Lisha and pulled her up. Li Lisha said listlessly, I want fried chicken. Ms. Chui cooed reassuringly. You can have all the fried chicken you want at the hotel. Li's mother chimed in. That's right, they'll have everything. Li Lisha could only let herself be handled. Hangzhou, Villa District, Qin Yinin's home. In her bedroom, Qin Yinin sat at her vanity, her wrist turning gracefully as she applied bright red lipstick. In the mirror, the vivid lip color complemented her delicate features, but she frowned, unsatisfied. A makeup wipe swept across, erasing the color. She picked up two lipsticks sewn Chanel light red, one Carslan pink, comparing them back and forth. Finally, she put all the designer lipsticks back and opened a drawer, retrieving a small folder. Inside was a photo of Yinan taken during a sports meet. Her fingertip gently touched the photo as she wondered, what color do you actually like? Would bright colors be too bold? But subtle shades might not be festive enough. Her phone suddenly rang. It was her father. Yinin, I'm busy with work and can't accompany you to the banquet. Her father's voice was characteristically cold and hard. Clearing the hero difficulty beginner trial does show that young man has strong potential, but it's still just potential. The future holds too many variables, and there are even divine beings at the top. If you don't want to attend, don't force yourself. With that, he He hung up abruptly, giving his daughter no chance to respond. Qin Yining set down her phone, looking at her reflection aloof yet elegant, and whispered softly, "I will definitely go, because he's someone very important to me." Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on the bedroom door. Qin Yining didn't turn around, her voice neither loud nor soft as she uttered a single word, "Enter." The door opened, and a young maid with a low ponytail stood at the threshold with her head bowed, announcing respectfully, "Miss, your homeroom teacher Ms. Zhang is here." "I see." Qin Yining closed her jewelry box, carefully arranging the earrings and hair clips scattered across her vanity table, then smoothed her skirt and rose gracefully. Her steps were light, yet composed as she descended the curved second-floor staircase toward the grand living room below. The crystal chandelier cast a warm golden glow, her slender fingers trailing along the ornately carved banister as her skirt swept in gentle arcs across the wooden steps. The moment she reached the bottom, Ms. Zhang hurried forward. This strikingly beautiful teacher couldn't hide the amazement in her eyes. "Yining, you look absolutely stunning. I might have made this trip for nothing." The makeup artists, fashion editors, and other staff members following behind, Ms. Zhang exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Qin Yining was naturally gorgeous, and after receiving the news that afternoon, she had prepared meticulously, every curl of her hair styled to perfection, naturally dazzling everyone present. They could all tell at a glance that she had put her heart into preparing for tonight's upcoming banquet. Qin Yining understood the purpose of her teacher's visit. She had brought a professional team and a rack of expensive gowns for final styling confirmation. She looked up, her gaze sweeping over the array of lipstick color swatches, and spoke softly, "Lipstick. Help me choose a lipstick shade." Hangzhou's villa districts were numerous Greentown Group developments. Xianghu No. 1, Hongdao Wuzhuang, and Yinhu Shangri-La were all well known. But the true symbol of the upper echelons was the Royal Villa District. The great families spanning Jiangnan, regardless of whether their roots were in Hangzhou, almost all owned at least one villa here. Families lacking sufficient power couldn't buy even a bathroom in the Royal Villa District, no matter how much they spent. At this moment, in an outdoor courtyard meeting room within the Chu family's villa complex in the Royal Villa District, the four Chu brothers of the current generation had gathered. Night breezes rustled through the pines and cypresses as candlelight cast shifting shadows across the table. The eldest Chu brother closed his phone, picked up a cigarette, exhaled a ring of pale smoke, and spoke in a steady tone. "Things have escalated. I've received word that the Yang family from the Mountain City and the Liu family from Chengdu have already sent people to Hangzhou. He should arrive before the banquet begins." With his extensive connections in southwestern Yan country, he knew these two families well. Both were ancient, top-tier southwestern clans, and they rarely mobilized unless something significant was happening. Hearing this, the second Chu brother's lips curved slightly as he turned to his younger brother. "Third brother, you're also a mage, and you challenged a heroic difficulty dungeon back in the day. Tell your second brother just how valuable is clearing heroic difficulty." As his words fell, the third Chu brother's expression froze. Memory instantly transported him back to his class change ceremony at 18. Back then, he had been spirited and fearless as a newcomer, choosing the heroic difficulty newbie trial dungeon. Now, as a level 400 saint, he still felt his heart race with terror whenever he recalled it. That wasn't a dungeon meant for humans. The monsters in heroic difficulty weren't particularly challenging, but their damage was extraordinarily high. For a level 1 newbie, every hit was nearly fatal. The first wave of monsters caught me off guard for just a moment, and I took 2 hits. If it weren't for my unique awakened talent, those 2 strikes would have killed me. The dungeon difficulty was zero tolerance for error. Challengers not only had to master movement skills like flash, flashback, back jump, and crouch to perfection, but also had to stretch every point of mana as far as possible. The monsters didn't have much health, but every attack required careful consideration of mana consumption. In that battle, I used nearly every trick in my arsenal just to barely defeat the boss, First Mate Anderson. But after defeating him, my mana was completely depleted and all my consumables were gone. When the ship reached shore, Liberty Town's cannons couldn't activate due to insufficient mana, and I could only watch helplessly as 1,000 monsters surrounded Metwo strikes. Game over. As Yinan spoke, his voice still carried traces of lingering fear. The 3 Chu family brothers in the living room twitched at the corners of their mouths. Third brother Chu furrowed his brow tightly, disbelief written in his eyes. What kind of profession, what kind of talent could possibly clear a dungeon of that difficulty? Thinking about this, his expression showed a hint of anguish. Fourth brother Chu patted third brother's shoulder, his tone calm, yet resolute. "I looked into it. Yinan only changed to an epic mage profession. The real key is that he awakened an SS rank talent." SS rank. Third brother Chu's expression grew even more grim. Had awakened a divine rank talent. Fourth brother Chu continued. "This SS rank talent has an interesting name. Miracle. It's never appeared in history before, absolutely unique. I suspect he was able to clear the heroic difficulty beginner trial mostly thanks to this talent." First brother Chu slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, a playful smile curving his lips. Miracle, miracle. Reminds me of that friend from the Northeast. In his youth, he always shouted about big power, and power creates miracles. Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, the door connecting to the villa's interior opened. A girl with exceptionally sweet features, but a composed, dignified demeanor entered carrying a tray. She knelt beside the coffee table, serving hot tea to her father and three uncles in turn. Second brother Chu immediately put on an exaggerated smile, his voice full of affection. Oh my, our Chu family's precious treasure. How could we let you do this work yourself? Where's your mother? Before the girl could answer, a pleasant female voice came from the doorway. Second brother, Lian Kin has grown up. She needs to learn to do things. The speaker was an equally sweet-looking woman, fourth brother Chu's wife, and Chu Liancan's mother. The Chu family had a long lineage, and whether due to genetics or other reasons, female descendants had always been rare. In first brother Chu's generation, there were only brothers and male cousins, not even a sister. This was a major disadvantage for aristocratic marriages, as they could only marry women in but couldn't marry daughters out. In the next generation, first brother Chu, second brother Chu, third brother Chu, and their various male cousins, all had sons. Only fourth brother Chu seemed chosen by fate to have Chu Liancan. This news delighted several Chu family ancestors beyond measure. From birth, Chu Liancan was the apple of their eye, treated like a precious gem. Among her generation, she was the only sister among many brothers, truly the heart and soul of the Chu family. Everyone in the Chu family understood whoever married Chu Liancan in the future would be incredibly fortunate. Uncle, second uncle, third uncle, father, please have some tea. Chu Liansan held a gold-painted porcelain tray with both hands, carefully serving 4 cups of exquisite, crystal-clear tea to each of the elders. As the tea's aroma wafted through the air, she kept her eyes modestly lowered, her movements as gentle as a delicate white porcelain rabbit. Watching his daughter's obedient demeanor, fourth Master Chu felt his heart soften, nearly breaking into a smile. Second Master Chu raised his cup with a grin and teased, Lian-san, you've officially come of age this year. Is there any young man at school who's caught your eye? Bring him home so your uncles can have a look. Before she could respond, first Master Chu raised his hand to stop him. Second brother, don't meddle unnecessarily. Anyone who wants to marry our Chu family's precious daughter must first get approval from our ancestors. He glanced at the limited edition watch on his wrist. Time's running short, and our little treasure hasn't even gotten dressed up yet. Tonight's banquet is all about that prodigy, so all the eligible young ladies will be fighting tooth and nail. We may not necessarily recruit him as a son-in-law, but our Chu family's gem absolutely cannot be outshone by other families' daughters. With that, first Master Chu looked up and called to Chu Liansan's mother. Xiaohe, are you ready? Lan Lingyi, dressed in a light blue chi pao, smiled gracefully. Don't worry, big brother. My daughter won't be easily defeated. In all of Hangzhou, only the Chun family's girl could be considered real competition. She then gestured for her daughter to come over. Chu Liansan bowed respectfully to her uncles, softly excused herself, and followed her mother out of the outdoor meeting area. After the mother and daughter disappeared, third Master Chu turned to fourth Master Chu and asked, Fourth brother, how are the gifts coming along? First Master Chu answered before he could respond. Fourth brother doesn't need to worry about gifts. Our little treasure is representing the Chu family, so I've prepared everything she needs to bring. At the same time, at the other end of the Empress Villa district, in a luxurious mansion near the artificial mountain and lake, Chen Yingling stood on the terrace outside her bedroom, holding a wine glass. The glass contained Tolmere red wine worth over 100,000 yen currency, its deep red liquid gleaming like gemstones under the lights. She gazed quietly down at the courtyard, her striking features cold and expressionless. Nearby, a young woman in a formal maid's uniform approached quickly, smiling as she whispered, Miss, have you decided which dress to wear to tonight's banquet? Chen Yingling took a light sip of wine and replied coolly, The one Mrs. Slanty custom-made for my 17th birthday. The maid Annie hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice to advise, That won't do, Mississippi. You've already worn that dress to a formal occasion once. Wearing it again would affect the Chun family's image. Perhaps. Before she could finish, Chen Yingling slowly turned her head. Her expression remained calm, but her lips curved into an ambiguous smile that made Annie swallow the rest of her words. Chen Yingling turned back to gaze into the distance, gently swirling her wine glass as the red wine traced delicate arcs along the sides. Her voice was languid, yet carried an unmistakable chill. You have 2 choices. First, bring that dress to my room. Second, go tell Principal Ma and Chairman Chun that I won't be attending tonight. Then cut that dress to pieces and throw it at Chairman Chun. Upon hearing this, beads of cold sweat formed on the maid Annie's forehead. Miss, I choose the first option. Please wait a moment. After the maid Annie left, Chen Yingling remained standing on the open balcony. Night pressed down upon the horizon, and her beautiful features were shrouded in shadow. To her, this was merely clearing a beginner trial dungeon on its highest difficulty, yet everyone was treating him like some kind of savior. It was truly absurd. At the entrance to the Lily Queen's courtyard, the final boss of the Peach Willow Garden dungeon, Yinan gripped his long sword, Thorn of Night, took a deep breath, and pushed open the wooden door carved with fine patterns. The hinges creaked softly, and then a slender figure came into view, her back turned to him, waist graceful, silver-white hair cascading to her waist. Before he could see her face clearly, the figure slowly turned. With her movement, dark clouds churned overhead, and the sky instantly darkened. Rumble. The first thunderclap exploded, and humid air spread visibly throughout the courtyard. Immediately, dozens of lightning bolts wrapped with water columns and wind blades shot down from the overhead clouds. Boom. 10,855. First strike, second strike, third strike. In less than 10 seconds, a full 20 lightning storms mixed with water torrents struck Yinan in succession. Each hit dealt over 10,000 damage, with the total natural spell damage nearing 200,000. The storm subsided briefly, but the sky remained overcast. Dark clouds continued to churn above the courtyard, seemingly brewing an even more ferocious assault. Yinan raised his hand and whispered, "Use basic appraisal. Target, Lily Queen. Rank, Gold Boss. Level, LV 35. HP, 100,000. Description: in the Peach Willow Garden, the Lily Queen rules not because she was born noble, but because she is powerful enough. Note: she has absorbed mutated source energy, mastering not only wood magic, but also partial dominion over storms, lightning, and water. At battle start, she uses Queen's Wrath to summon lightning storms. Only those who survive this tempest earn the right to face the Queen, and that's merely the beginning. Afterward, she will cast wind blades and use phantom clone techniques to duplicate herself, with each clone capable of casting wind blades as well. The overhead clouds will not dissipate. Warning: in hero difficulty, Queen's Wrath begins with 20 charges instead of 10. Information about Queen's Wrath flashed through Yinan's mind. Queen's Wrath, passive, begins combat with 20 charges, hero difficulty 10. Each charge summons one lightning storm, dealing 300 spell power as nature damage to a random enemy. Gains one additional charge every 30 seconds during combat. On normal difficulty, with only 10 charges against a standard 5-person team, each member would face roughly 2 storms on average. Unlucky members might take a few extra hits while teammates caught fewer. Overall, it served as a warning shot. Poorly equipped teams might lose members immediately. But hero difficulty doubled the charges. 20 opening storms meant an average of 4 per person. If someone got hit 5, 6, or even 7 times consecutively, normal damage dealers would hardly survive. Even level 80 veteran players rarely dared to solo this. If all 20 storms targeted the same person, only level 80 high defense tanks could survive. All other classes would almost certainly die. Thus, most players preferred to form teams rather than challenge the Lily Queen alone. However, after the storm cleared, the Lily Queen looked up to see Yinan completely unharmed, and a trace of surprise crossed her otherwise indifferent face. Yinan straightened his hair and looked at the Lily Queen with a mix of appreciation and irritation. Come on, he still had to attend the celebration banquet later. What would it look like if his hair was all messed up? At this moment, he felt the Lily Queen really deserved a beating. If only he hadn't exhausted all his colorless crystals, he would definitely make this elegant queen taste some pain. The battle officially began. Yinan flicked his wrist, and his whip weapon called Thorn Knight glowed with an eerie light as he charged toward the Lily Queen. The queen stood in the center of the courtyard, her dress swaying gently as she raised her pale hand and began chanting a spell. 3 seconds later, the air suddenly shrieked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Multiple wind blades. Active, lock-on type, consumes 150 mana points. Cooldown, none. Casting time, 3 seconds. This skill locks onto a single enemy, prioritizing taunted targets, dealing 3 strikes total, with each strike causing natural spell damage equal to 80 of spell power. The wind blades moved extremely fast and had a lock-on effect, making it impossible for Yinan to dodge no matter how he tried. 3 blue-green blade shadows sliced through the air and hit him. 2,686 damage. The Lily Queen as a boss was indeed difficult. She opened with high-frequency, high-damage targeted skills, and multiple wind blades could easily cause party casualties. Her Queen's Wrath dealt massive instant damage, putting enormous pressure on healers. Most healing classes' main abilities required casting time, and even instant group heals often had long cooldowns, forcing teams to rely on individual damage reduction abilities to survive. If someone had bad luck and couldn't withstand it, they would fall and cause a team wipe. But she was also simple in her own way. Apart from Queen's Wrath, the Lily Queen's regular attacks consisted only of multiple wind blades. For proper tanks like Protection Warriors, Holy Paladins, and Guardian Druids, as long as damage reduction and healing over time effects were properly coordinated with the healer's rhythm, multiple wind blades wasn't lethal. What really gave people headaches was Verdant Mirage. Verdant Mirage, active, consumes 500 mana points. Instant cast, 60-second cooldown. Summons a clone with 50 of the caster's attributes. The clone persists indefinitely until defeated and also possesses the multiple wind blade skill. This meant the Lily Queen would create a clone every minute, though the clone only had half the original's attributes. If not dealt with quickly, battlefield pressure would rapidly escalate. As the number of clones increased and they all cast multiple wind blades simultaneously, even with half damage, it would be enough to overwhelm tanks and healers, ultimately leading to a team wipe due to threat management failure. At this moment, after taking a direct hit from multiple wind blades, Yinan had charged to the Queen's side. He raised Thorn Knight high, the whip's tip cutting through the air as it aimed straight for the Lily Queen's face. However, the Queen lightly touched her toes and retreated half a step like a falling leaf, her dress creating ripples of dark green light. Verdant Mirage. A figure identical to the Lily Queen materialized in her original position, while the Queen's true form had already retreated several steps, continuing to channel her spell attack against Yinan. The new clone wore the same pale green, flowing robes as the original, the form-fitting fabric accentuating the Queen's elegant curves. The white cape draped over her shoulders fluttered gracefully in the wind, carrying a mature charm that surpassed Princess by Land's youthful innocence. Both queens chanted in unison, unleashing multiple wind blades that whistled through the air and struck Yinan, instantly dealing 2,686 damage, then 1,343 damage. The consecutive hits vaporized over 10,000 of his health points, though for Yinan, this level of damage was far from life-threatening. When Yinan swung the Thorn of Night, the Lily Queen's true form nimbly retreated while her clone remained in place, taking the full brunt of the attack, 34 damage. Ding! Blasphemous Hand triggered, draining 500 mana points from the target. Huh? Yinan paused in surprise. The clone could actually have its attributes stolen? The answer was clearly yes, as long as it had attributes. They could be drained. In that instant, his heart raced with excitement. The Lily Queen created a new clone every minute, each possessing 50 of her attributes. Though weaker than the original, they were still stronger than ordinary bosses. Moreover, the Queen could cast Verdant Mirage indefinitely, meaning he could ignore the retreating original and focus on attacking the clones to endlessly farm attributes. With this realization, he completely ignored the original Queen, charging up her power in the distance, and began relentlessly pummeling the clone. 34 damage. 34 damage. Ding! Blasphemous Hand triggered, draining 167 spell power. Ding! Blasphemous Hand triggered, draining 21 armor. Ding! Blasphemous Hand triggered, draining 450 mana. 30 seconds later, the fully charged water column lightning storm descended with a thunderous crash, slamming into Yinan and dealing over 10,000 damage. Damn it! He was once again soaked like a drowned rat, his hair completely disheveled. The Queen's wrath that struck every 30 seconds was terrifying to other players because of its damage, but for Yinan, it was more about the annoying wetness and messy hair. Still, for the sake of stealing attributes, he suppressed his urge to instantly eliminate the Queen. Attack. Just keep attacking. Unfortunately, the colorless crystal fragments in his inventory had already been used on the personal attendant and the guard captain. Those two were also stunning beauties, but they still lacked the regal presence of the Lily Queen. The Thorn of Night struck the clone repeatedly, each hit eliciting soft moans that sounded identical to the original. Yinan couldn't help but wonder what kind of sounds the real Queen would make if these attacks landed on her true form. The sounds from Thorn Knight intertwined with those from the Lily Queen's clone, creating a beautiful duet. Ding! Blasphemous Hand effect triggered, drained 150 spell power from target. Ding! Blasphemous Hand effect triggered, drained 135 spell power from target. Ding! Blasphemous Hand effect triggered, drained 500 mana from target. The crisp rhythm echoed through the valley, accompanied by howling wind blades. Each drain manifested as floating numbers above Yinan's head, filling him with joy. But for the Lily Queen, it was a nightmare of humiliation. The clone shared her face, and Yinan wielded it like a weapon, cleaving mountains ahead and sweeping sand dunes behind, showing no mercy whatsoever. Man, you have successfully ignited my fury. The Lily Queen gritted her teeth as Floral Rage instantly activated. The next second, both the main body's multiple wind blades and the Verdant Mirage clone's multiple wind blades surged with 100 increased damage. Any ordinary team would retreat and restart upon seeing a boss stack such damage buffs. But Yinan had fought his way through Flower Sprites, Willow Demons, Personal Maid Captains, and Boss Princess by Lawn, making them all trigger Floral Rage, while still slaying them with glee. Mere 100 damage increase meant nothing to him, no different from 1,000. The Lily Queen smirked coldly, waiting to see him flee in panic, only to watch that detestable man continue gripping the clone and swinging it with resounding clangs. The clone's forced soft moans made both the main body and the nearby former clone blush crimson. Damn it! The Lily Queen raised her hand as Verdant Mirage finished its second cooldown, and a new clone descended onto the battlefield with the same floral rage. She planned to unleash full firepower and annihilate Yinan in one strike. Yinan's eyes lit up. A new one's here. He released his left hand, abandoning the old clone he'd been draining without hesitation, and charged straight at the new target. Fresh attributes, fresh sensations naturally. This held greater temptation for him. The sudden charge caught the new clone off guard, and before she could react, Yinan had grabbed her arm. The violent pull made her stumble and nearly fall. Having barely steadied herself and just lifting her head to scold him, Thorn Knight came slashing down, forcing her to cry out only for the weapon's special effect to instantly distort it into a seductive tremor. That soft tone reached the ears of both the Lily Queen and the old clone, turning both faces instantly red. 34 damage. Yinan's hand speed was impressive, truly befitting an 18-year-old who'd been single his whole life. And so, amidst a symphony of alluring sounds, every time the Lily Queen summoned a clone, she had to endure Yinan's relentless assault. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the vast courtyard became as bustling as a marketplace. By the artificial hills around the pond, beneath the pavilion, silver white and pale purple figures could be seen everywhere, all clones of the Lily Queen. But what truly caught the eye was Yinan's wind-like figure darting about. Whenever a new clone materialized, he would instantly teleport over and give it a thorough beating, casually tossing the old, wilted flowers into corners where they lay scattered across the ground. Each clone inherited 50% of the original's attributes, and Yinan had dismantled over a dozen in just half an hour. Though he hadn't completely drained any single one, the stolen attributes had accumulated to a frightening degree. With his dramatically enhanced stats, Yinan had become nearly invincible. The clone's attacks felt like mere tickling, and their sounds resembled playful banter more than combat. The only real threat remaining was the untouched Lily Queen herself, who still maintained her 3,350 magic power and, boosted by the Floral Fury buff, continued to deal explosive damage. Yinan glanced at his status panel, 99.62 million health remaining. At this rate, he could keep fighting until dawn. He looked at the trembling little clone before him, then glanced toward the pale with shock. Original, the mature beauty in her cloak had lost all her queenly presence, showing only exhaustion. A strange thought suddenly crossed his mind. If they really fought until dawn, who would tire first? He shook his head, dismissing the random thought. He'd been in this dungeon for over 4 hours now. It was nearly 6 a.m., and if he delayed any longer, he wouldn't have time to prepare for tonight's banquet. The party started at 8, and he planned to use today's gold drops to buy himself some proper attire. He'd worn his school uniform for 3 years, and it was hardly impressive, but with a little styling, his face alone could outshine all those pretty boys in the entertainment industry. My queen, I've had my fun, but I'm pressed for time. Yinan released the clone in his hands, which had gone limp as noodles, and raised Thorn Knight, advancing step by step toward the original. Let's call it here for today. Now it's just you and me. The Lily Queen's mind held only one thought. Don't come any closer. Oh, her scream was far more melodious than her clone's, and Yinan raised an eyebrow. The original certainly had more flavor. Too bad he hadn't brought any colorless crystals, or he would have made her properly experience the intertwining of pleasure and pain, while collecting a sample of her unique vocal range. He made a mental note. Buy more at the department store after leaving the dungeon. 20 minutes later, Yinan had torn off the Lily Queen's pure white cloak entirely. It was interfering with his swings of Thorn Knight. She now sat with disheveled hair, flushed cheeks, ragged breathing, and an air of resentful melancholy, having lost all traces of royal dignity. Yinan looked at her with a gentle smile. Sorry, I wanted to keep you company until the end, but I really don't have time. It's nearly 6 a.m. now. He glanced at her remaining health just over 40,000 and decided not to be greedy. His luck had been good. He'd already stolen most of her 3,000 magic power. The Lily Queen knew she'd encountered a heaven-defying monster today. She closed her eyes and called out almost like a little girl throwing a tantrum. I hate you. Seeing the Lily Queen in this state, Yinan chuckled to himself. Women love bad boys, he thought, righteously justifying his actions as he decided to be even more wicked by turning the Lily Queen into experience points and a pile of valuable loot. Closing his eyes, he felt 7-colored light surging around his body. In terms of pure damage output, his spell power was already more than sufficient. A few fireballs could easily end the Lily Queen's life. However, he decided to give her one final show of respect by unleashing divine blasphemy to grant her complete release. An eerily beautiful yet haunting sound effect exploded above the flower field. 2 strings of striking damage numbers suddenly appeared above the Lily Queen's head. 92,987. 10,274. With Yinan's current spell power reaching around 10,500, Divine Blasphemy's 888 spell power multiplier unleashed over 92,000 points of devastating magical damage, plus additional physical damage, more than enough to instantly kill the Lily Queen's full 100,000 health points. The Lily Queen only managed to let out a piercing shriek before her massive petal throne crumbled like flower petals scattered by the wind, and she fell into eternal slumber. Ding! The system notification rang out triumphantly. Congratulations on successfully defeating the heroic difficulty golden boss, Lily Queen. With the Queen's demise, the verdant phantom she had summoned dissolved into green light and slowly faded away. Before disappearing, those phantoms still gazed at Yi Nin with mournful eyes, as if silently questioning him. Ding, you have gained 110,000 experience points. When the dungeon began, Yi Nin had just reached level 30. While this 110,000 experience was substantial, it still wasn't enough to push him to level 31. He had entered this dungeon at merely level 7 and solo cleared this level 35 heroic difficulty dungeon to reach level 30. Originally, he estimated he'd reach at least level 35 after all. Solo play meant all experience went to him, making it 5 times more efficient than team play. Plus the experience bonus for defeating higher level enemies and the additional 10 experience reward from his heroic challenger talent should have made his level skyrocket. The fact that he only reached level 30 showed just how difficult leveling was for ordinary players. Fortunately, he was no longer ordinary. Collecting his thoughts, Yi Nin began the most anticipated part, looting. The Lily Queen had felt quite nice to the touch. After being groped by Thorn Knight for so long, it was finally his turn. Ding, you have obtained 20 gold coins and 5 silver coins. Yi Nin raised an eyebrow. This was equivalent to 2,000 yuan in living expenses. The Queen was indeed wealthy. Even split among a 5-person team, each member would get 4 gold coins, which was quite profitable, and this was just the direct gold drop. He continued looting. Ding, you have obtained Queen's pure white cloak. Ding, you have obtained High Fei headpiece. Ding, you have obtained Swift Wind Ring. Ding, you have obtained Life Growth Robe. Ding, you have obtained Wooden Silk Soft Shoes. Ding, you have obtained Lily Queen's white stockings. 6 pieces of equipment, all purple grade. Among them, the Queen's pure white cloak and Lily Queen's white stockings belonged to the lifestyle and entertainment category. From the preview image, the Queen's pure white cloak looked quite elegant, perfect for heroic and spirited ladies to wear. As for the Lily Queen's white stockings, well, that goes without saying. This piece of equipment would definitely fetch a very high price if sold to male players. Yi Nin estimated the other 4 purple items at about 50 gold coins each, while the Queen's pure white cloak, with its strong decorative appeal, would be highly sought after by wealthy noble ladies starting at least at 100 gold coins. As for the Lily Queen's white stockings, it would depend on how the gentleman bid for them, but 100 gold coins was definitely guaranteed. Roughly calculated, the 5 purple items could bring in at least 400 gold coins at minimum. The Lily Queen's corpse was still emanating golden light clearly. There were still spoils that hadn't been discovered. Princess Bailon had once dropped a pet egg worth 5,000 gold coins, and the ancient tree of knowledge had dropped a pink equipment piece that perfectly matched his talent. Now it was the final Lily Queen's turn. What could she possibly yield? Even if there was nothing good, Yi Nin was already content. This trip had already been incredibly profitable. Let's continue searching. He reached out toward the alluring body that still retained its warmth. Ding! Miracle effect triggered. Congratulations. You have triggered a miracle. You have obtained 2 random items from the Lily Queen's ultra-rare drop list. The system notification exploded in his mind. Yi Nin was stunned at first. Then a strong intuition surged through him. This time, he would definitely find treasure. Ding! You have obtained the Queen's Wrath skill book. Ding! You have obtained the Lily Queen's Soul Essence. A skill book. Soul Essence. He glanced at his inventory, and his hair stood on end. This time he had truly struck it rich. Miracle SS Strength Talent. At specific moments, you will create miracles. When Yi Nin first saw this description, he was completely bewildered. The talent panel showed neither attribute bonuses nor clear abilities, leaving only the mystical phrase, create miracles. Honestly, he wasn't greedy. On the contrary, he was quite content. Otherwise, 3 years of poverty in high school would have been enough to crush anyone. The hardships of youth had tempered his spirit, and he had long cultivated a peaceful mindset, not becoming ecstatic over beautiful external things, not becoming sorrowful over his own misfortunes. Moreover, he had already awakened the unique hidden super divine talent hand of Blasphemy, and Yi Nin was very satisfied with it. Therefore, he hadn't held much expectation for the outer disguise miracle talent, planning to just let things take their natural course. Although the system guaranteed that this surface SSS talent would still be effective, he didn't know the trigger conditions either. As it turned out, at the moment of clearing the level 35 heroic difficulty, Peach and Willow Garden dungeon, Miracle gave him a surprise, directly drawing from the Lily Queen's ultra-rare drop table, and 2 items at once. The official Peerless Ark had long announced that whether in solo, 5-person, 10-person, or 25-person heroic dungeons, every boss had a hidden, ultra-rare drop list. The items within were enormously valuable, but their corresponding drop rates were pitifully low, commonly 1 or 2, some even less than 0.5, and the most extreme ones only 0.2. And Yi Nin, on his first day after changing classes, had obtained 2 ultra-rare spoils of where if this wasn't being blessed by fortune, what was? Oh no, it was simply a miracle. Despite Yinan's exceptional mental fortitude and usual composure, his breathing quickened involuntarily as he stared at his backpack. The 2 items prominently listed under ultra-rare drops in his inventory made his heart race instantly. My god, a skill book! And in essence, in the world of Peerless Ark, skill books were considered the pinnacle of all resources. While potion recipes, blueprints, and special tools were treasures coveted by crafting professionals, skill books represented the ultimate holy grail for combat classes, something that could only be encountered by sheer luck. Learning the skill contained within would unconditionally grant an additional ability. Combat professionals relied on several core elements for survival: stat points from leveling, class awakenings, equipment attributes, and most importantly, their professional skills. The old saying, you can never have too many skills, held true in this realm as well. The more skills one possessed, the better their mechanics, and the stronger their team utility, the higher their margin for error and overall value in combat. Take Yinan as an example. His Flame Mage class originally lacked any healing abilities, and he couldn't even regenerate health until his second class advancement. To recover health, he had to rely on healing classes or consume precious health potions. However, if he could learn a group healing skill through a skill book, he could directly sustain his entire team during critical moments. Imagine during an intense boss battle when the healers were struggling, Yinan could raise his hand and cast group healing, instantly bringing the entire team back to safe health levels. This trump card could turn the tide of battle and make him far more competitive than other flame mages. Combat professionals with additional skills were highly sought after by major factions and guilds, often receiving priority in advancement resources and cultivation support. Ultimately, a single skill book could create a highly valuable talent. However, skill books dropped by bosses mostly fell into the ultra-rare category, making them extremely difficult to obtain. This made the Queen's Wrath skill book in Yinan's backpack incredibly valuable. Estimated it was worth at least 10,000 gold coins, and if put up for auction, it wouldn't be surprising if it sold for over 100,000 gold coins. Queen's Wrath skill book. Upon use, learn the Queen's Wrath skill. Usage requirement: character level 35. Learning ritual: challenge the Lily Queen boss in the Peach Willow Gardens dungeon on heroic difficulty. After being hit by the Queen's Wrath skill at least 5 times and surviving, immediately use this item to instantly learn the skill. Queen's Wrath player version cannot be upgraded. Active skill: consumes 5 of maximum mana, 5-second cast time, gains 1 stack of Queen's Majesty every 2 hours with a maximum of 20 stacks, no cooldown. Upon successful release, thunderclouds are summoned, then all accumulated Queen's Majesty charges are consumed. For each charge consumed, 1 random enemy within a 20-meter radius takes 300 spell power and nature magic damage. Seeing the description of Queen's Wrath on the panel, Yinan's heart pounded violently, almost clicked, learn immediately. The reason was simple: this skill was absolutely devastating. Each stack of Queen's Majesty took a full 2 hours to accumulate, and reaching the maximum of 20 stacks required 40 hours, nearly 2 full days. But the payoff was equally staggering: 300 spell power per strike, 20 strikes totaling a 6,000 damage multiplier. Though the mechanism involved random target selection, in solo boss fights with only 1 enemy present, all 20 lightning bolts would concentrate on the same weak point. Preparing for 2 days in exchange for instantly removing most of a boss's health bar was a worthwhile trade by any measure. In PvP arenas, it was like carrying a tactical nuke. As long as he could find a 5-second casting window, his opponent would have to endure 6,000 spell power damage, a multiplier that practically screamed instant kill. Yinan suppressed his excitement and began appraising the skill book. Minimum 100,000 gold coins. Converted to yen kingdom currency, that was exactly 10 million. This single piece of parchment could eliminate a third of his family's debt. At auction, with major factions and officials driving up the price, it could easily fetch 150,000 or even 200,000 gold coins even after hefty fees, still a fortune. With this thought, he forced himself to calm down. Sell it. He took a deep breath, steeling his resolve, and tucked Queen's Wrath into his private inventory, adding 3 security locks for good measure. It's fine, Yinan consoled himself silently. No matter how powerful, it's still a non-upgradable skill with a fixed ceiling. Unlike Blasphemous Moment from Hand of Blasphemy, that one's upgradable. In Absolute Ark, all skills fell into 2 categories: upgradable and non-upgradable. The former had limitless potential level increases, brought not only numerical improvements, but could unlock entirely new mechanisms. However, the cost was equally steep, with resource requirements growing exponentially at higher tiers, far beyond what ordinary individuals could afford. Therefore, players with upgradable skills were typically core members of major factions, backed by abundant resources and needing only to meet upgrade conditions. Yinan raised his hand to check the description of Blasphemous Moment, but found no upgrade information. Presumably, the system would only reveal the next requirements after he leveled up and completed his first-class advancement. Yinan exhaled softly and began examining the Lily Queen's essence. The preview image for the essence looked like a cocoon of souls, with a dynamic figure of the Lily Queen inside her form appeared ethereal, like a spirit. Here, though, the Lily Queen was rendered in a chibi style, a small, radiant golden figure, spinning inside the cocoon with tiny arms outstretched, giving a vivid and lively first impression. The function of the Lily Queen's essence was straightforward. It allowed you to infuse the Lily Queen's spirit into a piece of equipment, granting it sentience. To awaken an item, the target equipment had to be at least at the red exquisite grade, the most basic and absolutely non-negotiable requirement. The awakening ritual itself wasn't complicated. Immerse both the essence and the target equipment in holy water of life, add the prescribed auxiliary materials, and let them sit undisturbed for 72 hours. Any interruption, even for a moment, would cause instant failure. The essence would lose its light and vanish. As for the auxiliary materials, official manuals only vaguely mention them, hinting at their extreme rarity. High school textbooks never covered essences or equipment awakening. This was specialized knowledge reserved for university-level courses. Even so, Yinan had some idea about these things. Equipment awakening was the pinnacle of all enhancement methods and by far the most expensive. Awakened gear gained vitality, behaving almost like a living being and capable of basic communication. All base stats of the equipment received a massive boost, and even items that previously couldn't level up became capable of growth. One or more unique abilities would emerge, usually tied to the injected essence. The item's name would automatically gain the prefix Spirit. If Yinan's Knight of Thorns was awakened, it would become Spirit Knight of Thorns in his inventory. Owners could later rename it to make it truly one of a kind. Because awakening depended entirely on an essence, each one was worth as much as a top-tier legendary item, an astronomical price, without exaggeration. If the Queen's Wrath skill book went to auction, it would already spark fierce bidding wars among the major powers. The Lily Queen's essence, though, would have them fighting to the death. Essences almost never circulated on the open market. Supplies were always short, and any that appeared were quickly snatched up in secret. Yinan had no idea how much the Lily Queen's essence in his hand could fetch, but he was certain of one thing: it would never sell for less than Queen's Wrath. 200,000 gold coins was a conservative estimate. The thought sent a jolt through him, quickly replaced by a surge of joy. After 8 years, his family's 30 million debt could finally be wiped clean. He could at last hold his head up and live like a normal person. His blood surged with excitement, and it took a dozen deep breaths to calm himself. Under his breath, he murmured, "This is just the beginning." Once Head double-checked everything, he tucked the Lily Queen's essence into his private inventory, closed the interface, and let a small smile play at the corner of his lips. "Miracle, you really have given me a huge surprise." So far, this was the only effect Yinan had triggered, but it had shown him at least one of the Miracle Talent's true powers. The Miracle Talent could guarantee that whenever he dropped items, he would always obtain loot from the ultra-rare items list. At this moment, Yinan carried this confidence within him, secretly anticipating that future surprises would keep coming endlessly. On the first day after his class change, he had already rushed to level 30, earning at least 300,000 gold coins. When those 2 items from the ultra-rare drop list were displayed, all the white, green, and blue equipment he had picked up in previous dungeons paled in comparison. Speaking of which, the Thorn Knight lifestyle entertainment equipment still satisfied him greatly. It provided an excellent experience for both him and the Lily Queen. Besides that gold coin income, the blasphemous hand had truly shown its power, allowing him to steal a massive amount of attributes. Finally, after he and the Lily Queen's avatar played the game continuously, his spell power had broken through the 10,000 point mark. Congratulations to the team for successfully clearing the Peach Willow Garden dungeon on hero difficulty. Calculating clear rating. Perfect score of 100 points. Drawing clear rewards. Upon hearing the words, drawing clear rewards, Yinan remained calm as still water. He knew clearly that the Miracle Talent had not triggered this time. If it triggered every time, it wouldn't be called a miracle. Whatever the result, it would only be icing on the cake, impossible to be more precious than skill books and essences, and he could completely accept it. Congratulations to the team for obtaining Peach Willow Garden Dungeon fatigue-free tickets 20. As the system notification ended, 20 fatigue-free tickets were neatly placed into his backpack. In the Peerless Ark world, after defeating the final boss, the system would drop an additional reward that went directly into the team leader's backpack for distribution. Since Yinan was soloing a 5-person dungeon, the system defaulted him as the leader, so everything naturally belonged to him without the hassle of distribution. The effect of the Peach Willow Garden Dungeon fatigue-free tickets was simple and straightforward. Consume 1 ticket before entering any difficulty of Peach Willow Garden, and the professional could enter with 0 fatigue. 1 ticket corresponded to 1 professional. These types of tickets were in high demand. The Peach Willow Garden dungeon was especially popular among male professionals and foreign male tourists, extremely hot, with ticket prices constantly fluctuating between 35-50 gold coins. During peak tourist seasons, they could even break 50. Averaging 40 gold coins per ticket, 20 tickets meant 800 gold coins, equivalent to about 80,000 yuan. Before entering the dungeon, 800 gold coins would have been a fortune for Yi Nan, but now, he remained completely unmoved. Originally, after tallying up dungeon gains, he would have had to slowly count gold coins and estimate the value of white, green, and blue equipment, but now all of that had become trivial, not worth spending time on. He only placed the truly valuable items: the Lily Queen's white stockings, advanced life healing potion recipe, Peach Willow Garden dungeon fatigue-free tickets, and White Orchid Pet Egg golden tier separately in a corner of his inventory, then directly used auto-sort for the rest. Before leaving the dungeon, Yinan wanted to see just how much his attributes had grown. He opened his character panel. A holographic panel materialized in his mind. Character Yi Nan. Level 30 unawakened. Class Flame Mage Epic Class First Advancement. Health points 100, 307, 289. Mana points 145 for 30. Attack power 2, 144. Spell power 10, 527. Armor 2, 899. Magic resistance 4, 270. Speed 108. Effect accuracy 25. Effect resistance 42. A cascade of gleaming numbers spread before him. Yinan gazed at the constantly flickering attribute bars, feeling his sense of security steadily climbing. When he had just completed his class advancement from the novice trial dungeon, his only confidence came from that health pool starting with 100 million. While his other stats were ahead of the curve, they weren't exactly overwhelming. Looking at them now, these maxed out attributes seemed to span an entire era. Level 150 standards. That's about right, he calculated silently before confidently reaching his conclusion. At the very least, claiming the title of number 1 below level 50 wouldn't be an empty boast. His base health of 100 million had surged to over 100.3 million now. And he remembered clearly in the trial, the pink gauntlets had drained Princess Bailan's 90,000 health points completely dry with a single tender punch to her chest. During the training sessions with Queen Lily's numerous clones, each inheriting 50 of the original's attributes, meaning 50,000 health points each, had mercilessly absorbed every last drop. All told, stealing 300,000 health points in a single dungeon run wasn't unusual. The dungeon was set to hero difficulty, granting monsters a 500 health bonus. What spelled hell for other professionals was a sweet gift for Yin, and the more resilient the monsters, the more opportunities he had to steal their attributes. Then there was his man over 145,000. In that moment, Yinan truly grasped the weight of mana freedom. 145,000 mana meant 3 words: use it freely. And this was still far from his upper limit. However, when he spotted his attack power exceeding 2,000, he couldn't help but wonder, am I really a mage? After all, this attack power already trampled most level 50 physical damage dealers underfoot. Only when his gaze fell upon his spell power hovering around 10,500 did he breathe a sigh of relief, confirming he was indeed a Flame Mage. His armor and magic resistance had also skyrocketed dramatically, adding another fortress wall to his survivability. Even without relying on his trump card of 100 million health points, he could dominate the battlefield. Still, he dared not let his guard down. The world of Peerless Ark was crawling with percentage-based damage skills and mechanics. Finally, he turned his attention to speed, effect accuracy, and effect resistance. Unlike his explosive health and mana, these 3 attributes showed minimal improvement with level progression. Dumping free attribute points into them was basically throwing good money after bad. Boosting these numbers relied entirely on equipment-based bonuses. In other words, improving them remained difficult and expensive, but precisely because of this, these 3 attributes were equally precious. With this thought, Yinan closed the panel and exhaled deeply. What he possessed now wasn't just a string of impressive numbers, but confidence for future exploration. Yet this confidence still needed to be solidified step by step through equipment and opportunity. To truly elevate speed, accuracy, and resistance, he'd need to continue farming gear and growing stronger. In such circumstances, these 3 attributes became particularly valuable. While others had to rely on equipment to boost their stats, Yinan could absorb them freely. It felt like finding a hidden treasure. His gaze settled on effect resistance, and his heart stirred. This was the key attribute for resisting negative status effects and crowd control. For him, high attack power wasn't frightening. What was truly deadly was being controlled. Without hesitation, he dumped all 115 free attribute points from his level 23 reward into it. The system's exchange rate was 5 free attribute points for 1 effect resistance, so 115 points converted to exactly 23. The number on his status panel jumped from 42 straight to 65. Yinan nodded with satisfaction and casually closed the attribute window. That's enough grinding for today, and I've used up all my fatigue points. He closed his eyes, preparing to leave the dungeon. There was still the school's celebration banquet tonight, and he was the star of the show was quite curious about what rewards he might receive. With the family debts now cleared, everything he earned from here on would be capital for his family's comeback. Outside the Peach Willow Garden dungeon, the toll booth was bathed in dim yellow light. The burly staff member listlessly put down his phone, stretched lazily, and glanced at the time. 20 minutes left until his 6 o'clock shift ended. While mentally counting down, just hang in there a bit longer, he routinely operated the ticketing system and casually shoved a ticket through the window to the middle-aged man outside. The man had ordinary features with a somewhat sleazy expression. After receiving his ticket, he quickly ducked into the dungeon with his head down, as if afraid of being recognized. The burly worker snorted. A level 180 veteran professional running a level 35 Peach Willow Gardeno need to spell out what he was there for. Those who knew, knew. He thought about that handsome high school student from this afternoon. The kid had just changed classes, was only level 7, yet boldly challenged the heroic difficulty Peach Willow Garden. He'd been inside for nearly 5 hours and still hadn't come out. If he had died inside, the resurrection angel would have immediately teleported him out, but the teleportation area remained empty. Is that kid just daydreaming in there? Or did he really go for the crafting activities? Once wasn't enough, so he's going for round 2. All sorts of absurd theories popped into his head, but he couldn't figure it out. Just then, a woman in a white casual suit came rushing into the area on high heels. She appeared to be around 30 with a mature demeanor, immediately catching the burly worker's attention. He instinctively straightened his posture, smoothed his hair, and tried to look more presentable. But the woman didn't head toward the ticket window. Instead, she went straight for the dungeon entrance, that wooden door glowing with soft green patterns. The worker cleared his throat and politely reminded her, "Miss, you need to buy a ticket first if you want to enter the dungeon." The mature woman turned around, speaking rapidly. "I know." Her heels clicked twice as she stepped closer, her eyes filled with anxiety. "My student is still inside. A young man named Yinan. Has he come out yet?" This mature woman was none other than Vice Principal Zhao Lin from number 2 high school. A young man? A student? The burly staff member's mind suddenly conjured up the image of that handsome level 7 guy from this afternoon. Right? His name was Yinan. Facing the mature, beautiful Vice Principal Zhao Lin with her unique charm, he stammered and nodded. Yes, there was a handsome young man named Yinan who entered the dungeon. Zhao Lin, wearing silver-gray high heels, rushed from the light screen to the toll booth window in just a few steps. Her hurried pace brought a rosy flush to her fair cheeks, adding to her allure and making the burly staff member's eyes go wide, his heart skipping a beat. "Hello," she began, her voice barely concealing her anxiety. "My student Yinan is all right, isn't he? He didn't exit the dungeon in a weakened state, did he?" The staff member didn't dare look directly at that captivating face and could only answer with his head down. Yes, at least so far. I haven't seen him exit in a weakened state. He should still be inside the dungeon. Wait, no. He pointed behind her, where the light screen at the dungeon entrance was gently rippling. "Ma'am, your student seems to be coming out." Zhao Lin spun around to see Yinan's calm and handsome face. Her tense nerves instantly relaxed, though a hint of bewilderment flickered in her eye. She had actually succeeded. A level 7 professional who had just completed his class change, single-handedly clearing a level 35 heroic difficulty dungeon, this would be considered a miracle in any era. Zhao Lin recalled all the ancient families she knew of, and had never heard of anyone accomplishing such a feat. Looking at Yinan's handsome face, she suddenly felt a pang of being born at the wrong time, even feeling slightly envious of girls his age. If only she could have been born 15 years later. She forcibly pushed away these impractical thoughts and hurried toward him. Her feet, wrapped in flesh-colored invisible boat socks, made her high heels click rhythmically against the floor. Each step was elegant yet commanding, making the burly staff member behind her feel restless. "Student Yinan." Zhao Lin grasped Yinan's hand, gently but firmly pulling him closer, her voice filled with genuine joy. "I'm so glad you're safe." This was the first time Yinan had seen Zhao Lin so enthusiastic, and he couldn't help but wonder. "Vice Principal Zhao, why are you? Seeing you safe puts everyone's mind at ease." Zhao Lin laughed heartily while quickly sending a message to Principal how to report the good news, still gripping Yinan's hand tightly as she led him toward the exit. "We're running out of time. Let's talk as we walk." Their figures disappeared around the corridor corner, vanishing from the staff member's sight. The burly staff member stood dazed for quite a while before snapping back to reality. Holy shit, 30 levels? Holy shit. When Yinan had stepped out of the light screen, he had instinctively used an advanced identification skill on him. The profession and talents were still obscured by, but the level had jumped from 7 to 30. The staff member seemed to be struck by a petrification curse, standing frozen in the toll booth with only one thought exploding in his mind. What the hell does this mean? That young man just now didn't go to the dungeon to do some crafting work, nor was he just spacing out, and certainly not doing any other random nonsense. He actually cleared the Peach Willow Garden dungeon on hero difficulty? How did he manage that? Holy crap. Outside the Wuzhen dungeon hall, night wind carried voices and lights as Vice Principal Zhao Lin led Yi Nan through the crowd's lingering gasps of amazement toward a pure white Audi A8 parked by the roadside. Along the way, she had already explained why she appeared at the dungeon entrance and outlined her plans to take Yi Nan shopping for proper attire. Yi Nan had been thinking about changing clothes anyway, so hearing that the school would foot the bill, he gladly accepted. After all, he understood perfectly well how much benefit this achievement would bring to the school, so taking rewards was only natural. As soon as the car door opened, Zhao Lin's gentle voice drifted over. "Student Yi Nan, please take the passenger seat." He didn't decline, walked around the car, and settled into the front seat. The cabin was filled with a subtle fragrance, reminiscent of white tea mixed with citrus. Zhao Lin put on her rimless glasses, her gaze quickly switching between the rearview mirror and traffic flow. With a slight turn of the steering wheel, the Audi smoothly pulled out of the parking lot, heading toward the neon lights of Lakeside Jintai in 78 International Shopping Center. Yi Nan kept his eyes straight ahead, his back perfectly straight. The shadows of his youth had made him a man of few words, mostly silent except when it came to studies. The car was so quiet that only the subtle sound of the air conditioning remained when Zhao Lin broke the silence. "Student Yi Nan, you really scared me to death just now. I apologize, Principal Zhao, for making you worry." His tone was calm yet respectful. Zhao Lin wasn't discouraged by his coolness. While shifting gears, she pressed on with barely contained curiosity and excitement. "How on earth did you manage it? The principals all thought we'd need to take you for treatment for your weakened state first." Ever since obtaining the unique hidden god-tier talent Blasphemous Hand and concealing it with the surface disguise of SS-level talent Miracle, Yi Nan had prepared his explanation. He said casually, "These two dungeons were indeed difficult, but I always had this intuition in my heart like a sixth sense pushing me, encouraging me, making me believe I could succeed. I think that's probably what miracle means." Miracle. Zhao Lin stole a glance sideways, catching sight of Yi Nan's serene profile, and felt certain in her heart. It was indeed the SS-level talent Miracle at work. A miracle, by definition, meant accomplishing feats beyond ordinary people's reach, and Yi Nan's performance perfectly embodied this. So powerful. Seeing that she believed him, Yi Nan remained expressionless on the surface while secretly chuckling inside. Everything was Miracle's doing, nothing to do with Blasphemous Hand. 10 minutes later, night had fallen as the Audi A8 slowly entered the underground parking garage of Lakeside Jintai in 78 International Shopping Center. Neon lights reflected off the car's paint, creating soft, bright arcs of light. The two took the escalator up, heading straight for the Louis Vuitton store on the second floor. The Louis Vuitton sign in black letters on white background was particularly striking under the lights. Two slender sales associates in crisp uniforms stood at the entrance with welcoming smiles, their gazes quickly scanning between Zhao Lin and Yi Nan, domineering female CO with her kept boy toy, or some other ambiguous relationship. Various speculations flashed through their minds before being quickly masked by professional smiles. Stepping into the store, soft lighting fell upon rows of neatly displayed clothing and leather goods. Zhao Lin leaned down and whispered to Yi Nan, "Time is tight, so let's just buy something casual to wear back." Principal Hao sent a message saying she's already prepared some really wonderful clothes for you. Yi Nan nodded since he didn't have to pay anyway. Whatever worked while feeling anticipation about Principal Hao Yume's background and surprises. Zhao Lin gently placed a hand on Yi Nan's shoulder and got straight to the point with the two sales associates. "Please pick out a casual outfit in bright colors for him right now. Make it quick, we're in a hurry. Money isn't an issue. Budget is within 1 million. Upon hearing this, the sales associates' eyes instantly widened. Then their mouths began trembling like coffin lids holding back zombies, grinning with pure joy and excitement. This was a $1 million deal with generous commission show. Could the sales associates not be thrilled? In less than 15 minutes, Yi Nan emerged from the fitting room. Standing before the mirror, he wore a crisp, white casual t-shirt that fit perfectly, straight-lined khaki wide-leg pants, and a pair of limited edition white and blue sneakers with a subtle gleam. That entire high-end LV ensemble made him look like a completely different person. Clothes make the man, as they say. The outfit enhanced his naturally calm demeanor while adding an innate sense of nobility. With his handsome features complemented by this attire, not only the two sales associates, but also Zhao Lin and several female customers in the store couldn't help but stare. If a talent scout had walked by, they would have handed him a business card on the spot, eager to recruit him into the entertainment industry to make a living off his looks. Card swiped. Payment processed. The POS machine displayed 880,000. While Yi Nan appeared calm and composed on the surface, he was secretly stunned. One t-shirt, one pair of casual pants, one pair of shoes, plus a pair of shorts and socks, totaling 880,000. Good grief, the world of the wealthy was truly incomprehensible. However, he believed that sooner or later, he too would become wealthy. "Student Yi Nan, you look really handsome," Zhao Lin complimented him directly. In the past, he had dreaded when schoolgirls would casually talk about wanting to support him financially. But now receiving praise from the school's vice principal felt completely different. Yinan quickly steadied himself, remaining unfazed, with a slight smile. Thank you, Principal Zhao. Looking at the sunny young man before her, Zhao Lin felt a sense of closeness and instinctively took his hand. Student Yinan, let's hurry back to the hotel. Hearing this, the two sales associates immediately exchanged strange looks, their minds racing. Please don't overthink this. Hangzhou, Gongshu District, underground parking garage of Jinshui Grand Hotel. As the Rolls-Royce Cullinan came to a stop, Hao Yuemei received a WeChat message from Zhao Lin. Principal Hao, I've already gotten student Yin in a new outfit, and we're heading to the hotel. He looks very handsome. Seeing the message, Hao Yuemei's lips curved upward. That afternoon, upon learning that teachers and students from the Key High School would also attend the banquet, she finally abandoned her principle of not relying on family resources to preserve number 2 high school's dignity, and called her father in the capital. After learning of Yinan's achievements, the Hao family attached great importance to the matter and immediately dispatched a family elder with teleportation abilities, carrying 2 substantial gifts, to represent the Beijing Hao family at the banquet. Soon after, additional intelligence came from home. Representatives from numerous prominent families, the Yang family from the southwestern mountain city, the Liu family from Chengdu, the Zhang family from the northeast, and many others were rapidly heading toward Hangzhou. Upon receiving this news, Hao Yuemei immediately contacted General Manager Liu, the behind-the-scenes owner of Jinshui Grand Hotel, and booked the entire top-floor chintzy banquet hall. She understood clearly that Yinan was now like the monk Xuanzang's flesh everyone wanted to taste. If they had the strength, Hangzhou 3rd High School and 4th High School would have already made their move. As the city's top-ranked Key High School, they certainly wouldn't sit idly by. Tonight, the Key High School and 2nd High School would inevitably compete for Yinan's allegiance. Hao Yuemei sighed and murmured to herself, Student Yinan, I hope you'll choose to stay. In the back seat, she remained silent for a full half-minute, then composed herself, gathered her spirits, and said to Vice Principal Sun Tiana, let's go. Zanishui Seafood Grand Hotel. Lobby manager Jia Yao stood upright in his crisp managerial uniform beside the revolving door. His tall frame cut an impressive figure from a distance, but his long, thin horse face and rather plain features revealed the hotel management's unique aesthetic sensibilities. The revolving door turned gently. A black silhouette came into view, first the mature and capable principal, Hao Yuemei in black stockings. Her expression was stern as she strode purposefully forward, followed closely by Vice Principal Sun Tianhe, the security director, and homeroom teacher Luan He. The group headed straight for the VIP elevator to the top floor, Dawn Banquet Hall, not even glancing at Jia Yao who stood ready to greet them at the main entrance. Jia Yao's peripheral vision clearly caught a run in the stockings on Hao Yuemei's right thigh, but his expression remained unchanged as he professionally and enthusiastically gestured for the doorman to line up and bow. Only after the distinguished guests entered the elevator did the smile on his face relax. Tonight's guests are quite important, he mused to himself. Reportedly, the top-floor Dawn Banquet Hall, along with over a dozen presidential suites, and that supreme royal presidential suite, had all been reserved for tonight. The entire top floor had become private territory. What kind of money did that take? While he was pondering this, a young man in doorman uniform approached and whispered excitedly, Hey, Brother Jia, did you see that? That woman's right stocking was torn so damn sexy. You think she just got? Huzi, shut up, Jia Yao hissed, his face darkening. Get back to your post. The stocky doorman slunk back to his position. Jia Yao felt a surge of irritation. This kid had no sense of propriety, spouting nonsense at such an occasion. Did he think he was still back in the countryside? Considering they were both from Dimu Mountain Town and their families had good relations, he restrained himself from throwing the guy out on the spot. But he'd already made up his mind after tonight's work was done. When he went back to town tomorrow for his day off, he'd have a talk with Huzi's parents. If this didn't work out, he wouldn't bring him along anymore, to avoid future trouble that might implicate himself. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but wish the next 6 hours would pass quickly so he could get off work. Tomorrow he'd return home in glory. After all, he was now a lobby manager at a 5-star hotel in Hangzhou, earning over 10,000 yuan a month. That was something to be proud of. What he looked forward to even more was tomorrow's job transfer ceremony for his crush, Tang Jinjin. As Tang Jinjin's devoted admirer, he'd already prepared an expensive gift that cost him tens of thousands, equivalent to several months' salary. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. It's fine. That kid Yinan is also completing his job transfer tonight and will graduate soon, Jia Yao consoled himself. Yinan was about to enter society and would soon taste the harsh beating of reality, just as he himself had years ago. Tomorrow he'd go to Yinan's house to collect the debt their family still owed his family, 8,455 yuan. Getting that money back would offset the cost of Tang Jinjin's gift. If the Yi family really couldn't come up with the money, there was another solution. Bring Yinan directly to the hotel as a doorman, same position as Huzi, with his first few months' wages going entirely toward the debt. When they were kids, he had followed Yinan around, but now the tables had turned and it was time for Yinan to follow him. Perfect plan. Jia Yao is 21 years old this year, living in Dimu Mountain Town. He's Yinan's fellow townsman and considered a local of Hangzhou City. 3 years ago, he became a combat professional through the job transition ceremony, but drew the most ordinary militia profession with only an embarrassing clever talent. Such a combination could barely handle the simple difficulty of the novice trial, and his final score didn't even reach 80 points. Naturally, he couldn't obtain the simple trialist title, let alone use combat points to apply for university. Due to his poor profession and talent, he couldn't deal decent damage in dungeons, and no one wanted to team up with him. Former relatives and friends took him along a few times, but after finding him a burden, they cut off contact. The world of combat professionals has always been realistic. Those with strong professions and high talents are sought after by everyone, while the mediocre are simply abandoned. Jia Yao was the most typical example of failure. After facing reality, he gave up the professional path and came to work as a doorman at the Pillow Water Seafood Grand Hotel, making ends meet through manual labor. Over 3 years, he worked his way up from a luggage-carrying teenager to the current lobby manager, barely establishing a foothold in the city. At 7 in the evening, the neon lights outside the hotel's revolving door had just lit up when two figures walked in across the marble floor. Welcome. Jia Yao bowed skillfully with a trained, polite smile on his face. The next second, he made eye contact with the young man, and his smile instantly froze. His eyes flashed with disbelief, shock, and astonishment mixed together, like being suddenly struck by a club. He quickly lowered his head, forcing his expression back to professional composure, bowing with meticulous precision. The two didn't linger in the lobby. Walking ahead was a mature woman in a white casual suit, her every gesture carrying an air of composed elegance. She turned to the 6 feet 2 inches sunny young man beside her and said softly, "Student Yinan, let's go directly to the top floor. This way." With that, they both entered the VIP elevator that went straight to the penthouse. The silver elevator doors closed, completely concealing their figures. The words "Student Yinan" exploded in Jia Yao's mind. It really was Yinan. At first glance, he didn't dare to recognize him. The Yinan in his memory, though handsome, was desperately poor, wearing only that school uniform washed until it was faded white year-round, without even decent clothes. But this person before him was clearly dressed head-to-toe in LV, short sleeves, casual pants, belt to watch, all impeccable. Even LV's cheapest short sleeves cost 5 or 6,000, better ones over 10,000, some even hundreds of thousands per piece. How could Yinan afford this? Even more outrageous was that the person calling him Student Yinan was a VIP manager-level figure from Hangzhou's top 5-star hotel. Didn't Yinan's family go bankrupt long ago? They owed tens of millions in debt, couldn't even pay back the money borrowed from the town, and still owe my family 8,455 yuan. Jia Yao's mind was in chaos. But the facts were right before his eyes. Yinan was staying as a VIP guest at Hangzhou's most luxurious Pillow Water Seafood Grand Hotel, going directly to the penthouse suite floor, reserved only for the powerful or extremely wealthy. Combined with his expensive attire, he looked nothing like someone struggling in a debt quagmire. Could he be kept by someone? The absurd speculation emerged as he frowned, unable to figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Just then, a familiar rough voice rang out from the side. Holy shit! Huzi rushed up to him, his face excited yet somewhat foolish. Brother Jia, I'm not seeing things, right? That's Brother Nan. Huzi is 1 year older than Yinan, exactly 19 years old this year. He graduated from high school last year, and his job transition results were just as poor as Jia Yao's, the most worthless common profession with the most worthless clever talent. A regular profession combined with a clever talent has no future prospects, so Huzi's parents arranged for him to follow Jia Yao from the same town, allowing him to skip 3 years of detours. As a child, Yinan was the leader among all the kids in Dimu Mountain Town. Even children older than him would chase after him, calling him Brother Nan with respect. Huzi and Jia Yao were two of his loyal followers. Back then, Jia Yao had a secret crush on Tang Jinjin, but she spent all her time around Yinan, constantly calling him Brother Nan in the sweetest voice, making all the other kids green with envy. Jia Yao was burning with jealousy, but didn't dare show it despite being 3 years older than Yinan. He couldn't beat him in a fight. Moreover, Yinan's father was a powerful warrior over level 260, and no one in town dared to cross him. Jia Yao could only bury his resentment deep in his heart. Everything changed when Yinan's father met with disaster, and the Yi family fell from grace. The tide turned instantly. Children who had once been close to Yinan were forbidden by their parents from associating with the Yi family anymore. That day, Jia Yao felt an indescribable satisfaction, and it was then that they completely lost contact with Yinan. Years later, when they met again, everything had changed. Holy shit! Huzi exclaimed excitedly. Brother Jia, Nan must have struck it rich. Why didn't you go say hello to him just now? This comment instantly ignited the fire in Jia Yao's chest. He snapped back through gritted teeth. Then why didn't you go? Huzi scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. I've grown up so much that Brother Nin probably wouldn't recognize me. But you're different. Brother Jiao haven't changed much, so Brother Nin would definitely recognize you. Damn it. Are you saying I have a long face in a roundabout way? Jia Yao's forehead veins bulged as he was about to scold him, when suddenly a sharp female voice cut through their conversation. What are you doing? A slender middle-aged woman in a high-level manager's uniform strode over quickly, her neat short hair swaying with each step. She was Su Hua, the general manager of Jinshi Grand Hotel. Upon seeing her, Jia Yao immediately lowered his head like a mouse seeing a cat. Sister Hua. The other doormen also quickly bowed their heads in greeting. Huzi stood to the side, his face flushed red like a middle school student called on by the teacher. Su Hua stared at Jia Yao, lowering her voice but speaking with extreme severity. Chatting during work hours is forbidden, especially in the lobby. Jia Yao, do you still want this lobby manager position or not? Sister Hua, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I absolutely won't dare do it again. Jia Yao broke out in a sweat, repeatedly apologizing. Humph. Su Hua swept her displeased gaze around the area. Today's guests are VIPs among VIPs. Everyone better stay alert and stand properly. Huzi scurried back to his post, standing at attention with his chest out. Su Hua then leaned in and questioned Jia Yao in a low voice. Didn't I tell you in advance? Today is extremely important. Every single guest must be welcomed with the utmost enthusiasm, especially those going to the top floor banquet. I'm sorry, Sister Hua. I really know I was wrong. Jia Yao apologized quietly. Su Hua's gaze was sharp. If there's a next time, you're really done. Do you have any idea how important today is? Honestly, Jia Yao had no clue. He was about to ask when he heard Su Hua suddenly announce sternly, "The boss is here." At the hotel's revolving door, an extremely well-fed middle-aged man stepped into the hotel. High-end custom suit, meticulously styled hair, steady gait, composed gaze. This was Boss Liu, the behind-the-scenes owner of Jinshi Grand Hotel. After entering, Boss Liu first glanced at the employees. Seeing everyone standing straight with smiles on their faces, he nodded approvingly. Then he walked up to Su Hua and instructed with a smile. Manager Su, go to the top floor to attend to our distinguished guests. Anyone going to the top floor must receive our absolute highest level of service. The guests downstairs who are heading to the top floor tonight all have extraordinary backgrounds. I'll personally handle the reception. Yes. Su Hua bowed and headed briskly to the elevator. Holy shit. Jia Yao was shocked to his core. Boss Liu, a billionaire who usually remained aloof and unreachable, was actually going to work alongside him in the lobby reception today? Suddenly, the words of that mature woman in the white suit flashed through his mind. Student Yinan, let's go directly to the top floor. Yinan was going to the top floor. Realizing this detail, Jia Yao felt a bitter taste fill his heart. In the center of the grand lobby, General Manager Liu, worth hundreds of millions and in charge of the entire 5-star Zanishui Hotel, stood greeting guests just like him, wearing the same warm, yet professional smile. But on this very same evening, Yinan had become the one being attended to, being escorted to the most luxurious banquet hall on the top floor. The enormous disparity made Jia Yao's chest feel like it was weighed down by lead. Why? He was just a poor kid whose family was burdened with tens of millions in debt. But today happened to be the day when graduates from various schools collectively announced their career transitions. Could it be that Yinan had transitioned into some legendary profession? Or had he awakened a divine-level talent? Otherwise, how could an ordinary student possibly gain entry to such a high-level banquet? At this thought, his initially shocked expression quickly darkened. Admitting that Yinan was outstanding would be more painful than taking his life direct lino. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, there must be some misunderstanding here. Ding! The top-floor elevator doors opened, and soft light strips illuminated a somewhat dim corridor. Yinan had just stepped out following Zhao Lin when he heard her turn back and wink at him. The protagonist must make his entrance at the crucial moment. Now isn't the time for you to make your debut. Follow me. The two walked around the corner, but ahead lay not the grand banquet hall, but rather a spacious guest room area. The dark carpet had a fine luster, with dozens of rooms lined up on both sides. Several hotel staff members hurried back and forth pushing carts and carrying flowers, their steps quick, yet extremely quiet. This way, Zhao Lin reached out to take Yinan's hand, leading him to stop in front of a door at the far end. The door opened with a card swipe, revealing an interior of ultimate luxury, the Zanishui Hotel's supreme presidential suite. Normally at least 1,500 gold coins per night, equivalent to 150,000 yuan. Before the banquet officially begins, this is your exclusive lounge. Zhao Lin released his hand and added with a charming smile, Yinan, please wait here. Principal Hao will arrive shortly. 5 minutes later, the door opened again. Principal Hao Yueme entered with 3 other vice principals, and together with Zhao Lin, who was already inside, all the top leadership of Hangqing No. 2 High School had assembled, except for Vice Principal Liu, who was still handling affairs at Su Liming's home. Vice Principal Sun raised an eyebrow and laughed heartily. Oh ho ho, Yinan, our big star has finally arrived. Distinguished bearing, elegant demeanor. The two male vice principals behind him were equally generous with their praise. Handsome as jade, debonair, and charming. Dignified appearance, strikingly handsome. In comparison, Hao Yuemei's words were much more direct. Her eyes sparkled with amusement, tiny points of light glimmering at the corners. Yinan, you're truly handsome. During his 3 years of high school, Yinan had only seen this beautiful principal from the platform during school assemblies or in videos on the school website. This was their first face-to-face encounter. At this moment, he saw her wearing a fitted coat dress-style evening gown, the fabric adorned with tiny silver gems that sparkled like scattered stars under the lights. The form-fitting cut outlined the curves of her upper body in full view. Snow-white skin, a full chest, a slender waist, and rounded hip lines, all distinctly layered. Below the hem of her dress, she still wore a pair of black stockings. Though in the eyes of most guys, black stockings pretty much all looked the same. However, the black stockings Hao Yuemei wore looked unremarkable, but they were actually the latest and most expensive plain black hosiery from Balenciaga. The understated black stilettos on her feet appeared equally modest, yet to Yinan's discerning eye, any shoes chosen by Principal Hao would never be ordinary. As soon as Yinan stepped into the reception room, Hao Yuemei softened her usual stern demeanor towards students, revealing a rare gentle smile. She extended her hand, saying, "Student Yinan, congratulations." After a light handshake with this beautiful principal in black stockings, Yinan politely responded, "Hello, Principal Hao. How does it feel to be #1 in the world?" Her smile deepened. Yinan, always modest, replied simply, "It's all right." Feeling his response was too bland, he added, "It feels a bit surreal." Indeed, it was surreal. Since his awakening, he had obtained a super divine talent that hadn't appeared for a full 188 years. In the world of Genesis Ark, gods represented the pinnacle, authority, and power, while his talent, Blasphemous Hand, stood directly above the gods. Thinking about the implications of blasphemy, he dared not delve deeper. "Don't be nervous," Hao Yuemei reassured him. "Enjoy your victory." After some small talk, she got to the point, her tone becoming even gentler. "Your mother asked me to pass along a message. Don't be arrogant, and be kind to others." "Haha, your mother raised you well, no wonder you're so outstanding." Yinan was momentarily stunned. "Principal Hao, you visited my home." Hao Yuemei nodded with a smile. The accompanying vice principal's son immediately seized the opportunity to make his presence known. "Yes, student Yinan. This afternoon, Principal Hao personally drove to Dimu Mountain Town for an official home visit. Part of the prize money and awards the school is giving you were delivered to your home in advance. Your mother was so happy and proud of you." Vice Principal's son pulled out his phone, scrolled through his photo album, and showed a picture of Chun Xian beaming at the camera. Yinan's expression instantly softened, his usual indifference melting away. Seeing his mother's joyful smile, something he hadn't witnessed in years, filled him with a mixture of happiness and bittersweet emotion. It had been 10 years since he'd seen his mother smile so radiantly. His lips trembling slightly, he struggled to steady his emotions and said quietly, "Thank you, Principal Hao. Thank you, school." Though young, Hao Yuemei had encountered countless people and understood that Yinan rarely showed his true feelings. The fact that he displayed such emotion made this home visit worthwhile. She thought to herself, if only the school had valued Yinan sooner. Damn that Luanhe. If Yinan were really poached by a key high school, she'd make sure Luanhe paid dearly. "At tonight's banquet," she announced, "the school has prepared generous prize money and awards for you. We're giving you our finest treasures. Don't think they're inadequate." "I won't, Principal Hao," Yinan replied sincerely. "I'm already thrilled that the school is giving me rewards. Whatever they are, it's the thought that counts." This wasn't mere politeness. With his blasphemous hand and miracle, he wasn't worried about equipment or resources. Even without relying on external help, he could carve out his own path. But the school's gesture truly touched his heart. Yinan's maturity only increased Hao Yuemei's admiration. Such a wonderful young man, she had to find a way to bring him into the Hao family. She knew she had no chance herself, so Hao Yuemei mentally went through all her eligible nieces, already forming a plan. When the opportunity arose, she intended to bring Yinan back to the Hao family for a visit as the principal. This wouldn't be difficult to arrange. If what her old classmate said was true and Yinan might be summoned to the capital later, then bringing him to the Hao family would be even more natural. "As principal, I am genuinely delighted that our school has produced a student like you. From today forward, you are the pride of Second High School, our brightest shining star." Such direct praise would make most people feel elated, but Yinan remained true to his principles, staying composed and neither arrogant nor servile, exchanging only a few pleasantries with her. After their brief conversation, barely contained excitement flashed in Hao Yuemei's eyes. The grand gift was about to be revealed. This was both to keep Yinan at Second High School and to draw the Hao family closer to him. Release, display. Following her quiet command, the light point on her chest rapidly expanded. Two holographic images materialized from blurry to clear, from small to large, finally forming two virtual models, each wearing an outfit of exceptional quality. The models stood quietly between them, rotating 360 degrees to showcase every line and material of the outfits without reservation. Display was a universal skill everyone possessed, projecting equipment and materials from one's inventory as holographic images, allowing others to freely examine their attributes. What now appeared before Yinan's eyes were two sets of lifestyle entertainment equipment, both stylish and noble in their tailoring and color schemes. Hao Yuamei's voice carried undisguised pride. Student Yinan, these are formal outfits the principal has specially prepared for you. You may choose one of these two sets for tonight's banquet. One set was a dungeon combat-style decorative outfit, the Firmament Wings, set male flame gold colorway. Equipment name: Firmament Wings, set male flame gold colorway. Orange Epic Lifestyle Entertainment Equipment. Slot: Decorative. Decorative slot equipment does not replace combat slot equipment, but changes the character's appearance. Equipment level: LV1 and above. Base attributes: none. Special skill: Beauty Enhancement. Lifestyle Entertainment Special skill: Beauty Enhancement. When this set is equipped in the decorative slot, the professional's clothing appearance changes to the Firmament Wings, set male flame gold colorway, and the professional's facial features receive a certain beautification effect. Durability: 100 points. Ownership: unbound. Wearing this equipment will automatically bind it to the user. Beyond these attributes, the holographic image provided a three-dimensional appearance preview. The most eye-catching feature was the built-in wing elements, for golden wings extended from the back of the outfit, holy and magnificent, appearing almost real. They pointed toward the northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest directions respectively, slowly spreading open to create a powerful visual impact. The wings emanated golden radiance and maintained a gentle flutter, completely free of any stiffness. Surrounded by these four golden wings, the outfit's overall color scheme was red. The top, bottom, cloak, and headpiece, every piece of the outfit appeared to be crafted from mysterious materials. The patterns were as sharp and clear as if carved by a blade. The lines flowed seamlessly in one continuous motion, and the accessories adorning it were exquisitely refined, giving the entire ensemble an undeniably magnificent aura. One could imagine that any professional who donned it would instantly radiate dignity and valor, emanating such overwhelming presence that becoming the center of attention would be inevitable. Even Yinan, usually calm and composed, couldn't help but widen his eyes when he first laid eyes on this decorative equipment. As for Vice Principal Sun and the others standing nearby, their eyes practically blazed with barely concealed fervor. If it were merely impressive in appearance, it might not have caused such a stir among everyone present. The key point was this was actually an orange tier item, an orange epic equipment piece. In the world of Peerless Ark, there existed a lifestyle profession called dismantlers who could break down equipment and extract materials. The higher the equipment quality, the rarer the materials obtained, and the more substantial the experience gained for the dismantler's proficiency. Although the Wings of Heaven set male flame gold variant was classified as lifestyle entertainment equipment, it was a genuine orange tier piece. Even without considering its decorative value, selling it to dismantlers alone could fetch an astounding price. Light flickered in Yinan's eyes as uncontainable delight spread across his face. This was his first time seeing orange epic equipment in person. Beside the flame gold variant sat another set, the same Wings of Heaven set male pure white variant, also orange epic tier. Apart from the name, its attribute information was identical to the flame gold version, clearly indicating they were different color variants of the same series. The holographic projection provided a clear preview. Four wings spread wide, radiating imposing presence. The flame gold variant's wings blazed with golden light, while the pure white variant's feathers emanated a subtle blue-white glow. The former was passionate, the latter mysterious and noble. The two angelic outfits floated quietly, slowly rotating as if silently displaying their value and beauty. Vice Principal Sun and several male vice principals had their gazes practically glued to the holographic images. So cool. Absolutely incredible. They unconsciously projected themselves into the scene, imagining how they would look wearing the sets, their breathing growing heavy. They silently marveled. Principal Hao truly came from an ancient family lineage. These two pieces weren't school property, but items Hao Yuemei had personally requisitioned from the Hao family. Their eyes reddened slightly as they looked at Yinan with gazes full of envy and admiration. Some even thinking to themselves how wonderful it would be if this young man were their own son. Earlier, Hao Yuemei had clearly stated that Yinan could choose either set as his stage attire. Once worn, it would recognize him as its master, and the outfit would belong to Yinan from that point forward. Yinan naturally understood this rule. Looking at these two precious and impressive pieces of equipment before him, he thought to himself, so this is the surprise the beautiful principal in black stockings prepared for me. Though he wasn't certain of the exact price, as a resident of Peerless Ark, he knew clearly that regardless of era, attributes, or equipment slot, orange tier items never sold for less than 100,000 gold coins. Even though these two pieces were merely lifestyle entertainment gear without any combat bonuses, using the lowest estimate for conversion, he was looking at epic outfits worth 10 million in value. This generous gift was truly substantial in weight. Before Yi Nin could speak, Hao Yume's next words caused Vice Principal Sun and the others' emotions to explode instantly. Principal Hao Yume, the elegant beauty in black stockings, wore a gentle smile on her face, speaking in a relaxed and unhurried tone. Student Yinan, you don't need to worry about choosing. Regardless of which set you pick, both of these suits will belong to you. This is a token of appreciation from me, representing both Second High School and the Hao family of the capital. You can choose freely. What? Vice Principal Sun and the others were stunned, their jaws nearly dropping to the table as their breathing became rapid. These were orange epic equipment sets worth at least 100,000 gold coins. They had already been intensely envious when they heard Yin and had to choose between the two, but now that both were being given away, they almost wanted to start squealing like pigs on the spot. Even the usually composed Yi Nen was momentarily stunned. Giving away one wasn't enough. Now she wanted to give both? Principal Hao's family must own a mine, but even if they did, could they really be this generous? He opened his mouth, initially wanting to say, I cannot accept unearned rewards. But the words stuck in his throat today. He had indeed made great contributions. He had conquered the hero difficulty beginner trial dungeon, claimed both the national and world first clear honors, and brought tremendous glory to Hangzhou Second High School. Trading 2 orange epic equipment sets for this wasn't excessive at all. Carefully reflecting on Hao Yume's words, Yinan caught the hidden message. She wasn't just representing Second High School, but had specifically mentioned the Hao family. This meant the Hao family had invested their own resources in this gift. Looking across at her, the female principal with black stocking-clad legs smiled at him, her eyes clearly showing intent to build a relationship. Understanding her meaning, Yinan took a deep breath to steady his emotions and nodded solemnly. Then I won't be polite. Thank you, principal, and thank you to the Hao family. I'll remember this kindness. As his words fell, Hao Yume's beautiful large eyes immediately brightened, and she unconsciously rubbed her right leg through the black stockings. Fortunately, these top-quality Balenciaga stockings were sturdy enough not to be torn by her brightly nail-polished fingertips. Student Yinan, you're truly excellent. This praise came from her heart. In their brief interaction, she had already seen that Yinan was mature, stable, had high emotional intelligence and strong abilities. His future was limitless. What made her even more pleased was that she and the Hao family had established good relations with Yinan before his wings were fully grown. Her breath fragrant, she exhaled gently, appearing even more radiant. Don't be polite, Yinan. If you ever have the chance to visit the capital, you must contact me. I'll take you to eat delicious food and introduce you to beautiful girls. Regardless of tonight's banquet's final outcome, part of her goal had been achieved. She had built a bridge between herself, the Hao family, and Yinan. As for Second High School's future, she could only do her best and leave the rest to fate. After all, the prestigious high schools had deep foundations and came with great momentum. No one could guarantee that student Yi Nen would definitely stay at Second High School. After trading the 2 epic costume sets to Yinan, Hao Yume stood up. All right, Yinan, you just came out of the dungeon and must be tired. Rest in the suite for a while. Vice Principal Sun and the others had originally wanted to stay and chat with Yinan, but at Hao Yume's gesture, they reluctantly left the presidential suite. The door closed, and the world instantly fell silent. Yinan leaned back slightly against the leather sofa, his breathing still rapid from just exiting the dungeon. He opened his inventory, and 2 icons glowing with orange light appeared heavily before his eyes. Epic costume sets worth 200,000 gold coins lay there, both real and surreal, leaving him feeling dazed. On the top floor of the Zenishui Grand Hotel, the Dawn Banquet Hall was brilliantly lit. Exquisite round tables were arranged in 2 rows on the marble floor, with ivory tablecloths and gold-rimmed tableware reflecting soft halos of light. The round table at the northernmost end, directly facing the stage, was decorated with flowers and crystals in extraordinary luxury. That was the main table. At this moment, teachers and students from Second High School and their friends had gradually taken their seats, mostly concentrated at the round tables on the west side of the main table. Among them, a tall, thin boy named Wang Han, dressed in this year's most fashionable casual wear with an impeccable collar, had a clean face that was filled with inner turmoil. He stared at the bottle of Frera red wine in front of him, wishing he could immediately uncork it and drink it down to drown his sorrows. Sitting to his right was Ji Chuang, the class monitor of Class 5, Grade 12, and Yinan's classmate. Seeing Wang Han's gloomy expression, Ji Chuang whispered a reminder. Hey, Wang Han, adjust your mood. If your homeroom teacher sees that sour face, he might kick you out directly. Wang Han gritted his teeth and retorted, I suggest you don't suggest. As soon as he finished speaking, like a deflated balloon, he nodded helplessly again. But you have a point. Seeing Wang Han so defeated, Ji Chuang looked puzzled. What's wrong? Although you weren't the one who cleared the hero difficulty beginner dungeon, it's great news for our second high school. Why are you looking so miserable? Across the round table, a rough-faced boy rested his hands behind his head and laughed with schadenfreude. Ji Chuang, you don't understand. Wang Han here has a legendary profession as the only legendary in our grade. If it weren't for Yi Nan, he might have been tonight's protagonist. Of course, the scale wouldn't be as grand as this. Upon hearing this, Ji Chuang and the others first showed understanding, then cast pitying glances. Having his thoughts exposed, Wang Han instantly broke down, muttering, if Shouyu exists, why must Zhuge Liang also exist? While swaying slightly. Laughter immediately erupted around the table. Damn it, damn it. Wang Han lamented painfully. I originally wanted to use my legendary profession to attract goddess Lung Ming's attention. Ji Chuang chuckled. Stop dreaming. I heard that all 4 school beauties have been arranged to sit over there tonight. He gestured toward the main table with his chin. Everyone looked in that direction. The rough-faced boy suddenly looked confused and shocked. Damn. I thought goddess Lung Ming, who also has an epic profession, would sit at our table. Now it was his turn to look dejected. Damn it, damn. The laughter grew even louder. Just then, footsteps echoed from the banquet hall entrance. More than 10 students, led by several teachers, walked in and were uniformly arranged at a round table on the east side of the main table. Ji Chuang squinted for a closer look and whispered several names. Guo Kuan, Wang Xingping, Du Yingqi. Aren't those students from the Qi High School? Why are they here? Upon hearing this, the other students felt a simultaneous shock. As Ji Chuang voiced his confusion, the students around the round table turned and craned their necks to look in that direction. It really is them. What are they doing here? Are they also attending the banquet? Someone whispered. Huh? This is our second high school's banquet. Why are those elite school students coming to join the fun? Shoo, keep it down, another person immediately warned. Those are all outstanding students from the elite school, either legendary classes with S-level talents or epic classes with SS-level talents. They're all formidable. Ji Chuang looked around. Wakuan and the others were already seated properly, and the luxurious banquet hall gleamed with gold and jade. Round tables were densely arranged throughout the space. I see. He stroked his chin in realization. No wonder they set up so many tables. Tonight, it's probably not just teachers and students from the elite high school coming. Leaders from the city's education department might show up too, and maybe other heavyweight figures. His speculation made his previously bored classmates tense up. Everyone had initially thought this was just Second High's internal dinner, but now they realized tonight's banquet wasn't that simple. Jinshui Seafood Hotel, first floor, lobby. Crystal chandeliers sparkled brilliantly as red carpet extended to the revolving door. Jia Yao stood straight at the greeting position, watching General Manager Lu beam with smiles as he escorted a dozen young men and women who appeared to be students into the elevator. In 5 years, he had never seen General Manager Lu so amiable. Lu King, a scion of the Lu family, one of Hongqing's prominent clans, and Jinshui Hotel was just one of his many enterprises. Usually when he came for inspections, he maintained an expressionless, naturally authoritative demeanor of a superior. But just now, he had actually personally pressed the elevator floor buttons for those students. Anyone who can make General Manager Lu so courteous is definitely not to be trifled with, Jia Yao thought to himself. What shocked him even more was that those students went straight to the top floor. Everyone give me your absolute best effort. General Manager Lu turned back to the lobby, his voice carrying unquestionable authority. Tonight's banquet on the top floor is extremely important, and the guests are exceptionally distinguished. Even if they're just passing by, bow properly and show genuine enthusiasm. Do you hear me? Yes, sir. Jia Yao and several doormen responded in unison. The revolving door opened again, and a flash of red emerged. It was a young woman in a form-fitting crimson evening gown, with slightly curled long hair and skin like snow. Jia Yao stared in amazement, forgetting to bow immediately. Only when General Manager Lu's eager voice reached him did he snap back to attention, bending his waist to 90 degrees. Welcome. Oh my. Little Haoyue, you're becoming more and more beautiful, even more beautiful than your mother was back then. General Manager Lu's face creased with smiles as he hurried forward. The young woman, Ruan Haoyue, smiled radiantly. Uncle Lu, am I more beautiful than Aunt Zhao was back then? Aunt Zhao was General Manager Lu's wife. General Manager Lu burst into laughter. Oh my, you little imp. Hurry up to the top floor, Uncle Lu is no match for you. Several doormen in the lobby discreetly followed her graceful silhouette with their peripheral vision. Jia Yao, however, stood frozen in place as if his soul had been drained, his eyes vacant and lifeless. The moment that flash of crimson dress entered his field of vision, his entire world was painted red. His heart pounded like thunder, his breathing grew hot, and his mind was filled with nothing but her enchanting figure. So this was what it felt like to fall in love with a girl. In comparison, Tang Jinjin's image instantly faded into that of a country bumpkin. Moreover, the girl in the red dress clearly held a prestigious status, worthy of General Manager Lu's personal reception. Jia Yao's gaze followed her every step, and any lingering affection for Tang Jinjin evaporated instantly, as he became completely lost in fantasies about the girl in red. The next moment, the conversation between Yuan Haoyue and General Manager Lu struck him like a thunderbolt, yanking him back from his reverie. With a shy smile playing at her lips, Yuan Haoyue asked softly, "Has Yinan arrived yet?" General Manager Lu nodded with a beaming smile. "He's the guest of honor, so he should already be upstairs." With that, he gestured for Teacher Wang to accompany Yuan Haoyue to the elevator. Why is she asking about Yinan? How did Yinan become the star of the top-floor banquet? Jia Yao's mind buzzed with confusion, certain that something must be wrong. As the elevator doors closed, General Manager Lu chuckled softly and remarked, "That little girl dressed up so beautifully tonight, all for Yinan. It seems she's serious this time. However, she's not the only one trying to win Yinan over. We can only hope he's into her type." What? She's trying to win over Yinan? Each word pierced Jia Yao's fragile heart like a sharp blade. He quickly pieced together all the clues. The top-floor banquet was extremely important. Yinan was the guest of honor, and the girl in the crimson dress he'd fallen for at first sight had feelings for Yinan. At this realization, he felt as though knives were twisting in his chest, the pain almost suffocating. General Manager Lu surveyed the doorman and Jia Yao with an authoritative voice. "Let me emphasize this once more. Everyone needs to stay alert. When that young lady entered just now, you all stood there dazed and failed to provide immediate welcome service. This was a serious breach of protocol. I can understand it happening once, but I absolutely will not tolerate it again. More girls of equal or even greater beauty will be arriving shortly, so prepare yourselves mentally and do not embarrass yourselves in front of our VIP guests. Is that understood?" "Yes, sir," Jia Yao responded loudly, his voice heavy with indescribable sorrow. Everyone straightened their posture and resumed their greeting duties. The revolving door spun once more, the glass slowly turning to reveal another stunning figure, one with even more impressive assets. Seeing the hefty presence of her Big Bear and Little Bear, Jia Yao couldn't help but swallow hard. This was Li Lisha's first time entering a five-star hotel, and she appeared somewhat nervous, though fortunately her homeroom teacher, Teacher Cui, was by her side. She wore a strapless lace dress with ruffled trim that fell just past her knees, revealing two sections of pale, slender legs so smooth they were impossible to look away from. But the most eye-catching feature was undoubtedly Big Bear and Little Bear. The doorman and Jia Yao all wanted to steal another glance at those Bear brothers, but due to General Manager Lu's rules, they quickly lowered their heads and bowed, only able to glimpse the crystal-high heels on the girl's feet. General Manager Lu warmly approached, exchanged pleasantries, and then escorted this heavyweight beauty to the VIP elevator leading directly to the top floor. Quite impressive indeed. She'll be formidable competition for little Haoyue. That student Yinan is truly blessed. It makes even me envious. He sighed while watching the elevator ascend. These words pressed down on Jia Yao's chest like a boulder, leaving him barely able to breathe. Two girls who were rarely seen on ordinary days had both dressed to the nines tonight to please Yinan. This reality pushed him to the brink of collapse, more painful than death itself. Furthermore, General Manager Lu had mentioned that more elegantly dressed ladies would be arriving for the top-floor banquet. At this thought, Jia Yao's emotions completely spiraled out of control. Jealousy, bitterness, confusion, inferiority, rage, all manner of negative emotions boiled and churned within him. What exactly did Yinan have that he didn't? What had he done? The revolving door spun as a tall, elegant girl with delicate features walked in. It was Su Lungming, her light pink gown swaying gently with each step, her presence as soft as a spring breeze. Before the glass door could fully close, crisp footsteps followed. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit with refined bearing entered the lobby. This was Vice Principal Lu from No. 2 High School. In the distance, Chairman Lu was chatting with guests when Vice Principal Lu immediately approached with an enthusiastic smile. "Hello, Chairman Lu. I'm the Vice Principal of No. 2 High School. We might have been family 500 years ago. I'm also surnamed Lu." Chairman Lu chuckled, thinking to himself whether this man might next claim they caused havoc in heaven together 500 years ago, but politely replied, "Indeed, indeed, same clan, same roots." He handed over a gold-embossed business card. With the card in hand, Vice Principal Lu was overjoyed. He whispered to Su Lungming, "Come on, to the elevator," and cheerfully led her toward the elevator bank. Thanks to attending student Yinan's banquet, he had managed to connect with Chairman Lu today was quite profitable indeed. Just then, Qin Yinan appeared, clicking across the floor in stilettos. She wore an exquisitely tailored dark green gown, her hair styled in an elegant chignon, her expression cool yet dignified. "Oh my!" Chairman Lu hurried forward to greet her. "Yinan, how is President Qin doing lately? Please give my regards to your grandfather when you get home, haha." Our Yinin is certainly the most beautiful one here today. The Qin family was a prominent clan in Jiangnan, headquartered in Sucheng, controlling most of the local auction houses. The famous auction house in Hangcheng was managed by a branch of Qin Yinin's grandfather's family. Compared to them, the Liu family of Hangcheng wasn't even in the same league. They couldn't even afford to offend the Qin family's Hangcheng branch, which explained Chairman Liu's obsequious behavior. Qin Yinin remained aloof but still politely exchanged pleasantries before heading directly to the top-floor elevator, accompanied by homeroom teacher Ms. Zhang. The moment her figure disappeared, Jia Yao, who had been hiding in a corner observing, felt his legs trembling. The girls who had just appeared, whether in terms of looks, figure, or family background, completely outclassed Tang Jinjin by miles. They were all VIP guests, each dressed to the nines. Were they here to curry favor with Yinan? At this thought, the light in Jia Yao's eyes gradually dimmed, his expression becoming lost and dejected, his heart a tangle of mixed emotions. At the Pillow Water Grand Hotel's top-floor Supreme Banquet Hall, the round tables in the middle and back rows, farther from the main table, were filled with teachers, students, and parents from No. 2 High and Key High School, their conversations creating a constant buzz. At the entrance, Vice Principal Sun and Vice Principal Zhao Lin were responsible for welcoming the important guests who would sit at the front round tables. Suddenly, a blazing red caught everyone's attention. Ron Haoyue had arrived. Vice Principal Zhao Lin stepped forward on behalf of Teacher Wang to escort her into the banquet hall. Click, click, click. High heels struck the floor tiles in a crisp rhythm. Ron Haoyue wore a fiery red gown, entering the crowd like a burning flame. She looked straight ahead, her waist swaying gracefully, each step confident and powerful, carrying the unique charm of a young woman as she headed directly for the main table. As her skirt fluttered, her snow-white, slender legs appeared and disappeared, drawing the gaze of every guest seated at the round tables on both sides of the banquet hall. Watching Ron Haoyue's fiery, beautiful figure walk past toward the main table, many female students from both Second High School and Key High School showed jealous glints in their eyes. They all wanted to claim one of those 10 prestigious seats at the main table, but unfortunately, they weren't school beauties. The situation was even more awkward for Key High School students. Besides the most famous twin beauties, there were over 60 class beauties, yet only 3 with the strongest family connections could squeeze into the main table. The 10 seats at the main table, minus the male lead Yinan, left exactly enough room for Second High School's 4 campus beauties, Key High School's twin beauties, and 3 prominent class beauties. The remaining girls, equally blessed with beauty and talent, but denied a place at the main table, could only suppress their disappointment and watch the chosen ones take their seats, their gazes filled with envy and bitterness. The boys' jealousy, however, was directed at Yinan. Wan Haoyue burst into view like a blazing flame, her layered skirt resembling dancing tongues of fire, yet perfectly composed. Completely indifferent to the stares directed her way, she headed straight for the main table, causing many boys' hearts to tighten, that mixture of dejection and heartache churning in their chests. No way. Second High School has such a stunner too. Wang Xingping from Harbor City was stunned, his voice filled with disbelief. The boys at his table quickly showed similar interest. Only Guokuan glanced indifferently at Wan Haoyue when she appeared, then looked away, thinking to himself, she's all Yunan's anyway. What are you guys even thinking? At the southernmost end of the main table, facing the stage, sat a luxurious Western-style golden high-back chair, Yunan's exclusive seat. Wan Haoyue gently raised her hand, pointing to a Western-style small armchair directly to the left of the golden throne, her voice gentle yet firm. Principal Zhao, I'd like to sit here, may I? The school had only stipulated that Second High School's 4 campus beauties sit on Yinan's left side, while Key High School's twin beauties and 3 class beauties sit on his right, with specific seating determined by first come, first served. Vice Principal Zhao Lin, seeing she had arrived first, smiled and nodded. Student Wan Haoyue, since you're the earliest to arrive, of course you may sit there. With permission granted, Wan Haoyue smiled, gently smoothed her skirt with both hands, and gracefully took the first seat to Yinan's left. 10 minutes later, Li Lisha entered the banquet hall accompanied by Vice Principal Zhao Lin. The moment she appeared, the air seemed to tighten. The boys from Second High School were mentally prepared for the campus rumors, but the Key High School boys looked like they'd been hit by a tidal wave, their mouths agape enough to fit light bulbs, big, and damn, too freaking huge. The adult men stiffly averted their gazes, not daring to stare as brazenly as the teenagers. Wang Xingping looked at those magnificent curves, his heart shaken, couldn't help but rub his hands together. Another master? Incredible, so massive, one hand couldn't even hold them. Despite his self-proclaimed extensive experience with women, he'd never seen such exaggerated proportions, secretly wondering if they were enhanced. After all, such dimensions only existed in manga. The girls' expressions were even more complex, a mixture of envy and jealousy, silently cursing, "May they tire you to death." Li Lisha blushed, keeping her head down as she followed Zhao Lin, her twin peaks swaying with each step, causing some boys to flush red and avert their wandering gazes. Finally, she sat in the third chair to Yinan's left, separated from Wan Haiyue by one empty seat. Next, Su Lungming's entrance caused yet another stir in the venue. Su Lungming stood tall at 5 feet 7 inches, even barefoot. At this moment, wearing luxurious thick-heeled leather shoes with 3-centimeter heels, her figure appeared even more slender and elegant. The boys from the prestigious high school erupted first. A tall, mature beauty. I love that sophisticated vibe. Those gorgeous long legs, I could admire them forever. I'd love to be stepped on by her. Damn, you're twisted. I'm different though, I want to lick. The students from second high school followed suit. Ah, Sister Lungming, kill me. Su Lingming was the most unique campus beauty at second high school. She captivated both boys and girls. Those who adored her included not only male students, but also a group of devoted female fans. Holy crap, once-in-a-lifetime sight. Goddess Lingming in a bodycon skirt, someone exclaimed. Su Lingming had always dressed quite conservatively on campus. Her slender, pale long legs were typically hidden beneath school uniform pants or jeans. Though she wasn't as dazzling as Wan Haiyue or Li Lisha today, the curves outlined by her pure black bodycon skirt, combined with her blindingly white beautiful legs and high-end white blouse, still captured countless gazes. She sat down in the fourth chair on the left side of the main table, the position on the left side of the round table, farthest from Yinan. Seeing that she hadn't chosen the second chair to her left, Wan Haiyue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Su Lungming was Yinan's classmate after all, and if they spent time together day and night, the chances of developing feelings would be too high. Yinan, don't talk nonsense. When did we spend so much time together? That's not true. Wan Haiyue consoled herself. Given this, the last empty seat beside her naturally belonged to Qin Yinan. Thinking of that quiet girl, Wan Haiyue's lips curved slightly. A block of wood, an iceberg, a reclusive beauty who probably wouldn't dress up seriously, or might even skip the event entirely. However, just as Wan Haiyue was thinking this, Qin Yinan made her entrance. The venue fell into absolute silence for the first time. Wan Haiyue turned around, and the smile that had been playing on her lips instantly froze. Qin Yinan appeared in a pure black thin velvet evening gown. Above the chest, only 2 thin straps held the dress, displaying her snow-white delicate collarbones and shoulders without reservation. Her jet-black wavy hair cascaded down her back, her slender neck adorned with a sapphire necklace that sparkled under the lights, and white diamond earrings dangled from her earlobes. She was already a descendant of the ancient Qin family from the Jiangnan region, naturally carrying an aristocratic aura without needing any jewelry. Now, accentuated by the form-fitting gown, she appeared even more magnificent. The tailored cut outlined perfectly proportioned curves, a waist that could be encircled by 2 hands, and a round, perky bottom. Her silhouette was virtually flawless. The mature charm she exuded was no less impressive than Principal Hao Yueme's. Her makeup was equally exquisite. Eyeshadow, eyeliner, mascara, and blush applied with meticulous detail, further enhancing her already beautiful features, topped with luscious red lips, noble yet sensual. Not only the students from the prestigious high school, but even the teachers and students from second high school were seeing Qin Yinan like this for the first time. After all, even when Qin Yinan didn't dress up and kept an extremely low profile, she had already been recognized as one of the 4 campus beauties of second high school. At this moment, she was like a peacock displaying its magnificent plumage, showcasing her beauty to the fullest, leaving the crowd utterly speechless with awe. The auditorium fell silent instantly. Several male students were so excited they could only manage crude exclamations, while others simply declared on the spot that they would be devoted followers of the campus beauty Qin from that day forward. This was what a true, fair, rich, and beautiful girl looked like. On the other side, in the elite high school section, Wang Xingping's expression grew serious. The Wang family of Gangsheng had considerable connections in Jiangnan, so he naturally understood the weight of the Qin family from Suching. Qin Yinan was definitely not someone he could casually joke about. 10 minutes later, there was another commotion at the entrance. Look, here come the beauties from our elite schools. The 3 class beauties selected by the school made their entrance one by one. Tian from the Tian family of Hangsheng, Su Xiaoman from the Su family, and Zhao Minjing from the Zhao family. All 3 wore perfectly tailored evening gowns with exquisite makeup, walking gracefully toward the right side of the main table under everyone's gaze. 5 empty chairs had been reserved at the table, with Principal Ma's prior instruction that the first seat on the right must be saved for one of the twin beauties, while the other positions could be filled freely. The 3 girls exchanged glances and tacitly occupied the middle 3 chairs, deliberately leaving the first chair closest to Yinan and the 5th chair at the far end empty. At the entrance of Chinxi Banquet Hall, Vice Principal Sun and Vice Principal Zhao Lin from Hangao stepped forward to greet the arrivals. Upon first sight of the newcomer, both wore complex expressions. It was Chu Lian-san, one of Hangao's twin beauties, and one of the main competitors for their schools for campus beauties tonight. Behind the young woman stood Chu Laosi, the current pillar of the Chu family and a saint of over 400 levels. The two vice principals dared not show any disrespect to this saint, respectfully escorting the pair into the venue. The moment Chu Liansan stepped into the hall, the lights seemed to dim in her presence. Her face was gentle with a serene expression, her sweetness hidden within her graceful demeanor. She wore a flowing white chiffon evening gown, light and soft, adorned with delicate patterns that swayed gently with her steps. Her elegant makeup made her subtle smile even more captivating. So sweet was the unanimous thought of everyone present. After escorting his daughter to the main table, Chu Laosi watched her take seat number 5, closest to the stage, then turned to follow Vice Principal Sun to the first round table on the east side of the main table. The closer to the main table, the more prestigious the seating. Currently, only one elderly man sat at the round table, introducing himself as an elder from the Hao family of the capital. Chu Laosi exchanged pleasantries before taking his seat. The girls at the main table were all surprised that Chu Liansan had chosen the farthest seat, number 5, instead of the coveted seat number 1 beside Yi Nan's right hand. This naturally left the position next to Yi Nan for Chen Yingling. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, the final protagonist made her entrance. She wore a haute couture purple evening gown, a color and cut that few could carry off, yet it seemed perfectly natural on Chen Yingling. The dress was created by a renowned designer from the overseas empire where the sun never sets, with exquisite textural details that shimmered under the lights. She walked forward with a cat-like stride, each step drawing every gaze in the room. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, her lips alluringly red, and especially those bright, deep eyes that seemed to speak. Her every gesture radiated openness, confidence, and composure. She was the only girl that evening who dared to smile and wave to the crowd around her. "Look, that's Chen Yingling," a male student from the elite high school whispered excitedly. "She's so dazzling. We can't compare, we really can't." A pretty female student beside him sighed softly. When Chen Yingling reached the main table, she discovered that only the seat right next to Yi Nan, chair number 1, remained. Her smile stiffened slightly, but she quickly recovered her natural composure. Her gaze swept imperceptibly over Chu Liansan and the 3 class beauties before she spoke softly, yet clearly enough for those around to hear. "Your courtesy is truly admirable. I never expected you would save such a prime seat for me." Tian, sitting in chair number 2, smiled on the surface while cursing inwardly. "You think I wanted to?" Chen Yingling raised her hand gently, her tone polite yet firm. "After all, I am the latecomer. How about this, would any of you be willing to switch with me? I'd rather not sit in this position." As her words settled, the remaining 8 beauties at the main table all turned to look at her. Everyone knew she was bold, but no one had expected her to be this audacious. Ruan Haoyue turned her head to look at Chen Yingling. This girl actually didn't take Yinan seriously at all. The record holder for World First Kill, Yin Nation First Kill, and Hero Difficulty Novice Trial Dungeon. A slight smile curved at the corner of Ruan Haoyue's lips. Perfect. This meant one less direct competitor for her. At the elite high school table, the 3 campus beauties shared the same thought. They all wanted to sit in Chen Yingling's position, the first seat to Yi Nan's right, but couldn't bring themselves to lower their pride. After all, they were all daughters of prestigious families with their own dignity, and with Principal Ma's prior instructions, they could only suppress their desires. Seeing no response, Chen Yingling's bell-like laughter rang out above the main table. "Well, you can't blame me for not giving you the chance when you don't fight for it yourselves." As her words fell, the 3 campus beauties' faces visibly darkened. Chu Liansan maintained her gentle, sweet smile, as if she hadn't heard anything at all. After taking her seat, Chen Yingling first turned left, her gaze falling on Ruan Haoyue. "Wow, your dress is so beautiful." Ruan Haoyue lifted her chin slightly and replied coolly, "Thank you." But Chen Yingling's smile deepened. "Wearing something so festive. People who don't know might think you're here to get married." The passive-aggressive teasing made Ruan Haoyue's anger surge to the top of her head. If not for considering Yi Nan's presence, she really wanted to flip the table and grab that head of curls. Taking several deep breaths, she only replied, "Do you always speak so sweetly?" Chen Yingling looked at her opponent's barely suppressed fury, giggled twice, and didn't pursue it further. Her gaze swept past Qin Yinin's elegant figure as if that nobility didn't exist, finally settling on Li Lisha's chest. "Wow." Her eyes lit up as she asked seriously, "Are they heavy?" Li Lisha's cheeks flushed red, lowering her head, not daring to look directly at this boldly beautiful girl, mumbling in response, "Heavy. They are a bit heavy." "Haha, sister, you're so cute. What's your name? Let's be friends." Chen Yingling laughed heartily. Her arrival indeed livened up the previously somewhat restrained main table, and everyone naturally began introducing themselves, gradually warming up the atmosphere. 8 o'clock in the evening. Most of the guests had arrived. In the banquet hall, round tables extended in 2 rows from east to west toward the back, with nearly every seat filled except for the few tables closest to the stage. Beautiful Principal Haoyue, dressed in a fitted evening gown with black stockings, held a microphone and stood below the stage, ready to host at any moment. Just then, another group of heavyweight guests arrived. Several middle-aged men in suits walked with distinguished bearing to the front row tables, guided by the bowing and scraping vice principal's son. Sharp-eyed guests whispered in amazement. That's the director of the Municipal Education Bureau and several deputy directors. Those two in front. My goodness, that's the deputy mayor in charge of education and Mayor Lee of Hangsheng. It's him, it really is Mayor Lee. Mayor Lee came too? Well, he should have. This time, that young man Yinan not only brought glory to Second High School, but to all of Hangsheng. Exactly, that's right. It's appropriate for the mayor to come. Mayor Lee had just turned 40 and was an outsider who had only been transferred to Hangzhou last year. With his gentle demeanor, he led his subordinates to take seats at the second round table on the west side. This small gesture immediately drew everyone's attention. Chu Laosi at the third table on the west side noticed this and frowned slightly, whispering to Chairman Chen beside him. It seems there are even more important figures who haven't arrived yet. That first round table on the west side is specially reserved for them. Chairman Chen nodded in agreement. I can roughly guess who will fill the empty seats at our table. As for that western table, before he could finish, the hall suddenly erupted in gasps of surprise. The provincial governor is here. Governor Yan of Zhejiang province has arrived, along with Deputy Governor Chen, the provincial secretary general, the director of education, the director of public security. Each name fell like a heavy hammer, instantly electrifying the entire venue. These prominent political figures entered one by one, their silhouettes under the lights prompting all guests to spontaneously rise in respect. Mayor Li, Chu Laosi, Chairman Chen, and the Hao family elders specially stepped forward to exchange pleasantries with Governor Yan and the others. Hao Yueme, dressed in a perfectly tailored formal gown, personally escorted the provincial leaders to the first round table on the west side. Governor Yan, already 70 years old, had a face lined with wrinkles, yet his steps remained steady. Rumors about his level circulated among the people at least level 500, and no one dared to underestimate him. He looked at Hao Yueme with a kind smile. Principal Hao, your second high school has made great contributions this time. What reward would you like? In his presence, Hao Yueme acted like a student, pouting slightly. It's not certain that it's our second high school's achievement yet. Principal Ma is also competing for it. After all, student Yinan hasn't graduated yet, and still has the opportunity to transfer schools. Governor Yin chuckled. Key high schools indeed have deep foundations and shouldn't be underestimated. However, young lady of the Hao family, regardless of the final outcome, the benefits that should go to second high school won't be reduced by even a fraction. With these words, Hao Yueme's heart grew heavier. Even Governor Yin believed that Yinan might be poached by a key high school. After the leaders were seated, the banquet officially began. The main hall lights dimmed, and the stage area suddenly blazed with light as melodious music filled the air. The massive LED screen continuously played promotional videos of Hangzhou Second High School, with cameras sweeping across teaching buildings, playgrounds, and laboratories, frame by frame outlining the school's glory. When the opening video ended, Hao Yueme stepped onto the stage and delivered her speech in a clear voice. Tonight, we gather together to witness the glorious moment of an outstanding student. He is the top student in comprehensive performance in the senior class of Second High School. With diligence as his pen and wisdom as his ink, he has written an epic chapter for Second High School and for Hangzhou. He has not only achieved academic success, but is also a model exemplar, our pride and role model, and a future pillar of our nation. Let us give our warmest applause to welcome student Yinan. Thunderous applause. Overwhelming applause exploded throughout the banquet hall. Many people had never heard the name Yinan before, but now they all straightened their backs and craned their necks toward the stage. In that tide-like applause, an angel appeared before everyone's eyes, a sacred angel with four golden wings. The four angelic wings radiated golden brilliance, trembling gently with each movement. Beyond the wings, Yinan wore blood-red angelic battle armor with intricate patterns, flowing lines, and elaborate ornate details. The crimson plates gleamed like flowing lava under the lights, while the golden wings resembled dawn breaking through clouds. In the interplay of stillness and motion, an aura of solemnity, sanctity, and heroism emanated from him. Looked exactly like the hero everyone fantasized about. What he wore was the celestial wings set male flame gold colorway. The set's built-in beautification effects made his already handsome face appear softly illuminated, his features so perfectly sculpted they seemed almost unreal, his looks rivaling those of national idols, truly the dream of millions of girls. The banquet star finally made his entrance, and the girls at the round tables below the stage were the first to lose control, screaming in excitement. The lights illuminated each of their thrilled expressions. At the main table closest to the stage, 9 stunning beauties were simultaneously stunned. Even Chen Yingling, who was usually the most dismissive, showed a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. Qin Yining was completely captivated by that figure. Her pupils contracted. Her heartbeat thundered like war drums in her ears. Her heart rate soared to 150. Her body trembling lightly. This was her destined one. And she felt so blissfully happy she could melt. Su Lingming's lips curved into a gentle smile. Having spent 3 years with Yi Nan, she knew better than anyone his limitless potential. Seeing him shine so brilliantly now, she felt genuinely pleased. Worthy of being my rival and the role model I've always followed. Li Lisha wasn't familiar with Yi Nan, but seeing such stunning looks immediately made her ears flush red. She lowered her gaze to hide her embarrassment, yet couldn't help stealing glances upward. Her adorable little gestures were endearing. Ruan Haoyue's eyes burned with fervor. During lunch, she had shared a table with Yi Nan when he wore his school uniform and was merely somewhat handsome. Now, enhanced by this magnificent attire, she could barely control her urge to throw herself into his arms. Tian, Su Xiaoman, and Zhao Minjing, 3 campus beauties from prestigious high schools, also screamed aloud. Their families had instructed them to get close to Yi Nan, but now that their target was so dazzling, they had forgotten all about ulterior motives. Handsome and excellent, what did a slightly inferior family background matter? They could totally marry down and let him live the soft life with dignity. The 3 shared remarkably similar thoughts. At the position closest to the stage on the right side, Chu Liansan instinctively straightened her back and quietly smoothed her long hair and evening gown. Realizing she had suddenly become conscious of her appearance, she smiled wryly. Shyness coloring her cheeks. She truly hadn't expected Yi Nan could be handsome enough to make her heart flutter. In her 18 years of life, this was the first time she'd felt this way. As for Chun Yingling, after casting an appreciative glance, she withdrew her gaze and observed the expressions of the other 8 girls with great interest. Oh my, little Can is actually smitten? How rare. That sultry little kitten Qin Yinin likes him? Is she serious about this? Little Shasha looks so adorable when she shyly lowers her head. When she looks down, is her view blocked by her chest? Can she even see the table? How curious. President Chun removed his glasses and announced to everyone with a beaming smile. The younger generation is truly formidable. I just received word that the young man, named Yi Nan, spent over 4 hours this afternoon soloing the Peach Willow Garden dungeon on heroic difficulty. He was only level 7 when he entered. Upon hearing this, 4th Master Chu's surprise lasted only a moment on his face. Remembering Yi Nan's world-first achievement, he nodded silently to himself. Merely soloing heroic difficulty was indeed no big deal. He laughed heartily. President Chun, your precious daughter has standards higher than the sky. What do you think this time? Can Yi Nan catch her eye? President Chun shook his head with a chuckle. My Yingling has always been rebellious. The more outstanding someone is, the less likely she is to be interested. You should be the one worrying, Brother Chu, whether that little ancestor of the Chu family might be swept away by this young man. 4th Master Chu's smile instantly vanished, his expression turning solemn. The Hao family elder nearby, hearing this, also pictured his own precious daughters and let out a gentle sigh. This child is destined to become someone significant. Provincial Chief Yin gazed kindly at Yi Nan, nodding repeatedly. The Education Department director beside him suggested quietly, Sir, we need to act quickly and recruit him into our provincial system. Provincial Chief Yin replied indifferently. Is it our province's turn? People from the Central Bureau in Beijing are already on their way. On the other side, Mayor Li was beaming with joy, clapping and cheering as if Yi Nan were his own son. With such a talent emerging from Hangzhou, his heart was blooming with happiness. No matter where Yi Nan would shine in the future, as long as he emerged from Hangzhou during his tenure, it would be an achievement. The award ceremony finally arrived. The epic aura from Yi Nan's transformation still lingered as Principal Hao Yueme, wearing black stockings, held the microphone with a radiant smile. Thank you all for your enthusiastic applause and cheers. Now it's time for the awards. Student Yi Nan. To recognize Yi Nan's outstanding contributions to the school, the administration decided to present him with exceptional rewards. As soon as Principal Hao finished speaking, the 5 vice principals of Hangzhou No. 2 High School stepped onto the stage in predetermined order. The first 2 male vice principals carried a tumtor-long plaque covered with cloth. Following them, Vice Principal Liu, Vice Principal Zhao Lin, and Vice Principal Sun stood side by side, each holding a small spatial ring with both hands. In the absolute Ark world, small spatial rings were equivalent to gift boxes, in reality costing about 1 gold coin each. Common, yet respectable. At this moment, they became the center of attention. Each of the 3 rings contained one of the most precious treasures in the school's history, with one to be awarded to Yi Nan. Seeing this spectacle, the guests at the back tables held their breath, their eyes locked on the stage. Even though the prizes had nothing to do with them, they wanted to witness this excitement for bragging rights later. I'm certain those rings contain at least orange epic equipment, someone whispered. Hiss. Orange gear costs at least 100,000 gold coins, his companion replied. And that's for the worst attributes. With good attributes or special skills, it starts at 150,000. Thinking about the value, they could no longer remain calm. Yinan currently carried precious items worth at least 300,000 gold coins, plus the blasphemous hand and miracle, giving him tremendous confidence. Therefore, even facing potentially more valuable rewards, he remained composed and unperturbed. Seeing Yinan's demeanor in the face of such substantial rewards, dignitaries like Provincial Chief Yin and President Chen all showed a glimmer of approval in their eyes. All the guests in attendance fixed their gaze on the object before the 5 vice principals. It was a rectangular plaque covered with red silk, its shape and thickness clearly indicating it was no ordinary decoration. Someone in the crowd whispered their speculation. If I'm not mistaken, that should be a scholarship. How much do you think? 1 million yuan. 1 million? A world-first achievement is only worth 1 million? You've got some nerve saying that. Then what's your guess? At least 1.2 million yuan. In the Dawn Banquet Hall, discussions rose and fell like waves. At the round tables, Chairman Chen smiled as he turned to Elder Hao of the Hao family, probing. Elder Hao, I wonder if the Hao family has contributed to this scholarship from second high school. Elder Hao merely smiled and nodded, remaining noncommittal. Fourth Master Chu exchanged glances with Chairman Chen, both understanding without words. If the Hao family was involved, this prize money would be substantial. Based solely on second high school's financial capacity, the amount would be at most 50,000 gold coins, equivalent to 5 million yuan, but with the Hao family's addition, it would be far more than that. On the other side, Provincial Chief Yin raised his hand slightly, and Mayor Li was invited to join the provincial leadership table, taking a seat to Provincial Chief Yan's right. Provincial Chief Yan's aged, deep voice spoke. Mayor Li, tell me, how much liquid capital does Hangzhou Second High School currently have in its accounts? Chief Yan, we're here today to attend student Yinan's celebration banquet, not for official business, so please just call me Xiao Li. Mayor Li, having done his homework, immediately replied. According to my estimates, Second High School has at most 50,000 gold coins in liquid funds, and that's including the 10,000 gold coins the city urgently allocated this afternoon. Provincial Chief Yin nodded. 50,000 gold coins, equivalent to 5 million yuan, would already be quite extravagant as a reward for one student. But today's case is special. 50,000 gold coins probably isn't sufficient. Upon hearing this, several high officials felt their hearts skip a beat. 5 million yuan wasn't enough? What magnitude of achievement had student Yi Nan accomplished? On stage, Hao Yuemei stood beside Yi Nan, holding the microphone, her voice clear and bright. Thank you for bringing such tremendous honor to Hangzhou Second High School and to our beautiful city of Hangzhou. She turned to face the entire audience, her tone solemn and passionate. I am honored to represent the Zhejiang provincial government, the Hangzhou municipal government, Hangzhou's education sector, and Hangzhou Second High School in presenting you with this highest honor award. As her words concluded, she extended her snow-white, lotus-like arm and grasped the red silk. Please unveil it. The red silk slipped from her fingertips. The next second, all the guests in the hall collectively gasped. The dignitaries in the front rows smiled slightly, their expressions suggesting they had anticipated this. At the center of the plaque, golden characters gleamed brilliantly. Scholarship, 200,000 gold coins. Whoosh. Before Hao Yuemei had finished speaking, the Dawn Banquet Hall erupted. 200,000 gold coins, equivalent to 20 million yuan. Yinan had cleared the heroic difficulty beginner trial dungeon today, creating a historical record, and this 20 million yuan scholarship had once again broken records. The teachers and parents in the back rows looked at Yinan with eyes full of longing and hope. If only their own children could be half as outstanding as Yinan, their lives would be worthwhile. The students' eyes turned red in unison. At the central round table, Wang Han's eyes widened, and when the figure 200,000 gold coins came into view, he became so excited that he couldn't contain himself and stood up directly. Wang Han's eyes widened in fury, his face flushed crimson as his entire body trembled. He fixed his gaze on Yinan and bellowed. If Zhou Yu exists, why must there be? Before he could finish, his legs gave out, and he staggered backward. Moving too hastily, his bottom barely caught the edge of the chair before he lost his balance completely, tumbling to the floor with a loud thud. Ji Chuang, sitting nearby, immediately sprang up and helped him to his feet. Wang Han's consciousness wavered as he slumped against the chair back, still gasping for breath, his face a mixture of defeat and unwillingness. But the crowd's thunderous excitement had already drowned out his breakdown. His hoarse, desperate roar barely carried beyond a few rows of seats. After settling Wang Han, Ji Chuang looked up toward the stage's focal point Yinan. As class president of Senior Class 5, he felt deeply grateful that over the past 3 years, he had never acted superior around this classmate, never looked down on him, and never kept his distance. Otherwise, he would probably feel too ashamed to even speak to him now. No way did I hear that wrong. In the distance, Wang Xingping, a wealthy young master from Hong Kong, stared wide-eyed in shock, crushing the plastic cup in his hand. 200,000 gold coins as a reward for a high school student. A nearby male student who had already completed his class change and possessed a legendary profession chuckled. What's wrong, young Master Wang? Are you jealous? Wang Xingping snorted. The young man introduced himself. I'm Du Yingqi, from Macau. But don't worry, my accent is clear, you can understand me just fine. He glanced around and noticed his earlier comment had resonated with quite a few people. Everyone here graduated from elite high schools. We all either have legendary professions or SS rank talents. To be honest, though we may be wealthier than him, if we had to earn 200,000 gold coins on our own, I doubt any of us could do it. I'll admit it. Right now, I'm not as good as Yinan. Exactly. Another wealthy young man raised his glass in agreement. Let's toast to Yinan, to our young hero, worthy of a grand celebration. Everyone raised their glasses, appearing magnanimous while actually testing the waters. Guokuan leaned back in his chair with a meaningful smile. These shrewd individuals were clearly positioning themselves early, and before long, their words would coincidentally reach Yinan's ears. Meanwhile, Ma Wenkai, the principal of the elite high school, stood frozen in place, completely out of sync with the surrounding commotion. Originally, he had planned to spare no expense. Whatever scholarship the second high school offered, he would double it. Based on his calculations, second high school's maximum would be 60,000, conservatively 50,000. So he had prepared 150,000 gold coins plus a valuable gift enough to leave Yinan and everyone else speechless. Who could have predicted that second high school would open with 200,000? A full 50,000 more than his preparation, and higher than his most optimistic estimate. Ma Wensai's eyes turned cold as he glared toward the black-stockinged female principal Hao Yuemei at the side of the stage. It had to be her, leveraging the Hao family's connections. Of those 200,000, at least 150,000 came from the Hao family. If you want to compete on school resources, then compete on school resources, but you're competing with family backing instead? Ma Wensai's anger boiled over internally. Isn't this just bullying honest people? As if no one else has family connections. But anger aside, he knew clearly that compared to the Hao family, his own family's influence was far inferior. His calculations had instantly crumbled. 150,000 plus gifts wouldn't be enough to sway Yinan. Ma Wenkai took several deep breaths, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest, before finally making a firm decision. It seemed he would have to play for real now. Time to bring out the elite high school's best offering. Ma Wensai's face showed an expression of fighting to the death. He suddenly stood up, excusing himself to go to the restroom, but actually made a phone call in the stall, giving some instruction in a low voice. A few minutes later, he returned to his seat with a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. That equipment was now in position. Victory was assured. The stage lights sparkled brilliantly as the host announced the prize amount. 200,000 gold coins. Had it not been for the miraculous drop of spirit essence and skill books worth at least 300,000 gold coins, Yinan would surely be beaming with joy at this prize money that could cover 2/3 of his family's debt. But having paid off 30 million in debt through his own efforts in such a short time, he now felt unburdened, his heart barely stirring. Yinan had broken a world record, bringing unprecedented attention and resources to the school. Standing under the spotlight, he still felt that a one-time reward of 200,000 gold coins was excessive. So he turned to the beautiful black-stockinged principal beside him and sincerely lowered his voice. Principal Hao, 200,000 gold coins is really too much. I understand the school's intentions, but with graduation season approaching, the school has many other places that need funding. I cannot accept this. Hao Yuemei's gaze lingered deeply on Yinan. She knew about his family's financial situation and admired even more his character of putting the school first despite his own difficulty. Skin-hearted and not greedy. At this moment, she had secretly decided that she must introduce Yinan to the precious daughter of the Hao family, striving to make him her niece's husband. Yinan's voice wasn't loud, but it was just enough to be caught by the distinguished guests at the main table and front rows. Provincial leader Yin looked at Yinan with gentle eyes, neither arrogant nor impatient, neither humble nor overbearing, indifferent to fame and fortune, a talent worth cultivating. Mayor Li chuckled and boasted to the provincial leader beside him. See, this is the most outstanding talent in our Hangzhou. Chairman Chen nodded with a smile. To remain rational in the face of money, a truly sincere heart. He unconsciously raised his evaluation of Yinan even higher. Elder Chu shook his head with a bitter smile. If it were me in my youth, I might not have had such composure. Below the stage, Qin Yinan felt heartbroken listening. She knew Yinan had been living a hard life these years and secretly blamed the school for being stingy. If it were her, she would have awarded at least 1 million gold coins. On the other side, Chu Liansan had studied behavioral and social psychology since childhood. Through Yinan's micro-expressions, she was certain he was completely genuine, and she admired him sincerely. To maintain one's principles in the face of absolute wealth, such men were extremely rare. She mentally res-cored Yinan, rating him high enough to enter the category of could be my man. On the elevated platform, the lights made Yinan's entire figure radiant. Chen Yingling gazed at him and unconsciously wanted to cross her legs. but realizing this was a public occasion, she restrained herself. Hee hee. A playful smile curved her lips as she gazed at the handsome Yinan. This man was quite interesting. Hao Yueme leaned forward slightly, her voice sincere and resonant. Student Yinan, your strength and character are worthy of these 200,000 gold coins. Please accept them without hesitation. Below the stage, the beautiful principal with black stockings and long legs watched with clear eyes, while Provincial Chief Yin smiled with satisfaction nearby. The entire venue's atmosphere reached its peak. Yinan understood that refusing now would be disrespectful to the school, so he stood up, clasped his hands, and nodded slightly. All right. Thank you, Principal Hao. Thank you to the school, and thank you to all the leaders. Seeing Yinan accept the prize money, Hao Yueme was delighted, her voice carrying drumbeat-like enthusiasm. Not only that, Student Yinan, here are 3 grand gifts, all treasured items from Second High School's collection. You may choose any one of them. As her words fell, the venue instantly erupted. For the first time, Second High School was publicly revealing its precious collection. Hao Yueme raised her hand and turned to face Vice Principal Sun, Vice Principal Lu, and Vice Principal Zhaolin. Please unveil them. Please display them. The 3 vice principals wore solemn expressions as they simultaneously raised their hands and cast the universal skill display. 3 deep red spatial rings hovered in midair, with magnificent streams of light flowing from them, drawing everyone's gaze. Even Yinan held his breath. As the skill fully activated, massive holographic images and text descriptions appeared in the center of the stage. The first to catch the eye was the treasure from Vice Principal Zhao Lin's Ring Pure Flame Essence, an orange, epic treasure. It was a blazing white core, wreathed in fierce flames, with light so brilliant it was impossible to look at directly. Equipment name: Pure Flame Essence, Orange Epic. Type: Treasure. Required level: LV 200. Base attributes: Spell Power 3000. Fire Spell Resistance 300. Special Skills: 1. Pure Flame Power Holders Fire Spell Damage 100. 2. Essence Impact when spellcasting hits, 10 chance to summon blazing flames, dealing fire damage equal to 100 spell power to the target. 3. Flame Emperor's Protection Immunity to Heat, Ignition, and Burn Negative Effects. Immunity to Heatstroke Control Effects. Durability, 100. Binding Status: Unbound automatically binds upon equipping. Orange, Epic Treasure. The crowd erupted in screams. The treasure slot had no quantity limit, making treasures the most expensive among all equipment types. Even a white-grade treasure with decent attributes could sell for 500 gold coins, while ordinary white equipment that wasn't a treasure was worth only a few silver coins. Yinan also had a purple rare treasure in his backpack, the Tiger's Strength Amulet, worth 2,000 gold coins on the market. But this pure flame essence before him was orange, epic grade. Witnessing it at such close range, he felt that surging pressure for the first time and couldn't help but be momentarily dazed. Mayor Li beamed with joy. Excellent, excellent. These attributes are perfect for Student Yinan. With this, he'll be like a tiger with wings. Several provincial leaders nodded simultaneously. Provincial Chief Yin added his analysis. His profession is already a Flame Mage, so he doesn't lack fire damage and can fully utilize pure flame power's benefits. Other professions would have to rely on essence impact for fire damage, plus the immunity to 3 negative effects and 1 control effect. It's the perfect addition. This equipment seems tailor-made for him. The Hao family elder squinted at the treasure, his brow slightly furrowed. Good attributes, plus 3 special skills truly worthy of Second High School's precious collection. Fourth Master Chu looked grave. Treasure equipment is naturally much more expensive than other slots, and orange epic grade is priceless on the market. He turned to President Chun beside him. Brother Chun, based on your experience, how would you appraise this equipment? President Chun narrowed his eyes. I can't speak for other cities, but at least here in Hangzhou, epic treasures without special skills start at around 500,000 gold coins, assuming their attributes are decent. He raised his hand to gesture at the approximate figure, his tone confident and deliberate, as if the entire auction hall's atmosphere had been frozen by his precise appraisal. If they have special skills and excellent attributes, buyers will pay even more. He shifted to a more relaxed sitting position, casually crossing one leg, and continued. On that foundation, each additional special skill adds roughly another 60,000 gold coins. For particularly powerful skills, the price goes even higher. My personal estimate is that this orange epic treasure is worth between 750,000 and 850,000 gold coins. Upon hearing the valuation, Fourth Master Chu and Elder Hao exchanged glances, both rendered speechless. Over 800,000 gold coins, that was already the starting price for golden legendary equipment. Both men simultaneously looked up, directing their attention to the second treasured item. Vice Principal Lu sat upright under the lights, holding an ancient dark green jade token that floated quietly within the spatial ring's projection. Equipment name: Tyrant's Judgment Token. Quality: Orange Epic. Type: Treasure. Level requirement: LV 200. Base attributes: attack power 4000 points. Special skills: 1. Entropy Decree Punishment Decree active. Cast time: 2 seconds. Cooldown: 1 hour. Cost: 30 of wielder's maximum health. Effect: reduces one enemy's armor by 50, subject to hit chance. 2. Corruption Decree Tyranny Decree active. Cast time: 3 seconds. Cooldown: 1 hour. Cost: 30 of wielder's maximum mana. Effect: deals 2 instances of 400 attack power as physical damage to one enemy. Durability: 100 points. Binding: Unbound automatically binds when equipped. Another orange epic treasure. The moment the treasure's attributes were fully displayed, the physical class students in the audience suddenly straightened in their seats like ignited powder kegs, erupting in excitement. With such premium equipment right before their eyes, who wouldn't be tempted? Provincial Chief Yin gazed at the jade token for a long moment before sighing softly. Another treasure piece. Beyond the massive attack bonus, it's essentially like getting 2 additional skills. Especially that armor-reducing ability. It's like a strategic nuclear weapon against bosses. The experienced provincial leaders around him nodded in agreement. Orange epics were already rare enough, let alone one with such powerful dual special skills. Fourth Master Chu withdrew his gaze and looked toward President Chen again, probing. Brother Chen, what's this treasure worth? President Chen's lips curved upward as he chuckled. No less than the previous one, possibly more. Yinan might not use it himself, but he could certainly sell it. After a brief pause, his gaze swept toward the second high school delegation. It seems second high has invested heavily today, determined to secure Yinan's enrollment. I wonder what cards the elite high school has to play. As his words fell, everyone followed his gaze toward the lower seats, the round table, where elite high's principal Ma Wenkai sat. Ma Wenkai appeared calm, yet carried an unmistakable air of confidence. Oh, President Chen raised an eyebrow, his smile deepening. Principal Ma still seems quite assured. With 200,000 gold coins up front and an orange epic treasure worth 800,000, I wonder what trump card he holds to maintain such confidence. Fourth Master Chu chimed in. It must be something extraordinary. Elite High School has dominated Hangzhou's academic circles for decades. Their resources surely far exceed second high's. I'm truly curious to see what Ma Wenkai can produce. Let's see second high's third item first. On stage, the space ring before Vice Principal Sun revealed a palm-sized, blood-red humanoid statue. A crystalline light screen immediately appeared, with 6 lines of pale golden text instantly filling the display. Equipment name: Crimson Blood Path Golden Legendary Treasure. Required level: LV1 and above. Base attributes: none. Special skill: Blood Memory active. Casting time: 5 seconds. Cooldown: 30 days. Health cost: 88.88 million. Effect: retrieve 1 lost colorful mythic equipment from the crevices of history. Durability: infinite. Ownership: unbound. Binds on equip. When the holographic image and complete attributes were projected at center stage, everyone below, including Provincial Chief Yin and all the other dignitaries, fell silent simultaneously. This is golden legendary equipment. And it's a golden legendary treasure at that. After a brief commotion, everyone remembered another issue. Did second high school really have the foundation to store such a high-level treasure? But when they carefully read through the attributes, everything became clear. They could store it, but no one would dare actually use it. Provincial Chief Yin nodded thoughtfully. There's a reason it remains at second high school. Mayor Li's expression was peculiar as he lowered his voice to remind. Chief Yin, awarding this item to Yinan. Isn't that inappropriate? Besides selling it to decomposers or blacksmiths, does it have any other value? Several provincial leaders exchanged glances, their gazes finally settling on the Crimson Blood Path with complex, yet helpless expressions. Chun Jinkai, president of the Hangzhou Commercial Alliance, was well-traveled and considered his collection substantial, but today's red statue gave him an unprecedented sense of humor. Requiring 88.88 million health points, it really dares to ask. He turned to probe the Hao family elder. That 600-plus level Angel King in your family, with 12 awakenings and 7 transformations, his health probably doesn't even reach 90 million, does it? The Hao family elder smiled bitterly and shook his head. Forget about a level 600 Angel King. Even a level 700 demigod would only have 50 million at most. Nearby, Elder Chu chuckled softly. There are no professionals in this world with 88.88 million health, but there are plenty of bosses with that much. It seems the Crimson Blood Path can only be used by bosses. The 3 men looked at each other and couldn't help bursting into laughter. Ha! After laughing, Chen Jinsai's expression grew serious. Even so, it's still golden legendary. Even if it can't be used and provides no attribute bonuses, it can still be sold to decomposers. Decomposing golden legendary equipment is a dream upgrade opportunity for any decomposer. In terms of actual price, it's only slightly lower than those other 2 orange epic pieces. At this very moment, Yinan's heart was pounding wildly. The first 2 orange epic treasures had merely seemed valuable to him, But when the Crimson Blood Path's attributes appeared, a flash of delight crossed his eyes. 88.88 million health? Others don't have it, but I do. What would possessing this treasure mean? It meant that every 30 days, he could obtain a colorful mythic equipment out of thin air. Colorful mythic equipment was the highest grade of equipment in the absolute Ark world. What others would consider useless legendary equipment only fit for dismantling becomes treasure in Yinan's hands. How Yueme gripped the silver microphone while gently tugging at Yinan's sleeve with her other hand, leading him to the center of the spotlight-focused stage and stopping before the three pieces of equipment. She announced with a smile, "You may choose any one item from these three." The transparent display cases stood in a row. The pure flame essence floated like a dancing golden-red flame within its crystal dome. The tyrant's judgment token emanated a dark, cold gleam with ancient runes flickering in and out of visibility. The crimson blood path lay quietly, dull and lightless, appearing no different from an ordinary piece of dark red ore. As the three treasures were revealed, the auditorium immediately buzzed with excitement. Guests whispered among themselves, speculating about Yinan's choice. Whether it was his classmates standing in the back rows or the entrepreneurs and parents seated in front, everyone was filled with envy. They all knew these three pieces of equipment were each worth a fortune. Any one of them would be enough to grant an ordinary person immediate financial freedom. I think he'll definitely choose the pure flame essence. It's a perfect match for a fire mage. Agreed. That treasure seems tailor-made for him. But don't forget about the tyrant's judgment token. Its special abilities are stronger, and it would fetch a higher price at auction. Exactly. With equipment this valuable, would he really use it himself? Better to convert it to cash and improve his life directly, than buy a complete set of epic gear. Much more practical. Right? He just changed classes and is still far from level 200. Selling it for money makes the most sense. The discussions rose and fell, with nearly everyone assuming Yinan would weigh his options between the pure flame essence and the tyrant's judgment token. No one mentioned the seemingly worthless crimson blood path that could only be sold cheaply to dismantlers. Hao Yueme watched Yinan with an encouraging smile. Student Yinan, choose boldly and confidently. Don't feel pressure. This is what you deserve. In truth, Yinan had already made his decision. He took the microphone and was about to speak when a sudden, sharp shout interrupted him. Wait! Yinan froze, looking toward the source of the voice, and all the guests turned their heads as well. The voice belonged to Ma Wenkai, the principal of the Qi High School. Ma Wenkai slowly rose to his feet and called out loudly, "Student Yinan, may I have a moment of your time?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he strode up the steps with determined pace under Hao Yueme's livid expression, positioning himself steadily to Yinan's right. Hao Yueme stood guard on the left, the three forming a line that felt like an invisible encirclement. "Hello, Student Yinan. I am Ma Wenkai, principal of the Qi High School," Ma Wenkai said with a slight nod, his voice resonating clearly. "I have something here I'd like you to see. It will only take a moment of your time. I believe after viewing it, you'll have new thoughts and make a new choice." With that, he raised his right fist. His knuckles uncurled, revealing an identical spatial ring resting quietly in his palm. Display. The ring flashed with light, and a holographic image accompanied by text slowly unfurled in midair. A jet-black crown rotated and hovered, its ancient surface covered in intricate patterns, with a mysterious totem at its center that ordinary people could hardly decipher. Equipment name: Crown of Anu Golden Legendary. Slot Head. Level requirement: LV1, upgradable. Base equipment attributes: Health 1000, Mana 500, Armor 25, Magic Resistance 30, Spell Power 40, Effect Resistance 2. Base attributes continue to grow as equipment level increases. Special Skill 1, Energy Spring. Active use: 10-second cast time, 24-hour cooldown. During casting, the wielder must raise both hands to channel the energy of the Anu family. Base effect: increases spell power by 20,000 points for 10 minutes. Extended casting available. Each additional second consumed adds 4,000 spell power. Maximum 20 additional seconds. Total additional increase of 80,000 spell power. Special Skill 2, Hacker Calls. The wielder will receive the starting quest for the hidden epic questline, Lost City, Hacker, at a specific time and location. Durability, 100 points. Binding. Unbound. Wearing this equipment will automatically bind it. In the marketplace, equipment with built-in special skills was exceedingly rare, and those with premium special skills were even rarer than phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Tonight, the second high school had consecutively revealed 3 powerful special skill equipment pieces, shocking the assembled guests and subtly creating the illusion that premium equipment seemed to be everywhere. After round upon round of amazement, the crowd's shock immunity seemed to gradually increase. No matter how good the items that appeared, it was difficult to stir up the initial frenzy. However, when the crown of Anu's complete data was displayed in the air, except for Provincial Chief Yin, who remained calmly seated below, Mayor Li, Chairman Shun, Elder Hao, and other dignitaries all changed expression, showing undisguised shock in unison. The reason was simple. The crown of Anu's two special skills could no longer be described merely as premium. Fourth Master Chu showed such a shocked expression for the first time. He leaned forward, his eyes practically glued to the light screen, repeatedly confirming those numbers. 100,000? 100,000 spell power. This enhancement, isn't this too outrageous? Fourth Master Chu was a level 449 saint, preparing for his ninth awakening quest and pushing toward the level 450 milestone. He was also a mage-class player, equipped with 3 orange epic items with decent stats, while the rest of his gear consisted entirely of red excellent equipment with top-tier attributes. Despite his luxurious equipment, among level 449 saints, his overall stats could only be considered above average, with his spell power barely exceeding 137,000 points. In comparison, the crown of Anu's inherent ability of daily 10-minute duration 100,000 spell power seemed absurdly overpowered. Those 100,000 points were equivalent to more than 2/3 of his own spell power, closer to the level of those elite mages stuck at the 8th Awakening quest and capped at level 399. Even more ridiculous was that this equipment could be worn at level 1. Chu Laosi stared at the crown of Anu, his heart burning with desire. These stats would be a massive boost for him too, and if he could get his hands on it, his chances of completing the 9th Awakening quest would increase dramatically. Unfortunately, he took a deep breath and shifted his gaze to Yinan. The elite high school was obviously using this equipment to win over Yinan. Meanwhile, President Chun, like a true businessman, focused solely on the equipment's special skill call of Anuhizal. The Lost City. Anuhizal. So the clue was in this equipment all along. He muttered under his breath, and Chu Laosi caught fragments of his words, his eyes widening in shock. Holy crap! The legend of the Lost City is real? Elder Hao asked in confusion. The Lost City? What does that mean? President Chun patiently explained. The Lost City is a treasure legend that circulates in the Jiangnan region. The absolute Ark world has manifested in reality for 188 years, but the Ark's own history extends far beyond that. Research shows that in an era when gods frequently walked the earth, there was a god-favored family called Anu that worshipped a certain deity. Their main city, Anuhizal, later disappeared along with the fall of that god. People call that vanished city the Lost City. Legend has it that it contains endless treasures, legendary equipment, heavenly-grade materials, rare recipes, exotic pet eggs, and possibly even colored mythic equipment. After all, the Anu family were god-favored the couldn't possibly not have possessed mythic gear. Elder Hao gasped. So you're saying this equipment can help its bearer find the Lost City? President Chin's expression grew serious. No one has been able to locate that city for all these years, and many doubt its existence. But following this hidden epic quest line, there's definitely a chance to find it. Student Yi Nin will very likely make a new choice because of this. The elite high school's foundation is truly profound. At center stage, Ma Wenkai took in the shock from the audience below, a smug smile playing at his lips. He turned to shoot a provocative glance at Hao Yueme, making her expression even more sour. Then, facing Yinan, Ma Wenkai spoke in a gentle yet deliberately raised voice. Student Yinan, are these equipment stats and special skills impressive and powerful? Without waiting for Yinan's answer, he declared in a booming voice. Student Yinan, if you transfer to join our elite high school, I will present you with this golden legendary upgradable equipment worth at least 1.5 million gold coins, the crown of Anu in behalf of our school. As his words fell, the entire venue erupted in uproar. Hao Yueme's face instantly turned ashen. The second high school's raised offer of 200,000 gold coins and scholarship plus equipment worth about 800,000 gold coins, totaling 1 million gold coins, had seemed to break all boundaries, yet appeared weightless before the crown of Anu. If she were making the choice, she would unhesitatingly choose this crown as well. Ma Wenkai struck while the iron was hot. How about it, Student Yinan? If you join the elite high school, I promise before all our distinguished guests that in the final month before the college entrance exam, the school will provide you with special resource allocation to help you achieve excellent results and compete for admission to the most prestigious universities in the Yin Kingdom. Students from both second high school and the elite high school below the stage erupted in excitement. This was the treatment everyone dreamed of. Ma Wenkai smiled confidently and asked again, his leading tone filled with certainty. You'll choose to join the elite high school, won't you? Whether it's the value of the rewards or the future benefits, the prestigious high school completely outclassed second high school. The auditorium was brightly lit and buzzing with voices, as almost everyone was certain that Yinan would nod and accept. After all, the allure of the legendary equipment Crown of Anu was undeniable, and it seemed anyone would make the same correct choice. Below the stage, Ji Chuang covered his face with both hands, his eyes showing through his fingers filled with despair. It's over. My title as class monitor of the world's first clear achiever is about to slip away. The outstanding graduates of second high school also hung their heads low, looking dejected. Originally, they were Yinan's closest schoolmates, and in the future when bragging, they could casually say, "Hey, you know Yinan, the guy who achieved the world's first clear of the nightmare difficulty beginner trial dungeon? He was my classmate, and we even ran dungeons together before graduation." This kind of bragging material was about to become worthless, so their faces naturally showed regret. In contrast, Guokuin smiled slightly, appearing the most composed. That afternoon, he had spent a full half-hour chatting with Yinan's mother and had already left a good impression on the elderly woman. Now, if Yinan truly became his classmate, he was determined to stick close to this powerful ally. On the other side, Wang Xingping, Du Yingqi, and other top graduates recognized by the prestigious high school felt their hearts tighten. Having a monster who broke world records as a classmate would dramatically increase their pressure. In the front row of the auditorium, Chairman Chun, Elder Chu, and Elder Hao from the family furrowed their brows with grave expressions. Further ahead, provincial leader Yin remained expressionless, quietly watching the center of the stage. On stage, Ma Wenkai, the principal of the prestigious high school, stood in his crisp suit, full of confidence. He could almost foresee victory. "Come on, student Yinan." He gripped the microphone and shouted loudly. "Tell everyone your choice." In fact, when Ma Wenkai had just displayed the crown of Anu, Yinan still couldn't figure out what the man was up to, had wondered why the principal of the prestigious high school would give him something for no reason. Only when this public promise was made did he fully understand. The man wanted to poach him. Thinking of this, Yinan couldn't help but smile wryly. Where was this Principal Ma when he was unknown and unnoticed? Where was this Principal Ma when he had been accepted to the prestigious high school years ago, but couldn't afford the high tuition and had to settle for second best? Now that he had broken a world record, the man came rushing to curry favor. Wasn't it a bit too late? Yinan reflected on the past 3 years and still felt affection for second high school. During those difficult times, the school never looked down on him because of his poor family background. Through hard work and good grades, he received scholarships and financial aid every year and was even granted a 50% tuition reduction upon enrollment. He had never forgotten that kindness shown in times of need. How could he, Yinan, be the kind of person who would abandon his alma mater the moment he achieved success? Besides, was the crown of Anu really as invincible as imagined? In Yinan's eyes, the most important thing was only that crimson blood path. 100,000 magic power boost. Was that really so impressive? The so-called treasures from the lost city, were they really so precious? 1,500,000 gold coins. Was that really so much? No matter how awesome your crown of Anu might be, could it compare to my crimson blood path's stable monthly output of a single rainbow mythic equipment piece? Colorful mythical equipment. Currently, even the most powerful organizations in the world might not possess more than a few pieces of such gear, and their value is simply immeasurable. Each piece of colorful mythical equipment comes with its own divine skill. Yet Yinan had turned them into regular supplies by paying 88.88 million life points each month. He could steadily obtain one piece. He considered this deal a complete win. He had also discovered that he might be the only person in the world capable of mastering the Crimson Blood Path. When Ma Wenkai extended the invitation to the elite high school, Yinan's answer was already clear in his mind. He looked up at the beautiful Principal Hao Yueme in black stockings sitting in the front row. At this moment, Hao Yueme had shed her usual sharp efficiency. Her eyes reddened at the corners, her expression sorrowful like a wounded little animal, making Yinan's heart skip a beat. His forewings trembled lightly. Golden halos spread from Yinan's body, enveloping his entire figure in brilliant radiance. This was the full effect of the Wings of Heaven male flame gold epic costume set. Fast-paced violin and piano ensemble suddenly rang out, followed by male and female soprano harmonies, as the hall's sound system pushed the atmosphere to its peak, as if singing his praises. The 5 large characters Hero Challenger hung above Yinan's head against a starry background. This was the first time the guests had witnessed title effects up close, and the venue instantly erupted. The 3 elite class beauties at the main table, Tian Tian, Su Xiaoman, and Zhao Minjing, simultaneously raised their phones, capturing Yinan's radiant image on their screens. Li Lisha and Su Lengming gazed at him with dreamy eyes. Wan Haiyue remained as fervent as ever, while Qin Yining beside her showed even deeper affection. Chu Liansan struggled to suppress her racing heart, while Chun Yingling completely lost her smile. Yinan gripped the microphone, his voice not loud, but carrying an inexplicable penetrating power. "Please quiet down, everyone." The noise stopped abruptly, and all eyes focused on him. He turned to Ma Wenkai, his tone calm. Principal Ma Wenkai first nodded with a smile, but the next sentence froze that smile on his face. "Thank you for your concern and recognition. I appreciate the gift and sentiment from the elite high school. I will not transfer there." A collective gasp swept through the hall. Such an answer was beyond everyone's expectations. Ma Wenkai urgently pressed. Why? He couldn't understand, had even offered his most precious equipment. So why was he still being rejected? Yinan took a deep breath, his mind flashing back to dark childhood memories. Those years had made him despise choices driven purely by profit, while ignoring emotion. Second high school had helped him with half his tuition during his most difficult times and awarded scholarships and financial aid based on fair and transparent standards. That timely assistance was etched into his very bones. He spoke quietly. You might not understand, but this is the reason. The hall fell silent. Several tender-hearted girls and women felt their eyes well up, and how Uma quietly raised her hand to wipe away tears. This quality of valuing relationships and loyalty moved everyone. Provincial Chief Yin breathed a sigh of relief, his smile returning with eyes full of satisfaction. A good prospect, a pillar of the nation. Applause began sparse, but quickly grew thunderous throughout the venue. Yuan Haoyue excitedly stood up, her fiery red figure screaming from below the stage as more people joined the cheering. Well said. Truly worthy of being one of our fine Chinese sons. 3 resonant words boomed through the banquet hall, causing everyone to turn around. An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit with white hair, accompanied by a middle-aged man with profound eyes, strode toward the center of the venue. The ordinary guests didn't know who these newcomers were, but they sensed these were people of great wealth or status. Everyone present, whether they were students who had just completed their class transitions, professionals at levels 200 to 300, or even saint-level powerhouses like Old Fourth Chu and President Chun at level 400 without exception. They all simultaneously felt an overwhelming, almost suffocating pressure emanating from the white-haired elder. This was positional dominance, a terrifying aura that only demigods could possess. This visitor was clearly no ordinary person. Old Fourth Chu instinctively frowned, secretly on guard. President Chun lowered his gaze to the table, struggling to recall the man's identity. The Hao family elder's eyes trembled violently as he shot to his feet. Meanwhile, Provincial Chief Yin, seated at the main table, suddenly brightened and hurried forward, calling out loudly, Elder Ding, you've finally arrived. Elder. The venue instantly erupted in commotion. Even the high school seniors understood that Elder represented the highest-ranking officials from the Central Department of the Yin Nation. Anyone whom a provincial chief would respectfully address as Elder could only come from the upper echelons of the capital's Central Department. The fact that even the capital had been stirred into action made hearts race with the weight of this moment. Ha! Seeing everyone's reaction, the white-haired elder burst into hearty laughter, scratching the back of his head like a mischievous old child. As his laughter subsided, he nodded toward Yinan at the center of the stage. Young man, my apologies, am a bit loud. Didn't mean to interrupt your speech. Please, continue. After observing proper courtesy, he walked alongside the deep-eyed middle-aged man beside him toward the provincial leadership table, guided by Provincial Chief Yin. Chief Yin respectfully yielded the head seat and took a secondary position, clearly positioning himself as an attendant. Yinan understood this elder's extraordinary status, nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then turned to face Principal Ma Wenkai on stage. Principal Ma, thank you for the recognition from the Qi High School, and thank you for your kind offer. Standing under the spotlight, Ma Wenkai looked utterly embarrassed, forcing his lips into a smile that looked worse than crying. Haha, student Yinan, no need to be so formal. Inwardly, he was seething. If any other student had dared to be so ungrateful, he would have lost his temper and used his authority to pressure them. But Yinan was different. Even Elder Ding from the Central Department's Education Bureau was backing him. How could he dare make trouble? He could only keep reminding himself. Can't afford to offend him, absolutely cannot afford to offend him. Since he couldn't afford to antagonize him, he'd better curry favor quickly. Ma Wenkai cleared his throat, projecting his voice especially loudly. You truly are a rare genius. Our failure to recruit you to our Qi High School is the school's tremendous loss. But that's all right. You've brought honor to Hangqing's education sector. As president of the Hangqing Education Association, representing both the Qi High School and Hangqing's entire education community, I'm awarding you 250,000 gold coins. Buzz, the banquet hall immediately exploded with fresh discussion. Ma Wenkai produced the 150,000 gold coins he had prepared in advance, then gritted his teeth and added another 100,000 from his personal account, forcibly outdoing Second High School's 200,000 gold coin reward. His calculation was simple. Even if Yinan didn't transfer to the Qi High School, this 250,000 could buy him some goodwill. This won't do. Yinan immediately raised his hand in refusal. Principal Ma, this is too much. I cannot accept it. I've already received a 200,000 reward from my alma mater, Second High School. I don't need any more gold coins. He understood all too well the principle of being beholden to those who give you favors. With his abilities, earning 250,000 wouldn't be difficult, but accepting this money in full view of everyone would come at a much higher cost. Rejected by Yinan once again, Ma Wenkai grew anxious and hurriedly persuaded. Student Yinan, this is just a small token of appreciation from the Qi High School and Hangzhou Education Association. It's really not much at all. The students below exchanged bewildered glances. 250,000 gold coins was not much at all. Money was incredibly tight these days. A family would be considered well off if they could produce tens of thousands of gold coins, let alone 250,000. Indeed, it's not much. A vigorous elderly voice rang out from the VIP section. Everyone turned to look and saw an old man in a dark gray Zhongshan suit slowly rising to his feet, wearing a faint smile. It was Elder Ding from the Education Pavilion. He looked toward Ma Wenkai, his tone steady yet unquestionable. Principal, 250,000 gold coins hardly reflects the sincerity of Hangzhou's educational community. If you truly mean it, why not give student Yi Nan that Anu crown instead? The entire venue fell silent instantly. The Anu crown worth at least 1.5 million gold coins, and it came with clues to finding the lost city of Enuhizer. Its potential value was immeasurable. Asking Ma Wenkai to give it away for free? Absolutely impossible. Yet with Elder Ding speaking, he dared not defy him. Remembering how he had failed to secure Yi Nan's enrollment earlier and now had to give away a precious treasure, his face crumpled like a bitter melon. Elder Ding continued, his voice booming. I'm not asking you to give it for nothing. On behalf of the Central Department's Education Pavilion, I promise that we'll send equivalent equipment from the capital to compensate your Hangzhou Key High School afterward. As soon as these words landed, Ma Wensai's expression immediately brightened, and he nodded repeatedly. Ahaha, since Elder Ding puts it that way. He cheerfully pressed the spatial ring containing the Anu crown into Yi Nan's hands. Student Yi Nan, this Anu crown is yours from now on. Huh. Not only were the guests too shocked to speak, but Yi Nan himself was dumbfounded. They were just giving him the priceless Anu crown like that? He instinctively looked toward Elder Ding. The old man waved his hand, his voice still booming. Young man, when I tell you to accept it, you accept it. Only one requirement: no selling it. You can only use it yourself. Now, put it on and bind it to yourself. Yinan was still in a daze. Hao Yueme wiped away her tears and showed a gentle, sisterly smile, taking his hand and softly coaxing. Student Yinan, put it on quickly and show Elder Ding. The Anu crown is growable equipment with an initial wearing level of 1. Yinan groggily put on the golden legendary item. Ding, binding successful. A black crown phantom appeared above his head and instantly vanished. Hao Yueme's eyes filled with joy as she gestured for him to express his thanks. Yinan snapped back to reality and bowed solemnly. Thank you, Elder Ding. Elder Ding laughed heartily and waved dismissively. Don't mention it. Huh. He then sat back down. Only then did the venue truly erupt. Chairman Shin suddenly understood and blurted out. So the Central Department has entrusted the task of finding the lost city to this young man Yi Nan. Fourth Master Chu and the Hao family elder also exchanged glances, suddenly comprehending. Fourth Master Chu whispered. It seems the Central Department in the capital places extreme importance on this young man. The Hao family elder's expression grew serious. The Central Department will definitely bring such talent into the system to serve the country. Provincial Chief Yin and several other provincial officials exchanged meaningful looks. Understanding the situation, Elder Ding from the Education Pavilion had personally come to Hangzhou to recruit talent. This Yi Nan would surely achieve great things in the future, perhaps becoming their equal or even superior within a few years. They all simultaneously raised their assessment of him by several levels. At center stage, Yi Nan remained in a trance. Not because he had received a precious treasure, but because of the mad whisper echoing repeatedly in his mind. We drowned among the stars. This was the voice from the Anu crown. Frenzied, delirious roars echoed through Yi Nan's mind. The sound was like a wild beast crashing around deep within his skull, and he could clearly feel the blood vessels on both sides of his temples throbbing and swelling, bringing waves of dull pain. Fortunately, as time slowly passed, the roaring gradually faded away, quieting down like a receding tide, and the headache eased along with it. He finally regained control of his thoughts and confirmed that he had returned to normal. Student Yi Nan. Suddenly, the delighted and somewhat excited voice of the beautiful principal Hao Yueme rang in his ears. Yi Nan looked up, and the stage lights illuminated Hao Yueme's face from the side. Her eyes were bloodshot with tear stains not yet wiped away, making her appear even more charming yet fragile. Just minutes ago, upon hearing Yi Nan's decision to stay at second high school despite the temptation of the crown of Anu, she couldn't contain her emotions and burst into tears right there on stage. At this moment, she had long since regarded Yi Nan as something far beyond just a student. He had become an extremely important symbol. When Master Ding personally decided to present the crown of Anu as a gift on the spot, Hao Yueme was genuinely happy for Yi Nan, her feelings like those of an older sister watching her younger brother receive something wonderful. If not for the formal setting, she would have rushed over to give him a warm embrace. Make your choice. Which of the 3 rewards from the school will you select? Hao Yueme brought the microphone closer, her voice full of anticipation. If the rules hadn't stipulated choosing only one, she would have wanted to give all 3 to Yi Nan. Without the slightest hesitation, Yinan said calmly yet firmly. I choose the crimson blood path. Ah. Hao Yueme couldn't help but gasp softly. The audience below also erupted in commotion today. Yinan had continuously defied everyone's predictions. The first time, everyone was certain he would take the crown of Anu and transfer to a prestigious high school. The second time, most people assumed he would choose between the pure flame essence and the tyrant's judgment. Tokino one thought he would be interested in the crimson blood path. Yet he had consistently gone against expectations. As the principal of second high school, Hao Yueme knew the value of these three treasures better than anyone. Just as everyone had assessed, although the crimson blood path bore the title of Golden Legend, it had no additional attributes and its special abilities were practically blank, making it the least valuable. She truly couldn't understand why Yinan had chosen it. Was there some deeper strategy? Or perhaps, at this thought, her gaze instantly softened. Had Yinan deliberately picked the least valuable item to save money for the school? This notion quickly spread throughout the banquet hall, and many guests showed similar expressions. On the other side, Ji Chuang let out a long breath. He opened a bottle of Frero red wine, poured it into his glass with a splash, then raised the glass toward Yinan on the center stage in a distant toast. Having been classmates for 3 years, he knew Yinan's circumstances all too well. Yinan had reached this point entirely through his own efforts, with little help from the class or homeroom teacher. That Yinan still considered the school's interests after his success filled Ji Chuang with immense admiration. Yinan, I toast to you, he said silently in his heart. As your class monitor, I feel both honored and proud, as well as deeply ashamed. May you soar to great heights in the future and forge ahead fearlessly. You will always be the pride of Class 5, Grade 12. After speaking, Ji Chuang's vision blurred slightly as he drained his glass in one gulp. The other outstanding graduates at the table were also moved by the emotion, and they each poured themselves a glass of red wine, raising it in a toast to Yinan before downing it completely. Guokuan stood there somewhat dazed. This afternoon, he had actually visited Dimu Mountain Town and seen Yinan's dilapidated little courtyard and his mother working hard. Guokuan knew exactly what Yinan's family situation was like. Under such difficult circumstances, Yinan actually wasn't pursuing maximum profit. A smile crept across Guokuan's lips. Originally, he had approached Yinan for profit and connections, wanting to befriend him for those reasons. But at this moment, Guokuan suddenly felt that regardless of anything else, Yinan was someone worth knowing. Hao Yueme could barely control her emotions, looking at Yinan with tears in her eyes, her melodious voice trembling with emotion. Student Yinan, are you certain? Won't you reconsider one more time? Yinan replied decisively. I'm certain. Principal Hao, I want the crimson blood path. Seeing Yinan's persistence, Hao Yueme thought to herself that since he was so determined, she would go along with his wishes. Afterward, she could privately compensate him with some gold coins on behalf of second high school. She absolutely couldn't let Yinan suffer a loss. All right, student Yinan, the principal supports your choice. Hao Yueme took the spatial ring containing the crimson blood path from Vice Principal Sun and directly traded it to Yinan. Transaction successful. Then, Hao Yueme straightened her posture and called out to the entire venue with an uplifting tone. Distinguished guests, student Yinan will forever be the pride of Hangqing Second High School. He is also the pride of our entire city of Hangqing. Let us give him thunderous applause and cheers to celebrate student Yinan's achievement of the world's first kill and Yin country's first kill of the heroic difficulty novice trial dungeon. Confetti burst forth and lights blazed. This was the most exhilarating moment of the entire event. In this heated atmosphere, Yinan smiled as he enthusiastically responded to the guests' cheers while already retrieving the crimson blood path from the spatial ring and equipping it directly. Ding. Please note, do you confirm equipping this item? Successful equipping will result in soul-binding confirmation. Confirmed. The crimson blood path has successfully soul-bound with you. Yinan exhaled softly. Perfecti had obtained a legendary mythical equipment piece within a month. In his heart, this equipment was what mattered most. The Anu crown and the hundreds of thousands of gold coins were just extras. Yinan's lips finally broke into a brilliant smile. Enhanced by his beautification skills and epic costume set, this smile captured many young women's hearts. When the confetti stopped and the lights ceased their intense flashing, the venue's guests gradually calmed down. Li, the mayor dressed in a sharp suit, walked onto the stage, also holding a small spatial ring. Mayor Li was indeed a prominent figure in Hangqing, ranking among the top important people. But in today's setting, his status seemed slightly insufficient, so he clearly understood his position and maintained the proper attitude, not putting on airs as he usually did. Mayor Li walked onto the stage and approached Yinan. Ma Wenkai quietly slipped off the stage nearby, departing without fanfare. Student Yinan. Mayor Li wore a gentle smile and said warmly, I represent the official government of Hangqing City in congratulating you on achieving such remarkable accomplishments. He handed the small spatial ring to Yinan and said, this contains a small token of appreciation from the city government. Seeing Hangqing's mayor representing the government and giving him a gift, Yinan was somewhat bewildered. He instinctively glanced at the beautiful principal beside him, and seeing how Yueme nod with a smile, Yinan accepted the ring. Upon checking, he found 50,000 gold coins inside. This, Yinan was still too young after all. When he turned slightly to look toward the area below the stage, he saw that important figures from Hongqing's major families, including some second-tier families, had all formed a long queue waiting to present him with gifts. Only then did he realize just how valuable the record he had created truly was. Yinan had thought that once the school gave him a gift, that would be the end of it. But looking at the current situation, it seemed the gift-giving had only just begun. The scene left Yinan utterly stunned. In the center of the auditorium, the elite of Hangzhou's high society formed a long line. Each person holding gift boxes or spatial rings, their faces adorned with flattering or respectful smiles, all queuing to present gifts to an 18-year-old young man. This was something Yinan had never dared to imagine before, yet it was happening right before his eyes. The average value of the gifts was around 6,000 gold coins. While they couldn't compare to that orange epic treasure, they made up for it in sheer quantity. The top-tier families at the front of the line offered gifts far exceeding this amount. President Chen approached Yinan. As the chairman of Hangzhou's Business Federation, any casual decision he made could shake the city's commercial world to its core. At this moment, he wore a warm smile, his eyes filled with admiration. Student Yinan, such remarkable talent at such a young age. I have high hopes for you. Instead of handing over the typical small spatial ring, he presented a gleaming golden metal card. This is the Platinum Gold card of Hangzhou's Business Federation. The cardholder automatically becomes our highest-tier Platinum member, 20% discount at all affiliated enterprises, commission-free consignment sales, and the highest level of VIP treatment. Guokuin in the audience felt his eyelids twitch upon hearing this. He knew that fewer than 30 Platinum members existed in the entire city, each one an industry titan. This status couldn't be bought with money alone. President Chen smiled again. You're the same age as my daughter Yingling. What she needs most are outstanding friends like you. Here's her QQ, and we chat. The gift procession continued. The Chu family presented a red excellence grade staff with built-in special abilities and low-level requirements perfect for Yinan's current use and filling the gap of his missing primary weapon. After handing over the staff, Chu Laosi looked conflicted but eventually wrote Chu Lianshan's QQ and WeChat on a small card and passed it to Yinan as well. Next, an elder from the Hao family stepped forward, respectfully offering another generous gift with both hands. Yinan quickly waved his hands. This won't do. I've already received 2 magnificent gifts from the Hao family today. I can't accept more. Those 2 gifts were epic-grade costume sets, one in flame gold and one in pure white. The Hao family elder smiled kindly. Oh, those earlier gifts were from Principal Hao's personal sentiment. This one represents our Hao family. Please accept them all, dear child. Opening the box revealed exactly 100,000 gold coins, gleaming golden and piled into a small hill. Hao Yueme grasped Yinan's hand, her face radiating undisguised joy and approval. Unable to refuse further, Yinan had no choice but to accept once again. At the end of the crowd, Ruan Haoyue, dressed in a bright red gown, bounced cheerfully toward Yinan. Her eyes sparkled like lit lanterns. When I asked what kind of gift you'd like during lunch, you wouldn't say, so I had no choice but to bring the most precious thing from my home. With that, she solemnly placed a small spatial ring into Yinan's palm with both hands. The moment Yinan closed his fingers around it, Ruan Haoyue moved closer under everyone's watchful gaze. Even in high heels, her petite and delicate frame stood only 5 feet 8 inches tall, still considerably shorter than Yinan's 6 feet. Ruan Haoyue tilted her head back, covered Yinan's microphone with both hands, and whispered in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. The most precious thing in the Ruan family is actually me. Do you want it? Her soft body pressed against his chest, and the sweet fragrance of the girl's hair filled his nostrils. Yinan was, after all, just a young man, and his ears quickly turned red. Ruan Haoyue caught his subtle reaction, feeling both sweet and shy in her heart. She gently squeezed his hand and turned to run off the stage. In the auditorium, countless boys who had secret crushes on Ruan Haoyue instantly had their hearts broken. Some buried their heads and drank heavily, while others stared blankly in a daze. At the main table, several top-tier girls who were closest to the stage saw everything clearly. Qin Yinin's eyes turned frosty, and she cursed in her mind like machine gun fire green tea bitch. Scheming whore. Shameless. The 3 school beauties from the elite high school were also complaining on the same wavelength. The next moment, Qin Yinin, with her long wavy hair, stood up and walked onto the stage in her stilettos. She no longer wore that cold expression that kept people at arm's length when facing Yinan, but instead carried turbulent yet complex emotions that Yinan couldn't understand, but Principal Hao Yueme could see clearly. Qin Yinin opened her palms, revealing a small spatial ring that glinted coldly. Congratulations, this is for you. Her voice was so soft it was almost drowned out by the music, clearly not good with words. Her snow-white lotus-like arms reflected the stage lights, and her delicate face was no less beautiful than Ruan and Chu's. Yinan accepted the ring and said quietly, "Thank you. Please give my regards to your father." He knew well that the Qin family controlled the Jiangnan auction house and wielded tremendous power. Qin Yinan, who had originally wanted to leave immediately, was completely provoked by Ruan Haoyue's earlier actions. She looked up, a resolute light burning in her eyes. The next second, she threw her entire body into Yinan's arms, burying her head against his neck and wrapping her arms tightly around his back. Yinan froze soft. Fragrant his instinct was to tighten his arms around her, but under the watchful eyes of everyone, he forced himself to restrain, only awkwardly holding his arms half open. The audience immediately erupted in cheers and jeers, but the whisper against his ear made Yinan's heart skip a beat. "Have you forgotten the promise between us?" "A promise?" His mind raced to search his memory. Throughout 3 years of high school, he and Qin Yinan had only sat near each other during monthly exams, and they could hardly be called close. When exactly had they made any promise? He couldn't remember at all. Qin Yinan didn't give him more time to think. She let go, covered her face, and went back to the main table with flushed cheeks and rapid breathing. The girls at the main table had various expressions. Chun Yingling watched the drama unfold with amusement. Chu Liansan secretly admired her courage. Li Lisha and Su Lengming looked completely surprised. No one at school had ever heard that Qin Yinan liked Yinan. Ruan Haoyue's gaze was as dangerous as a knife. When Qin Yinan met her eyes, she instantly put away her shyness and once again covered herself with a layer of frost. The atmosphere at the main table immediately became tense. The ceremony had to continue. Tian, Su Xiaoman, and Zhao Minjing took turns going on stage to present gifts. When it was Su Xiaoman's turn, after handing over her gift, she mustered the courage to look at Yinan. "Yinan, may I take a photo with you?" This request wasn't too outrageous, so Yinan readily nodded. Su Xiaoman smiled as sweetly as strawberry cake, stood beside him, naturally linked her arm through his, and positioned their faces next to the little bear sticker on her phone. Yinan's body stiffened slightly, but at least it was easier to control than the previous 2 times, and his expression remained normal. Principal Hao Yueme pressed the shutter and returned the phone to the beaming Su Xiaoman. Ruan Haoyue, Qin Yinan, Tian, and Zhao Minjing, who had witnessed the entire scene from the main table, all thought the same thing. Scheming bitch. As soon as Su Xiaoman sat down, she couldn't wait to edit her social media posts. At that moment, a sudden fluctuation of magical power appeared in the banquet hall, drawing everyone's attention. The fluctuation of this magical power carried an extremely high rank, causing all the students who had just completed their class transitions to feel suffocated. In the venue, even some adults around level 200 weren't faring much better than the students, with fine beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Looking further up, Chairman Chun, Elder Chu IV, Elder Hao from the Family Council, provincial leaders, and other saints above level 400 all wore grave expressions, their gazes locked onto the source of the fluctuation. Only Provincial Chief Yin remained unperturbed, merely furrowing his brow slightly, as his eyes fixed on a spot about 5 meters from the main table. Elder Ding continued to smile warmly at Yi Nan on the stage, his appreciative gaze seeming to peer into the young man's very soul, completely unbothered by the surrounding disturbance. Beside Elder Ding, a middle-aged man with profound eyes raised his right hand to his forehead and slowly closed his eyes, as if sensing something. Buzz. The magical power fluctuation climbed steadily, and the air made sharp, sizzling sounds like a rope being twisted tight. A semicircular light barrier suddenly expanded, forming into a whirlpool-like portal in the blink of an eye. The moment the portal fully materialized, it vanished as if erased, leaving only a towering figure standing in the center of the venue. Phew, made it in time. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with a robust build and bulging muscles, his entire frame resembling that of a bear, and by bear, we mean the normal animal kind. His snow-white short hair carried an otherworldly quality. The current head of the Northeast Jiang family, Jiang Leiwu. Chairman Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The Northeast Jiang family was one of the Yen Kingdom's most renowned ancient clans, with profound heritage. After Jiang Leiwu's feet touched the ground, he immediately clasped his fists and rotated his body slightly in a circle, his voice booming. "I traveled a great distance and had no choice but to use some methods to reach the venue in time. I apologize for disturbing everyone." When his gaze swept across the crowd and spotted Elder Ding, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Oh my, Uncle Ding." With that, he jogged over with large strides and bowed respectfully. Elder Ding nodded with a smile. "You're also here for that young fellow?" Hearing this, Jiang Leiwu turned and looked up toward the handsome young man at the center of the stage. The young man was none other than Yinan. Jiang Leiwu laughed heartily and casually tossed a luxurious miniature spatial ring. The ring traced a silver arc through the air before being caught steadily by Yinan. "I presume this young man is Yinan, who has brought honor to our Yen Kingdom on the world stage," Jiang Leiwu said. "I'm not good with fancy words, so I can only express our Jiang family's respect and congratulations through this gift. Inside the ring is a Northeast Snow Tiger pet egg. Keep it as a pet to play with. Whoosh. The entire venue erupted. The Northeast Snow Tiger was a peerless king-tier monster that only appeared in a few level 400 dungeons in the Northeast region and extremely dangerous snowy wilderness areas, making it incredibly rare to begin with. The minuscule probability of obtaining a pet egg made it even more precious. To give away such a valuable gift with just a few words demonstrated both the Northeast Jiang family's profound foundation and their regard for Yinan. Elder Ding chuckled and shook his head. Little Lei, you're being quite generous today. Speaking of which, my dear granddaughter has been constantly talking about wanting a little snow tiger. Do you happen to have any extras? Jiang Leiwu quickly responded. Uncle Ding, just say the word, I'll pick out another one for Xueli when I return. Upon hearing the name Xueli, Chen Yingling's eyelid twitched involuntarily. Ding Xueli of the capital. Even the proud Chen Yingling had to admit she was a woman who stirred some jealousy within her. The seating arrangement was readjusted, with Jiang Leiwu taking his place at the first round table on the eastern upper section, sitting alongside Chairman Chun and the others. Subsequently came the Southwest Yang and Lu families, the Northwest An family, and the Southeast Wang family. These four families, like the Jiang family from the Northeast, held pivotal positions throughout the Yan Kingdom and had all sent envoys bearing gifts for Yinan. Together with the Northeast Jiang family, the five most prestigious clans of the Yan Kingdom were finally assembled. The envoys presented their lavish gifts one by one. Rare skill books, special spell talismans, and hefty bags of gold coins, each worth over 200,000 gold pieces, all gleaming magnificently. In just one evening, Yinan had already made a fortune. As the banquet atmosphere reached its peak and servers filed in with dishes, Yinan on stage canceled the illusion effect of his epic equipment set and changed back into a sharply tailored, understated yet luxurious LV suit. Without the beauty filter enhancement, his natural features actually made the girls' eyes light up even more. At the center of the main table sat a conspicuous gilded Western-style high-back chair. As soon as Yinan sat down, Wan Haoyue on his right leaned in closer, her voice soft. Yinan, what would you like to eat for lunch tomorrow? Huh? Yinan was momentarily stunned. Wan Haoyue smiled charmingly. Since you treated me to lunch today, I naturally have to return the favor tomorrow to show my gratitude. That's really not necessary. Yinan was about to politely decline. That's really not necessary. Chen Yingling cut him off, saying exactly what he was going to say. Didn't you just give her a gift? You're even now. Wan Haoyue's expression darkened slightly, almost snapping back. What business is it of yours when I'm talking to Yinan? But considering her image in Yinan's mind, she could only forcibly suppress her emotions. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Tian immediately interjected. Yinan, do you like golf? My family has a golf course. Shall I accompany you there tomorrow? Qin Yinan looked up expressionlessly. Where is your family's course? Tian was caught off guard by the question and answered honestly. Golden Dragon Plaza. Qin Yinan nodded slightly. I'll call grandfather tonight and have him buy that course. Su Xiaoman chimed in. What's so fun about golf? Hey Yinan, let's go play escape rooms tomorrow, or murder mystery games would work too. Before Yinan could respond, Zhao Minjing smiled and said, Yinan, do you have plans tomorrow evening? My grandmother wants to meet you. Come have dinner at my house. Huh? Chen Yingling suddenly burst into laughter, turning to look at Yinan. I suggest buying a shadow clone technique skill book. Su Lingming didn't join the conversation, just watched the drama unfold from the sidelines, while Chu Liansan also observed with great interest. The table was as lively as an imperial consort selection ceremony. Several servers pushed carts forward, and exquisitely crafted dishes filled the round table, finally rescuing Yinan from his predicament. The formal dining began. Lilisha was first to pick up her chopsticks, half rising to reach for her favorite dish, the gentle swaying motion making Yinan's eyes dazzle. 9 beauties surrounded him completely. Some served him food, others poured his wine, and some attentively peeled shrimp and ladled soup, nearly feeding him directly. Sitting in the center, Yinan was like a little emperor surrounded by his 3 palaces and 6 courts, enjoying this meal immensely while drawing envious and jealous glances from many male students nearby. Hangzhou, Dimu Mountain Town, Tang Jinjin's home. After barely finishing dinner, Tang Jinjin returned to her room, feeling like a heavy weight pressed against her chest that she couldn't shake off. She tossed and turned in bed, growing more distressed with each passing moment. After watching the video of Yinan displaying his Hero Challenger title, she experienced an unprecedented sense of uncertainty and anxiety. Tang Jinjin never imagined that Yinan could one day make such a comeback. She had been certain that her future life would never intersect with Yinan's again, even planning not to invite him to her wedding. But now, Yinan had become someone even the Guo family of Hangzhou had to curry favor with, and this sudden reversal left her restless and uneasy. In her agitated state, she casually opened her social media feed and mechanically scrolled down. When she came across a post from another class beauty Su Xiaoman, her eyes immediately widened. This is a group photo. Su Xiaoman is wearing an expensive pale gold evening gown, her arm naturally linked with that of a dignified young man with sharp features. Tang Jinjin recognized him immediately. It was Yinan. Their last meeting was at middle school graduation. 3 years had passed, and she never expected to encounter him again at such an upscale venue. The photo's background is brilliantly lit, with crystal chandeliers casting soft halos of light. Su Xiaoman's sweet smile appears particularly jarring to Tang Jinjin throughout their 3 years of high school. This privileged young lady had never shown such a pleasing and radiant expression in front of classmates. Who was she trying to please? The answer was obvious: the tall, upright figure of Yinan. Yinan, brother Nan, you've really made your comeback. Tang Jinjin clutched her phone, a wave of bitterness washing over her heart. She was the one who knew Yinan first, yet now she could only watch him through a photo, standing shoulder to shoulder with someone else, her heart aching like a knife wound. Brother Nan, open your mouth. At that very moment, beside the main table at the banquet, Wan Haiyue took advantage of her seat next to the guest of honor to quickly pick up a steaming piece of beef brisket with her chopsticks and bring it to Yinan's lips, the same chopsticks she had just been using. Yinan turned his head slightly, politely accepting this gesture of affection, but his mind suddenly conjured up Tang Jinjin's once soft way of addressing him. After his family's downfall, she had never called him that again. Thinking of those dark times and then looking at the brilliant lights before him, a relieved smile curved his lips. Cold-hearted people, thank you for once looking down on might allowed me to live more brilliantly. In his mind, he quietly picked up an eraser and began wiping away, bit by bit, the image of that adorable girl who once depended on him. Tang Jinjin, when we meet again, please call me Mr. Yinan. A low, rich female voice spoke up. Su Longming raised her glass and stood, the deep red Frappato wine gently swirling within. Congratulations on achieving such remarkable success. I wish you an even more brilliant future. However, I won't stop moving forward. Someday, I will surpass you. Wan Haiyue had already refilled Yinan's wine glass. Yinan looked up to meet Su Longming's gaze and gently clinked glasses with her. Thank you. These 3 years, we've competed with each other and grown together. In my eyes, you're equally outstanding. Both tilted their heads back and drained their glasses in one go. The wine flowed down their throats, crisp yet potent. Yinan secretly frowned. This had quite a high alcohol content. He couldn't drink much of this. However, Su Longming had taken the lead in raising her glass, and the other beautiful women at the main table also filled their wine glasses to the brim. Yinan turned slightly, keenly aware that many classmates throughout the hall, whether from second high school or the elite high school, were watching their table, each holding a full glass of red wine. Damn, he cursed silently. As tonight's guest of honor, there would be no shortage of people wanting to toast him. But his alcohol tolerance had always been poor, the type who would fall asleep after just a few drinks. What was he to do? Just then, a distinctive electronic sound suddenly echoed in Yinan's mind. Ding. Miracle effect triggered. Congratulations on triggering the miracle. Alcohol immunity, divine body. Alcohol has no effect on you. 0 damage during metabolism. Permanent effect. The benefits were actually this incredible? This meant from now on, he could drink however much he wanted without ever worrying about getting drunk. An irrepressible surge of exhilaration rose in Yinan's heart. A miracle, truly living up to its name. Even without the blasphemous hand, this miracle alone would allow him to thrive in the world of Peerless Arkansas. With confidence flowing through his veins, Yinan collected his thoughts and scanned the banquet hall. Several classmates who were eager to toast him were gearing up, and he smirked. Bring it on. Under the soft lighting at the main table, several beautiful women raised their glasses simultaneously. Chu Lianshan, worried that Yinan couldn't handle it, spoke up first. Let's all toast Yinan together. Qin Yinan had originally wanted to drink alone with him, but for the sake of Yinan's health, she nodded in agreement. But Wan Haiyue wouldn't have it. She cooed coquettishly. Brother Nan, I only want to drink with you alone. As she spoke, she leaned to one side, the hem of her red dress sweeping lightly at the table's edge. Her right knee pressed against Yinan's thigh as her hands wrapped around his left arm, swaying gently. Beneath the sheer fabric, her little bears trembled slightly with her movements. The girl's body heat seeped through the cloth, making Yinan's leg feel warm, while her rose-scented breath filled his nostrils. Left with no choice, he nodded in agreement. Wan Haiyue excitedly raised her glass. Brother Nan, yeah, we'll drain this. You just need to take a sip. Here's to all your wishes coming true, everything going smoothly, and reaching new heights. She tilted her head back and drained the glass in one go. Being inexperienced with drinking and moving too hastily, thin streams of red wine trickled down from the corners of her lips, blooming into a crimson drop on her fair collarbone. As the alcohol hit her throat, her small face quickly flushed with color, her gaze instantly becoming hazy. Men would find it alluring, while women could detect that hint of acting in her demeanor. Though Wan Haiyue had told Yinan to only take a sip, he steadily drained all the red wine in his glass. The alcohol immunity divine body gave him confidence and the right to reciprocate properly. At noon, Wan Haoyue had stood by his side and helped him confront Zhu Yongzhen. Now that the girl was being considerate of him, he naturally wouldn't let her down. Seeing this, Wan Haoyue smiled with her eyes crinkling, her already flushed face now resembling a ripe peach. Brother Nan, you're so good. You're such a good man. Yinan remained completely composed after downing 2 glasses consecutively. This scene caught the attention of the 3 campus beauties from the prestigious high school, instantly igniting their curiosity as they too wanted to toast him individually. Chu Lianshan intervened again. All right, let's all toast Yinan together. She knew alcohol was harmful and couldn't bear to see Yinan drink more. Just then, Qin Yingling, who had been sitting to Yinan's right with a subtle smile, raised her glass and spoke. Wait. This girl, known as one of the twin beauties of Hangzhou High, had striking features and a naturally alluring quality that made men feel possessive at first sight. But ever since being hurt by Tang Jinjin, Yinan no longer fell for anyone easily. He could discern Wan Haoyue's sincerity, and he could also see through Qin Yingling's desire to watch the drama unfold. This woman probably wanted to get him drunk. Yinan smiled meaningfully as he met her gaze. 1 drink is too boring. How about we down 3 glasses in a row? Hearing this, Qin Yingling's eyes trembled slightly. Yinan smiled warmly, his gaze gentle and kind as he looked at Qin Yingling. Of course, if you're not willing, just pretend I never said anything, he added in a voice that wasn't loud, but was perfectly clear. The stunning girls at the main table, Su Lungming, Li Lisha, Tian Tian, Su Xiaoman, and others all froze simultaneously, their eyes instantly turning to Qin Yingling. The scene fell into sudden silence, as if even the red wine in their glasses had stopped swirling. At another table, Elder Ding maintained his perpetual smile as provincial and municipal leaders along with younger officials raised their glasses in toast after toast, which he accepted without refusal. As the wine settled in his stomach, his smile deepened. His sharp ears caught the conversation at the main table, and he twitched his ears slightly, seemingly hearing something amusing as he thought to himself. What an interesting young fellow. Sitting beside Elder Ding, a middle-aged man with profound eyes turned his head at the sound, casting a brief glance toward the main table before looking away again, burying his emotions back into the depths of his wine glass. Back at the main table, Qin Yingling met Yinan's smiling gaze, finding herself caught between a rock and a hard place. The Frere red wine came from the empire where the sun never sets and was recognized as top-tier wine among the elite circles of the Yin Kingdom. The Chun family's background made her all too familiar with this wine, smooth on entry, but with a high alcohol content. With what she considered her decent alcohol tolerance, she could only manage 6 glasses over 3 hours of slow sipping. If she downed 3 glasses consecutively, she genuinely feared becoming a projectile warrior on the spot. Does Yinan dare to drink 3 glasses straight? He must be bluffing. Doesn't he know there will be more toast later? Alcohol tolerance needs to be rationed. Qin Yingling calculated silently, suspecting Yinan was putting on a show of bravado, using the 3 glasses challenge to scare her off. The nearby girls like Su Lungming watched the pair with the interest of spectators enjoying a show. The perceptive Chu Liansan sensed the awkward atmosphere and quickly interjected. Let's just forget it. We can all drink together. 3 glasses it is. Who's afraid of whom? Bring it on. Before she could finish, Qin Yingling cut her off directly. An inexplicable fire rose in her chest. Yinan treated her beauty and nobility as if they were invisible, and this was the first time in her life she'd encountered a boy who didn't fall at her feet. Yinan actually felt relieved. If she had really backed down, he would have had to think of another approach. After all, 3 glasses posed no pressure for him, and he was curious to see Qin Yingling's reaction after downing 3 consecutive glasses. Wan Haoyue on his left side, like an obedient little wife, raised her hand to refill Yinan's glass. The wine was a deep red, gleaming like gemstones under the lights. Yinan raised his glass with a polite nod. Qin Yingling lifted hers with a provocative smile, and their glasses clinked lightly. The first glass both tilted their heads back and drained it completely. The second glass their movements remained crisp and decisive. The third glass bottoms up. Yinan set his glass back on the table, so calm that even his breathing rhythm remained unchanged. He had already shared a glass each with Su Lungming and Wan Haoyue earlier, and now after 3 more glasses, totaling 5, he still showed no flush in his face, no shortness of breath, and even his fingertips remained steady as a rock. The other girls at the main table watched with slightly constricted pupils. This alcohol tolerance was simply outrageous. In contrast, Qin Yingling was already struggling by the second glass. When the third glass touched her lips, her throat moved with difficulty, and even her earlobes had lost their color. The alcohol hit quickly, and her complexion turned pale, almost transparent. At this moment, Qin Yingling had completely lost that aristocratic aura she'd possessed earlier. She braced her arms against the round table, her body trembling slightly, unable to utter a single word. Seeing her disheveled state, Yinan sneered inwardly. Let's see you keep up that act. This should teach you a lesson. He set down his glass and remarked coolly. Miss Chun, your alcohol tolerance is quite lacking. You'll need more practice. With that, he didn't spare her another glance. Holy crap, he's so cool. Tian Tian, Su Xiaoman, and Zhao Minjing whispered in unison. Watching the usually arrogant and haughty Chen Yingling get put in her place by Yinan filled the three girls with indescribable satisfaction, and their eyes now held a hint of admiration when they looked at him. Chu Liansan, the other half of the twin beauties, was somewhat stunned. In her memory, even her uncle, who had the best alcohol tolerance in the family, couldn't down 5 glasses of Frero red wine with such effortless composure. She was secretly alarmed. So this is where his confidence comes from. After a moment's thought, she gently advised, Yinan, you're drinking too fast. Have some food. As soon as Chu Liansan finished speaking, Qin Yimin extended her pale hand and used her own chopsticks to serve Yinan some vegetables. Following Chu Liansan's lead, the remaining girls raised their glasses in unison to toast Yinan. After several rounds of drinks, the alumni could no longer contain themselves and began approaching one by one to toast and curry favor with him. Provincial and municipal leaders, along with representatives from ancient families, gradually joined in. Yinan welcomed all comers, engaging in verbal sparring with the crowd. Amid their amazement, everyone warned each other, never try to outdrink Yinan at the tabli's a demon. Several elders even brought up the old political saying, drinking style reflects work style. This young man's future is limitless. From that night on, rumors of Yinan's incredible alcohol tolerance spread rapidly throughout Hangzhou. As the banquet drew to a close, Elder Ding approached, Yinan empty-handed. Recognizing the distinguished status of this elderly man in the Zhongshan suit, Yinan quickly stood up. Elder Ding patted his shoulder with a hearty laugh. You've had quite a bit to drink tonight. Come to my house sometime, and we'll have a proper drinking session, just us two. No red wine, will go straight to the hard stuff. He even let out a small burp, clearly having had his share as well. Yinan gladly accepted the invitation. Guests gradually departed, and the beauties at the main table began taking their leave one by one. Wan Haoyue was heavily intoxicated, pressing her entire face against Yinan's chest with her arms wrapped around his waist, insisting she would sleep with him that night. Eventually, Hao Yueme and Vice Principal Zhao Lin personally pulled her away, emphasizing they would safely escort her home. Li Lisha's steps were unsteady as she left, and Yinan dared not look too closely. Before departing, Qin Yining fixed him with a steady gaze that reminded him once again of those words, have you forgotten our agreement? Yet he still couldn't recall what agreement it was or when it had been made. Chu Liansan flashed a sweet smile and bid him a polite farewell, leaving Yinan with quite a favorable impression. Looking around, only Chen Yingling remained at the main table. Her face was deathly pale as she gazed at Yinan with somewhat resentful eyes. Yinan wondered to himself, why is she looking at me like that? Has she been conquered by me? The banquet ended. Yinan felt exceptionally tired and was directly arranged to stay in the hotel's top-floor presidential suite. Despite having drunk considerably, he remained clear-headed. Standing before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city's sea of lights, he mused. Scenes I'd never witnessed before now seem rather ordinary. After a hot shower, he slipped into the soft bed with only one thought: tomorrow he would return home in glory. At midnight, while dreaming, he suddenly heard the system's special alert tone. Ding. Unknown force detected invading the blasphemer's dreamscape. Disguise module activated. Defense module activated. Temporary lucid dreaming effect added for the blasphemer. Temporary forced awakening skill added for the blasphemer. Marking invader's spirit form. Marking successful. Preparing to deploy psychic spike bomb for blasphemer's counterattack. Deployment failed. Psychic spike bomb requires completion of an awakening quest to unlock. Warning, esteemed blasphemer, your dreamscape is under invasion. The system has enabled you to maintain consciousness and rationality within the dream. Should the situation turn unfavorable, you may immediately awaken and escape the dreamscape. Good luck. Yinan's eyes snapped open to find himself standing at the kitchen doorway. In the living room, his young father was intently studying dungeon strategies. In the kitchen, his young mother was busy cooking. This was his dream, a scene of harmonious family life from his childhood. Just then, the door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man with profound eyes and a calm expression walked in. Yinan had seen this man before, at tonight's banquet. Back then, he had stayed close to Elder Ding throughout the evening, wearing an impeccably pressed charcoal suit without a single wrinkle, his expression calm, and his gaze profound, clearly someone with official backing. Now, in Yinan's dream, the man pulled out a black certificate with golden patterns from his suit's inner pocket, flipping it open with his fingertips as the badge and identification number gleamed briefly in the dim light. Student Yinan, I am a member of the Great Yan's official covert organization Jiuzhou, the middle-aged man said directly, his voice deep and clear. My name is Deng Qiming, and this is my work identification and professional code. I have invaded your dream, but please don't panic, mean no harm. This is a routine investigation regarding the special nature you possess. He put away the certificate and clasped his hands on his knees, speaking at a steady pace. The higher-ups have already conducted preliminary divination on you through fortune tellers and astrologers, confirming that you yourself pose no problem. However, the detailed process of how you cleared the heroic difficulty dungeon remains unclear and requires further confirmation. In dreams, your mind is in a semi-confused state where your subconscious cannot lie, which is more advantageous for investigation. Considering that you might remember this experience later, I must be completely honest with you. Rest assured, I won't touch upon your personal privacy. Should you recall this incident in the future, please don't take offense. This frank introduction eased Yinan's anxious heart somewhat, while also reminding him how he should behave next. He immediately tensed his facial muscles, deliberately showing a bewildered, confused expression as if his consciousness wasn't fully awake. In reality, his mind was racing. Could someone really invade another person's dreams? Was that a professional ability or a talent? How amazing! Deng Qiming raised his hand, gesturing for Yinan to sit down. In the living room, two dark sofas faced each other. Yinan paused for several seconds before pretending to hesitate as he walked over and sat down across from those sharp eyes. The moment he settled in, a form and a ballpoint pen appeared out of thin air in Deng Qiming's palm, which he placed on his knee with a snap. "Student Yinan," he asked while writing, "after completing your class change and awakening your talent, why did you directly choose to challenge the heroic difficulty when selecting your novice trial dungeon difficulty?" Here came the question indeed. Yinan thought as expected to himself, but maintained his dazed expression on the surface. Because I felt I could." He had to act half understanding, so he deliberately dragged out his words. "Originally, I planned to choose adventure difficulty, but when making the choice, my awakened SS strength talent miracle triggered. It created a miracle, giving me the possibility to clear the heroic difficulty novice trial dungeon. With this effect's enhancement, I chose heroic difficulty." Deng Qiming quickly recorded this and looked up to follow up. "What kind of miracle was it? Or rather, throughout your entire process of clearing the heroic dungeon, how specifically did this miracle take effect?" Yinan paused mechanically for a few seconds, his tone flat. "During combat, I would randomly trigger some miraculous effects. For example, my next attack would suddenly become extremely powerful, turning what should have been 50 points of damage into 50,000 points of damage. For instance, when enduring monster attacks, my maximum health would suddenly skyrocket to millions of points, making it impossible for any monster to kill me, no matter how much damage they dealt." Yinan calmly explained that this absurd amplification was completely uncontrollable and never knew when it would trigger, yet it always appeared at the most critical moments, forcibly pulling him back from the brink of death. This explanation perfectly concealed the true mechanism of the blasphemous hand's attribute theft, while also accounting for why monster damage against him was always miraculously negated. "The inspiration came from last night's banquet," Yinan continued. "That's when a miracle suddenly triggered, making me completely immune to alcohol." As he spoke, he mused internally. The miracle facade wrapped around his god-tier hidden talent blasphemous hand was incredibly convenient to use. If any other outrageous situations arose in the future, he could simply attribute them to miracles. Deng Qiming flipped through his records and pressed further. "When you cleared the level 35 5-person heroic difficulty dungeon Peach Willow Grove this afternoon, was that the same miracle effect?" "Exactly. Besides that, have you triggered any other types?" Yinan thought for a moment and didn't hide anything. "Yes. Tonight while drinking, it triggered again, making me completely immune to alcohol." "No wonder your alcohol tolerance was so impressive." Deng Qiming nodded, convinced this talent was powerful enough to rival god-tier abilities, though unfortunately uncontrollable. When the recording ended, he gave the report in his hand a gentle shake, and the documents dissolved into nothing. Standing up, he walked to the door of the dream room and looked back at the young man with profound eyes. "Student Yinan, thank you for your cooperation. We've confirmed that your ability to clear the heroic difficulty novice trial and Peach Willow Grove was entirely due to your personal talent. Additionally, your spirit shows no signs of possession, contamination, parasitism, or divine descent. We can conclude you have no problems." With those words, he pushed open the door and left. As it closed behind him, the bustling sounds of the dream returned. "Dinner's ready." His mother brought out a steaming dish while his father set down his papers and stretched. "Smells wonderful." Looking at his young parents, Yinan canceled the lucid dreaming effect and decided to immerse himself in this warmth. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the curtains. Yinan opened his eyes, the previous night's examination vivid in his memory. He quickly washed up, put on that million-yuan LV luxury suit, and prepared to check out and return home. When he opened the door, Deng Qiming was standing outside. The sudden shock made Yinan wonder if he was still dreaming. "Student Yinan, hello." Deng Qiming smiled and extended his hand. "I'm Deng Qiming, a member of the Yen Kingdom's Central Division Organization Cabinet." "I know." Yinan politely shook hands. "I also know you're actually a member of the Yen Kingdom's secret organization, 9 Provinces." He pretended this was their first meeting, maintaining courtesy. "Elder Ding came specifically for you. He's waiting downstairs. Let's go have breakfast together." The elevator arrived at the hotel's VIP restaurant. Yinan immediately spotted the spirited elderly man in a Zhongshan suit. Elder Ding. The old man cheerfully held up 2 steaming buns. Young man, would you like beef filling or chicken broth filling? His tone was as playful as someone teasing their grandson. Being called elder meant he held significant influence within the cabinet. Sitting at the same table as such an important figure inevitably made Yinan nervous. Last night's national examination had concluded, and he was certain he had no problems. But why was Elder Ding seeking him out now? During breakfast, Elder Ding propped himself up on the table, leaning slightly forward, and suddenly asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Yinan pondered for a moment. "My biggest dream is to pay off all my family's debts with interest and give my parents a good life. That goal is almost achieved. Next, I'll focus entirely on preparing for the college entrance exam, get into a university I like, and have a fulfilling college experience. Beyond that, I haven't thought it through yet." Elder Ding nodded with satisfaction, then suddenly shifted the conversation, his eyes gleaming. "Yinan, possessing such powerful abilities, have you ever considered joining the system and serving the Yan Kingdom?" Upon hearing these words, Yinan's eyes instantly lit up. He almost instinctively asked, "Am I qualified?" In the softly lit conference room, Elder Ding stroked his graying beard and burst into hearty laughter. "If an outstanding young man like you isn't qualified, then who could be?" Before the laughter had even faded, Yinan straightened his back, his voice firm and resolute. "Of course I'm willing." In his mind, entering the system at such a young age meant limitless opportunities for development and advancement. This was the chance every young person dreamed of. His smile fading, Elder Ding's gaze suddenly became sharp and solemn. "Yinan, you are one of the most promising young talents in the history of our Yan Kingdom. The nation will entrust you with the most important and challenging missions. What you're joining isn't an ordinary government department, but a special and secretive organization. There, you will become an invisible guardian, protecting our country, our territory, and our people." The grave tone made the very air feel tense. His dark childhood experiences had made Yinan mature beyond his years. He took a deep breath and answered decisively, "I understand. Serving my country is my duty." "Excellent." Elder Ding clenched his fist and let out a powerful roar. "With your addition, I dare say the great Yan Kingdom will become even more prosperous." Deng Qiming, who had been quietly observing from the side, now showed a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Yinan couldn't help but ask, "Elder Ding, what organization am I joining?" Elder Ding smiled until his eyes crinkled. "It's called 9 Provinces, symbolizing the protection and peace of all lands under heaven." He then turned to Deng Qiming. "Captain Deng, Yinan will be your colleague from now on. Please introduce yourself." Deng Qiming's penetrating gaze fell upon Yinan, his voice low but powerful. "I won't repeat my name in the introduction. On the surface, I'm a member of the Central Bureau's Organizational Council. In reality, I'm one of the captains of the 9 Provinces Central Alliance. Yinan, you'll be joining my team. There's a crucial mission waiting for you with your addition. We finally have our complete roster." "Hey, don't jump straight into work talk," Elder Ding said with a laugh, patting Deng Qiming's shoulder. "That secret realm exploration is important, but we've been preparing for years. A few more days won't matter. Yinan is still a kid. He just completed his class change, so let him relax and enjoy himself for a couple of days." Ha ha ha. At this point, he raised his eyebrows like a mischievous old man. "Those young ladies at your table last night were quite lovely. Do you have a favorite? Better act fast." Yinan rubbed his forehead, somewhat speechless at this respected leader's behavior. "Sir, you're one of the most powerful leaders in the Yan Kingdom's central government. Could you be a bit more serious?" Yet Elder Ding's warmth made his heart feel cozy. "I do have some matters to attend to these next few days," Yinan admitted honestly. Hearing this, Elder Ding's expression grew serious again. "Young man, though the paperwork isn't completely finished, you're already a 9 Provinces member directly under the Central Bureau, one of our Yan Kingdom's most important talents. As long as it's within legal bounds, anything you want to accomplish will proceed without obstacles. Tell me what you need to handle, and Grandpa Ding will help you take care of it." Upon hearing these words, Yinan felt all his anxiety melt away. "The first thing is to pay off my family's debt. Principal plus interest, 300,000 gold coins. Part of this money covers medical expenses for the survivors from my father's former team, and the rest goes to compensation for those who died. 8 years ago, the principal of 250,000 gold coins was paid out in full to the families of those team members. What the Yi family truly owes is the loan from legitimate financial institutions. Interest has compounded year after year, and today it has finally snowballed into exactly 300,000 gold coins." When Elder Ding heard him mention this matter, he simply waved his hand dismissively. "My secretary will arrive at noon. I'll have him handle the paperwork, don't worry about it." Before he finished speaking, Yinan handed over a palm-sized silver-gray spatial ring, its interior gleaming with golden light. "Exactly 300,000 gold coins. Hey, young man, take it back." Elder Ding waved his hand. "A mere 300,000 gold coins. Jojo will take care of it for you." Yinan became anxious, clutching the ring and refusing to let go. "Elder Ding, This is ultimately my family's debt. Stop right there. Elder Ding raised his hand to cut him off. I know you're upright and honest, but Captain Deng has already mentioned there's a challenging mission waiting for you. Once completed, it could bring the country over 100 million gold coins in revenue and allow our Yin Kingdom to achieve a qualitative leap in a certain field. His voice dropped a few notches here. Of course, the mission is extremely dangerous. You children are so young, yet already bleeding and sweating for the country and nation will never let you bear any worries about what's behind you. Deng Qiming also nodded. I'm the captain of Jiuzhou, and clearing the path for team members is part of my job. Yinan, speak up about any difficulties you have. As long as it's legal, Jiuzhou can solve it. Hearing this, Yinan calculated in his mind. If the debt could be resolved, then only housing and his father's injury would remain as family concerns. Thinking of this, he spoke carefully. I'd like to buy my parents a house in Hangzhou and bring them into the city, and also, my father's injury from 8 years ago has never healed. Elder Ding laughed heartily. Small matters. As a Jiuzhou member, your immediate family will be cared for and protected by the Central Division. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, we would have done this. He pulled a small celadone bottle from his chest, gently shaking it. As for your father's injury, I have a high-potency rejuvenation pill refined by Elder Yuan, specifically saved for your father. I originally wanted to give it last night, but seeing you drinking merrily with those girls, I didn't want to disturb you, Elder Yuan. Yinan's eyes lit up like lanterns. That was the Yin Kingdom's top pharmacist. With Elder Yuan's medicine, his father's old injury would be a minor problem. Thank you, Elder Yuan. Thank you, Elder Ding. And thank you, Captain Deng. He expressed his gratitude repeatedly, even happier than when he received a room full of gifts last night. After the brief excitement passed, he calmed down again. Debt, housing, his father's injury, all these worries had someone to shoulder them for him, and he could finally face the upcoming, dangerous mission with full focus. He actually wasn't afraid in his heart with the blasphemous hand combined with miracle power, and by consuming 88,888,000 life points through the Crimson Blood path, he could exchange for a colorful mythical equipment piece. By then, he would have even more confidence. Suddenly, he remembered another practical issue and felt slightly embarrassed. Elder Ding, Captain Deng, now that I'm already a member of Jiuzhou, can I still take the college entrance examination and attend university in a month? Upon hearing this, Elder Ding's face turned stern. No. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he threw back his head and burst into hearty laughter, his voice echoing throughout the conference room. You're already one of Jiuzhou's people, why bother with the college entrance exam? Which university do you want to attend? Just say the word, and it's done. Beijing's Tsinghua, or Beida. Shanghai Jiaodong. Or your own Zhejiang University. I'll have them send the acceptance letter straight to your house. You can go wherever you want. Yinan stood there stunned. Direct admission? He believed he had the ability to get into these top universities in the Yin Kingdom through his own merit, but guaranteed admission and earning your way in through test scores were two entirely different things. Deng Qiming coughed gently from the side, reminding him, Elder Ding, we still need to go through the proper college entrance exam procedures. Otherwise, how would they send student Yi Nan his acceptance letter? Elder Ding slapped his forehead and laughed again. Right. Don't worry about these minor details, huh? Deng Qiming turned his attention to Yi Nan, his tone gentle yet clear. Don't worry about the college entrance exam or university matters. You just completed your class change today, and theoretically you need time to grow, but there's a special mission right now that only you can handle. We'll discuss the specifics when we return to the capital. In a month, we'll arrange for you to return to Hangzhou for the college entrance exam, after which you can freely choose which university to attend. After completing that mission, you'll need to continue leveling up. You can experience university life, stay at the capital's training base, or alternate between both. If you receive temporary simple missions during this time, or encounter difficulties in life or other areas, Jiuzhou will provide assistance. Once you reach level 300 and become an elite, you'll officially join the team and carry out long-term missions. Yinan had no objections and was actually looking forward to this kind of lifestyle. However, he still raised a question. Captain Deng, I often hear people mention elites and saints. What do these titles actually represent? Deng Qiming explained. These are classifications for high-level professionals that ordinary people don't encounter. Let me break it down for you. You know that professionals must complete an awakening quest every 50 levels, right? Yinan nodded. In the world of Peerless Ark, every time you reached a multiple of 50 levels, you had to complete an awakening quest, or your experience would be locked, and you couldn't level up. Was about to face his first awakening at level 49. Deng Qiming continued. The first awakening at level 49 and the second awakening at level 99 are both very simple. As long as a professional has hands and feet, even with poor talent and equipment, they can complete them and reach level 100. The third awakening at level 149 is when difficulty starts to increase gradually. Even so, the fourth awakening at level 199 is still within acceptable range for most people. With some effort, they can reach level 200. But starting with the fifth awakening at level 249, the difficulty suddenly spikes. As you well know, awakening quests prohibit teaming up and must be completed solo. This means that for most professionals, level 249 represents a major hurdle. Those who can overcome it and break through to level 250 are already considered strong. Hearing this, Yinan couldn't help but recall his childhood. His father was the first person in town to break through the level 249 barrier, earning respect and status as a result. Deng Qiming continued his explanation. The Six Senses mission at level 299 is nearly twice as difficult as the Five Senses. Yet even so, some people still complete the Six Senses and break through to level 300. They receive a title bestowed by the system elite, which is what we commonly call the 300 to 399 level range. Yinan cleverly followed the logic. So those who can complete the Eight Senses mission at level 399 and advance to level 400 become saints. Deng Qiming nodded slightly, confirming his guess. What comes after that? Yinan was even more curious. What's the title for level 500? A brief silence filled the air. Elder Ding sighed softly and spoke solemnly. This isn't content you should be exposed to at your current stage. But considering your exceptional nature and excellence, we can satisfy your curiosity appropriately. He lowered his voice. Level 500 is called Earthbound Angel. The head of the Northeast Jiang family you've encountered is a level 599 Earthbound Angel, just one step away from entering the level 600 realm. Level 600 is called Angel King, level 700, Demigod. Hearing these titles, Yinan's body trembled slightly. Human, angel, demigod. Then level 800 would be a god? At this thought, rather than feeling fear, his heart surged with wild joy. With his overpowered talent, Godslayer's hand, wouldn't those legendarily difficult awakening missions be like child's play to him? If he could truly advance all the way to level 800 and become a deity. The mere thought made his blood boil with excitement. All right, Elder Ding restrained his tone. Time is of the essence. You'll come back to the capital with us today. Your appearance has brought hope to the upper echelons of the Yen Kingdom, and that mission can't be delayed any longer. With that, he turned to Deng Qiming with instructions. Captain Deng, contact Provincial Chief Yen and Mayor Li immediately. We need to resolve Yinan's family difficulties as quickly as possible. Debt settlement, parents' arrangements, everything must be handled today to ensure Comrade Yinan has no worries. Understood. Deng Qiming replied crisply. Yinan, send me your father's identification code. I'll immediately notify 9 provinces' clerical staff to clear all debts under his name. Additionally, 9 provinces has several vacant villas in Hangzhou's Queen Villa district. We'll arrange for your parents to live there. Beautiful scenery, strong security, plus we'll provide chefs and servants. Their quality of life will be excellent. Don't worry. Yinan immediately nodded. Good, that's wonderful. Elder Ding asked again. Young man, is there anything else? We'll handle it all together. Yinan pondered briefly. There were indeed 2 more matters. Yinan replied. I need to go home later to say goodbye to my parents and pay back all the debts I owe to the townspeople, with interest. He paused for a moment, then added, there's also something I need to take care of in the capital. I have an item that requires identification by the highest level appraiser possible. Money is no object. The item he referred to was the mysterious relic from Shalon's treasure, the target item he had obtained in the first stage of the hidden epic questline Shadow of the Chaos Sea, after becoming the world's first to clear the heroic difficulty beginner trial dungeon. Completing this stage would reward him with at least a stellar-grade pet egg. After listening, Elder Ding raised an eyebrow and asked, that's all? Yinan nodded. Piece of cake. Elder Ding commanded Captain Deng loudly. Have Mayor Li arrange a car immediately. We'll accompany Yinan home and pay our respects to his parents while we're at it. Back in the presidential suite on the hotel's top floor, Yinan took a moment to check his WeChat. The red notification badges showing 99 unread messages and 99 contacts jumped out at him simultaneously, making him frown slightly. His WeChat had always been quiet aside from occasional caring messages from his mother. He rarely received new notifications. In less than a day and night, news of his achievements had spread throughout their circles, and contacts were flooding in from all directions. Classmates from middle school and elementary school were all emerging from the woodwork, with the most conspicuous being a girl who had been known as the rich and beautiful princess of their class. She had secretly liked Yinan back then, always finding excuses to chat with him and dropping hints repeatedly, but Yinan, buried in his studies, had remained completely oblivious. After graduating from 9th grade, she transferred to Hengshui High School in Hebei Province. During her first year of high school, she would occasionally message him on WeChat, but gradually they drifted apart. Little brother Nan, how could you make such a big splash behind my back? I'm coming back to Hangzhou in the next few days, let's hang out. Their last conversation had been 2 years ago. Yinan glanced at it and exited without replying. He scrolled through all the private messages and found that most were attempts to curry favor, invitations to meet up, or pleas to be carried in games. None were helpful for his current plans. After settling matters at home, he had to head to the capital immediately. Now that he was a member of 9 provinces, time was especially precious. Most of the new friend requests in his contacts came from provincial second high school, various key high schools, and diplomatic personnel from Hangzhou's local professional guild. Yinan neither accepted nor individually rejected them. Suddenly, one application caught his eye. Brother Nan. It's me, Ajahn. Tangjinshan. Her profile picture was a selfie with a bright, adorable smile. Yinan looked at it for 2 seconds, felt nothing, and directly clicked reject. 10 o'clock sharp in the morning. Yinan, Elder Ding, and Captain Deng walked out of the hotel entrance, heading toward the parking area. Sunlight streamed through the glass curtain wall onto the marble steps, casting their elongated shadows. Just as they stepped outside, they spotted a graceful figure standing to the side. It was Qin Yinan. She wore a black plaid JK pleated skirt with a white short-sleeved blouse, a bow tie in the same pattern as her skirt adorning her collar. Her black chunky-heeled round-toe shoes stepped softly on the carpet, her long black wavy hair cascading over her shoulders as she stood quietly at the hotel entrance. A gentle breeze stirred her skirt hem, making her look like a living portrait of a schoolgirl. Seeing Yinan, Qin Yinan in her pure JK style immediately approached him. Even with her heels, she barely reached 5'7", still half a head shorter than Yinan's 6-foot frame. She tilted her delicate chin up slightly, her clear, bright eyes carefully studying his expression. I guess you'd be going home today, she said in a soft, sweet voice. I'd like to go back with you, if that's okay. Yinan touched his nose. Well, what would it mean for you to come home with me? Meeting my parents? We're not even dating yet, and you want to meet the family. Just as he was about to politely decline, Elder Ding burst into laughter beside them. Of course she can come. Let's all go together. He then secretly raised his eyebrows at Yinan with a knowing look. Kid, you've got some good luck with the ladies. Didn't miss this opportunity. Yinan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking that Elder Ding must have been quite the charmer in his youth. Hearing the approval, Qin Yinan's face immediately lit up with joy as she cheerfully fell in a step beside Yinan. In the underground parking garage, Mayerly had been waiting for some time. He had specially prepared 2 cars, wanting both to accompany his superior and to build a closer relationship with Yinan. He naturally planned to join them. Originally, Elder Ding had intended to share the backseat of the lead car with Yinan, but with Qin Yinan's appearance, he immediately changed his mind, hopping into Mayor Li's car and leaving the backseat for Yinan and Qin Yinan. The convoy slowly pulled out, heading toward Dimu Mountain Town in the Linnu district on the western side of Hangzhou. In the passenger seat, Deng Qiming closed his eyes and massaged his temples, as if resting. The atmosphere in the back seat was quiet. Yinan was naturally taciturn, and Qin Yinan was even more introverted. She pouted her thin red lips, stealing glances at Yinan with slightly resentful eyes, looking like a wronged little wife, pitiful yet adorable. Whenever Yinan's gaze met hers, she would hastily look down and fidget with the curls at her chest. After several rounds of this, Yinan finally couldn't withstand the silent pressure and spoke in a low voice. Classmate Qin Yinan, what exactly was this promise you mentioned? Qin Yinan looked up, pouting even more, and mumbled softly. I knew you'd forgotten, In front of others, she was always the aloof, emotionless girl, but in front of Yinan, she was clearly acting coquettish. Yinan was amused by her little tantrum and couldn't help but look at her a few more times, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over her black and white plaid pleated skirt, catching sight of her snow-white knees and a small section of her thighs. Suddenly, Qin Yinan straightened up and leaned forward slightly, blinking her dewy eyes as she whispered, Brother Nan, I'm Lily Qin Lily. Don't you remember? Qin Lily. The image of a short-haired, thin but delicate little girl immediately flashed through Yinan's mind. You. He turned to look at her in disbelief. You're Lily? Really? Seeing that he remembered the name, Qin Yinan immediately beamed with joy. Of course it's really me. That time you helped me climb the tree, and we sat on the branch together watching the sunset. I was too scared to come down, so you jumped down first and opened your arms below, telling me to jump because you'd catch me. Yinan's eyes lit up. And I did catch you in the end, though you knocked me over. You really are Lily. The reunion filled Yinan with joy and surprise, but new questions arose as well. Qin Yinan was a daughter of the prestigious Qin family. Why had she used the alias Qin Lily and run off to Dimu Mountain Town back then? He temporarily pushed aside his doubts because he remembered that long-buried promise, the promise he'd made to Qin Lily. This happened when Yinan was 9 years old. One afternoon, his mother's aunt came to visit, bringing along a girl 2 years younger than Yinan, hoping to stay with the Yi family for a while. At that time, his father hadn't yet encountered trouble, the family was well off, and relatives visited frequently, so Yinan's mother readily agreed. The girl was named Qin Lily, who would later become the renowned Qin Yinan. She had short hair that reached her ears, a petite frame, but strikingly beautiful features that were unforgettable, clearly destined to become a great beauty. When Yinan first took her out to play, he discovered that this child was extremely withdrawn. She rarely spoke, refused to exercise, and often cried silently, as if carrying some unspeakable pain in her heart. Young Yinan, seeing this, could only try every possible way to cheer her up, taking her through every alley in town and letting her taste every local snack. After about a week, Qin Lily finally showed a genuine smile from the heart, and that smile seemed to open up her world. From then on, the two were almost inseparable, their bond growing deeper each day. On the day of parting, they stood at the courtyard gate, neither willing to leave first. Qin Lily cried so hard she was sobbing, tears and snot streaming down her face as she made a promise with Yinan. They would definitely meet again when they grew up, and then she would become Yinan's bride. Yinan, heartbroken to see her cry so desperately, nodded childishly in agreement, and thus their promise was born. Time flew by, and 9 years passed in a flash. Yinan had always known that Qin Lily would grow up to be a great beauty, but when he actually faced Qin Yinin's incomparably lovely face, he still found it unbelievable. Qin Yinin was amused by his stunned expression and pouted unhappily. I recognized you as soon as I started high school, but you didn't recognize me at all, humph. Yinan groaned inwardly. Having transformed into such a stunning beauty, where was he supposed to find any trace of Qin Lily? Besides, back then he had known only a relative's daughter, not the current Miss Qin of the Qin family. Thinking of this, he became even more puzzled. Why had Qin Yinin come to the Yi family with that relative back then? Before he could voice his question, a snow-white, delicate little hand grasped his soft as cotton, making Yinan's heart tremble and nearly causing him to grasp it tightly in return. He heard Qin Yinin say softly, "Brother Nan, I'm sorry. I know you have strong pride, so I didn't dare help you openly at school. Seeing you living in hardship, my heart ached terribly. I investigated Uncle Ye's case. Actually, I have the ability to help you resolve it, but I also understand that it's your ideal and goal, and more importantly, it's your motivation to keep going. So I could only support you silently from behind, occasionally giving Aunt Chun some small help within my means." Deep emotion surged in Yinan's chest. The girl before him understood him better than anyone. Finally, he grasped her hand tightly in return and lowered his voice. "Lily, thank you." Qin Yinin leaned closer, half resting against his chest, her hair carrying a faint fragrance that brushed past Yinan's nose. She laughed softly. "Now everything is fine, Brother Nan. You've succeeded. Our promise. Maybe you think it was just childhood play, but..." She looked up, her clear eyes full of seriousness. "I was serious about it." Looking at her affectionate gaze fixed on him, and those bright red lips. It would be a waste not to kiss her now. But Yinan's cautious upbringing and principles held him back firm. He was only 18 and hadn't decided whether he wanted to pursue romance. Just as his heart was racing with uncertainty, the vehicle suddenly braked hard and came to a steady stop by the roadside. Through the car window, he recognized the sign, the first supermarket in Demushan town, exactly where he had instructed the driver to stop first upon reaching town. In the passenger seat, Deng Qiming, who was responsible for escorting them, wiped away the playful smile from his lips and looked at the young man with deep, serious eyes. "Yinan, is this the place?" "Yes, Captain Deng. I mean Mr. Deng." Yinan lowered his voice. "My mother works at this supermarket." As soon as the car stopped, Qin Yinin in the back seat quietly straightened her back and ran her fingers through her soft, wavy long hair. The moment they got out, she took Yinan's hand and said softly but firmly, "Brother Nan, don't worry. I'll wait for you forever and ever." Inside the supermarket, the automatic glass doors were clean and bright. By the shelves, Tang Er was holding a bottle of soy sauce, waiting in line to pay while casually chatting with Chun Xian behind the cash register. "Sister-in-law, I saw Xiaonan's principal and teachers visit your house yesterday. I imagine this time, Xiaonan must have awakened to a good profession." Mentioning her son, Chun Xian couldn't help but smile with relief. "Yes." Tang Er sighed softly. "That's wonderful. Xiaonan has made something of himself, and your family's hard times are finally coming to an end." Hearing this, Chun Xian's expression showed guilt. "The 1,000 gold coins we owe your family, I'll try to pay back part of it this month." "Hey, no rush, no rush." Tang Er was waving his hand when a crisp electronic chime suddenly rang overhead. "Ding dong, welcome." Both turned their heads to see Yinan pushing through the door, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful young girl, followed by several well-dressed men who clearly held important positions. "Mom, I'm home." Yinan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried weight. Chun Xian stared at her son, her hands trembling slightly with excitement. "Son, is all this real?" Yinan felt his nose sting, but he forced himself to smile. "Mom, in front of Mayor Li and the Central Bureau leaders, your son wouldn't dare lie. It's all real." Chun Xian murmured, her eyes shining so brightly they seemed ready to overflow. "Good, so good. We can finally pay off our family's debts." Before she could finish, tears streamed down her face. Seeing his mother crying tears of joy, Yinan opened his mouth but felt his throat blocked. Qin Yinin stepped forward and gently comforted her. "Aunt Chen, don't cry. This is wonderful news." Only then did Chun Xian notice the girl and pause in surprise. Was this her son's girlfriend? She was truly beautiful. The girl smiled sweetly. "Aunt Chun, it's me, Lily. Do you remember me?" Chun Xian and Qin Yinin then recognized each other after years apart, and emotions ran high. Yinan also took the opportunity to introduce Mayor Li and several Central Bureau leaders, and everyone exchanged pleasantries. Mom, let's go home first to treat Dad's injuries. Yinan reminded her in a low voice. I can't go back. Qin Xian looked toward the cash register. There's no one to watch the store. This supermarket had originally belonged to the Yi family. After his father's accident, they had to sell it to pay debts, and now his mother stayed on as an employee. Thinking of this, Yinan's heart clenched painfully. Just then, a vigorous male voice came from the back shelves. Sister-in-law, you go ahead. I'll help watch the store for a while. Yinan turned around and recognized the man. Uncle Tang. Tang Er showed a warm smile. Xiaonan, you've grown up and made something of yourself. Uncle is truly happy for you. Yinan solemnly took out 2,000 gold coins and handed them over. Uncle Tang, the extra 1,000 is to thank you for taking care of our family all these years. Tang Er was silent for a moment, then sighed softly and accepted the coins without saying much. Watching Yinan lead the group away hurriedly, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. This outstanding young man had once had the potential to become his son-in-law. But now, it seemed there was no hope of that. After picking up Yinan's mother, everyone got in the car and headed toward Yinan's home. As they approached Demushan town, the outline of the dilapidated courtyard became increasingly clear. The moment Elder Ding stepped out of the car, his gaze swept over the weathered brick walls and peeling paint, and his heart couldn't help but sink. Such an outstanding young man had grown up in these conditions, which only made his exceptional nature all the more remarkable. Inside the house, it was dark and damp. On the bed, Yi Lingfeng lay half asleep. Yinan stepped forward and took out an 8th-grade high-potency rejuvenation pill personally refined by Elder Yuan from his chest, peeled off the wax seal, and gently placed it in his father's mouth. Within moments of the medicinal fragrance spreading, miraculous effects appeared. Yi Lingfeng's dim eyes quickly regained clarity, and his previously weak arms found strength to prop himself up. Looking at his son before him, his voice was hoarse yet filled with amazement. Son, you've grown so much. Dad, are you still feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Yinan leaned down to ask. Yi Lingfeng closed his eyes to assess his condition, then shook his head with a smile. Except for some ringing in my ears, everything else feels great. This statement made Elder Ding, Mayor Li, and the others nod repeatedly, secretly praising Elder Yuan's pills as truly living up to their reputation. At this moment, Wu Yingkai, the mayor of Demushan town, arrived upon hearing the news. The once high and mighty official immediately dropped his official airs upon entering the courtyard, treating the Yi family with humility bordering on caution, especially toward Yinan, with an inexplicably servile attitude. After Yinan briefly explained his purpose and repeatedly persuaded them, his parents finally agreed to leave Demushan town that very day and move to the Empress Villa district in Hangzhou. The debt issue couldn't remain unresolved. Yinan immediately produced a heavy bag of gold coins and handed it to Wu Yingkai, entrusting him to repay the debts household by household. The transfer of the large supermarket at the town entrance was also entrusted entirely to Wu Yingkai to handle, requiring no involvement from the Yi family. Before departing, Mayor Li arranged for another vehicle and suggested first escorting Yinan's parents to the city hospital for comprehensive examinations, which Yinan approved. Several brand new cars representing the city government rumbled away, stirring up dust. Watching the convoy gradually disappear into the distance and recalling Yinan's cold, emotionless smile, Wu Yingkai felt a chill run down his spine. The supermarket at the town entrance now belonged to his brother-in-law. Years ago, when the Yi family fell into hardship, his brother-in-law had forcibly bought it at a low price, a matter that had spread unpleasantly throughout the village. Thinking of this and recalling Yinan's indifferent gaze, Wu Yingkai broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and, after connecting, growled with unquestionable authority. Return the supermarket to the Yi family immediately. Go apologize to them in person. Won't return it? Fine. Then our families will have nothing to do with each other from now on. Let's see how you survive. I'll divorce your sister right away. After several seconds of silence on the other end, the voice softened. As he hung up, he cursed in frustration. Damn fool. Meanwhile, in the car, watching the mountain town scenery receding outside the window, Yinan quietly composed himself. Was now an official member of Jiuzhou, the highest level within the system, and some scores couldn't be settled openly. But a gentleman must repay grievances, and Wu family's brother-in-law. The game was just beginning, and they would play it slowly. In town, Wu Yingkai's arranged personnel quickly took over the supermarket. After completing the handover, Tang Er pocketed the 2,000 gold coins and returned home with mixed feelings. In the living room, his wife Zhang Hua was lazily sprawled on the sofa watching television, not even bothering to lift her eyelids until Tang Er handed her the 2,000 gold coins. Zhang Hua's eyes lit up. Wow, where did all this money come from? Tang Er placed the money pouch on the table, his voice flat. The Yi family paid it back. Didn't you secretly borrow 1,000 gold coins from them back then? Zhang Hua stared suspiciously at the pile of gleaming coins. Tang Er remained expressionless. The extra amount is Xiao Nan's way of thanking me. Hearing this, Zhanghua lifted her chin with a hint of smugness. Their family does have some conscience after all, knowing to give us a bit more interest. At least we're not at a loss. Haha. Tang Er sneered coldly, weighing the money pouch in his hand. This is all there is. Originally, Zhanghua muttered dismissively. Having this much is already pretty good. Given their family situation, what more could we expect? Tang Er suddenly burst into laughter, startling Zhanghua into taking a step back. Now, even Hangzhou's Mayor Li was doing his best to curry favor with Yinan. Tang Er could see this clearly. He secretly wondered, what would Zhanghua's expression be if she knew the Yi family hadn't just made a comeback, but had actually risen to great heights? 1,000 gold coins. If the two families hadn't fallen out back then, if they hadn't let their relationship deteriorate completely, how much more would the Tang family have gained today? Thinking of this, he truly regretted it to his core. How had he married such a short-sighted woman? Back then, Jinjin was still young and innocent, but Zhanghua, as her mother, had filled her head with materialistic ideas, telling her to stop associating with Yinan and instead pursue Wu Yingxai's wealthy son. If Zhanghua hadn't interfered, their daughter might have actually ended up with Yinan. Then the Tang family could have achieved a class transformation and joined Hangzhou's elite family. As it wouldn't have been just a dream. Unfortunately, it was all their own fault for being so opportunistic and failing to seize the opportunity. In the afternoon, Yinan's family was directly escorted to the Empress Villa district, to a standalone villa managed by Jiuzhou. Number 01, the king of buildings, among all 28 villas in the entire district. This house had always been controlled by Jiuzhou, and Yinan's family were the first official residents. Dad, Mom, from now on you can live here peacefully. I need to go to the capital to serve the central bureau. Yinan's tone was resolute. Yi Lingfeng looked at his son, his smile filled with pride. Seeing you succeed puts my mind at ease. Don't worry about home. Chun Xian's eyes reddened slightly as she reluctantly reminded him. When you're working away from home, be sure to stay safe. At dusk, Yinan stood atop a tall tower, looking down at Hangzhou through the floor-to-ceiling windows. This was where the official core teleportation gate was located. Deng Qiming stood beside him, patting his shoulder. First time using a teleportation gate? Don't be nervous. Our equipment is very safe. Besides, with Elder Ding here level 699, just one step away from ascending to demigod status as an angel kingi can handle any minor mishaps. Soon, Provincial Governor Yin and other provincial leaders arrived to see Yinan off. Everyone stepped into the teleportation gate leading directly to the capital. The moment he entered, the surrounding scenery dissolved and stretched like an oil painting. Lines shifted rapidly, and Yinan realized he was being transported at incredible speed. It felt like an instant, yet also like an eternity, when he suddenly felt gravity stabilize beneath his feet again. When he opened his eyes, he was no longer in Hangzhou's teleportation tower, but in the capital. The entire journey had taken less than 10 seconds. Exiting the capital's teleportation tower, he boarded a special vehicle. In the back seat, Elder Ding sat beside him. Young man, I'm now taking you to the Yanhuang Assembly Hall. The chief will personally conduct your ceremony, and once it's complete, you'll officially enter the system. The capital was vast, and the special vehicle drove for a full hour before stopping at the heart of the Yan nation's power, the Yanhuang Assembly Hall. It was already past 7 in the evening, and the great hall was dimly lit. The scene Yinan had imagined of brilliant lights and a hall full of members did not materialize. Passing through the empty hall, they went backstage, wound through several curtained areas, and Yinan was led to an ancient wooden door. Elder Ding straightened his military uniform, his expression solemn. Yinan, the Jiuzhou you're about to join is the Yan nation's most important backbone organization, with an extremely high level of secrecy. Many people within the system don't even know of its existence. Joining Jiuzhou means becoming a hidden guardian. Danger and arduous missions will accompany you for life. You will also become a hero of the Yan nation, enjoying the highest benefits and resources. He straightened his spine and saluted solemnly. All right, Yinan, go ahead. I can only escort you this far. Then, Elder Ding saluted Deng Qiming. Captain Deng, I leave the rest to you. Deng Qiming returned the salute and raised his right hand, palm facing the seemingly ordinary door. Complex golden red symbols lit up in his palm, their glow reflecting on the door. The door slowly opened. Deng Qiming walked ahead, with Yinan following closely behind. The great door slowly closed behind them, leaving a gradually narrowing sliver of light. From outside, Elder Ding's hearty voice still filtered through. Young man, once you complete the Shinnon project, I'll invite you to my home as a guest. I'll introduce you to my dear granddaughters, even more beautiful than those little sweethearts of yours. Ha! The door slammed shut with a bang, and all sounds ceased abruptly. Earlier, when standing outside the door, Yinan had peered through the crack and seen only pitch darkness, thinking the door led directly to an underground chamber. The moment he truly stepped across the threshold, his vision blurred and wind rushed beneath his feet. It turned out to be a small teleportation portal. When he steadied himself, he found himself in a bright and beautiful world. Clear skies, fragrant flowers, and birdsong echoing all around. Yinan this way. Deng Qiming's voice was calm and unhurried. The two walked along a cobblestone path. Beside the path, clear water babbled and verdant mountains rose in layers. Magpies darted through the branches, fish swam in the ponds, and alert little squirrels poked their heads about on the grassy scene, full of vitality. The only discordant element was that the entire landscape had the hand-painted quality of an ink-wash painting, making it immediately clear this was not the real world. Even stranger, the moment Deng Qiming entered this place, a gray-white windbreaker appeared on him out of thin air. The coat was light and flowing, its hem fluttering as he walked, and his entire figure was shrouded in a faint gray mist that obscured his form and features. Noticing Yinan's confusion, Deng Qiming explained as they walked. This is a dimensional space created by a colorful mythical treasure controlled by the chief. It serves as the exclusive meeting room for 9 provinces. We in 9 provinces report directly to the chief. Direct reporting to the chief. Yinan's heart pounded. This was undoubtedly the highest honor. Deng Qiming continued. Every member of 9 provinces has established a connection to this place. Upon entering, they automatically don the windbreaker and are veiled in mist, both to prevent infiltration and to protect personal identities. After all, we're scattered across the globe with various surface identities, all carrying out classified missions. Once you complete the ceremony, the next time you enter, you'll also be cloaked in wind and mist. So even the organization members' identities were kept secret from each other, truly befitting Yin country's most covert official force. As they spoke, the two passed through the forest, walked by a pavilion garden, and reached the foot of a mountain. After climbing the mountain path for about 5 minutes, they suddenly reached the summit. The mountain top was expansive, surrounded by sea on all sides, with gentle winds carrying a touch of solitude. At the center was a platform of about 2,000 square meters, clearly divided into 5 distinct areas, each containing dozens to hundreds of seats. On the northern side of the platform, half a step higher, sat 5 uniquely designed seats, with one more seat positioned at the very top. Looking up, Yinan saw that the topmost seat was occupied by Yin country's chief, dressed in formal attire with a gentle smile. Below him in the 5 seats sat figures also cloaked in wind and shrouded in mist, their faces indiscernible. They were the leaders of the 5 great alliances: East, West, South, North, and Central. Deng Qiming turned toward the platform seating area and explained, "Those are the seats for Covenant members. Since today is your induction ceremony, the other members weren't summoned to protect your identity." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the empty stands, adding in a low voice, "Besides me, only the 5 supreme Covenant leaders present and the chief know your identity. Don't be nervous, just follow the procedure." With that, he turned and strode toward the central Covenant area, taking his seat in a high chair in the front row. Yinan steadied his breathing and walked unhurriedly to the center of the platform, looking up at the 6 dignitaries shrouded in mist and shadows above. "Yinan." The chief's voice was warm and magnetic. "On behalf of the people of Yin Nation, the Yin government, and all members of Jiuzhou, I welcome you. Raise your right fist and take the oath with me." Yinan complied, holding his fist level with his chest. The solemn words echoed through the empty assembly hall. As the oath concluded, his right palm suddenly glowed with golden light, and a symbol with intricate lines appeared in his palm. "Ding, you have acquired the skill, Oath of Mountains and Seas. Passive, can pass through the gate of mountains and seas to enter the world of mountains and seas. Active, no cost, no cooldown, can actively contact others who possess the Oath of Mountains and Seas." Simultaneously, faint mist rose from around his feet, and a gray-white cloak silently draped over his shoulders. "Yinan, you are now officially a member of Jiuzhou." The chief gestured with his hand. "That is your seat, please sit." Following his gaze, Yinan saw a chair glowing softly several rows behind Deng Qiming, as if calling to its master. He walked steadily over and sat down, his cloak spreading across the chair back, blending seamlessly with the gray-white cloaks of the other high-ranking members around him. Once he was seated, the chief nodded slightly, and a figure from a special seat below spoke up. The speaker was shrouded in thick mist, identifiable only as a man with a somewhat aged voice. "Yinan, welcome to the Jiuzhou Central Covenant. I am the supreme leader of the Central Covenant, and from now on, you are under my direct command. Captain Deng, whom you already know, will serve as your mentor in Jiuzhou. If you have questions, contact him directly or reach me through the Oath of Mountains and Seas." He paused briefly before delivering news that made hearts race. "The royal villa at Building 1, Empress District, Hangzhou, has been transferred to your name as a signing bonus." Yinan marveled inwardly. A villa as a signing bonus? This organization certainly doesn't hold back. The leader continued, "Your potential is remarkable, but you haven't fully matured yet. Normally, we would give you time and resources to develop gradually. However, there's an urgent special mission that requires your participation, codenamed Shinong Project. Mission details, Team up with 4 other members besides yourself to clear a 5-person secret realm, the Abyss Medicine Forest. Captain Deng will explain the specifics. His voice was low, but he added with grave emphasis. I'll stress one point. Safety is paramount. Secret realms aren't dungeons. Death means real death, with no margin for error. Hearing this, Yinan raised an eyebrow slightly. Just a secret realm, yet they're being so serious? If it's a high-level realm for levels 500,600, what could a level 30 mage like him contribute? If it's low-level, why not just send high-level professionals to steamroll it? There must be something special about it. After the chief added a few procedural reminders, the induction ceremony concluded. As the ceremony ended, Yinan followed Deng Qiming back along the same route to the translucent door where they had first arrived. Passing through the gate of mountains and seas, everything went dark. When Yinan opened his eyes again, he and Deng Qiming were back inside the assembly hall. This mountain sea gate was permanently installed inside the assembly hall. Standing about 3 meters tall, its frame was cast from dark golden alloy, with surface reliefs depicting mountain ranges and ocean waves, if silently narrating the vast world beyond. In fact, numerous mountain sea gates were scattered throughout the capital and various provinces, hidden in secret locations, but studying them wasn't the immediate priority. Back to base first, Deng Qiming ordered in a low voice. Yinan followed him through the empty hall and into the black official vehicle they had arrived in. As the car doors closed, soundproofing immediately activated, cutting off the outside noise as if severed by a blade. Before Yinan could ask any questions, Deng Qiming spoke up. Yinan, you should have learned about secret realms from your high school textbooks, right? Yinan nodded. The textbooks only covered 3 basic pieces of information: true death, floors, and modifiers, Deng Qiming said at a measured pace. But real secret realms are far more complex than what's written in books, hiding all sorts of bizarre special rules. The Abyssal Medicine Forest we're heading to has an extremely harsh mechanism. It only allows professionals below level 50 to enter. If even one team member at level 50 or above appears, the entrance will close, let alone clearing it. So we must organize a 5-person team where everyone is below level 50. Yinan instantly understood why he had been chosen. Deng Qiming's expression grew serious. Team members must also pass strict selection. This secret realm is marked as 20 floors, still within the 50-level bracket. 20 floors, Yinan gasped. According to standard rules, each floor increased monster damage and health by 10, with an additional modifier added every 5 floors. 20 floors meant 200 stat enhancement plus 4 modifiers on monsters. Meanwhile, level 14 professionals hadn't completed their first awakening, with limited attribute growth, insufficient skills, and inadequate equipment strength. No wonder no one had cleared it after all these years. Time is tight. The mission is heavy, Deng Qiming said concisely. I'm taking you to the preparation base now. 4 teammates are already waiting for you there. The preparation base was located in an official building at the foot of Tiantai Mountain in the Tianjing Mountain area, less than 5 kilometers from the Abyssal Medicine Forest entrance. Under the night sky, the entire base was brightly lit, with standby drones patrolling overhead to ensure absolute security in the surrounding area. After getting out of the car, Yinan first met with his 4 teammates, hastily ate dinner together in the cafeteria, exchanged names and professional information, and deepened their initial impressions. Then, under Deng Qiming's arrangement, the 5 entered an official simulation dungeon for multiple rounds of combat training to improve their coordination. By the time they finished and left the training pods, it was already 11 at night. Yinan returned to his dormitory and lay on the soft single bed, but couldn't calm his mind. In just 2 short days, he had experienced an intensity of events far beyond anything before. He felt like there was still something to do, with unfinished business churning in his mind. After a moment, he suddenly sat up and slapped his thigh. He had almost forgotten about the Crimson Blood Path. The Blood Reminiscence skill had a 30-day cooldown period. The sooner used, the sooner it would reset. Last night he had been too excited and forgot to cast it, wasting a whole day. This was official territory, specially arranged by the 9 provinces organization, with top-level secrecy and protection in the rooms, so there was no need to worry about abnormal energy fluctuations being detected. Yinan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and channeled the skill. The 5-second casting time passed in an instant, and as crimson patterns flashed beneath his skin, the 88.88 million health points within his body were absorbed by the Crimson Blood Path in just 5 seconds. Then, vast swaths of ink black and white smoke suddenly materialized before his eyes, evoking the essence of yin and yang. The dense mist churned and rolled like a massive silver screen, occasionally projecting silent scenes, crumbling ancient castles, unfamiliar streets, shadowy figures dancing between light and darkness. It was as if a muted epic film was playing out before him in endless loops, both tangible and ethereal. The skill description of blood memory was clearly etched in Yinan's mind. The bearer shall retrieve a lost chromatic mythic equipment from the crevices of history. His heart jolted. Could this ink white mist be the crevices of history? Might that chromatic mythic equipment be hidden within these seemingly unrelated fragments? Should he reach out and grab it? The thought flashed through his mind, and he acted decisively. In the current scene, a warrior in battered armor raised his spear high, roaring at the storm-laden sky, while behind him stretched a long line of refugees, carrying bundles, tearfully leaving their homeland. In the distance, what was once a city-state had been reduced to charred ruins. Yinan reached toward the misty veil, feeling an icy sensation like plunging into water, creating clear ripples. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained Bedidala's unyielding will. The system notification exploded in his mind. All images froze instantly, and the smoke rapidly dissipated. A chromatic mythic equipment was his. Yinan immediately opened his inventory, where an item surrounded by a 7-colored aura stood prominently displayed. Equipment information. Equipment name, Bedidala's unyielding will. Quality, chromatic mythic. Type, bracelet. Level requirement, LV1 and upgradable. Base attributes, health 1000, armor 300, magic resistance 300, effect accuracy 5, effect resistance 20. Attributes continue to grow with level progression. Divine skills cannot be absorbed or transferred via black crystal. 1. Never surrender passive. When the bearer is controlled by an enemy, the control effect is reflected back to the caster. 5-second cooldown after activation. 2. The Mad God's Repentance passive. The bearer is immune to all negative effects from the mythic weapon Bedidala's Strike of Madness. 3. Lingering divine power. The equipment still harbors unknown power that may be awakened through upgrades. Special skill, Defiance passive. For every 1 effect resistance possessed, gain an additional 500 attack power. Durability, never deteriorates. Binding, unbound binds upon equipping. The Peerless Ark had descended upon Blue Star only 188 years ago, but the game world itself possessed an ancient history spanning eons. After reviewing the attributes, what caught Yinan's attention most wasn't the statistics, but that familiar name Bedidala. Upon seeing the Mad God's Repentance, he suddenly remembered. Bedidala was indeed a true god mentioned in the Peerless Ark's historical records, one who had fallen over 10,000 years ago, bearing the divine portfolio of the God of Madness. Now, the bracelet in his possession was actually a relic left behind by this deity, still containing divine power that hadn't been completely erased. This was truly a gift from the crevices of history. What delighted him even more was that never surrender perfectly compensated for his greatest weakness. From now on, he would never fear any control skills again. In fact, he almost looked forward to enemy crowd control, because controlling Yinan meant controlling themselves. Badtyra's unyielding will, like the crown of Anu, was upgradable equipment. In Peerless Ark, such gear started at level 1 and grew alongside its owner through monster slaying. Every time Yinan killed a monster, not only did he gain experience, but his equipment also received its share. Once it reached level 49, specific materials would be required for breakthrough, initiating a new growth cycle identical to the awakening process for professionals. What he anticipated most was the passive ability, Immortal Divine Power, wondering what amazing capabilities would unlock as the equipment advanced. Speaking of Badtyra's frenzied strike, Yinan's mind immediately conjured images from historical rifts. That figure suspected to be the god of madness, wielding a spear and roaring at the heavens, blood and fire weaving together like a painting. Yinan deduced that the so-called frenzied strike was that very spear. When he drew mythical equipment again next month, if similar visions appeared, he would definitely extract that spear to pair with unyielding will, curious to see if they would create some miraculous synergy. The rebellion attribute could boost attack power. In the past, this would have frustrated him. Higher attack meant higher basic attack damage, which would reduce the trigger frequency of blasphemous hands attribute theft. But after surviving the initial adjustment period, Yinan had shifted his mindset. When he was weak, he desperately scraped for every attribute point. But now that his strength was developing, there was no need to deliberately suppress his stats for those few attributes, nor waste time on small monsters. He could steal attributes casually. After all, Blasphemous Hand wasn't going anywhere. As for Thorn Knight, even without considering attribute theft, this equipment still held great potential. Yinan even fantasized about the day he might use Thorn Knight to whip Qin Yingling. Just imagining that scene was exhilarating. Equip immediately. Ding, binding successful. Ding, congratulations on achieving Equip 1 colorful mythical equipment, earning the title Mythical Equipment Collector Beginner. Peerless Ark's achievement system was notoriously hardcore, with no filler entries. Yinan glanced at the title's attributes. The stats were unremarkable, but its true value lay in prestige. Only professionals equipped with colorful mythical gear could unlock this title. With maximum visual effects, it was the perfect tool for showing off. He glanced at his attribute panel. His health had dropped to less than 20 million. Fortunately, Crimson Bloodpath only drained current health without affecting the maximum. His health cap remained at over 100 million. According to the game's basic mechanics, a good night's sleep would restore it completely. Yinan lay back on his bed, but found sleep elusive. He casually pulled out his phone, where WeChat notifications showed another batch of unread messages. Just as he opened WeChat, he received a message from Ruan Haoyue. Brother Nan, are you really busy in the capital? You're ignoring me. Yi Nan rubbed his temples, his finger continuously scrolling upward. Today, Ruan Haoyue had already sent several WeChat messages in a row. Brother Nan, last night was my first time drinking alcohol ever. I had too much, but everything I said was from the heart. I wanted to hang out with you today, but I got drunk last night and accidentally twisted my ankle. Woo woo woo, look. Right foot photo, ankle photo left, and right foot comparison photos. The photos on the screen were extremely high resolution. Although Ruan Haoyue wasn't particularly tall, she exercised regularly, giving her feet a beautiful arch with fair skin that showed a faint pink glow under the lighting. Sending these photos directly in the middle of the night was incredibly provocative. Yinan took a deep breath and typed, "It's so late, why aren't you sleeping?" She instantly replied with, followed immediately by an incoming video call. Yinan turned on the light and answered. Ruan Haoyue appeared on screen without makeup, though her phone's built-in beauty filter still made her skin look flawless. She wore pink cartoon pajamas with her hair falling naturally, carrying that soft, girlish aura. Brother Nan, wait a second, let me grab a pillow. She held the phone with one hand while bending over to reach for a pillow. The camera tilted downward, and a flash of white nearly filled the entire screen, making Yi Nan's blood rush to his head. After she settled against the pillow, she spoke sweetly. How are things in the capital? Are you adjusting well? They chatted casually for a few minutes. Suddenly, she moved the camera to her waist area and lifted her bent right leg. Her loose pajama pants slipped down due to gravity, exposing a section of luminously white thigh. The camera seemed deliberately controlled, slowly moving up along her thigh before stopping at her slightly swollen ankle. Woo woo woo. Brother Nan, look, it still hurts. What normal teenage boy could withstand such temptation? Yi Nan could only forcibly suppress his racing heartbeat, offer a few words of comfort, promised to spend time with her on his next return to Hangzhou, then decisively ended the video call. After turning off the lights, he lay back in bed but couldn't fall asleep. Hangzhou, Empress Villa District. Late at night, the lights in the Chu family villa complex were sparse. Chu Yinsan sat at her bedroom desk, flipping through a book but checking her WeChat contacts every few pages. Last night, her father had said he'd given her contact information to Yi Nan and told her to watch for his message. But an entire day had passed, and with midnight approaching, there was still no friend request from Yi Nan. Could it be that he's not interested in me? This was the first time in her life she doubted her own charm. She turned off the lights and went to bed, but tossed and turned, unable to sleep for a long time. Meanwhile, in the same villa district, Shen Yingling stared at her silent phone and gritted her teeth. Humph. Yi Nan, just you wait. She then pulled the blanket over her head. The next morning, knocking echoed in the hallway. Yi Nan opened the door to meet Captain Deng's somewhat urgent, penetrating gaze. Yi Nan, Master Cui has arrived. He has long-term cooperation with the government and is very reliable. After returning to the capital last night, Captain Deng had contacted an official appraiser for Yi Nan, a 5-star professional. Life professions used a different ranking system from combat professions, organized by tiers. For appraisers, they started at first tier and needed to continuously appraise equipment and items to accumulate experience. Only when experience was maxed could they advance to the next tier. Higher tiers meant they could appraise more types of items with greater accuracy. A 5th-tier appraiser was already considered quite high-end in society. Unexpectedly, this 5th-tier appraiser had failed to successfully identify the origins of the quest item, Shalon's treasure. So Captain Deng contacted the president of the Capital Appraisal Industry Association overnight 8th-tier appraiser Master Choir requesting that he make a special trip to appraise Yi Nan's item. An 8th-tier appraiser was considered a ceiling-level figure in the appraisal industry within the Yen Kingdom. Anyone in the capital with even a basic understanding of extraordinary professions knew Old Chui's name. Though not part of the official system, the elderly man held honorary advisor titles in certain functional organizations within the Central Bureau, his status never inferior to any official bigwig. Old Chui was over 70 years old, with shoulder-length graying hair, snow-white eyebrows and beard, and a clean white robe that seemed ready to catch the wind at any moment, immediately bringing to mind an immortal sage with otherworldly bearing. Upon seeing Yi Nan, he nodded slightly with a gentle tone. This young friend must be Yi Nan. This guy really talks like he's cultivating immortality. Yi Nan silently complained to himself, though his expression remained very polite as he bowed respectfully. The appraisal process wasn't complicated. Yi Nan initiated an appraisal order to Old Chui through his professional terminal. After Old Chui confirmed it, a semi-transparent holographic appraisal interface immediately unfolded, hovering between the two men. The interface was divided into two sections, the appraisal slot and the fee slot. Yi Nan placed the quest item, Shalon's treasure, into the appraisal slot. This was just an unremarkable white quest item that still belonged to Yi Nan after being placed inside. As for the appraisal fee, Captain Deng had already taken care of it, so Yi Nan didn't need to pay a cent. Old Chui glanced at the item, and a trace of impatience even crossed his brow. A white low-tier quest item actually required the attention of an industry leader like himself? Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, or a cannon to swat a mosquito? However, considering Elder Ding's reputation, he'd treat it as a way to relax. With a relaxed expression, he closed his eyes, raised his hand to activate the authoritative appraisal technique, and a faint blue light from his fingertip quietly penetrated the item. The principle of appraisal techniques was simple. Appraisers injected mana into the target, and the more mana used, the higher the success rate. Logically speaking, for a white item, an 8th tier appraiser like himself should be able to get instant results with less than 100 mana points. However, something unexpected happened. The mana value broke through 100 points, yet the interface remained completely still. After 1,000 points, there was still no feedback whatsoever. Oh, Old Chui lifted his eyelids slightly, chuckled softly, and continued increasing the stakes. 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 points. Shallan's treasure remained utterly silent. He looked up at Yi Nan and Deng Qiming, discovering that both men appeared calm, as if they had anticipated this scene. This made Old Chui slightly angry inside. How could an 8th tier appraiser lose face in front of juniors? He immediately doubled his mana input. When the number jumped to 10,000 points, his expression finally became serious. At his level, combined with the authoritative appraisal technique, 10,000 mana points were sufficient to analyze the hidden attributes of orange epic equipment, even most magical items. Yet this white quest item remained completely unresponsive, clearly abnormal. Old Chui straightened his back, his sleeves billowing. His entire demeanor suddenly transformed, finally displaying the true bearing of an 8th tier appraisal grandmaster. Go, he shouted in a low voice, brilliant light erupting from his palm. Whoosh whoosh. Yi Nan and Deng Qiming nearby could both feel the massive surge of mana energy flowing from Old Chui's body. 20,000, 40,000, 80,000, 160,000. Under Old Chui's astonished gaze, Shallan's treasure finally began to emit a faint purple glow. The authoritative appraisal technique was taking effect. Old Chui's slightly trembling hands remained firmly pressed against the light screen as his mana continued to surge forth like a torrent, for the appraisal was not yet complete. As an 8th tier appraiser, his maximum mana was less than 500,000, and the current 160,000 already represented 1/3 of his total capacity. This alone was enough to prove that this seemingly ordinary white item was anything but common. The mana infusion grew increasingly violent, and the mental and physical strain climbed in tandem. Old Chui gritted his teeth, continuously emitting muffled groans from his throat that resembled someone suffering from constipation. 320,000, 450,000. In just over 10 seconds, the previously composed man was now drenched in sweat and flushed red, having lost all traces of his sage-like demeanor. With a breathless roar, his mana output reached 480,000, barely maintaining the authoritative appraisal technique at full capacity. Finally, bang! With a crisp but muted sound, Shallan's treasure completely vanished from the appraisal interface. Oh my god, that nearly killed me. Old Chui clutched his chest and collapsed ungracefully, but in the next instant, he suddenly froze, his gaze becoming vacant. Deng Qiming immediately supported him, a flicker of concern passing through his profound eyes. Old Chui, how are you? Did it work? It worked. At the same time, 2 new items quietly appeared in Yi Nan's inventory. 1. 50,000 gold coins. 2. A piece of equipment lying silently with an unusual form. Meanwhile, Old Chui's vacant expression was suddenly replaced by wild joy, as system notifications exploded in his mind. Ding! Appraisal successful. Congratulations on gaining 3,200,000 experience points. Authoritative appraisal technique proficiency 36. Old Chui slammed the table and threw his head back in wild laughter, completely disregarding his image. As an 8th tier appraiser, he hadn't gained even a sliver of experience from precious items in ages. Yet today, this single item had netted him 3.2 million experience points, pushing him significantly closer to becoming a 9th tier appraiser. Looking across the entire Peerless Ark world, there were fewer than 3 9th tier appraisers among all official organizations and major groups combined. Moreover, the authoritative appraisal technique had directly gained 36 proficiency points. Though he was still far from maximum proficiency and advancing to the supreme appraisal technique, today's breakthrough had shown him hope for reaching even higher realms. In his excitement, he looked at Yi Nan as if the young man were a precious treasure. Old Chui immediately stood up, grasped Yi Nan's hands, and spoke rapidly. Yi Nan, if you ever have any miraculous items that need appraisal, you must come to me. I won't charge you a single coin. He then gazed at Yi Nan expectantly, ready to abandon his dignity and kneel if the young man refused. This youth had cleared the heroic difficulty newcomer trial, would undoubtedly acquire countless rare and mysterious items in the future. As long as he could latch onto this golden opportunity, his chances of advancing to 9th tier would greatly increase. Seeing the pitiful old Shui, Yinan pondered for a moment before nodding with a smile. Why refuse a free 8th-tier appraiser? Receiving the affirmative response, old Shui grinned broadly, delighted like a child. Yinan, good boy. From now on, you're an honored guest of both the capital's Shui family and the Appraiser Industry Association. If you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to find me and be polite. Beside them, Deng Qiming's profound eyes trembled slightly as he unconsciously glanced at this newly recruited subordinate and had not only passed the trial, but now easily won old Shui's favor, causing his value to skyrocket once again. Yinan's thoughts, however, were elsewhere. He wanted to examine the peculiar piece of equipment he had obtained after appraising Shalon's treasure. As mentioned before, every piece of equipment has a grade, from the lowest white to the highest rainbow. Equipment in the inventory automatically displays corresponding border and icon colors in 9 varieties: white, green, blue, purple, pink, red, orange, gold, and rainbow. However, when Yinan completed the identification of Shalon's treasure, what he saw in his item slot was an eerie black glow. Both the border and icon were shrouded in dark, shadowy radiance. Black equipment? The textbooks never mentioned it, and the forums contained not a single word about it. This unfamiliar color stirred suspicion in his heart. Could black rank even higher than rainbow mythic grade? Or perhaps it concealed special abilities? With these questions in mind, Yinan immediately pulled up the attribute panel. Equipment name, Arachne's Mirror of Corruption. Grade, black mutation due to unknown forces. This equipment's abilities cannot be displayed. Slot, artifact. Required level. Base attributes. Divine skill. Cannot be absorbed or transferred through black crystal. Cannot be displayed. Special skill, unknown. Durability, never degrades. Soul binding. Soulbound obtaining this equipment automatically equips and binds it. Except for the 4 words, black mutation, everything else was blocked out. Yinan stared at the panel, completely bewildered. The prestige seemed comparable to rainbow mythic equipment after all. It clearly possessed a divine skill, just hidden from view. He had originally planned not to equip it immediately, but soul binding meant the item was already bound to him upon acquisition, making it impossible to remove. Blessing or curse? Yinan wasn't anxious. This Mirror of Corruption was part of an epic hidden quest line, so theoretically it shouldn't endanger his life. Ding! A system notification appeared. Congratulations on completing the Shalon's treasure quest. The quest log showed, completed, rewards pending, and next phase ready to unlock. Since others were still present, he decided to wait until he was alone to claim the rewards. After seeing off Elder Chui, Deng Qiming called Yinan into his office. The lighting was dim, and Captain Deng's gaze was penetrating and sharp. Even a master appraiser like Elder Chui had to exert considerable effort to discern its nature, and it excited him to the point of losing composure. Clearly your item is extraordinary. Yinan nodded inwardly. Without joining Jiuzhou, identifying Shalon's treasure through personal means would have been nearly impossible. Deng Qiming's voice was low and serious. Yinan, where did you obtain this item? And what was the final identification result? He then softened his tone. Of course, if it involves privacy, you may choose not to answer. Every professional has their own secrets. Yinan indeed harbored secrets. However, the epic hidden questline of the Shadow of the Chaotic Sea wasn't really much of a secret. What truly weighed on Yinan's mind was another matter. The black mutated equipment, called Arachne's Mirror of Corruption, felt like a ticking time bomb strapped to his body. He decided to report to his superiors, seeking more information and assistance. Captain Deng, I obtained that item after clearing the Hero Difficulty Novice Trial Dungeon, Yinan said concisely. The dungeon reward triggered an epic hidden questline, and the first step was to appraise that item. After appraisal, it split into 2 parts. One portion directly converted into 50,000 gold coins, while the other became an extremely special piece of equipment. He paused here. Captain Deng, have you ever heard of black equipment? Upon hearing those 3 words, Deng Qiming's brow furrowed as he pondered seriously for a moment before answering. There are indeed scattered records in Jiuzhou's classified archives. Black equipment carries the suffix mutated and is even rarer than rainbow mythic equipment. However, research conclusions indicate that rarity doesn't mean greater power. Black mutated equipment is universally affected by some unknown Forcino attributes, no special abilities, essentially unusable. Researchers are more inclined to classify them as special items rather than true equipment. As for the origin of that force, the higher-ups have made some breakthroughs, but unfortunately, my clearance level doesn't reach that information. If even a Jiuzhou captain couldn't access high-level classified information, clearly there were serious issues behind this unknown force. Yinan pondered thoughtfully. At this moment, Deng Qiming's tone grew grave. You obtained black mutated equipment? Yes. Yinan nodded. After appraising that item, 50,000 gold coins were credited to my account, and what remained was this mirror. He immediately used the display function, projecting a virtual image of Arachne's mirror of corruption into the era handheld ancient mirror with intricate patterns winding around its ornate border, rich in Western classical style. The mirror surface was snow white, showing no signs of abnormality under the display projection. Deng Qiming's gaze locked onto the mirror, his voice low. Never attempt to equip it. Keep it isolated on a separate page of your inventory. Don't let it come into contact with other equipment or items. Captain, what's wrong with it? Yinan sensed something amiss and pressed for answers. Deng Qiming remained silent for several seconds before finally speaking. Normally, this intelligence shouldn't be disclosed to you, but I need to warn you while hoping you won't feel burdened. Historically, anyone who has held or deeply studied black mutated equipment for extended periods, whether players or researchers, has mostly encountered unfortunate circumstances. He paused briefly, his tone becoming even more solemn. They made deep contact in order to explore that force. But if it's just ordinary carrying, there usually won't be problems. After all, relevant departments also have several black mutated equipment pieces in storage, and the daily custodial staff currently show no abnormalities. Hiss. Yinan couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This thing sounded ominous just from the description. Miracle bro, throw me a lifeline here. Seeing his grave expression, Deng Qiming offered reassurance. Don't be afraid. The nation and Jiuzhou will fully protect you. As long as you restrain your curiosity and don't study it, nothing will happen. Yinan nodded repeatedly, like a pecking chicken. Moving quickly, he had already relocated this black mutated equipment to the isolated corner of his inventory. Deng Qiming immediately dialed a number. This is Deng Qiming. I'm requesting emergency deployment of a tranquil peace talisman to protect one of my team members. He's a key operative in the Shinnon project. Yes, he's encountered an anomalous situation. I'll provide detailed information in my written report. Understood, please expedite. After hanging up, the tension in his shoulders eased considerably, and his expression brightened. Yinan, I've already requested an epic-level protective artifact from headquarters. It can effectively counter the damage from malevolent forces. Don't panic. Yinan nodded calmly. I'm not panicking. He couldn't help but recall the mysterious system's reaction in his mind when Captain Deng had invaded his dreams 2 nights ago. If that mirror truly intended to harm him, the system would certainly intervene immediately to protect him. Besides, let's not frighten ourselves unnecessarily, Deng Qiming added, a flash of realization crossing his eyes as he speculated. You obtained this black anomalous equipment through an epic hidden quest, right? Perhaps in the subsequent quest line, it will play a crucial role, and you might even break free from it during the process. He looked up and asked, Yinan, have you completed your current quest? It was completed after the successful identification, but I haven't had time to claim the reward or accept the next stage, Yinan replied. Upon hearing this, Deng Qiming's expression relaxed again. I hope my speculation is correct. Go ahead and take care of your business. See what the next quest stage involves, and come to my office anytime if you need assistance. Yinan nodded and was about to leave when Deng Qiming suddenly called out. Wait, there's one more thing. Come to the conference room at 10 this morning. I'll formally brief you on the key intelligence regarding the Abyss Medicinal Forest Secret Realm. Starting today, the organization will conduct specialized training for you over the next week, with the mission tentatively scheduled for execution in 1 week. Time is of the essence, so I appreciate your hard work these coming days. Back in his room, Yinan took several deep breaths to steady his heartbeat, then opened his quest log. Shalon's treasure reward. At least 1 stellar grade pet egg. He decisively clicked Claim Quest Reward. Ding. The system notification suddenly rang sharp and bright. Miracle effect triggered. Congratulations on triggering a miracle and obtaining a pet egg of an extinct creature from the Apocalypse Ark world. Immediately after. Ding. Shalon's treasure quest completed. Reward obtained. Nightfall Dream Dragon pet egg. A dragon. Yinan's breath caught. It was the most ancient civilizational symbol of the Great Yin Kingdom: serpentine body, lizard legs, deer antlers, ox ears, eagle claws, and fish scales, both majestic and mysterious. In Apocalypse Ark, the surviving dragon species were all Western wyverns. The true Eastern dragons had long been extinct. Yet now, he held an Eastern dragon egg in his hands. The last time he had felt such frenzied excitement was when he awakened his unique hidden god-tier talent, Blasphemous Hand. His heart rate now soared to 160, his hands trembling, yet he still held firmly onto that pure black eggshell radiating sacred aura. He carefully transferred this pure black pet egg emanating sacred energy into his private inventory. Then, with curious excitement, he examined its attribute information. Dark Night Dream Auspicious Dragon Pet Egg. Rank, Imperial. Preview. Static image of overall appearance. Flying animation, breath attack animation, spellcasting animation, resting pose, and appearance simulation when the master is riding. Hatching requirements. At least 1 top-tier incubator and injection of 5 pure concentrated black crystals. Hatching ritual. Must be initiated in a completely lightless environment. Before the ritual begins, the master must consume the highest quality mental enhancement potion available. Hatching time, approximately 12 hours. Master recognition. Soul binding occurs immediately upon obtaining this pet egg, automatic master recognition. In the preview screen, a pitch-black little dragon was curled up in a circle, eyes closed, and gently nodding as it dozed. Rhythmic pulses of deep, tranquil black light emanated from its body, outlining a sacred aura against the dark background. This is the auspicious dragon, my auspicious dragon. Yinan's eyes widened as an uncontrollable smile spread across his face. The more he looked at the sleeping little dragon, the more pleasing it became, and the faster his heart raced. This wasn't just any ordinary petit, was also a mount. And not only could it gallop across the ground, it was a flying mount, a true sacred beast that could carry its master soaring through the skies. Imagining himself riding on the auspicious dragon's back in the future, facing the wind and clouds while overlooking the earth below, Yinan revealed a set of pearly white teeth, grinning from ear to ear. Problems soon followed. The materials required for hatching were ridiculously expensive, and the Imperial rank exclusive hatching ritual looked quite complicated. A purely dark environment. Would locking himself in his room at midnight, drawing the curtains, and turning off all the lights count as meeting the requirements? He pushed these thoughts aside for now. The most important thing at the moment was still conquering the Abyssal Medicine Forest secret realm. Everything else could wait until he returned. After completing this Saran's treasure quest, the system simultaneously triggered the second stage of the epic hidden questline Shadow of the Chaotic Sea. Quest: The Person in the Mirror. Type: Epic Hidden Shadow of the Chaotic Sea 29. Summary: You sold Saran's treasure and gained great wealth. At the same time, you finally discovered something wrong with the treasury, a strange mirror. Soon you realized that someone lives inside the mirror. Objective: Fulfill 3 requests from the person in the mirror 03. Reward: Unlock partial abilities of Arachne's Mirror of Corruption. There's actually a person hidden inside the black mutation equipment. This scene felt like the opening of a horror story, making Yinan's scalp tingle as he felt like something unclean had been stuffed into his inventory. But after carefully reading through the quest description, objectives, and rewards, he actually felt relieved since the other party was making requests. It proved they needed him and probably wouldn't harm him immediately. If things really felt wrong, he could just abandon the quest. He still had the Blasphemous Hand and Miracle as trump cards. With the initiative in his hands, he felt much more at ease. As for the reward, Yinan didn't hold too high expectations. No one could say for sure what that ghostly mirror could actually do. But if completing it really could provide some surprises, that would be even better. Whoosh exhaled a stifling breath and did several sets of push-ups and squats in his room, shaking off the excitement and tension. At 10 in the morning, in the base conference room, the strategy meeting for pioneering the Abyssal Medicine Forest secret realm began on schedule. Yinan was the first to arrive, followed by the 4 teammates he had met the night before. Deng Qiming, with his profound gaze, sat at the head of the table, presiding over the meeting. Today's meeting was designed to brief Yinan, the newest team member, on everything related to the Abyss Herb Forest secret realm. The meeting ran until after 1 in the afternoon, with documents piled high across the conference table and 3D terrain models of the secret realm flashing intermittently on the projection screen. During the lunch break, he followed the other team members to the base cafeteria. A balanced energy meal sat on his trailing steak, fresh green vegetables, and a bowl of soup enriched with special nutrients. As Yinan bit into the meat, he quickly reviewed the meeting's key points while chewing. 1. The mission's critical importance. 2. Estimated difficulty and restrictions. 3. His 4 upcoming teammates. After grasping the full scope of the mission, his initially relaxed mood grew heavier under the weight of responsibility. The mission's significance to the Yen Kingdom needed no elaboration. Even as just a high school student, he knew that grade 9 potion compounds had long been monopolized in the international market by the beautiful empire across the ocean. The Yen Kingdom's technology wasn't lacking. Elder Yuan was a grade 9 alchemist fully capable of independently producing grade 9 potion compounds, but every formula was bottlenecked by raw materials. Grade 9 herbs. Domestic grade 9 herbs were scarce and incomplete in variety, making them genuine strategic resources. The chronic shortage of materials forced the domestic potion industry to import finished products at high prices. Worse still, numerous talented grade 8 alchemists couldn't gather the necessary materials to craft grade 9 potion compounds, leaving their advancement paths completely blocked. The beautiful country maintained tight control over grade 9 herbs, only selling finished compounds abroad while never exporting raw materials. The Yen Kingdom had no choice but to pursue a dual approach, paying premium prices for global acquisitions while searching throughout their territory for secret realms capable of stable grade 9 herb production. Fortunately, the Abyss Herb Forest had been discovered. Exploration reports confirmed the secret realm contained abundant and diverse grade 9 herbs. Once the authorities fully conquered it, they could transform it into a grade 9 herb cultivation dungeon. The Yin kingdom would no longer be strangled by the throat, and might even break the beautiful country's long-standing monopoly on the international potion compound market. However, behind this sweet prospect lay razor-sharp reality. When the coordinates were first obtained, leadership had prepared for hell-level difficulty, with various angel kings above level 600 packing their bags and awaiting the call. But after truly analyzing the rules, everyone was still shocked. 1. Professionals above level 49 were directly blocked from entry. 2. For level 49 players, this level 50 secret realm was rated as hell difficulty. Yinan recalled the mortality rate curves from the data sheets and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What seemed like nearly hopeless difficulty for others was merely a somewhat troublesome solo dungeon for him. He'd almost wanted to submit a proposal suggesting the higher-ups not let those 4 teammates tag along could handle it alone. But remembering that the tallest tree catches the most wind, the young man ultimately suppressed his impulse and decided to maintain his low profile. The afternoon training schedule seamlessly continued. Leveling, skill tests, reaction limits, and physical conditioning were packed tightly together. The shooting range air mixed with the sense of gun oil and sweat, while electronic timers beeped steadily. Yinan glided, turned, and fired precise shots at moving targets with clean efficiency. In the strength room, he completed full exercise sets under high-gravity simulation, his muscle definition tensing and relaxing rapidly under the lights. During virtual combat in the tactics classroom, he consistently found his opponent's weaknesses half a beat faster. A series of results displayed on screens with impressively beautiful data that made all the instructors nod with satisfaction. Over the following days, Yinan participated in specialized combat training to hone his fighting skills and battle awareness, while continuing to build rapport with his 4 teammates. Days were packed with intensive training that soaked their combat suits with sweat. Nights were consumed by an endless stream of messages. Ruan Haiyue would send selfies and videos without warning, her tone so passionate it seemed ready to burn through the screen. Su Lingming appeared punctually to seriously discuss college entrance exam details. After acknowledging their relationship, Qin Yinin's voice became increasingly soft and intimate, though too shy to send photos. Her words pierced straight into Yinan's heart. Chu Lian-san, Chen Yingling, and Li Lisha had also added Yinan on WeChat, but he barely had time for casual conversation when Haiyue's enthusiasm had completely drained his nightlife. Yinan secretly felt relieved. If Li Lisha were as intense as Ruan Haiyue, he truly couldn't handle Ithos. Twin Peaks were completely beyond his ability to provoke. On the 3rd day of training, Deng Qiming delivered the Tranquil Peace talisman he had applied for on Yinan's behalf. During the handover, he explained Jojo's internal merit system. Completing missions accumulated merit points, which function like credits that could be exchanged for rare equipment or materials. According to regulations, this talisman required spending certain merit points, but he took the initiative to gift it directly to Yinan. Yinan accepted it without hesitation. As for the Arachne mirror of corruption, the mirror surface remained deathly still, with no movement from the figure within. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. The day of their official mission arrived. Capital City, Tianjing Mountain Area, Abyss Medicine Forest Secret Realm entrance. The scenic area's base was completely sealed off. At 9:30 a.m., the 5 members of Team Shinong stood in formation, fully equipped. As the supervisor, Deng Qiming raised his eyes, his profound gaze revealing rare solemnity and sanctity. His voice was deep and magnetic, condensed into a single sentence. "I wish you success and triumphant return." He then saluted with utmost respect. The 5 team members returned the salute in unison. Deng Qiming offered final instructions. "Children, while this secret realm is important, your lives are more important. If the situation becomes impossible, immediately use the Ark stones to evacuate." The 5 acknowledged the order in unison. Team Shinong, March 4th. Green light flickered as 5 figures disappeared into the barrier. Deng Qiming remained at the entrance for a long time, his gaze following the light screen. At a nearby monitoring building's window, the highest official of the Jiuzhou Central Alliance stood alongside the pavilion master of the Great Yin Medical Pavilion and Elder Yuan, a 9th-tier pharmacist, silently watching the departure ceremony. The faces of both elders showed a mixture of seriousness, worry, and anticipation. "Children, do your best." Inside the secret realm, dark, humid air rushed toward them, with the bitter stench of decay flooding their nostrils. Blue-green particles floated in the air like faint smog. The ground was covered by a snow-white, dense forest with pale tree trunks and branches hanging with eerie blood-red fruits. Deeper areas were shrouded in gray mist, with occasional strange hissing sounds drifting out. The moment they stepped into the secret realm, jumping numbers appeared above all 5 heads -50 per second. Poisoned. The realm's unique toxic mist constantly corroded them. System notification. Toxic mist. Negative status. Toxin. Loses 50 health points per second. Duration unlimited. Faced with the continuous health drain, Yinan and his team remained calm and composed. They had long prepared countermeasures for this mechanism. All 5 members simultaneously drew crystal vials from their waists, unsealing them with a crisp click before downing the Tier 8 universal antidote in one gulp. The cool liquid flowed down their throats, seeming to transform into a cleansing stream within their bodies that instantly washed away the mist poison lingering in their flesh and blood. System notifications appeared in sequence. All poison-type debuffs removed. Immunity to poison-type negative effects for the next 6 hours. The higher the potion's tier, the greater the success rate. Did everyone successfully clear the mist poison? The speaker was Wang Tai. His nearly 6'3" frame loomed like a steel wall in the white fog, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, his gleaming bald head reflecting the mist in mottled patterns. Despite his fierce appearance, he was widely recognized as a genuinely good person. Wang Tai served as captain of this Shen Nong squad. At only 20 years old, he had joined the Shen Nong project 2 years ago and had even ventured into the Abyss Medicine Forest. That expedition had locked his level firmly at 49, where he'd remained stuck for 2 full years. Yinan raised his finger to open his status panel, watching the gray mist poison buff dissipate as he replied concisely, "Success." "Me too," came a gentle female voice from the team's long-legged glasses Gerlui. "Oh, Tier 8 potion, fantastic," Nie Qian exclaimed with an exaggerated accent. The shortest member, Healer Molly's System ID Martin, patted his chest, still shaken. "That potion tasted awful, thank goodness we don't need a second dose." As his words faded, a gentle breeze emanated from within him, flowing over everyone at an unhurried pace. Where the wind passed, Yinan's 200 health points lost to the mist poison were instantly restored. Having received confirmation from everyone, Wang Tai finally exhaled deeply. "Follow the planned route, spread formation, advance slowly. If we encounter monsters, don't rush to attack, I'll engage first." The team dispersed. Wang Tai took point, his diamond-patterned shield positioned at his shoulder. In the center, tall Lu Yi and short healer Ma Li maintained a safe distance from each other. Bringing up the rear were Yinan and Nie Qian, the latter shouldering an outrageously designed multicolored pistol that was a full size larger than standard-issue handguns, practically qualifying as a hand cannon. He spun the barrel with nimble wrists while chattering nonstop. "Oh, my friend, don't be nervous. Today we're wearing level 45 premium epic gear sets. We failed the first boss last time because I wasn't there. Just wait until you see my damage output." After advancing about 100 meters, a patch of low white shrubs in the mist suddenly rustled, then materialized into a small creature rabbit head on a human body. Snow-white long ears swept back, eyes glowing crimson red. It locked onto the nearest target, the diminutive healer Martin, and suddenly burst into a charge. Martin, barely 5'3" even in shoes, was naturally timid and shy. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, he froze completely in place, his face turning deathly pale. Just as Yinan moved to draw his blade, a thunderous rumble echoed in his ears. A massive figure crashed in from the side, colliding head-on with the rabbit-head monster. Wang Tai had activated his charge skill. In an instant, his entire body became covered in crystalline, translucent diamond facets, hard as stone, with light refracting into countless cold gleams. Wang Tai steadily drew all the rabbit creature's aggro without the slightest carelessness, his whole body encased in diamond, transforming him into a diamond man. This was the effect of his divine tier talent, Diamond King, which dramatically increased both his resistances and attack power. The seemingly dangerous rabbit-head monster's attacks barely scratched Wang Tai, dealing only single-digit damage. The creature's razor-sharp fangs and blood-dripping claws struck sparks against Wang Tai's chest, but couldn't even tear through his armor. Seeing little Martin still standing there in a daze, Nie Qian muttered, "Oh hell," under his breath and waved him over. "Get over here, buddy." At the same time, he raised his hand cannon and locked onto the rabbit-head monster. Bang, bang, whoosh. 2 frost bullets and 1 gale bullet fired in rapid succession, blue-white ice crystals and pale green wind trails crisscrossing through the air, all hitting their target. The frost from the ice bullets quickly spread across the rabbit monster's limbs, slowing its movements, while the gale bullet shrieked through its shell, leaving a bone-deep hole. Nie Qian's profession was the god-tier elemental gunner. This rare class came with an upgradable, evolvable primary weapon, the elemental hand cannon. Rumor had it that with enough awakenings, this cannon could eventually reach mythical rainbow-grade quality. Frost bullets dealt both physical and ice magic damage while applying a slow effect. Gale bullets had high single-target damage with built-in armor penetration, perfect for finishing enemies. Not far away, Lu Yi, a tall, quiet girl with a scholarly air, opened her thick spellbook as purple light flashed in her eyes. Whoosh, crimson bats leaped from the pages, hovering in midair and spitting a barrage of fireballs at the enemy. Then, as a second purple gleam flickered, a half-human-sized goblin archer tumbled down beside her, drawing its bow and calmly dealing damage. Lu Yi was also a god-tier professional, an otherworld summoner, who could call forth monsters from different planes. Tank, healer, damage dealer, she could summon whatever the situation required, making her as versatile as the elemental gunner. Finally snapping back to reality, little Martin quickly stepped back and raised both hands. Whoosh, 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 several whirlwinds spiraled upward around Wang Tai, simultaneously healing the cracks in his armor while slicing into the rabbit monster's flanks. Martin's god-tier profession was wind-blessed, and his whirlwinds could both heal and deal damage, making them perfectly balanced offensive-defensive skills. In less than 15 seconds, the rabbit head monster crashed to the ground, transforming into shared experience points for the 5-person team. They were all level 49, and since none had completed their first awakening quest, they couldn't accumulate more experience naturally. Yinan didn't need to lift a finger. Watching his teammates display their various abilities, Yinan sighed inwardly. Those selected for the Shinong project by Jiuzhou were indeed elite. However, compared to him, they were still just a tiny bit short. After the battle ended, Wang Tai bent down to collect the dropped items, placing them all in the team's shared inventory for later distribution. He looked up and reminded everyone, "Don't let your guard down. Even though this is a linear dungeon, there are still wandering monsters that can attack randomly. Stay alert and be ready for combat at any moment." The team's battle record updated immediately. In total damage and DPS statistics, Nieqian claimed victory by a narrow margin, with Lu Yi close behind. Third place went to tank Wang Tai, who had taken the monster Hedon. Martin ranked fourth with his whirlwinds, and Yinan came in fifth with 0 damage. He hadn't even participated. Thinking Yinan had been too scared to react, Wang Tai walked over to him with a simple smile. "Don't worry, the first few waves of small monsters will help you get used to things. They just look intimidating. Theory, really not that scary." "Oh, that's right, my good buddy." Nieqian heartily patted Yinan's shoulder. "You just completed your class change and awakening, so you don't have real combat experience yet. Focus on staying alive first and force yourself to deal damage." Lu Yi said nothing but flipped through her book with a whoosh, summoning 2 more shadow creatures to circle around Yinan and Martin, creating translucent shields around them. Martin also raised his hand in acknowledgement. "My healing is always available, trust me." Faced with his teammates' kindness, Yinan's lips curved upward as he graciously accepted their goodwill. This group of teammates was really great. No competition, no criticism. This kind of team atmosphere felt very comfortable. It wasn't that Yinan hadn't reacted earlier, was afraid that if he made a move, his teammates would have nothing left to do. After all, the top brass of Jiuzhou had equipped him with a complete set of top-tier level 45 orange epic gear, plus several golden legendary items. With this double enhancement, his spell power had skyrocketed to nearly 15,000 points. A casual fireball could instantly reduce that rabbit head creature to ash. But how could he explain such outrageous damage? Occasionally claiming a miracle trigger might work as an excuse, but if he used miracles as a shield for every wave of monsters, he'd eventually be exposed. Since miracles couldn't possibly occur 100% of the time, he had decided before entering the secret realm, if his teammates could handle it, he absolutely wouldn't steal their spotlight. The team continued forward. Wang Tai led the way, following the predetermined route to guide everyone to the first wave of monsters' spawn point. Among the grass and trees, 8 monsters were clustered together. When numbers increased, the difficulty multiplied exponentially. This was common knowledge among all professionals. Worse still, several particularly troublesome elites were mixed in with the mob, instantly escalating the battle's difficulty. After reaching a safe distance, Wang Tai immediately called a brief tactical meeting. He pointed toward the center of the monster group, 2 creatures kneeling with raised hands, resembling priests worshipping a poison god, as toxic mist swirled around them. "These 2 guys have channeled abilities with explosive damage that also heal them when they hit. We must interrupt them. Anan and I will watch the left one, Yi and Qian take the right. Shaoli provides mobile support. If anyone misses an interrupt, you cover it. The remaining 6 regular monsters will pull together and crush with AoE. They're affected by modifiers and have ridiculously thick health, so everyone go full burst, quick and decisive." The dungeon rules were clearly stated. Every 5 floors added 1 modifier. The Abyss Medicine Forest had 20 floors total, bearing 4 full modifiers. Resilient increased all minions and bosses' base health and damage by 50, with an additional 10 per floor thereafter, accumulating to 250 in this secret realm. Exhibition meant monsters emboldened each other for every additional creature of the same type within 10 meters. Health and damage increased by another 40. These 2 modifiers combined gave this wave of 8 monsters an extra 530 health and damage, plus the 200 inherent to the 20th floor's difficulty, totaling a 730 increase that boosted their health to 43,800 points. Yinan glanced at the stats panel and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. These were mere level 50 minions. Therefore, when Wang Tai ordered full burst from everyone, no one objected. "Watch for interrupts, prepare for countdown." His voice synchronized through the team channel, echoing in everyone's minds. 10, 9, 8. The moment the countdown reached 0, everyone struck simultaneously. Since the captain had called for full burst, Yinan stopped being modest and raised his hand to activate his core skill combustion. This signature burst ability of fire mages was something he had learned at level 45. Combustion. Active. Instant cast. No cost. 120-second cooldown. Casting this skill does not interrupt any ongoing spell channeling and guarantees critical hits for all fire spells cast by the user for the next 10 seconds. At this moment, Yinan had already begun chanting Flame Storm. On the other side, Tank Wang Tai stomped down with a thunderous crash and charged forward, leaving a blazing white trail as he crashed into the monster pack. The instant he landed, he raised his head and roared, the sound waves of his war cry firmly locking the aggro of 8 elite monsters around him. Nie Qian's expression sharpened as his right hand gripped a multicolored hand cannon with dancing lights, while his left hand swiftly materialized an identical weapon with a sharp sound dual guns ready. He raised both arms and swept horizontally, explosive bullets raining down into the monster pack like hailstones, erupting into patches of scorching flames. Each bullet explosion left behind a pool of continuously churning lava on the ground, stacking both fire spell damage and single-target physical damage. Lu Yi remained calm as always, though her eyes lit up with dim purple light in the next second. With a rustling of pages, a blue western ice dragon was summoned forth from her heavy grimoire. The ice dragon opened its fangs wide, unleashing an overwhelming ice breath that swept toward the monster pack, frost exploding amidst the blazing fire. In the back row, Molly extended his palm in continuous guidance. A small tornado the width of a sleeve exploded at the center of the monsters. Green wind blades sliced through the creatures while continuously channeling healing winds into Wang Tai's body, stabilizing his health. Both Lu Yi and Nie Qian possessed god-tier classes with already exaggerated skill damage coefficients, further amplified by their level 45 top-tier equipment bonuses, making their firepower absolutely terrifying. In just 5 seconds, all 8 monsters' health bars dropped by approximately 25, with each monster losing over 11,000 health points, a combined total of over 80,000 damage. For players at only level 49, this burst damage was truly frightening. Suddenly, 2 toxic mist ascenders in the monster pack raised their staffs and began channeling a deadly skill with an 8-second cast time. Wang Tai immediately shouted, "Focus on interrupting." But before he could finish speaking and prepare to cast the universal skill spell counter, a crimson flame tornado exploded out of nowhere, sweeping all monsters into its center. Damage numbers 59, 344 damage, flashed 8 times consecutively in the air as all 8 monsters hit the ground simultaneously, instantly killed. The toxic mist ascender's channeling was only halfway complete when they turned to bone and ash. The broad-shouldered, bald young man Wang Tai stood frozen in place. Where were the monsters? Where did all those health bars go? Not far behind him, Nie Qian, Lu Yi, and Ma Li all wore blank expressions. Several gazes simultaneously converged on Yinan, who was now surrounded by roaring flame effects, his already handsome face even more intimidating under the firelight. Lu Yi stared for only 2 seconds before quietly looking away. It turned out that Yinan had cast combustion instantly when his flame storm had 0.5 seconds left in its channel, ensuring the skill would critically hit. With his current spell power at 15,000 points, Flame Storm's 200 damage coefficient, and the additional 200 critical hit multiplier, the calculation resulted in a base damage of 60,000. Even after accounting for the monster's magic resistance, it still dealt a terrifying 59,344 actual damage. The combat panel quickly refreshed, showing the total damage and DPS rankings for this round. Yinan had crushed the other 4 players with overwhelming superiority. Nie Qian, usually carefree and outspoken, couldn't utter a single word and could only stare at the data in bewilderment. Wang Tai felt a complex mix of emotion. She had been commanding loudly before the fight began, only for someone to clear all the monsters with a single skill. The holy shit in his heart was beyond anyone's understanding. Faced with his teammates' shocked gazes, Yinan almost blurted out, "Just basic stuff, no big deal." But to keep a low profile, he attributed the achievement to miracle. When the 10 seconds ended, the combustion effect dissipated. The flames around Yinan faded as he spread his hands. "Why are you all looking at me like that? Don't you know I have miracle? It just triggered and temporarily boosted my damage." Hearing this explanation, the shock on everyone's faces gradually faded. Wang Tai rubbed his bald head and smiled bitterly. "I was so tense and shocked just now that I really didn't react in time. Sigh, if only you could trigger miracles every time." Nie Qian leaned against the wall, and seeing Wang Tai's wistful expression, couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Oh man, you're killing me. I say, Brother Tai, if Nan could trigger miracles every time, would they still be called miracles?" Yinan tightened his grip on the weapons behind his back, chuckling inwardly. Great minds think alike. Wang Tai walked up to Yinan and lowered his voice. "Nan, is there any pattern to your miracles? Give your old brother some insight, though. We have a shot at the next wave of monsters." You want me to give you insight? Forget about it. Yinan's mind flashed to Chen Yingling's cold, aloof face as he thought sarcastically. If it were Chen Yingling asking for insight, that would be different. I'd love to give that arrogant bitch some real insight. Outwardly, he maintained a serious expression. Brother Tai, I have indeed summarized some experience. The miracle needs time intervals before it can trigger again, like an internal cooldown. I'm still figuring out the exact timing, but I can confirm one thing: as long as I temporarily refrain from attacking, the cooldown keeps shortening. When I feel it's about ready, I'll give you advance notice. Wang Tai nodded, his brow furrowing in thought. From what you're saying, it sounds like some kind of charging mechanism. No wonder you didn't attack that last small monster. You weren't scared. You were charging up. All right, keep charging for the next wave, and the four of us will handle it. He looked around at his teammates. Lu Yi, Nie Qian, and Ma Li all nodded simultaneously without any objection. The team continued advancing deeper into the secret realm. About half a minute later, enemy silhouettes appeared ahead again. 3 monsters, one of which was a boss creature with a robust build and purple-tinged shell. Wang Tai glanced at Yinan, who shook his head indicating his charge wasn't ready, so he immediately made arrangements. Qian, you divine class professionals have multiple burst skills. If your previous skills are still on cooldown, switch to new bursts. Also, last time we relied on Nan to instantly kill the small monsters, but this time he won't attack, so the battle will drag on. If a mana orb appears, focus fire immediately. The secret realm modifier explanation for mana orb automatically surfaced in everyone's minds. 1. Mana orbs have a chance to appear during combat and explode after 30 seconds, dealing 20,000 shadow magic damage to all professionals. 2. The orb has a fixed 50,000 health points, no armor or magic resistance, and is unaffected by other modifiers. Normal level 49 professionals only had 3,000 health points, with tanks around 10,000. However, this strongest level 49 team that Yen Nation had invested everything in creating was fully equipped. Lu Yi, Nie Qian, Ma Li, approximately 24,000 health points with high magic resistance. Tank Wang Tai, nearly 60,000 health points, equivalent to a level 150 ordinary professional. Even after magic resistance reduction, the orb explosion would still deal about 18,000 damage, not an instant kill, but potentially fatal, since the explosion would inevitably come with monster attacks. After confirming the strategy, Wang Tai strode forward, raising his shield, charging up power, and roaring as he crashed into the enemy group like a heavily armored war machine. With Wang Tai's charge, the battle commenced. Nie Qian's dual pistol burst skill cooldown refreshed quickly, and he manifested his twin guns once again, continuously firing lightning bullets at the 3 monsters. When the lightning bullets hit, they exploded within a half-meter diameter around the target, triggering a second wave of high-area damage, the optimal solution for fighting 2 to 3 targets. With arcing electricity, the bullets also slightly reduced enemy attack speed, extending their casting time and providing brief crowd control effects. Lu Yi flipped to a new summoning page with a crisp rustle of paper. The Western Ice Dragon was still on cooldown, so she summoned 2 small, 3-headed hellhounds instead. The demon dogs, each the size of an adult man, immediately crouched low and charged forward upon landing, their blade-like claws continuously tearing at the monsters with fierce and relentless close combat physical damage. Mali maintained his small tornado spell, its edges crackling with electric blades, contributing modest damage to the team while continuously healing tank Wang Tai. Yinan stood in the back observing, certain in his mind that this wave was a guaranteed victory. Just then, a purple-black orb suddenly materialized in the air several meters to Wang Tai's left, a mana orb. The moment it appeared, it began casting, ignoring all interrupt mechanisms. Switch targets. Wang Tai roared. Before he finished speaking, Lu Yi and Nie Qian had already redirected their fire. Knowing that forcing the melee hellhounds to switch targets would result in massive damage loss, Nie Qian stepped forward and shouted, "I've got this." He clicked his 2 colorful pistols together, merging them into a single rainbow automatic rifle, raising it with both hands to lock onto the orb. Rat-a-tat. Rapid-fire bullets streaked out in chains of lightning. 2,176. 2,176. In less than 2 seconds, nearly 30 rounds riddled the mana orb like a honeycomb, instantly reducing its health to 0 and shattering it into fragments of light. Yinan stared in amazement. That was possible? This guy usually acted so carefree, but his burst damage was terrifying. The Divine Limit class truly lived up to its reputation. With over a dozen rounds still in the magazine, Nie Qian swept the remaining bullets toward the boss monster. After emptying the clip, the rifle hummed and reverted to its pistol form. My skills are on cooldown. Take over." Purple light flashed around Lu Yi as she commanded crisply. "Command, Berserk, Rurur." The 2 hellhounds immediately swelled by half their size, wreathed in blood mist, their attack speed and damage skyrocketing. In less than 10 seconds, all 3 monsters lay dead. The squad's combat log updated. Yinan still held the top spot on the damage charts, while Lu Yi and Nie Qian, despite unleashing their full firepower, remained at a distance behind him. After clearing 2 waves of monsters, the burly, bald Chun Tai grinned broadly. You guys are incredible. Our squad actually has a real shot at clearing this dungeon. It never tanked this easily. Nie Qian raised his eyebrows smugly but remained modest in his words. Oh, my friend, don't rush to praise us yet. Let's keep moving forward, to places even further ahead. 50 minutes later, after clearing 4 more waves of minions, the group finally reached the small mountaintop where the first boss of the abyssal medicine forest resided. Here, there were no snow-white trees bearing red fruit. The terrain was open and expansive. 2 bizarre figures stood at the center of the mountaintop. One had a normal human upper body but 4 long, spindly spider legs extending from its lower half, with a massive spider abdomen bulging from its back, standing over 3 meters tall. The other was about 5 feet high with a corpulent form, beetle-like hard wings on its back that occasionally fluttered, and while it had a humanoid silhouette, it bore the head of an insect. Behind them, a wooden suspension bridge spanned the deep valley, connecting to the next mountaintop. Wang Tai gazed at the boss pair with a grave expression. So far, all of our explorations have ended right here. I hope today we can make history. Previously, Jiuzhou had organized several expeditions to explore the Abyss Medicine Forest. However, each attempt ended in complete annihilation, with no team ever managing to leave by stepping over the corpses of those 2 bosses. The reason was simple: overpowered stats and brutal mechanics. The secret realm carried this savage, modifier. All boss health and damage were directly increased by 50, with an additional 5 boost per difficulty layer. The current layer's combined enhancement stood at 150, a purely malicious buff designed specifically to strengthen bosses. Moreover, unlike regular dungeons, secret realms had no existing guides to reference, leaving adventurers completely in the dark on their first entry. After numerous crushing defeats, Jiuzhou had finally figured out every move of this boss duo. The sky was overcast, with cold winds blowing relentlessly. Wang Tai confirmed in a deep voice. You all remember the boss mechanics clearly, right? Everyone nodded in unison. Good, he continued. As long as our damage output can overcome the stat barrier, these 2 won't be able to turn the tables. In Phase 1, the fat worm will summon adds with extremely thick health. Pulse, we must switch targets immediately. The thin spider casts raid-wide AoE every 6 seconds, so Molly, keep a close eye on healing. At this point, he turned his gaze to Yinan. Yinan understood, speaking with confidence. Miracle is ready. I can maximize my damage output in this fight. Wang Tai's expression relaxed slightly as he patted Yinan's shoulder. Excellent, Yinan. Get the boss health down to 70 quickly to reduce Phase 1 healing pressure, and let Molly save his trump cards for later. Yinan glanced at the boss's total health pool and roughly calculated his burst potential. No problem. The 5-person team stepped onto the mountaintop platform. Beneath their feet lay jagged rocks shrouded in mist, while 2 bosses faced off at the center. The tall, thin spider-human weaver Kaji, wielding 8 distinctly jointed arms, his face a disturbing blend of human and arachnid features. The short, stocky shellbearer insect General Baza, his entire body covered in thick brown armor, 6 muscular arms bulging with power. Kaji shrieked in fury. Get lost, you stinking bug. I'm the one who earned Lord Aldi's favor. Block me again, and I'll weave you into silk and toss you into the dark abyss. Baza roared back. Go to hell. I'm the only one worthy of Lord Aldi's blessing. Believe it or not, I'll ram you into the sky and watch you splatter like mud. As the 2 monsters hurled insults at each other, they sensed the approaching humans and immediately ceased their infighting, turning in unison. Baza sneered, his shell clanging metallically. Oh, Lord Aldi despises human invaders most of all. Let's deal with them first. Kaji chimed in sinisterly. Stealing my lines again? Don't think you can steal my glory this time. Wang Tai took several deep breaths to calm his nerves. Boss pull in 10 seconds. Everyone watch the mechanics. Yinan whispered to Lu Yi and Nie Qian. Don't use your burst abilities in Phase 1. I'll handle the damage. Both nodded. When the countdown reached 2 seconds, Yinan targeted Weaver Kaji and began casting Fireball. With 0.5 seconds left on the cast, he suddenly activated Burning, ensuring all subsequent fire spells would critically hit. Whoosh. 44,195. 4,420. These 2 bosses shared a health pool mechanism, meaning when one took damage, the other would lose health as well. Additionally, at 70 and 40 health, the bosses are forced into invulnerable transition phases. At that moment, Weaver Kaki's chest erupted in blazing flames as Yinan's fireball spell struck with pinpoint accuracy, instantly burning its health down to 70. The shared health mechanic activated simultaneously, dropping Insect General Baza's health to 70 as well. What should have been massive overflow damage was completely negated by the transition phase's invincibility frames, and the subsequent burn damage was entirely blockhead. No matter how outrageous the numbers, game mechanics reigned supreme. The team had long grown accustomed to Yinan's ridiculous damage output, so they merely felt a twinge of envy while maintaining poker faces. Here come the special transition phase abilities. Wang Tai shouted urgently. Everyone focus. During the first transition phase, both bosses would unleash their signature ultimate attacks Heaven and Earth Web and Reckless Charge. Weaver Kaki waved its 8 thick legs and shrieked angrily at Baza. Baza, you dead weight holding me back. Get lost, and let me handle them. Without waiting for a response, it spat out 5 thumb-thick strands of sticky webbing that slapped onto the 5 players' waists. The cold, disgusting sensation instantly crawled across their skin, making Yinan's eye twitch. Damn, that's revolting. The powerful pulling force began dragging all 5 toward Kakian's pulled close. The boss's melee attacks could instantly kill anyone except Yinan. Without needing Wang Tai's reminder, everyone simultaneously downed a Tier 8 swiftness potion. The effects exploded through their bloodstreams, dramatically boosting their speed just enough to resist the pull and avoid being dragged to Kaki's feet. Meanwhile, Baza roared continuously after being dragged to 70 by the shared damage. Arg. This pisses me off. Kaki, stop interfering, I'll ram them all. Starting with you. It crouched on all fours as blue electric arcs flickered across its beetle head, targeting Lu Yi. Simultaneously, a blood-red danger character appeared above Lu Yi's head. She had been marked by Reckless Charge. This ability was relentlessly persistent, adjusting its trajectory in real time even if the target moved. A direct hit would not only deal massive damage but also knock the victim off the mountaintop battlefield, guaranteeing a fatal fall. The remains of several previous expedition members still littered the mountainside, with no one daring to retrieve their bodies. Try not to move. Wang Tai bellowed. Everyone follow me, we need to find the right angle to block that beast. Lu Yi's face went pale as she fought to control her steps under the swiftness potion's effects, resisting the web's pull to remain nearly motionless. Yinan's gaze quickly swept the terrain before he rushed to an optimal intercept point, with the other 3 male teammates close behind. Within 5 seconds, all 4 stood shoulder to shoulder positioned at Lu Yi's upper right diagonal, Baza's lower right diagonal, with Kaki directly facing them. The 4 web strands stretched between them, forming a sticky barrier that perfectly blocked Baza's charge path. The moment the 15-second cast time ended, Baza roared and transformed into a storm of lightning, bellowing, "Oh, fark!" Its massive horn tore through the air in a straight line, only to become entangled in the 4 web strands. Crack! The thread snapped, but the broken webbing coiled around its front limbs and head, leaving it completely immobilized. Screw you, Kaki. Baza raged furiously. Whose side are you even on? Why are you blocking me? I knew you were disloyal to Lord Aldi. I am definitely going to kill you after this. Hearing General Baza's furious roar, the Weaver Kaki burst into mocking laughter. Idiot, get lost. Don't blame others for your own stupidity. A fool like you doesn't deserve Lord Aldi's blessing. Once I deal with them, I'll have my hands free to finish you off. As Baza became firmly trapped by the thick spider silk, the first transition phase came to an end, and the battle officially entered the second stage. The invincibility shields on both bosses dissipated simultaneously, and the scene instantly became bloody and real. Target that fat, short boss caught in the web and beat the hell out of it. Wang Tai roared, charging forward with his war hammer striking the ground. The vulnerability debuff from the spider silk caused Baza to take an additional 30 damage, and since the 2 bosses shared health, attacking Baza dealt more effective damage than targeting Kaki. Yinan raised his staff to charge a fireball and whispered to Nieqian beside him, I don't have burn available this round. Use your single target burst, and help me take down the fat boss quickly. Don't let it break free and summon ads. Got it, Nieqian replied crisply. Yinan then shouted to Lu Yi in the distance, Sister Yi, save your burst for the 3rd phase, don't use it here. Nieqian and I have this covered. Lu Yi, who had just recovered from her shock, felt inexplicably reassured seeing the confident expression on Yinan's face, despite him being a year younger than her. She nodded vigorously. On the other side, the Weaver Kaki severed the spider silk restraining Lu Yi and remained stationary, continuously chanting an AoE spell. Dark magical circles spread outward as waves of spell damage swept over all 5 party members. Mali nervously waved his staff, summoning gentle breezes to continuously heal his teammates and himself. Wang Tai had already closed in on Baza, delivering consecutive hammer strikes, but as a tank, his damage output was limited. Wu Xinan's fireball spell blasted out. 28,755 damage, followed immediately by the lingering flames. 2,876 damage. At the same time, Nieqian assembled his multicolored automatic rifle and unleashed a burst of gunfire. 1,352 damage. With Yinan's 15,000 spell power amplified by the 30 vulnerability debuff dealing explosive damage, and Nieqian following up with finishing shots, the boss's shared health dropped to 40 in less than 4 seconds. The health locked automatically, ending the second phase and triggering the second transition mechanic. These damned humans. I've had enough. Green light crackled across Baz's carapace. Khaki, get out of my way. Watch me poison them to death. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 5 dark green orbs shot out rapidly, precisely targeting each of the 5 party members. Skill Toxic Swarm locks onto targets, dealing 80 spell power damage per second. Permanent effect that can stack. Automatically jumps to the nearest target when dispelled. Causes 3-second silence at 5 stacks. Silence. Unable to cast skills. Current channeling forcibly interrupted. Group up for healing. Don't worry about me. I'm using damage reduction. Wang Tai commanded, instantly transforming into an indestructible diamond form and maintaining aggro on Baza. Yinan, Nieqian, Lu Yi, and Ma Li quickly huddled together. Ma Li's forehead beaded with sweat as he muttered incantations to summon gentle winds, with streams of healing air circulating around the 4 of them. The Weaver Khaki roared. Baza, you stinking insect. You're the one who should get lost. I'm done playing games with them. Watch me finish them off instantly. With those words, Khaki the Weaver raised its front limbs and began a 30-second steel mechanism cast. The so-called steel mechanism couldn't be interrupted by ordinary spells or skills. Only specific mechanics could stop it. If this catastrophic web successfully activated, Khaki would deal instant damage equivalent to 2,500 spell power to all enemies, followed by 10 seconds of burning damage at 500 spell power per second. Except for Yinan with his 100 million health points, the other 4 would surely die. The fragile Lu Yi, Nieqian, and Ma Li would be instantly vaporized, and even tank Wang Tai, though he might survive the initial blast, would fall to the subsequent burning damage. Therefore, like the previous phase's reckless charge, this was a crucial skill that had to be interrupted. Following their pre-planned dispel relay strategy, everyone rushed toward the towering Khaki. Wang Tai gave a brief reminder. Dispel one by one. Remember to activate damage reduction. Molly, you're up first. First baton Molly. He sprinted forward while healing himself, his teammates, and Wang Tai. Upon reaching Khaki's feet, he cast a spell on himself. The toxic swarm, wrapped around his body, instantly transferred to the nearest target, the chanting Khaki. After the transfer, due to the invincibility shield from the transition phase, Khaki wouldn't lose health, but the toxic swarm still registered on it, setting up for the upcoming silence effect. As soon as Ma Li escaped, second baton Nieqian came bouncing forward, his movements nearly identical to Ma Li's. Self-dispel, and the toxic swarm stacked on Khaki again. Then Lu Yi and Yinan each completed their operations. 20 seconds of the cast had passed, with only 10 remaining. We're ready, Brother Tai. Wang Tai sheathed his blade, ending his skirmish with Insect General Baza, and landed beside Khaki with a heroic leap for the final self-dispel. The moment the 5th stack of toxic swarm was complete, silence triggered, and Khaki's chanting came to an abrupt halt. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. The silenced Khaki's face contorted with rage, only able to emit muffled growls. Watching its frantic state, Yinan couldn't help but chuckle. It's getting mad, it's getting mad. 3 seconds later, Khaki's furious telegraph sounds exploded. XXXXXX. Baza, you're such a massive idiot. I knew you'd only drag us down, you moron. I really want to crack open your skull and see if it's filled with garbage. Baza immediately shot back. Don't blame others for your own stupidity. If it weren't for you, I would have sent them flying already. I suspect you're colluding with the humans, betraying us. I'm telling Lord Aldi. Khaki's 4 spider legs shook like an earthquake in rage, suddenly leaping to deliver a flying strike to Baza. You fool. I could kill you 4 times over. Baza was also ignited. Come on then. Who's afraid of who? I've been wanting to take you down for ages. With the catastrophic web interrupted, the second transition phase ended. Both bosses lost their invincibility effects, their health dropping to 40, about 60,000 points. The battle entered its 3rd phase, but the 2 bosses started fighting each other first. Yinan and the others found themselves as spectators instead. The previous exploration teams had struggled through countless hardships just to figure out the mechanics, but due to numerical limitations, no team had ever successfully passed the second transition phase to reach the 3rd stage. Yinan's group was also witnessing the true 3rd stage for the first time, 2 bosses meeting on a narrow path, turning against each other in the same chamber. The surrounding webs trembled and buzzing echoed throughout, as if the entire secret realm was cheering for this marital dispute. Compared to the previous life or death rhythm, this scene was almost absurdly simple. Insect General Baza raised his massive pincers high, smashing them down hard on Weaver Kaji's spider legs. Kaji shrieked back with a venomous bite, poison splattering everywhere. Yinan and the others stood at a safe distance, solemnly mediating the fight, which really meant carefully maintaining aggro while waiting for the 2 monsters to beat each other to low health. A few minutes later, accompanied by 2 death cries, both bosses collapsed together, not even having time to fight over Lord Aldi's blessing. Boom. The victory sound effect exploded. Wang Tai was so excited his legs gave out, collapsing to the ground as sweat dripped down his bald head, breathing heavily. Fantastic. We've made history. We've finally cleared it. He clanged to his feet and grabbed Yinan's arm. Anan, this is all thanks to you. Having a teammate like you is absolutely amazing. The small-framed Molly still looked shaken but couldn't stop grinning, speaking rapidly. Yinan, you're incredible. In the first two phases, Kaji should have been constantly casting AoE attacks and randomly targeting players with high single-target damage. The healing pressure would have been off the charts. I was nervous before the fight, worried I'd panic and get everyone killed. But you hit the boss with one fireball and sent it straight into the transition phase before it could even cast its additional abilities. That's so awesome, haha. In his excitement, he jumped up like a kid who just opened his New Year's money. The quiet Lu Yi hugged her thick spellbook, using it to block the Bear Brothers, her eyes sparkling. Exactly. Insect General Baza was supposed to summon a bunch of thick HP adds that have no aggro table and would chase players randomly. We would have had to dodge web pulls and reckless charges at the same time. It would have been complete chaos. If you hadn't forced the transition phase so quickly and that short, fat boss had targeted me with a charge, I don't want to think about what would have happened. Nie Qian spread his arms wide and gave Yinan's shoulder a hearty pat. Oh, my friends, don't make such a big deal of it. Then, with a mysterious wink, this is just the beginning. Brother Yinan, leave the trash mobs to Yusi, you just focus on building up your miracle in the back. Suddenly inspired, he broke into an impromptu street dance routine, limbs flying like an agile monkey. Wang Tai rubbed his gleaming bald head, watching Nie Qian bounce around with a simple smile. Molly whistled appreciatively nearby. Yinan and Lu Yi exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. The loot refreshed with light beams piercing through the dust. Beside the two massive corpses lay exactly 300 gold coins and 2 level 50 orange epic equipment pieces. A 20-floor secret realm certainly delivered impressive drops. Wang Tai put away his laughter and made a serious proposal. Yinan contributed the most to this battle. I suggest we let Yinan pick one piece alone, and the rest of us split the other 4 ways. The 3 teammates had no objections, so Yinan wasn't shy about claiming the orange epic boots with excellent attributes. These boots were worth at least 120,000 gold coins on the market. The other drop was an offhand shield with slightly inferior stats, but since orange epic offhands were rare, it held similar value to the boots. Before entering the secret realm, Captain Deng had emphasized that everything obtained inside belonged to the squad with no need to turn anything in. This meant Yinan had earned at least 120,000 gold coins from this battle alone. Outside the abyssal herb forest secret realm stood a rustic 2-story courtyard. Beneath weathered green tiles, Qin Dajiang and Elder Yuan sat on opposite sides of a pavilion, with 2 cups of steaming tea on the table between them. Dajiang, what do you think? Elder Yuan spoke first. Qin Dajiang, nearly 70 but with sharp eyes, pondered for a moment. This squad is no ordinary group. I believe the Weaver Kaki and Insect General Baza won't pose much trouble for them. After all, we know both bosses' complete mechanics. The real problem comes after. Once they defeat the first boss, the system immediately designates them as explorers. What type of boss will spawn next? What mechanics will it have? Nobody can say. Even with attribute advantages, encountering a mechanical blind spot could wipe them out completely. Elder Yuan sighed. If only we had diviners or stargazers below level 50. Those classes can directly observe a boss's complete skill set, unlike regular classes that only see basic information like level and health. He looked toward the secret realm. I hope the children return victorious. Qin Dajiang nodded slowly. It's difficult. If they can return safely with even fragments of intelligence, it would pave the way for the next exploration. Call me pessimistic, but this realm cannot be completely conquered in one attempt. Unless. His gaze sharpened like a hawk's. That Yinan creates another miracle. Yinan miracle. Elder Yuan repeated quietly. Inside the abyssal herb forest secret realm, on a mountaintop platform beneath clear skies, Wang Tai's expression grew serious again. Brothers and sisters, there's no strategy guide for what lies ahead. Every step holds hidden dangers. If things go wrong, immediately use your Arc Stone to evacuate. Arc Stone, active use, no cost, 8-second cast time, 1-hour cooldown. Interrupting the cast also triggers cooldown. Successful casting returns the user to the secret realm entrance. All awakened individuals carry this bound item, equivalent to a town portal scroll in games. Everyone check their equipment and potions before crossing the suspension bridge to reach the opposite main peak. Halfway down the mountain path, they encountered their first wave of monsters since defeating the first boss. The types were similar to before, just with slightly higher health, but the team's coordination was so smooth that even with Yinan standing aside, they cleared them easily. 30 minutes later, the group reached a gentle slope halfway down the mountain and paused to rest. Just as they were finishing off the last ordinary monster, an elite suddenly burst from the white forest on the cliff, a forgotten benefactor. It lunged at the nearest target, Lu Yi, its sharp blade arms sending her tumbling to the ground as half her health bar instantly vanished. Ah! The girl screamed, nearly blurting out, I'm done for. Flames roared as Yinan instantly killed the elite with a single fireball, its charred corpse rolling down the slope. Still shaken, Lui's face was pale. The terror of being brutally attacked by a creature for the first time left a shadow in her heart. To comfort his teammate, Wang Tai decided to rest on the spot while he patrolled the cliff edge. Nie Qian sat beside Lu Yi, telling cold jokes in a dubbed movie accent while Molly played along with silly laughter nearby. Despite the chatter, it couldn't completely dispel the lingering fear in Lu Yi's heart after all. She nearly died when Insect General Baza targeted her with reckless charge, and now she'd been ambushed by the forgotten benefactor. Without Yinan's lightning-fast reaction, she might have perished this time. In this brief moment of quiet, Yinan suddenly felt something strange. Instinctively, he opened his inventory. The Arachne's mirror of corruption was stirring. This eerie mirror emanated a faint glow throughout its surface. On the pristine white mirror, 2 lines of Chinese characters appeared in succession. First requirement: venture into the depths of the secret realm and defeat the final boss. After 5 seconds, the text dissolved like smoke, and a second line emerged. Reward: I can create a pure darkness environment for you. The mirror could only display 1 sentence at a time, with each previous line completely vanishing before new text appeared. Then, the third sentence slowly materialized. To hatch that little dragon. Trust me, existing pure darkness environments are extremely dangerous and difficult to find. Only I can provide you with a safe, pure darkness environment. The final line posed a question. So, will you accept this requirement? With those words settled, the mirror's surface returned to stillness. Yinan gasped, a chill creeping up his spine as if he were watching a horror movie. The entity in the mirror not only knew he intended to hatch the Night Dream auspicious dragon, but even understood that the hatching ritual required absolute darkness. Conditions. Could it read his inventory? Regardless of its origins, the mere phrase, create absolute darkness, demonstrated that the mirror entity possessed considerable power and shouldn't be underestimated. Nearby, Nie Qian had just finished telling a bad joke, and he and Molly were laughing heartily. Yinan seized the moment, raising the antique silver mirror and whispering, You seem afraid I'll refuse, explaining in such detail. What exactly are you hiding? The mirror's surface remained silent for several seconds. Just then, Wang Tai's shout interrupted the atmosphere. Anan, are you looking in a mirror? It's nothing. Yinan smoothly put away the silver mirror, quickly weighing his options. 1. The team's ultimate goal was already to defeat the Secret Realm's boss, aligning with the mirror entity's request. 2. The Night Dream auspicious dragon was of imperial grade, a top-tier pet below divine level, with imaginably difficult hatching requirements. The mirror entity clearly understood pure darkness deeply, and if it could truly provide such an environment, this trade would cost him nothing. 3. The only uncertainty was the mysterious identity of the other party and whether it could be trusted. Conclusion: proceed with caution. The team had to continue forward anyway. Yinan calmed Lu Yi's nerves, and the team set off again. During their descent, they cleared several waves of minor monsters, gaining experience and loot. At the mountain's base, a white forest came into view. Tree trunks, branches, and even roots of varying thickness were all bone white, with blood-red fruits dotting the branches. A narrow path extended straight into the forest's depths. This linear secret realm had no branching paths, with the only route clearly leading to the next boss. Everyone stepped into the forest. Sudden change erupted. 100, 100, 100. Red damage numbers appeared simultaneously above everyone's heads. What's happening? Wang Tai exclaimed. Yinan quickly surveyed their surroundings, his gaze finally settling on his own status bar. Yinan soon found the source of the anomaly. He had acquired a negative status effect. Dense toxic fog, negative status effect, poison damage, drains 100 health points per second, duration, unlimited. This toxic fog was far more vicious than the diluted version at the Parametra welcome gift upon entering the secret realm's core. The poisonous mist seeped into everyone's pores like a tide, and their health bars visibly plummeted. Everyone stay calm. Drink another universal poison resistance potion. Wang Tai commanded in a steady voice. Yinan glanced down and saw his existing poison resistance buff still had 3 hours remaining, yet his health continued to drop alarmingly. An ominous feeling instantly gripped his heart. Sure enough, when the potion took effect, the buff only refreshed to 6 hours, while the dense toxic fog remained firmly attached to his status bar, draining his life force every second. This is bad. It means the 8th tier universal poison resistance potion can't neutralize dense toxic fog, he thought grimly. It's not working. Louise's briefly calmed emotions collapsed again, her voice trembling. Same here. Me too. The short-statured Ma Li frantically opened his interface panel, his face pale as a sheet. Wang Tai and Nie Qian were also poisoned, losing exactly 100 health points per second. The cold, precise numbers disrupted everyone's breathing rhythm. and even the usually flamboyant Nie Qian tensed up. Ma Li, start healing. Wang Tai steadied his voice. Ma Li snapped back to reality and immediately summoned a whirlwind that circled the team, green healing numbers continuously appearing. Brother Tai, my mana is limited. Even with supplies, I can only sustain this for an hour before running dry. The continuous health drain was like a meat grinder for the entire team, putting immense pressure on the healer. Even worse, the boss mechanics in the secret realm's depths where unknown rushing forward would be suicide. A bitter expression crossed Wang Tai's face. Were they forced to stop here? After a moment, he composed himself and made a decision. Everyone prepare to retreat. This exploration has already yielded rich rewards. You four use your arc stones to leave first style, stay behind to guard you. The arc stone's weakness was well known. If the 8-second channeling was interrupted, the teleportation would fail and the item would enter a 1-hour cooldown. Normally, they could just walk back to the entrance, but they were currently an hour and a half away from the secret realm's exit. Nie Qian, Ma Li, and Lu Yi had maximum health pools of only 24,000 points without healing. They die in 240 seconds. Even with Ma Li constantly healing, they could only last an hour, far short of the time needed to walk out. The Arc Stone was their only option, but if interrupted, it meant certain death. Therefore, someone needed to stay behind to block all interference, then gamble their life on a final escape. Lu Yi and the other two looked at Wang Tai with concern, and Yinan also regarded the team leader with admiration. Stop being sentimental and go. Under Wang Tai's urging, Yinan, Nie Qian, Ma Li, and Lu Yi simultaneously crushed their arc stones. The 8-second channeling began, blue starlight rising from beneath their feet. Yinan thought to himself. Dense toxic fog was only a minor inconvenience to him, and he was confident he could solo the secret realm, but now wasn't the time to reveal his true strength. The tallest tree catches the most wind. He chose to remain silent and wait for the teleportation. 3 seconds left on the channeling. Roar! A boss-level monstera forgotten, blessed one suddenly burst through the dense foliage, wings beating as it lunged straight for the nearest target. Yinan. Blue channeling light and blood-red claws intersected in midair. Yinan was about to be struck down. Charge! Wang Tai's nerves stretched taut like steel wire. The moment the forgotten blessed one burst from the mist, he lunged forward on pure instinct. Bang! Their massive bodies collided heat-in, two shadows hurtling through the air under tremendous momentum like whipped stones, crashing heavily onto the damp fallen leaves at the forest's edge. Before he could catch his breath, two more of the same creatures emerged from the deep woods. They pounced on him, their razor-sharp claws pinning Wang Tai firmly to the ground, while their heavy shells pressed down so hard the earth beneath began to sink. Surrounded by 3 elite monsters, he couldn't even turn his head. Brother Tai, Lu Yi and the other two screamed, but everything happened too fast in a flash, just 3 seconds. The Arcstone's light reached full charge, and with a brilliant white flash, their figures instantly vanished from the secret realm. At the forest's edge, only the muffled sounds of Wang Tai wrestling with the 3 monsters remained. His muscles bulged and strained, yet he still couldn't pry open those 3 terrifying limbs. His mental calculations were cold and precise. His own health at 60,000, his defense and damage reduction formidable, but each of the 3 elite monsters before him possessed 70,000 health points plus, resilient, and exemplary, dual affixes, with the potential for additional magic orb amplification at any moment. To grind them down alone with his less than stellar damage output would take at least an hour, but he only had 600 seconds left on his potions and skills. He understood his fate. The moment he chose to stay behind, he had already made peace with it. Wang Tai whispered softly. Wang Tai, you protected your teammates. You're a good man. You didn't disgrace the name of Jojo, and you've honored your oath. He lifted his head, blood trickling down his temple, yet his eyes held a serene smile. Good. Everyone's safe. His breathing mingled with the beast's snarls as he slowly closed his eyes, then suddenly snapped them open, pupils contracting in final defiance. Come on, you 3 beasts. Even if I die, I'll die standing. Just as he was about to break free, boom. A crimson firestorm instantly swept through, and the 3 elite monsters were reduced to charcoal before they could even scream. The air erupted with the sickly sweet smell of burning flesh as scorching waves rolled forth. Wang Tai stood frozen in place, mouth slightly agape. He pushed himself up from the ground and looked up to see a figure standing at the center of the inferno. Yinan. Red flames draped around him like a cloak, spreading from beneath his feet, his entire form seeming sculpted from fire itself, his handsome face calm and unmoved. Yinan is so damn cool, Wang Tai thought with genuine admiration. Then confusion turned to shock. Yinan, why didn't you leave? The moment Yinan saw Wang Tai pinned down by the 3 monsters, he knew that once the teleportation completed, Wang Tai would surely die. He didn't consider himself a good person and disliked playing the righteous hero, but in that instant, Wang Tai's selfless figure charging forward flashed through his mind, leaving only one though it couldn't let this guy die. So he decisively canceled the Arkstone's channeling and stayed behind alone. Besides, he's not afraid of the dense poisonous fog anyway. Wang Tai rushed to Yinan's side, gripping his shoulders with a face full of anguish. You destroyed the Arkstone? Yinan smiled slightly and nodded. The next second, Wang Tai's throat tightened, and tears rolled down his round cheeks as he sobbed loudly. How could you be so foolish? What are you going to do now? He hadn't shed a single tear when facing death moments ago, yet now he cried like a child in front of Yinan, who had saved him. This burly, bald man understood all too well the price Yinan had paid by staying behind an output class, with barely over 20,000 health points, couldn't survive more than 5 minutes in this toxic fog. Let's go? Anan, I'll take you with me. Wang Tai wiped his tears while desperately grabbing Yinan's arm, trying to drag him back up the mountain. Brother Tai, don't panic. Listen to me first. Yinan's voice was calm and his expression composed, carrying an almost convincing magic. Have you forgotten about my miracle? Since I dare to stay behind, I won't die. Wang Tai sniffled, hope flickering across his face. Really? Really? Of course it's real. Yinan winked. Didn't you see how I instantly killed the boss and minions earlier? I've now triggered a miracle effect that massively increases my health. Me maximum life has risen to 1 million. After quick mental calculations, he added, 1 million health is enough for me to last nearly 3 hours. I could leisurely stroll out of this secret realm. Hearing this, Wang Tai's honest, round face broke into a smile again. That's wonderful, Anan. Yinan waved his hand. So Brother Tai, you need to leave first. Your health isn't much. This time, let me escort you. In just 1 minute, Wang Tai went from great sorrow to great joy, then quickly calmed down. He stared at Yinan, his voice trembling. Anan, you're not lying to me, are you? He worried that Yinan was using a well-intentioned lie to trick him into leaving, then face death alone. Yinan smiled warmly. Brother Tai, you're so honest, how could I bear to deceive you? Do I look like someone without a trump card? Wang Tai gripped his hand firmly. Good. I'll wait for you outside the secret realm. It's a promise. He repeatedly reminded him. Even though you have a lot of health, you should still run as fast as possible. This secret realm is strange, who knows what monsters might appear. You're alone, so be careful. After saying this, he stuffed all his supplies into Yinan's hands and began activating the Ark Stone. After an 8-second countdown, he left his final blessing, and with a flash of white light, departed the secret realm. As the white light faded, only Yinan remained. He pulled out a tissue and carefully wiped away the snot on the back of his hand, shaking his head with amusement. That Brother Tai, such a genuine man. Returning to silence, Yinan contemplated his next move. For the other 4 teammates, the toxic fog was deadly poison, but for him, it was merely child's play. Against his true health of 100 million, the continuous damage of 100 points per turn was utterly negligible. By his calculations, he could move freely in this secret realm for a full 12 days and 12 nights. Now he faced 2 choices. 1. Follow his earlier story and return the way he came, safely leaving the secret realm. 2. Accept the mirror person's request, continue deeper, and defeat the final boss, which was also the mission assigned by the nation. He hesitated slightly, then finally retrieved the antique silver mirror from his chest. In the mirror, like rippling water, another line of Chinese characters appeared. Now that all the dead weight is gone, you should accept this request. With no companions around, Yinan simply sat down on the moss-covered stone. Facing the floating antique bronze mirror, his tone was calm, yet pressing. Answer me first, why do you insist on killing the final boss of this secret realm? Without knowing your purpose, I won't cooperate. Ripples spread across the mirror's surface as a cold voice emerged. You're worried I'm setting a trap? Good, young man, your caution is commendable. Yinan curled his lip mockingly. Don't think a few compliments will win me over. The bronze mirror trembled again, the voice carrying a light chuckle. Compliments? No, I'm merely highlighting your ignorance. Don't forget, my request is part of an epic hidden quest. If I truly wanted to harm you, would the system allow it? Yinan fell silent. The system in Genesis Ark was renowned for its fairness, never deliberately leading players to their doom. Since the Shadow of Chaos series was issued by the system, the process must be safe. The voice continued. The second phase reward requires you to fulfill 3 of my requests. Creating a pure darkness environment for you is already an extra gift. You should be grateful. Pure darkness was exactly what Yinan currently lacked most. He took a deep breath and pressed. Then what exactly is it? Be specific. Light rippled across the mirror. Ask your captain for details later. I'll only mention 3 ways to obtain it. First, venture deep underground. That's natural pure darkness. Second, hunt an eclipse devourer. Its corpse can briefly create pure darkness after death. Third, there's my method. Textbooks repeatedly warned that the deep underground of Genesis Ark was absolutely forbidden territory. The first option was basically useless. Eclipse devourers were level 700 rare monsters. Just finding one would be difficult, not to mention needing to reserve 12 hours to incubate the Dark Dream Dragon. How long the corpse could maintain darkness was also questionable. After weighing his options, Yinan concluded that cooperating with the mirror entity was the only realistic choice. Fine, I'll agree for now. But you still haven't answered. Why must you kill the final boss? The bronze mirror chuckled softly, ripples undulating. So many questions. I'll tell you, consider it building trust. When that final boss dies, it may summon a more powerful enemy. That's my real target. Don't worry about deception. Check your quest log. Yinan opened the interface, and indeed the quest had updated. Objective: fulfill 3 requests from the Mirror Entity 03. First request: kill the final boss of Abyssal Medicine Forest Yama's throat, triggering the hidden boss. With the system's endorsement right before his eyes, the Mirror Entity hadn't lied. Yinan felt somewhat relieved. The entity's true target was the Secret Realm's hidden boss. This Secret Realm is truly terrifying, having such a mechanism. Without his involvement, who knows how long it would have taken Jojo to clear this Secret Realm. Yinan raised his eyes toward the churning black mist ahead, calculating in his mind. 1. Clearing the Secret Realm was the first phase of the mission assigned by the figure in the mirror, which would reward him with a pure darkness environment. 2. Slaying more bosses and triggering more side quests in the realm would accumulate substantial merit and reputation for Jojo. 3. Once the Secret Realm was fully conquered, the nation would gain even greater strategic benefits. 3 birds with 1 stone had nothing to lose. The ancient silver mirror glowed faintly, and clear characters appeared on its surface. You need to equip this mirror so I can join the battle. Yinan recalled Captain Deng Qiming's instructions before departure and raised an eyebrow. I don't need you to fight. I'm enough on my own. Though the equipment was soul-bound to him, he had no intention of wearing it just yet. Ripples spread across the mirror's surface as new text appeared. Hee, I know you possess special power, but I sincerely suggest and underestimate him. Yinan's heart tightened. Could this being actually detect the blasphemous hand within him? How do you know I have special power? Answer me. Words slowly emerged in the mirror. Don't get excited, little boy. If you didn't have special power, you wouldn't have received the entire hidden quest chain Shadow of the Chaos Sea. It's easy to deduce, right? Of course, I don't know exactly what makes you special. Since we're partners, I certainly won't reveal your secrets. Relax, relax. This teasing remark combined with the emoticon left Yinan's expression shifting between light and dark. He took a deep breath to calm himself and stored the mirror back in his inventory. Stay put for now. I'll call on you if something unexpected happens. With those words, he stepped alone into the dense forest. Whenever he encountered monsters, he held nothing back. His blade flashed with cold light, and creatures exploded on the spot. Bodies littered his path as he cut through them like slicing vegetables. Outside the Abyss Medicine Forest secret realm, at the entrance area, Zhuzhou officials had already set up a temporary camp here. Tents, power stations, and a small hospital were all in place, with the medical team fully equipped and on standby. Deng Qiming, wearing a gray windbreaker with arms crossed, had been guarding the entrance for a full 3 hours. Suddenly, space twisted, and 3 beams of white light struck the ground simultaneously. Lu Yi, Ma Li, and Nie Qian stumbled into view. 3 hours already? Tai Gu, Tai Gu. Lu Yi burst into tears on the spot. The small-statured Ma Li's eyes turned red, and Nie Qian growled through gritted teeth. Deng Qiming's heart sank as he rushed to the 3 of them. What happened? Where are Yinan and Wang Tai? Only then did the 3 look around, and suddenly realize Yinan hadn't been transported out with them. Remembering how he had forcibly interrupted the Arc Stone's casting to save Wang Tai, their emotions completely collapsed, and sobs rose one after another. From their fragmented account, Deng Qiming pieced together the truth. His vision darkened, and his chest felt crushed by a massive stone. Both Wang Tai and Yinan were rising stars that Jojo was focusing on cultivating, especially Yinan, who had just broken the world record and secured the world's first kill for the Yin Nation, with immeasurable potential ahead. If both were lost in the secret realm, it would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to the nation. In Deng Qiming's mind flashed the kind faces of Yinan's parents, followed by the image of Qin Yini nestled in Yinan's embrace. How could he face these people, Yinan's loved ones and girlfriend? Deng Qiming's deep eyes turned bloodshot as he stared intensely at the green light barrier at the secret realm's entrance. If he could, he would have rushed in immediately to rescue the missing team members. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared. Wang Tai, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted with a gleaming bald head, tumbled out of the light barrier, his boots still caked with the black mud from the secret realm. The moment Wang Tai hit the ground, Deng Qiming pounced on him like an arrow, his voice rough as sandpaper. Wang Tai, where's Yinan? Wang Tai, breathing heavily, spilled out the whole story. His Arc Stone was still functional, but Yinan's was destroyed. Therefore, even if there were survivors in the secret realm, it could only be him. As his words fell, Deng Qiming's heart sank heavily. The answer seemed crystal clear. Could the young hero who had stood on Hangzhou's most dazzling stage just a week ago have fallen just like that? However, the next second, Wang Tai broke into a silly grin, his voice booming. Captain Deng. Yinan is fine. He saved me. I used the Arc Stone to come back first, but he's right behind me and can run back on his own. He triggered a miracle. Those words were like sparks falling into dry grass, reigniting hope in Deng Qiming's chest. Yes, Yinan had always been able to create miracles. How could he die so easily? Wang Tai then recounted in detail how Yinan had dragged him through the poisonous fog and charged through monster attacks. After hearing this, Deng Qiming and the other 3 team members all breathed sighs of relief. The introverted Lu Yi first pressed her lips together, then tears streamed down her face. But this time, they were tears of joy. Nie Qian pressed his palms together, muttering rapidly, "Oh God, Buddha, aliens, please keep Yinan safe. I'm willing to live 10 years less and stay single for 10 more years." The small-statured Mali gaped in disbelief. "Brother Tai, you're not lying to us? Yinan can really run back? That's an hour-and-a-half journey." Wang Tai chuckled and mimicked Yinan's tone in response. "Mali, you're so honest I can't bear to lie to you. That confidence of Ainan's reliable and incredibly cool." Deng Qiming unconsciously smiled, his emotions instantly shifting from hell to heaven. Just then, a medical department supervisor nearby reminded him, "Captain Deng, the kids are injured and need immediate treatment." Only then did Deng Qiming snap back to reality. The 4 team members still had flashing red 100 above their heads. The dense fog poison hadn't dissipated even after leaving the secret realm. "Quick, heal them." Several level 300 healers immediately got to work. Beams of light descended, instantly filling their health bars, but they couldn't dispel the dense fog poison debuff status. The commotion alerted 2 important figures in the tower. Central Covenant leader Qin Dajiang and Elder Yuan rushed over together, first understanding the secret realm situation, then focusing on the stubborn poison status. Qin Dajiang raised his hand, and a pure white holy light fell directly onto Wang Tai's head. Dispel failed. The light shattered like a broken mirror, and Qin Dajiang's brow immediately furrowed. As the leader of Kyushu's Central Covenant, Qin Dajiang was level 699 with the Angel King profession, and his dispel skills had always been infallible. But this time, his dispel skill level was exceptionally high. However, it failed to dispel the thick toxic fog. Old Yuan frowned and pulled out a pale green vial from his coat, carefully prying open Wang Tai's mouth to feed him the contents. The cool liquid slid down his throat, but Wang Tai's face remained ashen. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's no use, Old Yuan. We tried everything in the secret realm. Even the 8th tier universal poison resistance compound doesn't work." The empty vial was crushed and fell to the ground with a crisp sound, confirming his assessment. Old Yuan's expression grew grave. Indeed, still useless. He turned to face the group, his expression complex but quickly composed. "Children, to the hospital. You need comprehensive examinations." Upon hearing the word hospital, Wang Tai scratched his bald head, his tone guilty yet firm. "Old Yuan, could we wait a bit? I want to wait at the entrance for Anan to return. We made a promise." As soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 teammates nodded in unison. Mali mustered his courage to add, "That's right, we're a team." Faced with the stubborn gazes of these young men, Old Yuan wasn't angry at all. Instead, he smiled with satisfaction. He turned to Qin Dajiang and sighed softly. "It seems the next generation of our 9 provinces Central Alliance has real fighting spirit. This is a team that can truly battle." Qin Dajiang nodded in agreement. "Indeed. The results of this secret realm exploration are excellent. We eliminated boss number 1 and mapped out the mechanics before boss number 2. This represents significant progress. We'll stay here and wait for Yinan's return together." Inside the Abyss Medicine Forest secret realm, at the forest's edge lay a gentle downward slope, the moist soil carrying a faint fishy scent. Yinan descended the slope into an open basin where colorful mushrooms densely covered the ground. Thick fog rolled between them, carrying a choking bitter stench. At the center of the mist, a mushroom creature wearing a spore coat strolled leisurely, looking around and occasionally crouching to gently touch mushroom capsa, mushroom person planting mushrooms, a scene both eerie and absurd. Its nameplate clearly displayed, Mushroom King Chajan Boss Number 2. Mechanics unknown. Yinan squinted and without hesitation, raised his energy. "Let's give it some intensity first." 7-colored divine light rose around his body, building momentum before blasphemous moment crashed down. The pleasant hit sound effect echoed as 2 strings of numbers floated above the Mushroom King's head. 132,888. 43,757. The boss with 165,000 total health points was instantly killed. Clearly, it had no invincibility or health lock mechanics. Simultaneously, all the mushrooms of various sizes throughout the basin visibly crumbled to dust and vanished. Those must have been the traps it intended to deploy, though it never got the chance. The victory sound effect rang out clearly. Yinan sheathed his weapon and approached the boss's remains to begin looting. Remembering the 2 orange epic items dropped by boss number 1, He was filled with anticipation for this drop as well. He reached out. Ding. You obtained 421 gold coins. Ding. You obtained professional elixir, Mushroom King. Holy crap. Is this really happening? Yinan nearly jumped. Without triggering any miracle effect, he had obtained a professional elixir purely by luck. In the world of Genesis Ark, professional elixirs ranked among the most precious items alongside spirit essences, capable of allowing any professional to directly change classes to the profession recorded in the elixir, even transcending rank limitations. The elixir's information appeared on his retina. Professional elixir, Mushroom King. Grade, Legendary Profession. Requirements. None. Any professional may change classes. Ritual. Simultaneously consume 7 poisonous mushrooms: White Cap, Gui Ing, Leopard Kiss, Brown Chill, Remit Spot, Red Lady, and Autumn Grey and survive. Then consume this elixir to complete the ritual and successfully change classes. Knowledge about class changes from high school textbooks flooded his mind. Professionals had 2 paths for changing classes. 1. Conventional path: every 100 levels grants 1 class change opportunity, limited to advancement within the original profession system. For example, a warrior could become a berserker or weapon master, but could never become a mage, and grade couldn't be transcended, only directional enhancement was possible. 2. Special path: consume a professional elixir to directly transcend profession systems and grades. Even ordinary professionals could leap to become legendary professionals. An ordinary professional could become a legendary professional through a professional elixir. Therefore, professional elixirs, like spirit essences, were items of tremendous value in the Genesis Ark world. Moreover, the value of a professional elixir far exceeded that of spirit essence, as it could change a person's entire destiny. Yinan calculated that as long as he prepared high-grade antidote compounds in advance, the deadly poison in the ritual would pose no threat. By rough estimation, this legendary-grade professional elixir could sell for at least 1,000,000 gold coins, meaning he could easily pocket another 1,000,000. After briefly organizing his belongings in the mushroom basin, he surveyed his surroundings and confirmed the direction to continue forward. Following another upward mountain path out of the basin, he once again entered the blindingly white dense forest, where crimson fruits hung from every branch, their stark color contrast seeming to herald danger. The forest was relatively quiet as he traveled swiftly for about 10 minutes, the terrain gradually descending as the path turned into a downward slope. The scattered monsters he encountered were all killed instantly with casual gestures, his movements appearing utterly nonchalant. The path ahead suddenly opened up to reveal another basin-shaped valley, 5 or 6 times larger than the previous Mushroom King's territory. Most striking were the clusters of wooden houses in the valley, resembling some kind of abandoned, yet still inhabited town. The wooden structures appeared well preserved, with eaves and railings showing no signs of decay, as if creatures had been living there for years. Yinan noticed that every building's exterior walls were carved with complex symbols, their twisted lines appearing particularly sinister in the dim light. Thick fog accumulated at the valley bottom, and the poisonous mist combined with the low terrain made the light especially gloomy, giving the entire town an indescribable eerie atmosphere. Though Yinan considered himself quite brave, scanning those tightly shut wooden doors still sent chills down his spine. He took a deep breath, suppressed his unease, and continued walking toward the town center. As he passed by a wooden house, creaked doors suddenly swung open. A humanoid monster emerged from the doorway, moving on all 4s like an ape, with a wrinkled face bearing 2 pale, unfocused eyes. The creature clutched a crimson fruit with half bitten off in its right hand, juice dripping from the corner of its mouth like blood, creating a disturbing scene. It stared at Yinan for 2 seconds, then took another bite. Outsider. The hoarse whisper had barely escaped its lips when it suddenly shrieked like a startled cat. Gah! It's an outsider. The next second, the fruit was flung away as the monster's legs propelled its entire body forward like a shadow lunging at Yinan. Yinan rolled to the side, and in the instant he crouched back up, he cast a fireball spellboom. The scorching fireball struck its target directly, killing the monster instantly before it could even cry out, its charred corpse crashing to the ground. But before Yinan could catch his breath, creak, creak, doors of surrounding wooden houses began opening one after another. More humanoid monsters crawled out with hunched backs, their pale eyeballs fixed on him, and within moments over 100 had gathered. So they want to gang up on me. Yinan raised an eyebrow, calculating silently. If Wang Tai's level 49 team had stumbled into this place and been surrounded by over 100 small monsters, they probably would have wet themselves on the spot. Even worse, all these monsters were affected by his exhibition and resilience traits, their health points visibly skyrocketing. The monsters murmured in low voices as they closed in. Outsider. Eliminate the outsider. In the name of Lord Aldi, eliminate, devour, seek, blessing. As more and more gathered, their health bars continued climbing 500,000, 550,000, and still rising. Yinan's mouth twitched as he cursed this damned secret realm in his heart. He had originally planned to steal some attributes through the traits, but stealing from them one by one would take too much time, and this place was disturbingly eerie. It would be better to speed through. He still had to video chat with Juan Hauyuet tonight to look at undergarments, and absolutely couldn't be trapped in this godforsaken place overnight. However, the monsters had already surrounded him completely, their health surpassing 500,000 with no sign of stopping. Yinan gritted his teeth silently. If an ordinary level 49 team faced these numbers, what could they possibly do? Though his spell power was absurd, looking at the current situation, he still needed to continue stealing attributes. Otherwise, with such high health values, there was no way to achieve instant kills. He would definitely get mobbed. Fortunately, his health was ridiculously high, so he never feared being ganged up on. Yinan took a deep breath and began casting Flame Storm. The nearest monster had already climbed over the ruined wall and lunged at him. Claws raked across his armor, 9,420 damage. Yinan's eye twitched. One monster dealt over 9,000 damage, so 100 would mean 900,000 total. For the first time, he truly felt the pressure. Luckily, his full set of top-tier epic and legendary gear compressed Flame Storm's casting time from 6 seconds down to 3.5 seconds. As the cast entered its final 0.5 seconds, he decisively activated Burning, gaining guaranteed critical spell effects. Boom. Crimson flames exploded outward from his position, instantly engulfing all the monsters. 59,243 damage. 11,985 damage. These monsters all had over 1,000,000 health points. One Flame Storm wasn't nearly enough. Yinan gritted his teeth and continued casting. Flame Storm. Boom. 10 minutes later, the world fell silent except for the smoldering scorched earth. Yinan glanced at his status bar. Good grief. Only 70 million health remaining. That mob had chipped away over 30 million of his health. It was absolutely ridiculousness opening the door for more ridiculousness coming home to roost. Though there was no real harm and no pain, being swarmed by so many disgusting monsters was inherently sanity draining. Looking at the charred corpses scattered everywhere, he felt too nauseated to loot them, but you can't argue with anyone except money. He closed his eyes, put on gloves, and reached out. Loot. Ding. You obtained 5,620 gold coins. Ding. You obtained. The drops included scattered red excellent equipment, pink refined gear, and various poison and antidote recipes, totaling roughly 50,000 gold coins. The high rewards helped Yinan readjust his mind. Seath wasn't invincible yet, absolutely couldn't get cocky, and needed to keep stealing attributes. Whoosh. A sinister wind swept through the valley town, making it feel even more eerily empty than before. The town was built on the valley's edge. Continuing forward, the next boss should be in the valley basin. Passing through the deserted streets, he noticed those complex symbols he'd seen earlier were carved beside nearly every household's door. Leaving the town and venturing deeper into the basin, he could see from afar a sprawling walled compound at the mountain's base. At the main gate, two elite monsters stood guard, ascended blessed ones. They looked like normal humans, but were shrouded in toxic mist. An intruder? How dare you set foot in the sanctuary of my master, the great poison mist god Aldi? Perfect, you shall serve as a sacrifice to please Lord Aldi. Poison mist god. Holy crap. Yinan cursed silently. This secret realm actually involved deities? On Blue Star, every native god from the Ark world represented the absolute pinnacle of power. Fortunately, the gods opposed each other, allowing nations to survive in the gaps between them. Even more fortunately, several benevolent deities had signed agreements with humanity, barely stabilizing the world. But the poison mist god definitely wasn't among those lawful good deities. Combined with the secret realm's sinister atmosphere, this was almost certainly an evil god. Yinan's mind raced. How to handle this? Before he could reach a conclusion, the two elite monsters had already raised their weapons and launched their attack. The two leader monsters were easily dealt with. Within just a few rounds, they were spitting black blood and collapsing at Yinan's feet. After clearing the guards on the walls, the massive palace doors inside were exposed before him like torn curtains, laid completely bare. Yinan surveyed the terrain. Altar, mountain base, surrounding peaks. No matter how he looked at it, this screamed final boss lair. The title god of toxic mist was certainly intimidating, but since he'd already made it this far, not going in for a shot would be a real waste. After all, he still had 70 million health points remaining, and his Arkstone's cooldown had reset. If things went south, he could always make a quick escape. He pushed through the doors. At the far end of his vision, a massive altar spanning hundreds of meters stood at the mountain's base, with mountain ranges stretching endlessly behind it, revealing the true scale of this secret realm. Around the altar, a creature resembling a giant maggot was slowly patrolling. Yin Hoaldi's pet. This thing had grayish-white skin and a bloated body, supported only by two thick, stubby legs. Its tail was cone-shaped, with a gleaming sharp tip. Its head had no eyes, nose, or ears, just a massive fanged maw that took up half its face, with curved tusks protruding upward from each corner of its mouth. It would shuffle a few steps, then bend down to scrape the ground with its tusks, looking clumsy yet oddly endearing. Its health was a whopping 250,000. Yinan wasted no time, raising his hand to cast Blasphemous Moment, praying this thing didn't have damage immunity. Multicolored divine light gathered around his body. Whoosh. Ping. 131,666. 42,830. Roar. Yinho instantly lost over 170,000 health, leaving it with less than 80,000. No damage immunity, but the enrage effect triggered, and the boss immediately counterattacked. Roar. 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 It charged forward, dragging its massive bulk, a steel-like rage bar appearing above its head. Bang bang bang. 8,566. 8,566. Over 8,000 damage per second hammered into Yinan. Meanwhile, its gaping maw spewed pinkish-white maggots along both sides of its path. The writhing clusters swelled and pulsed, as if ready to hatch something terrible at any moment. Yinan's chest churned, nearly making him vomit on the spot. Holy hell! Kill this thing! Buzz. The multicolored divine light blasted out again. Another 170,000. Yinho's health hit zero, letting out one final piercing wail before crashing to the ground. Victory music played as the writhing maggot clusters on the ground instantly vanished into nothingness. The disgusting sight killed any desire to loot the corpse. Princess Bylon and Queen Lily were so much more pleasant to deal with. He muttered, forcing himself to approach the boss's remains despite his revulsion. Just then, a glowing orb suddenly materialized in midair above the altar's center. Its surface was etched with complex symbols, the very same ones carved on every household's doorway back in the valley town. Yinan recalled the mirror person's warning and the guard's mention of the god of toxic mist, suddenly remembering some obscure trivia he'd seen on social media. Every deity has their own unique symbol. Could this be the mark of the god of toxic mist? Is a god about to descend? A sinister, grating voice emanated from the orb. Who dares to harm my pet? As the words faded, the glowing orb in midair vanished, replaced by a middle-aged man wearing yellow-green robes. The man had a gaunt face with small eyes and a pointed chin, giving him a rather sleazy appearance. Yet beneath this unsavory exterior, an overwhelming aura of supreme authority spread like a tangible force, making Yinan instinctively want to kneel in submission. He stepped forward with mist swirling around his feet, his cold gaze falling upon Yinan with undisguised contempt and malice. Oh, a mere ant at level 49. His voice was hoarse and low, dripping with intense disdain. A green gleam flashed in the depths of his pupils, and two golden titles suddenly appeared, which Yinan could see clearly. Aldi, god of toxic mist. Aldi, demigod, subordinate of the god of pride. As soon as the two divine names flashed by, Aldi's voice thundered across heaven and earth. In the presence of this god, why do you not kneel? Boom, boom, boom. 3 invisible thunderclaps exploded in Yinan's mind. Divine might demigod active. Cost, 1 divine power point. Instant cast, no cooldown. Effect, launches a mental assault, forcing creatures below level 700 to kneel and inflicting paralysis, control for up to 15 minutes. Duration decreases with higher target levels, minimum 4 seconds. Paralysis, target cannot perform any actions. This was a pressure skill exclusive to demigods, capable of overwhelming all life forms below level 700. Yinan, a mere level 49, had no means of resistance. His body suddenly stiffened, and his knees began to bend almost instantly. But in the next moment, his body suddenly felt light, and the bone-chilling discomfort completely vanished. Yinan regained control of his limbs, only staggering 1 step, but refusing to kneel. He looked up and was shocked to discover that Aldi, the god of toxic mist who had been so high and mighty moments before, was now kneeling on both knees, motionless. What's happening? Yinan's heart raced as he immediately opened his equipment panel. He saw that the divine skill Never Yield from Badidala's unyielding will was flashing with gray light, with a cooldown timer showing 5 seconds. Never Yield passive, when the bearer is affected by enemy control effects, instantly transfers that control to the caster. 5-second cooldown after activation. Try to control me? That's the same as controlling yourself. Yinan's lips slowly curved upward. His gaze locked onto the status bar above Aldi's head. A paralysis control effect was clearly listed there, with 14 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. The full 15 minutes that should have been inflicted on Yinan was now completely transferred to Aldi, a demigod above level 700, helpless for 15 minutes. Yinan's heartbeat quickened. Before him was a walking treasure trove of attributes. He quickly walked over to Aldi's side, looking down at that face filled with shock and terror, his smile bright and cheerful. Surprised? Happy? The god of toxic mist's complexion shifted between purple blue and ashen gray as he trembled and whispered. Impossible. This is Badidala's power, that mad god. A true level 800 deity. He fell 10,000 years ago. Left no mystical characteristics. His authority has long had a new master. How is this possible? You. Aldi lowered his voice, speaking like a madman. Who exactly are you? Why can you wield Bedidal's power? A true level 800 god. Yinan's heart stirred upon hearing this. Professionals who reach level 800 can actually become true gods? This news made his eyes brighten slightly. But Aldi's shouting wasn't finished. Just you wait. I won't kill you. I'll take you back and present you to my master, the god of pride, Denines. Upon hearing this threat, Yinan's eyes instantly turned ice cold, though a gentle smile appeared on his lips, devoid of any warmth. Do you think Yinan is someone to be bullied? He opened his backpack and selected a red, excellent-grade weaponized streamlined dagger with a blade that gleamed with hidden blood-red light, its special attribute being extremely high attack speed. Yinan knew clearly that with his own damage alone, killing a demigod above level 700 in a short time was nearly impossible. The only way was to steal, just like against a training dummy, draining Aldi's health bit by bit. Increasing his basic attack frequency would maximize the triggers of Blasphemous Hand. He gripped the dagger tightly, smiling like a spring breeze. Your name is Aldi, right? Yinan bent down, leaning close to Aldi's ear, speaking word by word. Aldi, what comes next is going to be pure hell for you. Seeing Yinan approaching with weapon in hand, Aldine's heart tightened. This young man before him could channel the power of the ancient god of madness. Badarajo was renowned in the Age of Gods for his terrifying offensive capabilities, consistently ranking among the top deities. So when Yinan gripped his crimson legendary dagger and closed in for the attack, Aldine, despite being a demigod, felt an unusual surge of fear, worried he might be killed instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In less than a second and a half, the dagger carved 3 crimson afterimages as Yinan completed 3 basic attacks. 1 HP. 1 HP, 1 HP. All 3 normal attacks only dealt 1 point of damage each. The system forcibly determined that armor penetration had failed. The massive damage he had anticipated never came. Aldine's armor remained completely intact. Uffed. The demigod let out a slight sigh of relief and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha. As his laughter faded, he looked down at Yinan with mocking eyes, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Insect, I thought you had inherited all of Badtira's ferocity, but you're nothing special after all. If you can't even pierce my armor, what does it matter if you've immobilized me? When this paralysis ends in 14 minutes, I'll make you regret ever being born. Indeed, if Yinan couldn't defeat Aldine within 14 minutes, he would be the one in trouble. But the young man's expression remained calm, ignoring the threat as he methodically executed his plan. As long as he saved the last 10 seconds to use the Arc Stone, he could escape the secret realm. Before that, he would do everything in his power to attempt killing this evil demigod. The dagger danced through the air once more. 1 HP. Aldine's mocking laughter grew louder. Hee, stop wasting your energy. If I were you, I'd run now. Let me tell you a cruel truth you can't escape. I will mark your soul, and no matter where you flee, you cannot evade my tracking. Not just you, but your family, your wife, your friends. I'll transform them all into living corpses. Speaking of which, you should have encountered the undead already, right? The residents of that little town along the way, their hospitality was quite memorable, wasn't it? Seeing Yinan's grave expression and furrowed brow, Aldine thought he had finally frightened him and laughed even more brazenly. Insect, if you stop this blasphemy now and kneel to beg for mercy, I might spare your family and friends. His response was another swift strike of the dagger. 1 HP. Ding. Hand of Blasphemy effect triggered. Absorbed 47,566 points of the target's spell power attribute. Ding. Hand of Blasphemy effect triggered. Absorbed 2,886,000 points of the target's health attribute. There it was. Yinan's earlier worried expression had been due to the Hand of Blasphemy's delayed activation. After such a long period of trial and error, Yinan had figured out that the Godslayer's hand had roughly a 35 trigger rate, slightly higher than 1/3, meaning under normal circumstances, the Godslayer's hand would activate once every 3 basic attacks on average. But just moments ago, he had slashed with his dagger over a dozen times without a single trigger, which filled him with uneasy. If the Godslayer's hand proved ineffective against this level 700 demigod before him, unable to steal attributes, he wouldn't stand a chance. The next second, pale golden runes flickered along the dagger's edge. The Godslayer's hand activated. Yinan's anxious heart instantly settled, followed by wild elation. The system notification read, absorbed 47,566 spell power from target. Combined with the 15,000 points provided by his top-tier equipment, his original spell power had been around 15,000, but this single strike boosted his total spell power to approximately 63,000 points, already at the average level of a 300 level elite. Continue. The dagger's cold gleam flashed again, -1 point. Ding. The Godslayer's hand triggered again, absorbed 8,566 attack power from target. Ding. Another trigger, absorbed 15,720 armor from target. With dual resistances added to his account, Yinan grew more enthusiastic with each attack. Gradually, Aldi, the god of toxic mist, sensed something amiss. His attributes were being forcibly drained away. Initially, he didn't realize what was happening, but after several minutes, as Yinan's attack power climbed steadily while his own armor plummeted, Aldi finally understood. Minus 2,750 points. The damage number exploded as Yinan finally broke through his defenses. What's happening? Aldi dropped his insufferable expression, his face full of confusion. He discovered with horror that his armor was vanishing into thin air, and the ant that could once only deal 1 point of damage to him was now tearing through his defenses. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The dagger struck repeatedly, and Aldi felt his attack power drop by another 5,000, his armor continuing to decline as the damage numbers on his body grew higher and higher. Minus 14,996 points. Suddenly, Aldi had an epiphany as if struck by lightning, his beady eyes widening as they locked onto the dagger Yinan wielded relentlessly. You? He bared his yellow-green teeth, hissing word by word. Godslayer. With those 3 words, emotions surged violently in his eyes as cold sweat trickled down his temples. He wanted to move but felt bound by invisible chains, unable to budge an inch. Ding! The Godslayer's hand lit up again, absorbed 1,837,000 health points from target. Ding! Immediately followed by another trigger, absorbed 26,774 magic resistance from target. His original health cap of over 28 million was reduced to just over 16 million. Despair rapidly consumed all these pupils. No! Stop! Stop it! Don't! Please don't! I'm begging you. The wailing of a man shrouded in toxic mist with a wretched, ugly appearance only made Yinan feel nauseous. If it were a beautiful angel sister pleading like this, he would probably only grow more excited. Yinan's lips curved into a warm smile, but his eyes were cold as a winter pond. Anyone familiar with him would feel a chill down their spine if they were present. This was his expression when he had decided to kill. Weren't you just saying you'd make me regret being born into this world? Aldi had lost all dignity as a demigod, now pleading like a stray dog. I was wrong. Don't kill me. Please. The 9th tire herbs planted here, I can make the decision to give them all to you. Even this entire herb valley can be yours from now on. Just spare my life. Yinan's eyes remained utterly cold and emotionless. Enough with your nonsense. You've crossed my line, and today you must die. His voice was hard as steel, making no attempt to hide his killing intent. Threats against himself, Yinan could ignore, but anyone who dared to toy with the lives of his friends and family would face nothing but a fight to the death. A flash of vicious hatred flickered in Aldi's eyes before he quickly lowered his gaze submissively, bowing so deeply he nearly touched the ground. I was wrong. I still have colorful mythical treasures bestowed by my master. If you spare my life, I'll offer them all. In his feigned humility, he no longer dared to use his former arrogant title. However, Yinan's basic attacks never ceased. The god-slaying hand steadily drained Aldi's attributes, and the damage from his normal attacks continued to rise accordingly. Aldi's maximum health and health bar visibly withered away. You cannot kill me. My master is the supreme Danaans, a true deity. If you strike me down, the god of pride, Emperor Danaans, will never let you go. Even on the brink of death, Aldi didn't forget to invoke his master's name. Still threatening me? Yinan's gaze grew even colder. Once I've stolen all your attributes, do you think I'll fear him? For the next 7 minutes, Yinan relentlessly unleashed basic attacks, the god-slaying hand flashing again and again. Though he had already plundered massive amounts of attributes from this level 700 demigod, Yinan noticed that the trigger rate, which had felt around 35 initially, had now dropped to less than 20. He suspected that Aldi's exalted status, combined with his own insufficient awakening count, had caused the god-slaying hand's trigger rate to plummet. This issue should improve as his awakening count increased in the future. Even so, Aldi's attributes were thoroughly ransacked, though the health attribute barely triggered in the final minutes. With 10 seconds remaining, the poison mist god Aldi still had over 3 million health points left, and his paralysis was about to end. At this moment, Yinan hesitated no longer. The attribute gap had completely reversed, and he had no need to use the Arc Stone to flee. After all, most of Aldi's stats had been transferred to himself. In a true unknown confrontation now, it might well be Aldi who wanted to escape. Yinan had only one thought: eliminate Aldi. A level 700 demigod, a true deity's subordinate god. If he could kill him, the gold coins that would drop made his blood boil with excitement. Aldi, both wretched and cowardly, had long realized that the tables had turned. It was no match for Yinan, and his mind was filled with nothing but thoughts of escape. 5 seconds left. Strike while he's down, finish him off. Yinan directly activated God-slaying moment. His spell power was now terrifying, and his attack power equally astounding. 7-colored divine light erupted around his body, making him look like a true deity descending to earth. From that radiance, Aldi felt an indescribable dread, his hair standing on end, beast-like fearful gasps escaping his chest. Buzz buzz clang clang ah. Seven-colored divine light poured into Aldi's body, and his agonizing screams echoed throughout the valley. 2 crimson damage numbers -2,787,510 and -391. 520 appeared almost simultaneously above his head. At this moment, Yinan's spell power had reached an absurd 315,000 points, having just stolen a full 300,000 spell power from Aldi and boosting his own attack to approximately 45,000 points. A single blasphemous moment strike had stripped nearly 3.2 million health from the demigod Aldi, almost killing him instantly. However, the level 700 demigod, known as the God of Toxic Mist, proved to have countless trump cards. In an instant, Aldi's body lost all vitality, skin withering, muscles collapsing as a substitute doll clattered to the ground. His true form reappeared at a random location within 10 meters after the fatal damage triggered. This was Yinan's first encounter with such a bizarre life-saving technique, and he froze for half a second. Aldi seized this split-second opportunity to cast Art of Mist hidden poison insects. His body transformed into countless tiny winged venomous insects that poured out like sand, fleeing straight toward the sky. In this state, Aldi was untargetable and invincible. Yinan's blasphemous moment, and fireball spells couldn't lock onto him. The swarm of poison insects raced about 1,000 meters before reassembling into human form in midair. Aldi checked his status panel, and his expression immediately darkened. His combined attributes were now even weaker than a level 400 saint. Standing on a yellow-green toxic cloud suspended in midair, he looked back at Yinan in the valley, his eyes filled with wariness and lingering fear. A blasphemer. So the legends are true. I must get this information to Emperor Denines immediately. Go. Before his words finished echoing, the toxic cloud carried Aldi away into the distance. He wanted to get as far as possible from that blasphemer, then find a safe location to channel a teleportation spell out of the secret realm. In the valley basin, Yinan watched helplessly as his opponent escaped. He couldn't fly, and the attack range had been stretched too far. Worse still, Aldi now knew his secret, and he absolutely couldn't let this demigod return alive. Wait, the mirror being. Yinan summoned the classical silver mirror from his inventory. The moment it appeared, the mirror trembled violently, its smooth surface crawling with blood-red text, as if roaring with excitement. That's my target. Don't let him escape. Equip me, quickly. Right now, the mysterious mirror being was his only hope of capture. Yinan hesitated no longer and slotted Arachne's Mirror of Corruption into his artifact slot. The next second, a pitch-black figure shot out from within his body, moving so fast that Yinan couldn't even track its trajectory before it vanished in the direction Aldi had fled. Yinan quickly checked himself and found no abnormalities. Arachne's Mirror of Corruption remained as silent as usual. Now he could only hope the mirror being would successfully intercept and kill the God of Toxic Mist. At the same time, he made a mental note. Having high attributes wasn't nearly enough. His lack of combat awareness had almost cost him everything, and such mistakes could never happen again. Phew, should be safe now. Aldi appeared above the vast medicinal fields at the northwestern edge of the secret realm. Here the soil was fertile and spiritual energy abundant, perfect for growing 9th-tier herbs. Though he had lost most of his attributes, his demigod status remained, and he began channeling divine power to attempt direct spatial teleportation. Just as he focused entirely on communing with his divine power, a black shadow silently appeared behind Aldi. Divine power is a unique resource possessed only by demigod characters above level 700, equivalent to a higher tier of mana. Many extremely powerful skills and authorities can only be activated through divine power. Previously, Aldi, the god of Toxic Mist, had used this resource to lock onto his slain pet and teleport into the secret realm. Now he prepared to employ the same trick, attempting to escape once again out of thin air. Yellow-green dark light flickered around Aldi as spatial ripples layered upon each other, with the teleportation nearing completion. He remained completely unaware of the blurred black shadow behind him, a shadow so thin it resembled ink smeared across the air. Once the space stabilized, Aldi finally breathed a sigh of relief, his muscles instantly relaxing. At that very moment, a pitch-black, cone-shaped blade of dark mist ruthlessly pierced through his chest. Ugh! Tearing agony exploded through him, as Aldi managed only a single scream before his voice cut off abruptly. The mist blade, carrying its dark essence, penetrated his flesh before suddenly expanding into fine black fog that ravenously devoured his body and spirit. Aldi struggled to turn around and saw his attacker, a barefoot woman. She possessed delicate beauty, draped in a gray robe styled like loose, worn sleepwear, yet remarkably clean. She stood quietly with peaceful eyes, as if the killing she had just witnessed had nothing to do with her. You are the servant of darkness, Arachne. Weren't you already fallen? Damn it. Aldi's toxic green divine blood continuously seeped from his chest, being devoured by the black mist, his voice filled with shock and terror. Only the authority of darkness could approach me so silently. This wasn't negligence at all. Who would expect a supposedly dead demigod from legend to appear here? Fear shattered the composure Aldi had maintained since becoming a demigod, as he felt misfortune striking him repeatedly today. First encountering a blasphemer capable of wielding ancient divine power, and now running into the resurrected servant of darkness. No, Arachne, didn't you disappear along with that one's fall? I refuse to accept this. I only wanted to teach a lesson to someone who dared harm my pet. Why must I meet such an end? Before he could finish speaking, his narrow eyes dimmed as life left him completely. His lifeless body staggered forward and crashed to the ground with a thud, crumbling like a shattered vase into thick black mist before vanishing entirely. Where the mist had dissipated, a strange relic floated in midair, three golden white orbs connected by thin rods of the same color, resembling an intricate model that slowly rotated while emitting soft rustling sounds. Thus fell Aldi, god of toxic mist, a subordinate deity under the god of pride. The gray-robed woman reached out to collect the orb model and stood still once more. After a long moment, she sighed expressionlessly. You're right, Arachne is indeed dead. As her words faded, her figure instantly collapsed into a stream of pitch-black shadow that silently swept toward the valley basin. Watching the figure in the mirror transform into a dark shadow and chase after the enemy, Yinan remained where he was, unable to do anything. If only I could fly too, he thought to himself. Once this whole ordeal is over, I must hurry and hatch that auspicious dragon. That way, if I encounter a similar situation next time, I won't be left completely helpless. With nothing else to do, he simply crouched down and began searching through Yanho's corpse. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained one infected Yanho pet egg. Another pet egg, including this one. He now had 4 pet eggs on him. The little creature in the preview image looked almost identical to Yanho, round and chubby, appearing quite adorable. But when he thought about the scene of it running while spitting out worms, Yinan felt nauseated. I'll sell it when I get the chance, though money isn't really an issue for me anymore. About 3 minutes later. Ding dong. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Abyss Medicine Forest Secret Realm. Congratulations. You have received the first clear reward. Secret Realm Keystone Abyss Medicine Forest. Ding. You have obtained the title, Abyss Medicine Forest Conqueror. Ding. You have obtained the 9th tier Universal Poison Resistance Potion Formula, Mist Poison Grass Research Knowledge, Crimson Fruit Research Knowledge, 9th tier Heaven Grade Life Healing Potion Formula. Ding. You have obtained Blood-Soaked Robes, Hemostatic Gloves, Venomous Bite, Mist Poison Collar, Price of the Benefactor, Interlaced Mist Poison Boots, Pulsing Blood Ring. Ding. You have obtained 10 Earth Vein Powder, 100 Inscription Green Runes, 500 Poison Mist Dust, 500 Poison Light Fragments, 2,000 Green Sand Residue. Ding. You have obtained 20 Green Crystals, 20 Yellow Crystals, 10,000 Large Green Crystals, 10,000 Large Yellow Crystals, 100,000 Large Colorless Crystals. Ding. You have obtained. The rewards for first clearing a secret realm were truly astounding, covering every aspect imaginable. Premium materials, orange epic equipment, crafting profession formulas and knowledge, crystal resources, pet eggs, enhancement and cultivation materials, and even primary and auxiliary materials for high-end rituals. Yinan's inventory was instantly packed to the brim. But none of these were the most important. What truly put his mind at ease was that secret realm Keystone Abyss Medicine Forest. All dungeons were originally secret realms that became dungeons after modification. Once a secret realm is first cleared, the first clearer obtains the corresponding keystone. The keystone is the key to the secret realm, granting its holder development and modification rights to that realm. And the ultimate goal of the Shun Gnome project was precisely this keystone. Secret Realm Keystone Abyss Medicine Forest. Grade: Keystone. Properties: Indestructible. Effect: used to enter the Secret Realm Development and Modification interface. With the keystone in hand, Yinan's anxious heart finally settled completely. This meant that the Mist Poison God Aldi had been dealt with by the mirror figure. Outside the Abyss Medicine Forest Secret Realm, Qin Dajiang, Elder Yuan, Middle Management Cadre Deng Qiming, along with several medical personnel, accompanied the Shun Gnome project team members as they waited at the entrance for Yinan's return. It had been an hour and a half since Wang Tai was teleported out, yet Yinan still hadn't appeared. Why hasn't an come out yet? He should have been out long ago. Thinking of those monsters lurking in the dense forest depths of the secret realm, ready to launch attacks at any moment, everyone grew increasingly restless. We can't just keep waiting. Wang Tai stood up. Anan must be in trouble. I'm going back to find him. Nie Qian and Lu Yi immediately agreed, and although Ma Li was the most timid, he resolutely nodded as well. Deng Qiming valued Yi Nan the most. Seeing everyone willing to risk danger again, he was both moved and supportive, immediately offering strategic advice. Lu Yi, Nie Qian, you have low health and lack healing abilities, so stay outside to reduce Li's healing burden. Wang Tai and Ma Li will return to the secret realm with full supplies. With Ali's healing capacity and mechanics, staying inside for an hour shouldn't be a problem. Good. Wang Tai agreed, then looked at Molly. Ali, can you do it? Molly puffed out his chest and nodded vigorously. I can do it. The two stepped toward the secret realm entrance. Suddenly, they froze in place as if struck by a paralysis spell, motionless like two statues. Deng Qiming frowned slightly. What was happening? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.